Magic City, 8 o'clock in the morning. With a cup of soy milk in his left hand and a bag of steamed soup dumplings in his right, Lin Yuan strolled unhurriedly into the Advanced Institute of Physics under the Lonka Academy. He was a top student who had graduated from Lonka University. Today was his first day reporting for work. In his previous life, Lin Yuan had been a top-tier scientist, but during a scientific expedition on Borneo Island, he encountered a tornado and was brought into this parallel world. When he was still an infant, a virtual system panel had appeared within his mind, the Earth Starship Exploration System. Ultimate mission: unveil to all humanity the detailed information of the Earth Starship and obtain the sole captain's authority over the starship. Huh, what the hell is this? The infant Lin Yuan widened his eyes, but soon a voice echoed in his mind. Beginner's gift pack opening. Reward maxed out learning ability and comprehension, making him instantly awaken to how wonderful having a system truly was. For the next 20 years, Lin Yuan buried his head in solid step-by-step growth and study. Now, as the youngest recipient of the National Outstanding Young Scientist Fund, he had entered the Advanced Institute of Physics to work. After he finished the onboarding formalities, Lin Yuan was politely invited to the Vice Dean's office. Xiao Lin, you are exactly the top-tier talent our institute has been eagerly awaiting. Vice Dean Lu Ze spoke with excitement. To have snatched him from giants such as the Aerospace Technology Group, the Northern Vehicle Research Institute, the Southwest Nuclear Industry Institute, and the Ordnance Equipment Group was truly a stroke of good fortune for their own institute. You look like a young man full of drive. Xiao Lin, several project teams are currently short of people. One is armor research in cooperation with the military's 4th-generation main battle tank. Another is on hypersonic aircraft. He paused for a moment. Lu Ze recalled the reminder from his old friend academician Xingtian. This young comrade Lin Yuan is brimming with talent, but his recent research directions are a bit off track. You'll need to keep him in check. Off track? That seemed unlikely. Lu Ze chuckled and asked, which research group would you like to join? You may choose freely. Professor Lu, I don't wish to join any of these research groups, Lin Yuan replied, shaking his head. He spoke slowly. I heard that our Advanced Institute has recently launched an online popular science livestream program. That's right, Lu Ze nodded, beginning to explain. Recently, live streaming on the internet has become very popular. To promote science among the public, our institute also opened a live stream account mainly to popularize scientific knowledge and research projects for domestic netizens. That's wonderful. Hearing this, Lin Yuan finally smiled with genuine pleasure and volunteered, Professor Lu, could you entrust this live stream program to me? You're interested? Lu Ze was greatly taken aback. He blinked and gave a wry smile. That won't do. Letting a top-notch graduate like you become a popular science streamer would be an utter waste of talent. Not at all, Lin Yuan replied with a smile. Popular science live streams won't take much of my time. On ordinary days, I can still continue the research I'm working on. Professor Lu, I truly am interested, Lin Yuan said firmly. Seeing his earnest expression, Lu Ze rubbed his temples for a good while before conceding helplessly, very well, since you are so insistent, I will have to approve it. You're young, and doing a popular science live stream shouldn't be a problem. In addition, recent online buzz in Xingtian is boiling. They claim that the world's most advanced 6th-generation fighter jet Dark Star has already entered the test flight stage. Foreign netizens are heatedly debating this, while in contrast our domestic scientific news is utterly calm. Ordinary people are extremely dissatisfied. So the military has requested that our institute release a high-end research project. The theme should sound high-tech and strategically intimidating, yet still be obscure enough that the people in Xingtian can't see through it. Vague and elusive, like something half real, half illusory. In fact, not only our institute, but other domestic research organizations have received similar tasks. Chief Engineer Lu spoke with hidden meaning. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan suddenly understood. Isn't this exactly the modus operandi of the Department of Strategic Everyone knew about Zhang Xiaozong from that department, who with nothing but his tongue had once talked Xingtian into dismantling the production line of their F-22 fighter jets. Lu Ze gave an awkward laugh. Comrade Xiao Lin, your comprehension is impressive. That's more or less what it means. Your ability is beyond doubt, and you're a handsome young man. With you hosting this live stream room, I can be at ease. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed brilliantly. Professor Lu, as it happens, I do have a research project in hand that fits perfectly. Once it's made public, it will absolutely blow up those people in Xingtian. At the same time, it can also serve to popularize science among our own people and raise the Advanced Institute of Physics influence on the internet. Oh, upon hearing this, Lu Ze became excited. That's excellent. The more exaggerated the project sounds, the better. As long as upon closer consideration, it still has some logic to it, leaving people unable to fully grasp it. Lin Yuan was also fired up. In a low voice, he asked Professor Lu, how big can I go? As big as you can manage. With a tone of utter confidence, Lu Ze said, with the institute and the military backing you, even if you roll out a Nanchaman. Done. Lin Yuan smiled. But Nanchaman is already old news, nothing fresh anymore. Professor Lu, just wait. This time I will definitely give you all a real surprise. With that, he left the office and began executing his mission. That afternoon, in an office of the Advanced Institute of Physics, Lin Yuan took a deep breath. He had been preparing for 20 years. It was time to undertake something monumental. He then logged onto the Douyin platform using the official account of the Advanced Institute of Physics under the Lonka Academy and began composing the live stream title and teaser. Decryption: Earth is an ancient cosmic starship. Human beings are all passengers on this starship. We are part of a super interstellar battle fleet named Laniakya, and Earth, this cosmic starship, is carrying us on an interstellar voyage at a speed of 52 million kilometers per day. Luo's 9 provinces are the central functional zone and brain of the starship. The classic of mountains and seas is the starship's flight recorder, and Lianshan and Guizhong are its navigation maps and functional manuals. The 5 great sacred mountains are 5 planet-destroying weapon systems, the 10 great caves are space-based weapons platforms, and the 72 blessed lands are the starship's escort drone network. With such an explosive hook coupled with the prestige of an official academic account, Lin Yuan's livestream teaser, in less than half an hour after being posted, had already attracted the attention of over 100 people. Everyone wore the same shell-shocked expression. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan decisively started the livestream. A face with sword-like brows and starry eyes, gentle and jade-like, appeared before the vast online audience. More than 100 viewers poured into the livestream room. Comments flew. The streamer is finally online. Such a big-time fabulist. Finally, I get to watch this absurd talk show. Oh my god, the streamer is actually handsome. Damn, he actually claims Earth is a cosmic starship. Anyone with even a kindergarten diploma wouldn't be fooled. Ignoring the barrage of comments, Lin Yuan's lips curved slightly as his clear, gentle voice sounded in the livestream room. Hello everyone. This is the livestream room of the Advanced Institute of Physics. I am the host, Lin Yuan. The topic I bring you today is a research exploration project currently being actively promoted by our institute and other top-tier scientific organizations in the country. Yes, as you have seen, this is a truth that ordinary people cannot understand nor even imagine. Lin Yuan spoke with unhurried ease. Our great ancient forebears perceived the true nature of Earth long ago, thousands of years ahead of modern science. With a faint smile, Lin Yuan went on, since the birth of science, people have always believed Earth to be a planet floating in space. Yet today I wish to present a new perspective. I believe that Earth is a cosmic super starship constructed by an ancient civilization. Let us begin with a few basic points. First, the high pressure inside Earth is highly similar to a starship engine, which implies that Earth is capable of long-duration space navigation. Next is the appearance and structural pattern of Earth as this starship. I believe most of you picture interstellar starships as the ones in science fiction films. But this falls into a mental trap. The assumption that any starship must conform to aerodynamics. But in the vastness of space, what use is aerodynamics? Therefore, Earth was designed as a spherical body. Without the constraints of gravity, the starship can be built enormously large. Excessive mass makes gravity a headache, but with a sphere, all gravitational forces can remain balanced. Thus, only by possessing a perfect starship form and structure as a spherical cosmic vessel can Earth exist for billions of years. At this point, the livestream room exploded. What a bizarre theory. Keep spinning your tail. I want to see how far you can go. My god, and this is an official academic institute's livestream room. Putting forward a theory like this seems terribly unrigorous. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers in the livestream jumped from just over 100 to a sudden breakthrough of the 1,000 mark. Just then, as Lin Yuan was calmly expounding, he suddenly froze for a moment. In his mind, a virtual interface that only he could see surfaced. Earth's Starship Exploration System officially activated. Ultimate main mission reveal to the world that Earth is a super cosmic starship. Earth Starship Exploration Progress 0. Number of people accepting the Earth Starship Theory 1. Congratulations to the host. Someone has believed your theory, you have received a reward. Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Causal Halo. Causal Halo, any notion of the Earth Starship Theory proposed by the host, whether major or minor, will follow the law of cause and effect and be manifested in reality. Cooldown currently usable once, recharges once every 30 days. A halo that can manifest his own concepts. This function was intriguing. Lin Yuan was ecstatic deep inside. For example, when the Taishan Dimensional Shock Bomb, the Hengshan Quantum Mega Cannon, and the Songshan Kinetic Weapon all appear before the eyes of the world one after another. How spectacular would that scene be? Lin Yuan's expression was filled with excitement. His thoughts circled back as he came to his senses and once again glanced at the system panel. Number of people who have accepted the Earth Starship Theory 2. 2 little cuties had actually accepted the Earth Starship Theory. Feeling genuinely encouraged, Lin Yuan's motivation surged even higher. In reality, many viewers opened their mouths, straining to find arguments to refute the streamer, yet no words came out. The external appearance theory of Earth as a spaceship actually follows a certain logic. I have to admit, it kind of makes sense. This is some high-level fabrication. I actually find myself agreeing a little with the streamer. The streamer's wild imagination is bigger than those novels I read on Zhangxi. This is even more exciting. It's more than that, this is even more persuasive than those scams in Mianbei. Luckily, I only have an elementary school diploma. They can't fool me. Yet Lin Yuan's subsequent speech completely overturned the netizens' understanding. Ahem, after briefly talking about the external form of the Earth spaceship, let's discuss the propulsion mode of this ship. What kind of energy does this ancient spaceship called Earth rely on to carry out interstellar travel? There has to be some kind of energy source driving this gigantic vessel. In fact, this energy is stone. Lin Yuan paused, his tone deep and brimming with confidence. What the heck, this streamer is really bragging. The netizens were dumbfounded by his words, feeling as if their brains were being pressed to the ground and ruthlessly rubbed. What a joke. If stones could be used as an energy source, then everyone would just pick up rocks every day and all become billionaires. If he had said uranium or other nuclear materials, that would still be acceptable. But how could it possibly be stone? Netizens rolled their eyes, some more meticulous viewers even let out cold sneers. He's misleading the younger generation. Is this really the official live stream room of a dignified institute of advanced physics? I'm filing a complaint as soon as I step out. A number of viewers ridiculed and attacked Lin Yuan. Before long, the Douyin super moderator received hundreds of complaints about Lin Yuan's livestream. Curious, the super moderator entered Lin Yuan's room and listened for a while, and his expression changed. This streamer is really brainless. It sounds like sheer fantasy, yet the imagination is quite interesting. The super moderator burst into laughter. As for shutting down Lin Yuan's livestream room, that was impossible. After all, the platform had no rule prohibiting streamers from bragging. He could only issue a simple reminder. Receiving the reminder from the super moderator, Lin Yuan remained unruffled. Everyone have a little patience and listen to me explain this step by step. Stone is indeed the cheapest energy source in this world. He smiled meaningfully, his voice unhurried. But using stone as an energy source is not so simple. It requires heavy element fusion to induce the stone to release energy. This explanation. Many viewers suddenly felt a jolt in their hearts. Lin Yuan continued, the most common fusion reaction in the universe is hydrogen fusion. The sun releases energy through hydrogen fusion. Perhaps the sun itself is also a spaceship in the cosmos. Compared to the Earth spaceship, the sun is merely a more single-purpose energy ship whose sole reason for existence is to provide energy to the Earth spaceship. Lin Yuan smiled. Under the bewildered, shocked, and mocking gazes of countless netizens, he went on. Stone serves as the fuel for the spaceship's flight, driven by heavy element fusion. In essence, it is about using a special method to fuse the vast amount of carbon within stone into iron, thereby unleashing tremendous energy. As for the specific operational procedure, at this point Lin Yuan suddenly paused. In his mind, the Earth Starship Exploration System suddenly chimed. Congratulations to the host. The number of people who have accepted the Earth Starship theory has exceeded 5. A tailored theoretical gift pack is awarded. Congratulations to the host for obtaining comprehension of the heavy element fusion technology. A vast amount of information and knowledge poured into Lin Yuan's mind, like a sudden enlightenment carving itself into his memory. His heart surged with excitement as Lin Yuan picked up a pen and swiftly wrote a line of formulas on the small blackboard behind him. What is that? The netizens who had been mocking him were now staring in surprise at his actions. What is the streamer writing? Damn, I can't understand it at all, but it feels insanely impressive. It looks like some kind of mathematical or physical formula. The streamer isn't actually serious, is he? He's clearly just putting on a show, taking advantage of the viewer's ignorance. Is there any expert who can step out and slap him in the face? Tisk. This is an academic institution with a national background. They wouldn't just fool around, right? Could it be that Earth really is an ancient cosmic spaceship? The number of viewers in Lin Yuan's livestream room conveniently broke through 2,000. Moreover, there were indeed some holy crap, isn't that the formula involving Avogadro's constant in A and the fusion reaction rate? The streamer is writing the formula of a certain kind of fusion reaction. This is far too profound. The heavy element fusion mentioned by the streamer is theoretically feasible, but current technology is utterly incapable, because to trigger fusion in the elements contained within stone, at least 1 billion degrees Celsius is required to ignite at a temperature even the sun cannot reach. But to be able to write down a heavy element fusion formula across the entire global scientific community, there is probably not a single person who can actually realize it. This formula must be fake, right? The netizens were going utterly crazy. The rhythm of the live stream room became exuberant and feverish. Many viewers staring at that inscrutable formula could not help but gasp in shock. The streamer is actually serious. At the same time, in the deputy director's office of the Modu Institute of Advanced Physics, after finishing a meeting, Lu Ze sat down with a teacup in hand when his heart suddenly skipped a beat for no reason. His eyelids twitched violently. What's going on? I have a bad feeling. Lu Ze muttered to himself. Right, the live stream where young Lin represents the Institute of Advanced Physics should have started. That young comrade's research capability is extremely high. I'm actually quite looking forward to which scientific project he will present. Lu Ze smiled faintly. But the young comrade did say he would pull something big. Lu Ze suddenly froze abruptly, recalling his old friend's warning. His expression tightened as he immediately picked up his phone and opened the Institute's livestream. At first glance, he saw the title that slammed into his mind like a hammer, livestream revealing that Earth is a cosmic spaceship. Then he saw Lin Yuan speaking eloquently and the barrage of furious comments flooding the screen. Lu Ze's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot, and he almost spat out a mouthful of old blood. This young comrade, he's wreaking havoc. Lu Ze was on the verge of losing his mind. This was the official livestream room of the Modu Institute of Advanced Physics, which was subordinate to the Lonka Academy. And such a major livestream mishap had occurred. What kind of science outreach or research explanation was this supposed to be? It was pure hucksterism. They were doomed. Lu Ze's lips trembled as he immediately dialed the number of his old friend Xingtian. Old Qin, your good disciple has ruined me. A few seconds later, old Qin listened on the other end of the line as Lu Ze explained the whole sequence of events, and he sighed softly. This kid is still as stubborn as ever, still delving into his own theory. Hearing this, Lu Ze was even more dumbfounded. Old Qin, what on earth is going on? Lu Ze practically screamed in frustration. Lin Yuan is your proudest disciple. I had him represent the Institute in popular science outreach. I didn't expect him to achieve anything great. I just wanted him to casually fool those folks from Xingtian a bit. Even if he bragged that our country is developing a space air carrier, at least that would have some semblance of logic. But what is he doing? This is complete nonsense. Lu Ze complained helplessly. Didn't I already tell you before? This kid's research direction has gone astray. After several sighs, Xingtian has said with a bitter smile, I'll send you a document. This document is somewhat special, classified as SS level top secret. With your clearance, you can only read the first page. Shortly afterward, Lu Ze received the encrypted email from old Qin and opened the file. A line of bold words left. Application for the Earth Spaceship Exploration and Development Project, led by Longhua. Principal researcher, Lin Yuan. He turned to the first page. Earth is an ancient cosmic spaceship containing vast amounts of ancient civilization technology, such as the Kuafu Guardian Gundam mecha, the 36 Xingtian near-Earth orbital heavy cannons, and the 100,000 heavenly soldiers combat robots. If we can unravel the technology of the Earth spaceship, the rabbit will dominate the globe. Upon seeing this information, Lu Ze felt numb all over. He began to understand why Elder Qin had such an evaluation of Lin Yuan, deeming his research to be off track. This is not merely off track. It's utterly insane. Even a fishmonger wouldn't dare to be this reckless. This theory is far too advanced. Even as a scientist who believes in bold hypotheses and careful verification, he finds it hard to accept. But, wait a minute. If this is the theory of a madman, why has the military classified this document as SS level top secret? Lu Ze was baffled. Sensing his confusion, Elder Qin sent another message. Although this application is extremely exaggerated, some of the strategic construction suggestions Lin Yuan put forth in the data hold unique insights. Moreover, who can say for certain about matters in the scientific community? We might not understand it now, but 50 or 100 years down the line, things may change. Just like the ancients 100 years ago, who couldn't comprehend the internet, rockets, or cannons. Aren't we in a similar Lu Ze sat in place contemplating for a long time. Eventually, he came to a conclusion. Well, whatever the purpose of cooperating with the higher-ups for the war deception has already been achieved. Lu Ze pouted slightly. He could already imagine the expressions of foreign media and some special agencies when they hear about the astonishing research project emerging from Longhua's internet. As for the live stream, let Xiaolin continue. After all, he is also quite eager to see what kind of arguments Lin Yuan will present next to support his research. In Beijing, at the Military Industrial Research Academy, in an apartment, Professor Zhao Tsungru, hailed as the foremost authority in military nuclear fusion technology, appeared in the living room looking mentally exhausted. Grandpa, don't tire yourself too much, I take care of your health. His granddaughter Zhao Xia said with concern, her large watery eyes full of worry. So compared to the national defense effort, what does my health matter? Zhao Tsungru sighed. For a full 3 months my research project has made no progress at all, and I am anxious. Zhao Xia, who is 20 this year, is a veritable campus beauty and academic star. With her long black hair cascading over her shoulders, her clear bright eyes were filled with concern, her eyebrows like willows, and her fair skin had a hint of rosy blush with lips as tender as rose petals. Hearing this, Zhao Xia playfully blinked her eyes and pointed at the live stream she was watching, saying gently, Grandpa, look at this live stream. It just happens to mention a formula for nuclear reactions, but I don't quite understand it. Oh, Zhao Tsungru said in surprise, is the domestic live streaming industry really that competitive now? They're actually discussing nuclear fusion. That depends on who's streaming. Zhao Xia giggled, covering her mouth. Grandpa, do you remember that genius senior I mentioned, Lin Yuan? Zhao Xia said excitedly. He is the youngest recipient of the National Outstanding Youth Scientific Research Fund in our country and the most outstanding graduate of Longhua University in the past 20 years. I remember him. Zhao Tsungru chuckled and said, he is indeed your idol. Is this the live stream of the Higher Institute of Physics? Yes. Zhao Xia exclaimed excitedly. Lin Yuan is currently representing the Higher Institute of Research in a popular science live stream, and he just happened to mention heavy element fusion. I find it very profound. Can you see how he is presenting? Zhao Xia asked excitedly. Her field of study is life sciences, so she doesn't understand the relevant concepts, but her grandfather should. Heavy element fusion. Zhao Tsungru exclaimed, how is that possible? Theoretically, it cannot be achieved within hundreds of years. As he spoke, he took the tablet and glanced at it. What? Decrypting the Earth is a spaceship. The title of the live stream left this research giant utterly astonished. But soon the series of formulas on the blackboard left Zhao Tsungru in a state of shock, his face filled with astonishment. Then his eyes sparkled with brilliant light. This series of formulas is so profound. Just a glance made Zhao Congress' scalp tingle. Each character in that series of formulas was incredibly mysterious, as if imbued with immense power, captivating him. Moreover, influenced by this series of formulas, Zhao Tsungru felt that the academic difficulties that had troubled him earlier unraveled like threads, with all obstacles becoming clear. My goodness. Just then, seeing Lin Yuan erase the formulas on the blackboard, Zhao Tsungru exclaimed, feeling it. What is he doing? He didn't finish writing the formulas. I'm so curious. Zhao Tsungru lamented. The lines of formulas involuntarily surfaced in his mind, and he was suddenly flooded with inspiration. My research has made a breakthrough. Zhao Tsungru shouted excitedly, whispering to himself. Yes, based on this formula, the nuclear fusion efficiency of the Xingguang 3 laser weapon will be at least tripled. Elder Zhao excitedly pounded his chest and hurried to his study. Seeing this, Zhao Xie's delicate face was filled with astonishment. Grandpa, is this heavy element fusion formula really that effective? Girl, the old man said excitedly, barely having time to say, this is a great discovery. That series of formulas will shock the entire modern scientific community and may even crown this young man as a king in the fields of mathematics and nuclear fusion technology. Is Grandpa's evaluation really that high? Zhao Xie's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. After shifting her gaze, she focused on the figure in the live stream. Gently biting her tender pink lips, Zhao Xie displayed a curious expression. In Magic City, Lin Yuan suddenly snapped back to reality. After pondering for a while, Lin Yuan calmly wiped away the heavy element fusion formulas he had written, as the complete formula was not yet ready for public presentation. However, what surprised Lin Yuan was that the knowledge of heavy element fusion was imprinted in his mind in a way akin to enlightenment, saving him years of arduous research. Back to the main topic. Heavy element fusion involves the technical secrets of the Earth as a spaceship. For now, let's continue explaining the propulsion functions of the Earth spaceship. Since stones are one of the fuels, what will the engine of the Earth spaceship be like, or what form will it manifest before the world? Everyone knows that the Earth weighs up to 60 trillion tons. To propel it for space travel, in addition to the gravitational pull of the universe, the spaceship must have its own engine system. I call it the planet engine. As soon as this was said, the live stream was filled with heated discussions. Many viewers instinctively began to ponder, eagerly awaiting Lin Yuan's explanation. Lin Yuan did not keep them guessing and meaningfully stated, currently, there are over 250 volcanoes around the world, including active, dormant, and extinct ones. What is a volcano, and what significance does its existence hold? I believe everyone has a general understanding, but my thought is, why must the Earth have volcanoes? If we look at this from another angle, these towering volcanoes embedded in the Earth's surface resemble the mysterious ecological engines of the Earth spaceship. Every word a gem, every sentence a thunderclap. At this moment, the number of viewers watching online exceeded 3000. Everyone was left dumbfounded. In their minds, with Lin Yuan's ethereal exposition, a peculiar image began to form. The volcanoes standing in various regions around the globe appeared mysterious and desolate, and when viewed from above, their shapes indeed resembled the nozzles of planetary engines of spaceships. Most importantly, the logic also holds up, because one of the components of a volcano is rock, and as fuel under the influence of this peculiar ecological engine, the stones operate in a manner incomprehensible to the world. These 2500 volcanoes thus propel the Earth, this ancient spaceship, steadily forward. Time seemed to freeze for a long while. Many were left speechless, their expressions extremely complex. Shocked, skeptical, and speechless, all mixed with a frenzied scratching of their heads. I don't believe it. How could the Earth possibly be a spaceship? Essentially, the Earth originated 5 billion years ago, formed by the gradual fusion of various dust particles in the universe. But what the streamer says makes such good sense and is logical. The volcanoes really do look like engines. Every volcanic eruption is like an acceleration process for the spaceship. This is intriguing. I want to see what other astonishing theories he has. Immediately, many netizens in the live stream began to share Lin Yuan's statements online, frantically recommending it to friends and family, attracting more people to participate and discuss this astonishing topic. Additionally, some secret agencies, both domestic and foreign, turned their attention to Lin Yuan's live stream due to the official academic background of the Higher Institute of Physics. Meanwhile, in the Eagle Sauce Pentagon in the 3rd floor Intelligence Research Bureau, a blonde white man suddenly stood up from his computer, his face filled with horror. Then he shouted frantically, "Fuck. The Longwa people are up to something. They are actually setting their sights on Mother Earth." The Intelligence Research Room of the Hexagon building, affiliated with the U.S. Intelligence Agency, primarily engaged in diplomatic intelligence activities, as well as global network information monitoring. To put it bluntly, it is responsible for monitoring network information worldwide and collecting sensitive news. Thus, once the live broadcast starts, the big data analysis system here automatically intercepts relevant information and submits it to the duty personnel. "Jason, why are you shouting like that?" The surrounding staff frowned and asked. Jason, in an excited tone, hurriedly explained, "The Dragon Kingdom has released the latest scientific research news, boldly proposing the theory that Earth is an ancient spaceship." What? The people of the Dragon Kingdom believe that Earth is a spaceship conducting research and exploration. A supervisor leaned over to carefully browse the materials, and his expression suddenly changed. This is the live broadcast room of the Advanced Physics Research Institute, representing the official academic institution of the Dragon Kingdom. It should not be mere fabrication. Could it be that the Dragon Kingdom has made a breakthrough in this project? The supervisor's tone was anxious and he was dumbfounded. But how? How is that possible? My God, are the people of the Dragon Kingdom insane? Earth could never be a spaceship. Anyone who has studied a bit of geography knows that this must be a trick by the Dragon Kingdom. Let's not forget that their country has that mysterious deception agency. This must be their conspiracy. Many people seemed to recall something and roared with clenched teeth. They couldn't help but be angry. The Dragon Kingdom claimed years ago that the J-20 fighter jet was a 3.8 generation improvement, and the naive U.S. believed it, happily shutting down the production line of the F-22. Then suddenly the Dragon Kingdom's J-20 was put into service, still a standard stealth fighter. The U.S. realized they had been fooled and was left dumbfounded. But the production line was shut down and the workers had left. As a result, the then U.S. intelligence agency's big boss was left with no choice. There was also the aircraft carrier incident. At that time, the commander took a photo making the new aircraft carrier look like a fishing boat, and once again the U.S. believed the commander's deception, breathing a sigh of relief. Little did they know that a few years later the Dragon Kingdom's new aircraft carrier was launched, and the U.S. cried fraud because the new aircraft carrier had a full load displacement of over 8.0 tons, and even included electromagnetic catapults. After several instances of genuine and false deception, the U.S. was numb. This time the official academic institution of the Dragon Kingdom proposed such a shocking scientific theory. The intelligence agency was at a loss on how to respond. This must be a trick by the Dragon Kingdom's deception agency, just ignore it. In the end, everyone unanimously decided to ignore this incident. After all, this claim was just too bizarre. It had no scientific basis. But supervisor, what if the people of the Dragon Kingdom are serious? Jason asked cautiously. The supervisor immediately scoffed, sneering. No need to worry, if this farce continues, the Dragon Kingdom's scientific community will become a global laughingstock. In the live broadcast room of the Advanced Physics Research Institute, Lin Yuan took a moment to check the system panel. Number of viewers accepting the Earth Starship theory, 18. Wow. It has increased again. Now Lin Yuan was even more motivated and continued his lecture with a smile. Of course, there were even more skeptics. Netizens brought over by recommendations entered the live broadcast room, and upon hearing Lin Yuan's remarks they explained, where did the Advanced Physics Research Institute find this idiot? Someone like this can be called a scientist. This is too funny. Is this host doing a comedy skit? Netizens looked at him as if he were a fool. Various relevant institutions received a series of complaints about Lin Yuan and the Advanced Physics Research Institute's live broadcast room. Some netizens were also preparing counterarguments. As for spaceship power sources, let's just leave it at that. In short, to put it simply, utilizing a heavy element fusion or even more advanced energy drive mode, this massive spaceship Earth can maintain its flight status consistently over billions of years in a gravitational environment. Lin Yuan smiled as he spoke. As he finished, the live broadcast room's bullet screen fell into a noisy argument and chaos. Lin Yuan was just about to say something. Suddenly, a huge rocket popped up in the live broadcast room, a 10-shot type, dazzling the screen. Wow. User Zhao Tsungru sent gifts of rocket, 10 times double tap, 666. User Nuclear Industry Southwest Institute sent gifts of Carnival 100 times. This amazed the netizens in the live broadcast room. What the hell, which tycoon actually gave gifts to this idiot host? If this is believable, the tycoon is too easy to fool. What the heck, are you blind? Open your eyes and see who sent the gifts. The netizens reacted and were initially shocked by the words, Nuclear Industry Southwest Institute. Amidst a flurry of gift effects, Nuclear Industry Southwest Institute posted a bullet screen. I am Zhao Tsungru, the chief engineer of the Nuclear Industry Southwest Institute. Thank you, Comrade Lin, for proposing the heavy element fusion formula which has inspired me and perfectly solved the current technological dilemma. Thank you again. Upon seeing these messages, everyone was stunned. Even Lin Yuan himself blinked, feeling Soon some netizens reacted quickly and first went online to dig up Zhao Tsungru in the background of the Nuclear Industry Southwest Institute. What the hell, this person is a big shot in the Dragon Kingdom's scientific community. If you check his Douyin account, he is an officially certified Big V. The Nuclear Industry Southwest Institute is also one of the top scientific research institutions of the military. Awesome. Professor Zhao is an academician of the Dragon Academy currently working on the laser nuclear fusion device project, and is also the chief engineer of the Dragon Kingdom's Xingtian 3 laser weapon project. But what did he just say? Thanking the host for giving him inspiration to solve technological problems, and even sending gifts to express gratitude. Is it real or fake? The bullet screen exploded. Lin Yuan, who had realized what was happening, smiled. He never expected that his live broadcast room actually concealed such a big shot. However, it seemed that the heavy element fusion formula he wrote had been revealed. No wonder, even an expert like Professor Zhao couldn't sit still. Thank you, Professor Zhao, for the 100 times gift carnival. Lin Yuan said with a calm smile. It seems that our country's scientific research funding is still quite sufficient, haha. In reality, Zhao Tsungru walked out of his study, immediately sent gifts to Lin Yuan to express his gratitude, then turned to his granddaughter. So yeah, I need to return to the 585 Institute Nuclear Industry Southwest Research Institute to start the next phase of research work right away. For the next month, due to confidentiality reasons, Grandpa will be out of contact. I'll remember to help me with something. Record every statement made by Xiao Lin during his live broadcasts and online. This young man is quite remarkable. After saying this, he hurriedly packed his luggage, got into a car with special military plates, and drove towards the military airport. In the live broadcast room, netizens stared at Lin Yuan, all a bit stunned at this moment. Even an academician from the Nuclear Industry Institute is posting and sending gifts to thank the host. Could it be that the nuclear fusion formula he proposed, or even the theory of the Earth Starship, could be true? Many people whispered excitedly. Seeing this, Lin Yuan seized the opportunity and spoke in a deep and profound tone. Everyone, I want to emphasize one point. This super ancient spaceship Earth has functions far more powerful than we can imagine. Additionally, during long periods of flight, the Earth spaceship has also encountered various malfunctions. Climate change can be likened to the malfunctioning of the spaceship's temperature control system, caused both by prolonged equipment usage and interference from internal passengers, humans. Population issues arise from management errors among the spaceship's passengers, as well as the growth of viruses and discrepancies in resource supply. Earthquakes are even simpler. The spaceship's framework while traversing space will inevitably encounter some fluctuation. As for tsunamis, they can be imagined as short circuits in the energy storage batteries. Thunderstorms are internal pressure loss in the spaceship. Drought is a failure in the oil supply system. Of course, it could also be that the spaceship's instruments have been operating for too long, causing overheating. Lin Yuan explained with emphasis. A super spaceship like Earth must possess self-repair capabilities, but in the long river of time, unexpected incidents will inevitably occur. Thus, not every malfunction can be self-maintained and repaired by the spaceship. Fortunately, we humans, as passengers of the Earth spaceship, have had some sages and predecessors throughout history who have discovered the truth and essence of this super spaceship, such as Emperor Qin Shi Huang. This emperor unified China, and even 2,000 years after his death, he still patrols the world in a mercury coffin. He is the eternal emperor of all time. If it weren't for the first emperor repairing the Earth spaceship, our land of Huaxiao would have long been reduced to a malfunction, Lin Yuan said with a rhythmic tone, and his words stunned all the netizens. Lin Yuan's gaze was profound, and a playful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. He glanced at the number of viewers in the livestream. The popularity surged dramatically. I didn't realize I had been talking for 2 hours. Today's livestream will come to an end for now. Tomorrow at 2 p.m., a host, Lin Yuan, will take everyone into a mysterious world. I will explain in detail why I metaphorically compare the first Emperor Xingtian to the first maintenance engineer of the spaceship in history. Once again, thank you all for your attention. Lin Yuan bowed to the air and then closed the livestream. The screens, the netizens still in shock hadn't reacted when the host had already left. Instantly, everyone exploded with frustration. Damn, just as I was getting excited, the host actually left. Where's my 30-meter broadsword? Too outrageous, claiming that Qin Shi Huang was the first person to maintain the Earth spaceship. I acknowledge that the first emperor unified Huaxia, standardized transportation and riding, and achieved remarkable feats, but I've never seen him referred to as a spaceship engineer. This abrupt ending infuriates me. The host is truly shameless. Does anyone know the address of the Advanced Physics Research Institute? I want to send a letter with a blade. What an astonishing statement. The first emperor is the first maintenance engineer of the Earth spaceship. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. It's so shocking. Such a divine metaphor. I'm definitely tuning in for tomorrow's live stream just for this theory. I have to admit, every scientific explanation from the host is actually quite enjoyable and forward-thinking. I'm definitely a fan now. I support the host. From now on, I am a supporter of the Earth spaceship theory. The netizens excitedly debated. Many were shaken by Lin Yuan's words. A door to a new world opened. In Lingnan Pengcheng, an agile and wise elderly man was basking in the sun in his yard. The elderly man was holding a smartphone, and the screen clearly showed the live stream of the Advanced Physics Research Institute. Although the live stream had ended and the screen showed no content, the elderly man was still reluctant to exit. In academia, it's been a long time since such an interesting young person has emerged with such dazzling and creative ideas. The elderly man took a deep breath, his gaze bright. And he was none other than Professor Wang Wenjiao, the foremost authority in historical archaeology in the country, recipient of a special national allowance. The Earth is a cosmic spaceship. Professor Wang Wenjiao's heart raced violently. This elderly man, revered in the field of historical archaeology as the pillar of stability, had an astonishing idea buried within the archives he spent his life studying. The Earth must have ancient civilizations. But compared to this young Lin from the Advanced Physics Research Institute, his own thoughts now seemed ordinary. Professor Wang couldn't help but chuckle softly. His expression was agitated as he made a series of phone calls to notify his old friends to pay attention to tomorrow's livestream from the Advanced Physics Research Institute. The bustling city of magic capital at the Advanced Physics Research Institute. Lin Yuan closed the livestream, releasing a long breath. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing a livestream and expanding the influence of the Earth spaceship theory, earning 1,000 points as a reward. The Earth spaceship theory has 51 accepted viewers. Reward: the Quantum Virtual Simulation app, which can help the host create virtual templates, construct various ecological environments, mechanical simulations, historical tracing, etc. for high-precision modeling and simulation functions to be displayed in the livestream and other platforms. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled like clear springs. This is indeed a great tool. With the help of the Quantum Virtual Simulation app in his future livestream speeches, he could create three-dimensional visuals, allowing netizens to understand his theories in a more intuitive way. Following that, thinking about the 20 years of research pouring out at this moment, Lin Yuan felt that everything was worth it. Next, it's time to expand the influence of the Earth spaceship theory. No matter if it's the public or the officials, I have no way out now. Lin Yuan knew that once he revealed the astonishing theory that the Earth is a cosmic spaceship to the public, he would inevitably enter the public eye. From today onwards, whether in academia, among grassroots organizations, or any ordinary person, they will all know the name Lin Yuan. But whether this fame is good or bad depends on his next actions. 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan appeared in Vice President Liu Ze's office. Liu Ze sat expressionless on the sofa, raised his head after a while, and his lips twitched a few times. Xiaolin, what can I say about you? Liu Ze sighed. Chief Engineer Liu. Lin Yuan of course knew what was going on and immediately said earnestly, "You just said that the Institute would strongly support my popular science livestream. I did say that, but I never thought you would quietly unleash such a big cannon. The Earth is a cosmic spaceship. You really dare to say that?" Chief Engineer Liu, a prominent figure in the academic institution, couldn't help but let out a curse. Then he smiled wryly. Hey. Lin Yuan was not flustered, smiling cheerfully. Chief Engineer Liu, tell me, once I release this big cannon, isn't it quite fierce? I reckon the Eagle Sauce side is already dumbfounded right now. Not to mention Eagle Sauce, the island nation over Cherry Blossom, must be stunned too. They will either take it seriously, but given their research on the Earth spaceship, by the time they figure something out it will be too late. And if they think I'm just talking nonsense, then there will be a spectacle to watch. By the time I blow this thing up it will be too late for them, Lin Yuan said with a grin. Hearing this, Liu Ze rubbed his forehead. This young Lin is indeed full of confidence. He really thinks he can concoct something from this astonishing theory. Thinking of that report, Liu Ze felt indescribable. It was too unrealistic. But what could he say? After all, Lin Yuan is a brilliant scientific genius, and the esteemed academician Xingtian has publicly praised this young man as the flag bearer of the future scientific community in the Dragon Kingdom. He has his own ideas, and currently he cannot change them. Otherwise, Lin Yuan wouldn't have made such statements in the live stream of the Advanced Physics Research Institute. Hey Xiaolin, tell me, how do you plan to wrap this up? Liu Ze rubbed his temples, smiling wryly. In just a moment, our institute has received over 1,000 complaint calls. Many brother institutions have called to ask who the scientific genius is behind the Earth spaceship theory. Is our country really promoting the project to study the Earth as a spaceship? Hearing Chief Engineer Liu's complaints, Lin Yuan also felt the pressure. Chief Engineer Liu, I don't ask for much. 3 days, just give me 3 days to finish this grand show, and I will give you a satisfactory answer. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Oh, all right. Liu Ze pondered for a moment and slowly said, Science is a process of bold hypothesis and careful verification. I will give you 3 days. Let's see what you can come up with. Thank you, Chief Engineer Liu. Lin Yuan said earnestly and bowed in gratitude. Lin Yuan, 22 years old. A graduate of Lonka University, he is the youngest recipient of the National Youth Science Fund Award and has received public praise from academicians like Xingtian. Immediately after graduation, he joined the Institute of Advanced Physics and was promoted to assistant researcher. Being an assistant researcher is no small feat. It requires significant achievements and influence in the research field, as well as the ability to independently undertake substantial research projects. When this information was revealed, netizens were stunned. Wow, I thought this was some second-generation academic trying to make a name for themselves, but I didn't expect them to be a genius. A 22-year-old winner of the Youth Science Fund Award, that's incredible. But what is he even doing now? He actually treats national academic institutions as his own platform for showboating, playing with the public. It's utterly absurd. What a pity for Lin Yuan. If he dedicated all his energy to serious research, he would undoubtedly be a top talent. Benefit. Seeing this, Zhou Jianhua, who was about to immigrate to the U.S., scoffed. I deeply regret and detest this Lin Yuan. Why has our country's research level always lagged behind the Western world? It's precisely because of toxic figures like Lin Yuan. For the sake of fame and gimmicks, researchers like him love to fabricate and exaggerate. Relying on a little achievement and ability to make up stories, how can our country's research level improve under such circumstances? Zhou Jianhua's remarks garnered considerable support from onlookers. After all, the claim that Earth is a spaceship was far, especially since Lin Yuan, a science award-winning genius, proposed this from the live stream of the Institute of Advanced Physics, it was hard not to question his motives and abilities. Of course, there were also some who supported Lin Yuan. I think this perspective is bold and clever. Centuries ago, ancient people could not understand what mobile phones and computers were, just as we cannot fully comprehend the essence of Earth. Geniuses are often misunderstood. When Copernicus proposed the heliocentric theory, was he not nearly burned? Seeing that some actually supported Lin Yuan, Zhou Jianhua became slightly displeased and disdainfully criticized. In short, this is undoubtedly the biggest joke in the Dragon Kingdom's research community in the past decade. Just wait. I will join forces with capable scientists to collectively refute Lin Yuan's views, expose his ugly face, and restore order. Confidently, Zhou Jianhua said. At that moment, a netizen connected and coldly asked, May I ask expert Zhou? Lin Yuan wrote a formula for heavy element fusion in the live stream. Can you, as an expert, write it out? Zhou Jianhua frowned immediately. Lin Yuan, with a small formula, helped academician Zhao overcome existing problems with our country's laser nuclear fusion device, equivalent to years of painstaking research by the Southwest Nuclear Industry Institute. So expert Zhou, can you do that? A crisp voice, sharp and spirited, instantly stirred a huge uproar in the live stream. Haha, of course this dog expert can't do it. I see him as the one trying to attract attention. Some netizens mocked. In particular, some netizens dug up that Zhou Jianhua had recently been applying for immigration visas to the U.S. further ridiculing him. Get lost. The Dragon Kingdom doesn't welcome you. Although Lin Yuan proposed a bold theory, he is far better than scumbags like you who ride on others' coattails and betray your own country. Zhou Jianhua was left speechless and shamed, only able to exit the live stream in disgrace. In reality, Zhao Xie crossed her arms, her delicate nose slightly raised, unable to suppress a laugh at Zhou Jianhua's embarrassment. It was she who had just spoken. Turning her head, her gaze quickly became passionate as she focused again on the video on her. The star-like eyes of Lin Yuan made Zhao Xie's heart race even faster. Meanwhile, what Lin Yuan did not know was that a storm was brewing in the Dragon Kingdom's research community due to a fragment of the heavy element fusion formula he had not completed. At the Dragon Kingdom's Engineering Physics Research Institute, a group of experts sat solemnly, all with serious expressions, staring at the 7 or 8 lines of formula on the projector. This is amazing. Oh my god, this is a formula transformation for a certain nuclear fusion reaction. Although it is only 7 or 8 lines, I dare say that whoever completes it will definitely win a Nobel Prize. Such a brilliant formula provides astonishing inspiration for the magnetic confinement fusion tokamak device I am currently researching. I don't care anymore. I must return to seclusion for research right away. An elder stood up excitedly, his face full of joy, happier than winning a Nobel Prize. Everyone. The director of the Engineering Physics Research Institute, Qi Changqing, looked around sternly at the crowd. He slowly articulated, "This is a formula for a certain nuclear fusion proposed by an assistant researcher during a popular science live stream at the Shanghai Institute of Advanced Physics." Additionally, he proposed a bold hypothesis. When the title "Decoding Earth is a Spaceship" appeared on the projection screen, all the academic bigwigs at the scene were shocked. The same scene unfolded at various academic institutions across the Dragon Kingdom. Major research institutions were all stunned by the bombshell Lin Yuan had dropped. In Shanghai, Lin Yuan sat in his office reviewing the content of today's live stream. At its peak, there were over 1,000 viewers. Many netizens went from initial skepticism and mockery to later silence and contemplation, all of which spoke to one question. That is, Lin Yuan's theory struck their souls and sparked thought. The first live stream was a success, but the road ahead is... Chief Lu only gave me 3 days, so I must make good use of the platform of the Institute of Advanced Physics to expand the impact of the next live stream. It would be best to create a nuclear explosion so that everyone knows about the theory of Earth as a starship. Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled as a sudden idea struck him. By the way, the content of tomorrow's live stream could definitely kick off an outdoor broadcast. Thinking of the quantum virtual simulation app he had just obtained, Lin Yuan opened the system panel and clicked on the exchange mall. Having just received 1,000 points as a reward, Lin Yuan browsed briefly and chose to spend 1,000 points to exchange for a series of high-tech filming equipment, such as wide-angle swarm drones, eagle-eyed super-range drones, and-shaped mini-drones, etc. After preparing everything, Lin Yuan immediately applied to go out and bought a ticket to Ho-Hot. After all, tomorrow's livestream content is related to Emperor Qin Shi Huang. The next morning, Lin Yuan boarded a plane to Ho-Hot, then made his way to the Gyeongqing Great Wall Scenic Area in Inner Mongolia. At 1:50 p.m., Lin Yuan stood on a desolate hillside, his feet on the millennium-old brick of the Great Wall. The tranquility and emptiness far from the city made Lin Yuan feel immensely relaxed. Gazing into the distance, the desolation and grandeur of the Qin Great Wall presented 2 entirely different. This was the Qin Great Wall, ordered to be repaired by Emperor Qin Shi Huang in the 32nd year of his reign, as recorded in historical texts. The purpose of the Qin Great Wall was to repel the Xiongnu. But what is the reality? Lin Yuan's lips curled into a profound smile. It happened to be January, the off-peak tourist season, and there were not many visitors, just a few here and there. After finding a suitable spot, Lin Yuan started the live stream. Above him, the wide-angle swarm drone activated its automatic tracking mode connected to the satellite network, and his phone logged into the Douyin live streaming platform. 1 minute later, when Lin Yuan's calm face reappeared before the vast audience, the live stream room erupted like a reservoir bursting its dam. In a short time, over 1,500 viewers flooded into the live stream room. So many people. Lin Yuan was also taken aback by the online numbers right after starting. However, his expression quickly calmed down. Instead, the netizens in the live stream room were in an uproar. While finally waited for this big talker host, I was still immersed in the host's fantastic ideas after yesterday's 2-hour live stream, and today I finally waited for. Is the host live streaming outdoors today? Looking at the surrounding scenery, it seems the host is at the Great Wall Scenic Area. Oh, this perfectly matches the host's announcement yesterday. He even said that Emperor Qin Shi Huang was the first maintenance engineer of the spaceship, but what does this have to do with the Great Wall? Amidst the exploding comments, Lin Yuan smiled slightly and began to speak slowly. Hello, dear netizens, this is the live stream room of the Institute of Advanced Physics. I am the host, Lin Yuan. After a simple opening statement, Lin Yuan did not linger, directing the camera towards the desolate, yet majestic scene of the Gyeongqing Great Wall. What do you think is the significance of the Great Wall? Or what is it? With Lin Yuan's question, the netizens in the live stream room began to discuss fervently. The host asks a good question, even elementary school students know. The Great Wall was built to repel the Xiongnu. The Great Wall, a long wall made of bricks, is simply a military engineering stronghold established to resist nomadic peoples from the north. Nonsense, you all get lost. Let me say. The real significance of the Great Wall is to repel the Taotai monster. As soon as a certain netizen said this, the netizens nearly burst into laughter. Haha, you made me laugh to death. The person above must have gotten too engrossed in movies resisting Tao Yaha. Why not say it's against aliens? After a sudden cold breeze blew through, Lin Yuan did not keep them guessing and explained, as I mentioned yesterday, on this Earth, which is an ancient spaceship, countless spaceship malfunctions have occurred throughout history. And Emperor Qin Shi Huang was the first maintenance engineer of ancient and modern spaceships. What does this mean? Lin Yuan's gaze deepened as he smiled leisurely. To repair the spaceship malfunctions, Emperor Qin sent people to repair the Great Wall. Just like electronic devices that malfunction require welding corresponding metal parts together to allow current to flow. Thus, the true essence of the Great Wall is that circuit engineering superimposed on the ancient vast core area. Is the Great Wall a circuit project on the Earth spaceship? When Lin Yuan proposed this viewpoint, the viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback. Hiss! What the hell, this idea is too outlandish, like a little cow sitting on a chainsaw, cutting through the absurd. This is the most bizarre statement I've heard about the Great Wall. Host, you better explain it well. If you can't provide a reasonable explanation, the audience will give you a big surprise today. Looking at the explosion of comments, Lin Yuan remained remarkably calm, his mind focused. Activate the quantum virtual simulation app. A seemingly void world appeared before him, resembling a three-dimensional space. Lin Yuan's voice echoed through this realm. Simulate the geographical environment of ancient China during the pre-Qin era, including climate changes and cultural developments. Project the images of natural disasters in ancient China, displaying the data. As Lin Yuan elaborated, the three-dimensional space continuously incorporated historical data, gradually revealing a true historical scene from the pre-Qin period. This scene was also projected into Lin Yuan's live stream via the app's sharing feature, showcasing the vividly recreated pre-Qin landscape. The desolate and barren ancient land showcased shocking scenes, instantly captivating countless gazes. This is 4-level ultra-clear modeling. Where did the host find such a programmer? Amazing. This image is so realistic, it seems to depict a series of natural disasters. While the ancient people had it tough, just a small earthquake or even drought and floods could wipe out an entire village. Oh my, how shocking. The ancient people of that time let out their most unwilling and desperate roars. Tears ran dry, accusing the heavens of their cruelty. What they received in return was an even more tragic fate. What is the host trying to express? The viewers curiously asked. Everyone, do you remember the theory I previously mentioned? The Earth spaceship has experienced countless malfunctions over billions of years of flight. Lin Yuan's voice rang out clear and resolute. The ancient era is too distant, and topics such as the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous periods are not within our current discussion. Let's talk about eras traceable in human history. Do you all know how many terrifying natural disasters occurred on the land of China from the Western Zhou to the Han dynasties? As Lin Yuan spoke, the three-dimensional images presented even more horrifying disaster scenes. The ancient land was desolate and boundless, enduring droughts, great floods, earthquakes, wildfires, and frequent wars. Thus, throughout the entire pre-Qin era, bones were exposed on the wildest scene of utter despair. Before the Han dynasty, over 200 earthquakes occurred, 149 great floods, 235 droughts, and countless fires, famines, locust plagues, and epidemics. At the beginning of the Qin dynasty in the year 221 BC, a sudden earthquake struck Qin, shaking the ground, and resulting in the deaths of tens of thousands of common people. Why did this happen? Lin Yuan posed a soul-searching question. Some may say it's due to the backward civilization of that era. Lin Yuan shook his head, sighing. Is the real reason truly that simple? After the establishment of the Qin dynasty, Emperor Qin Shi Huang ordered repairs on the Great Wall, and the occurrence of natural disasters remarkably decreased by more than half. In the years that followed, the occurrence of natural disasters was far less than during the spring and autumn and warring states periods. Upon hearing this, the over 2,000 viewers in the live stream changed their expressions dramatically. Oh wow, this is getting exciting. Did the occurrence of natural disasters really decrease so much after Emperor Qin Shi Huang ordered the construction of the Great Wall? That's quite normal. After Emperor Qin unified the land, the mountains and rivers became more stable, and people's livelihoods improved, so the frequency of disasters naturally decreased significantly. It shouldn't be that simple, right? Amidst a flurry of curious discussions, Lin Yuan said with a distant tone, let's look at it from another perspective. The frequent occurrences of disasters were due to the Earth spaceship experiencing faults in the region where ancient China was located. For instance, we previously mentioned issues with the spaceship's temperature control system, internal pressure loss, and structural decay and collapse. One could even understand it as a situation where a core chip in a working system of the spaceship short-circuited, causing damage to the circuit nodes, leading to a series of spaceship malfunctions. At this moment, Lin Yuan's voice was unusually somber, resonating like thunder in the ears of the crowd. Wow, that's instantly chilling. This explanation actually makes a bit of sense. If the Earth is indeed a spaceship, then the series of natural disasters occurring on it could very well be caused by various malfunctions of the spaceship's instruments and components. More and more viewers were stirred by Lin Yuan's thoughts and began to contemplate seriously. Lin Yuan did not keep them guessing. Finally, in this crisis of spaceship malfunction, there was an ancient person who discovered the true nature of the Earth spaceship. He was the unparalleled Emperor Qin Shi Huang. How Emperor Qin Shi Huang learned the truth about the Earth spaceship, we do not know. But it is certain that after learning about the spaceship's malfunctions, Emperor Qin Shi Huang resolutely set out to undertake the long task of repairing the spaceship's faulty equipment. That year, Emperor Qin sent the great General Meng Tian and hundreds of thousands of soldiers and laborers north to build the Great Wall. As I mentioned earlier, the Great Wall was constructed as a circuit project for repairing the Earth spaceship. With Lin Yuan's ethereal voice, a three-dimensional virtual image of the entirety of ancient China appeared, focusing on a section of the Qin Great Wall. Accelerating tenfold, sections of the Great Wall rose from the ground. From a distance, the ancient and majestic Qin Great Wall resembled the resistors and capacitors found on modern smart chips, densely embedded in the Earth. At this moment in the live stream of the High-Level Physics Research Institute, the number of online viewers surged to 20,000. Everyone looked at each other in astonishment. Staring at the ancient and weathered image of the Qin Great Wall, they fell into a stupor. Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream series. While hearing the host say this, I suddenly feel that the Great Wall really resembles the circuit components on a chip. It's astonishing. I believe countless scientists will go crazy over this theory starting from this moment. The Earth has existed for billions of years, but how long have we humans existed? How long has science existed? With our current human civilization and understanding, we are completely unable to uncover the true nature of the Earth. Perhaps the host's theory is true. The Earth is indeed a spaceship. It's up to the host to provide evidence. Oh my, this is truly shocking. I have goosebumps all over. The viewers screamed in excitement. Lin Yuan continued in a haunting tone. Next, I will analyze carefully why I say the Great Wall is a circuit project for repairing spaceship malfunction equipment and even chips. Firstly, Emperor Qin mobilized the entire nation to build the Great Wall from east to west, clearing paths in desolate areas. If it were merely to resist northern nomadic tribes, it would be overly simplistic. Secondly, during the construction of the Qin Great Wall, Emperor Qin had extremely high standards for the quality of the wall brick. For example, each brick weighed no less than 6 or 7 kilograms, reaching up to over 10 kilograms, all of which were fired at a high temperature of 1,000 degrees, enduring several days of charcoal roasting, then cooled with water and dried to become blue bricks. Each brick represented the craftsmanship of that era. Moreover, between the bricks on the Great Wall, there was a layer of strange white cement. Cement is a scientific product that naturally didn't exist in ancient times, but modern experiments have shown that this peculiar white cement substance on the Great Wall was synthesized by the ancients using lime glutinous rice and an unknown mysterious chemical substance. Ironically, in this flourishing era of scientific civilization, we still can't identify what this mysterious chemical substance is made of. Importantly, the height of the Qin Great Wall's construction is above the 440 millimeters rain line. The reason is simple: circuit projects need to prevent moisture. Qin Great Wall. Lin Yuan smiled calmly, facing the live broadcast camera. The Great Wall has various magical features. For example, each beacon tower is built at the highest point of the mountains. This is interesting. In the era of the Qin dynasty, without advanced measurement tools and techniques, how did the ancients accomplish this? Lin Yuan spoke eloquently, revealing a new world to the audience. A crowd of viewers listened enraptured. Some had flushed faces like they were drunk, unable to contain their emotions. Others shook their heads in disbelief, shouting, "How is it possible? The Great Wall can't be an electrical engineering project." Some viewers were so excited they nearly fainted. Great performance applause. Just for this mind-blowing plot, in an instant, hundreds of dazzling gift effects exploded in the live stream. Does anyone know what the main materials of computer and phone chips are? At this moment, Lin Yuan posed another question. The barrage of comments flooded in. It's not difficult. The main material of chips is crystal element, and the component of crystal element is silicon. The netizens answered collectively. Seeing this, Lin Yuan nodded with teacher-like satisfaction. Tisk, this generation of netizens is easy to guide. Correct answer. He smiled humorously and continued to explain, silicon is refined from quartz sand. Simply put, it is extracted from stones. And the massive electrical engineering project of the Great Wall involves various materials such as ceramic, clay, quartz, sand, kaolin, feldspar, and coincidentally, the materials used in modern smart chips are also these types. So, look at this majestic and magnificent Qin Great Wall, like it's Songlong lying on the earth. But who dares say that this ancient wall is not like chips or the electronic components on circuit boards, having the function of keeping devices operational? As he finished speaking, the live stream fell into a profound silence. The barrage of comments ceased. The viewers before the screen seemed to be engulfed in a dead silence of contemplation. In the magical city at the Advanced Physics Research Institute, the conference room was enveloped in silence. Lu Zhe and other scientific experts were collectively petrified, seeing the shock and confusion in each other's eyes. The established worldview built over decades showed signs of collapsing every minute. This young man Lin actually compared the Great Wall to an electrical engineering project. It opened my eyes. An expert in the field of electronics exclaimed in shock, but how could this possibly be true? Others regained their senses, their faces filled with bewilderment. Lu Zhe also smiled bitterly. He thought Lin Yuan was just bluffing a bit, but after today's live stream, Lin Yuan put forth a new viewpoint to support the idea that the Earth is a spaceship, and it was getting deeper and further. Even more absurdly, it actually made sense that it was quite plausible. in the imperial capital at Shui-Mu University, Peking University, and various top research institutions. Both the young and vibrant scientific newcomers and the seasoned experts with weary eyes were left dumbfounded. Many learned about the idea that the Earth is a spaceship through the internet. Adding to this was the speaker Lin Yuan. This youngest winner of the National Science Foundation Award in the country has quite a reputation in the new generation of scientific academia in Longhua. Senior brother Lin. This is going to shake the world. Many young students were profoundly shaken regardless of how Lin, at the very least, it wasn't just haphazard fabrication. Every argument made was extremely detailed. For instance, regarding the appearance and power aspects of the spaceship mentioned earlier, the description of the appearance could be said to be perfect. In terms of power energy, Lin Yuan's unfinished formula on heavy element fusion was enough to silence them all. As for today's mention of the Great Wall electrical engineering project, while it was wildly imaginative, it was also reasonable and well supported. If the Great Wall really is an electrical engineering project set up by Emperor Qin to repair the spaceship Earth, it must involve bionic electronic technology. No, I actually think it involves biology. If the Great Wall is a circuit, then this spaceship Earth could even be a kind of organism that mankind cannot comprehend. On the internet, many students, and even experts in related fields engaged in heated discussions. In reality, at the Gyeongqing Great Wall scenic area, Lin Yuan smiled at the camera. Since the construction of the Great Wall by Emperor Qin, the natural disasters on the land of Shenzhou have significantly decreased. This is not just something the streamer casually says. Everyone can find corroborating evidence in historical texts. So the conclusion is, Emperor Qin repaired the faulty chips or devices of the spaceship, resulting in the restoration of stability in the major life support systems of the spaceship. To support a collapsing building and to turn the tide, repairing the spaceship Earth, this is the great achievement of Emperor Qin throughout history. With a bang, the entire live stream erupted in excitement. Countless netizens widened their eyes, their breathing quickening. My goodness. The streamer has completely brainwashed me. Yes, I now see the Earth as a spaceship, but we humans are not passengers. Rather, we are the system virus that birthed the spaceship. Emperor Qin is amazing. He truly deserves to be the top electrical engineer of the spaceship. Nonsense, the Emperor Qin was an engineer. Watching the live stream on my knees, the streamer is incredible. The number of viewers in the live stream instantly surpassed 50,000. From then on, Lin Yuan smiled gently, and his ethereal voice echoed once more. Thank you, Emperor Qin, for extending the life of the people of Huaxia. He looked solemnly toward the direction of the Qin tomb, bowing deeply. Then raising an eyebrow, he smiled mysteriously, as if speaking to himself. Actually, I would love to see the true appearance of this ancient Great Wall. Upon hearing this, countless netizens in the live stream burst into laughter. Streamer, don't joke around. Although your previous explanation was reasonable and the performance of Emperor Qin as a top electrical engineer touched my soul, the Great Wall. It is just the Great Wall. Do you trust what the streamer says? Or do you trust that I am Emperor Qin? Get lost, I am the real Emperor Qin. Oh, being a top electrical engineer isn't a joke. Everyone aim me 50 and ill-performed circuit repairs for you. Amidst the mocking comments, Lin Yuan suddenly looked up, his eyes blazing with intensity. A surge of indescribable excitement welled up in his chest. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan suddenly grinned, waving his hand. An Eagle Falcon ultra-distance camera drone soared into the sky with a whoosh, capturing Lin Yuan's figure and the entire Gyeongqing Great Wall within the frame. Following that, Lin Yuan smiled slightly, using a voice only he could hear to whisper, "System. Use the causal halo to illuminate the true appearance of the Qin Great Wall." After saying this, he clenched his fists, forcibly suppressing his excitement. In the next second, the entire Gyeongqing Great Wall scenic area underwent a transformation. It was as if an invisible giant dragon burst forth from the Qin Great Wall, breaking through the river of time, soaring into the sky, scales and claws soaring high. A buzzing sound like a dragon's roar swept through. In an instant, the tourists at the Gyeongqing Great Wall changed their expressions dramatically. One by one, they looked up in confusion, then were horrified to discover that the tiles of the Great Wall beneath their feet seemed to be vibrating, shaking like an earthquake. What is happening? The tourists screamed in panic. The Pacific Ocean. On board the Eagle Sauce Capital aircraft carrier in the operations command room, a white soldier suddenly stood up in panic, staring at the monitoring system, exclaiming, "Report, General. The Eye of God system has reported a sudden surge of massive mysterious energy waves in the northern region of the Dragon Kingdom at coordinates XXX. What? The atmosphere in the command room instantly turned serious. Everyone tensed up. Immediately initiate tracking. Is the Dragon Kingdom experimenting with a new type of weapon? General Walter with golden hair spoke with a flicker of sharpness in his eyes, revealing a hint of unease. The Eye of God is the latest radar platform deployed by Eagle Sauce, comprising phased array radar, satellite cluster detectors, thermal nuclear reaction trigger devices, and other cutting-edge military equipment. Combined with the Starlink network communication, it can monitor 30 of the Earth's surface in real time, receiving information on similar energy fluctuations, explosive shockwaves, nuclear radiation, and optical signals. The system's warning was triggered by an incident that could rival the explosion of a Dongfeng 21 missile. So, what is happening on the Dragon Kingdom's side? Walter's expression was grave. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had been exceptionally high profile in military exercises lately, with their Type 055 destroyer recently putting pressure on the Pacific Fleet. Now with this sudden surge of mysterious energy waves, it was no wonder Walter felt tense. After analysis, it appears to be an energy similar to an electromagnetic pulse spreading in the northern area. The electronic records through light radiation pulses indicate that this energy fluctuation is extremely peculiar. Based on the explosion's time, location, yield, and other parameters, we can rule out instant kills and destructive ranges. Hearing his subordinates report, Walter frowned. So you mean this is not a military action? Yes. After the subordinate finished reporting, Walter finally let out a sigh of relief. Then he mumbled, so, what on earth is the Dragon Kingdom doing? He was very curious. Dragon Kingdom, North China Military Region. Naturally, the Dragon Kingdom's military agencies were also alerted. Inside a secret military base, General Zhou Qingyuan's fierce eyes narrowed as he solemnly ordered urgent order deploy the 3rd Elite Brigade and the 4th Special Operations Battalion to the area of the Gyeongqing Great Wall for a major lockdown mission. With the military command given, a Z-20 helicopter took off, first racing towards the Gyeongqing Great Wall area. On the ground, more than a dozen armored vehicles and heavy transport trucks rolled out of the base, their iron blood camouflage green glistening under the winter sun. At the Xingtian Mountain Observatory, the staff stared at the particle detection system and various radar feedback data, shocked beyond belief. Chief Engineer Qin, what on earth is happening? The radar detected a sudden outbreak of strange energy waves in the Inner Mongolia region 2 minutes ago, comparable to a nuclear reactor's coefficient. Something must have gone wrong over there. The observatory head, academician Xingtian from the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Engineering, was deadly serious at this moment. Have we found the source of the energy? It has been confirmed to be in the Gyeongqing Great Wall scenic area, but there are no large civilian energy storage facilities, let alone research or military units there. The staff reported urgently. That makes it strange. Just as Xingtian finished speaking, the phone on the desk suddenly, upon answering, Xingtian's expression turned blank. After hanging up, he immediately took out his phone, logged into Douyin, and opened the live stream of the Shanghai Advanced Physics Institute. Everyone was dumbfounded, not understanding why Chief Engineer Qin still had the mood to watch a live stream at this moment. But the next second they saw that the young figure in the video was exactly in the Gyeongqing Great Wall area. In that footage, a buzzing sound akin to a dragon's roar echoed as the scene swayed. All the staff at the observatory, including Xingtian, were left speechless. At the Gyeongqing Great Wall scenic area, Lin Yuan looked up at the sky. All around, tourists were screaming in shock. Why does it feel like the Great Wall is shaking? This is strange. The floor tiles are even emitting a peculiar glow. It's terrible. Damn, I heard that many people died while building the Great Wall. Could it be the vengeful spirits are coming for us? Some timid tourists were pale with fear, whispering in panic. Watching the worried expressions of the surrounding tourists, Lin Yuan was extremely excited. His eyes were fixed on the sky, his pupils dilating, and endless radiant light surged forth. Meanwhile, in the live stream, the barrage of comments was exploding. Holy crap, what am I seeing? The tiles on the Great Wall are actually oozing a peculiar glow, and just now it seemed like a dragon shot up into the sky. What the hell? Am I hallucinating or seeing things? I saw it too. It must be a special effect from the live stream. Damn, I got goosebumps all over. Just now the streamer said he wanted to see the true face of the Qing Great Wall, and then suddenly the Great Wall underwent a dramatic change. Could it be? In the live stream of the Advanced Physics Institute, nearly 50,000 viewers widened their eyes, witnessing an unimaginable scene. Radiant light surged into the sky. Divine light, like pillars. It felt as if there were dragons roaring by stirring the soul. This scene was so bizarre. This view was so spectacular. More than 50,000 viewers were left with their mouths agape, their faces filled with sheer horror. Only Lin Yuan's figure was seen calmly walking up the ancient steps of the Qing Great Wall. His expression was invigorated, and he raised his fist in exultation. Dear viewers, this is the true appearance of the electrical engineering of the Great Wall. To put it simply, what you hear as the buzzing dragon's roar is merely the current sound in its operational state. The phenomena you see are just the state of the Great Wall's circuitry chip when it activates overclocking. The ancients didn't understand the principles and viewed it as celestial phenomena passing down various myths. But little did they know this is just the most normal occurrence on Earth's spaceship. At this moment, Lin Yuan was exceptionally, not only because he witnessed the Great Wall's overclocking state with his own eyes, but also because the causal halo had materialized it, and it truly succeeded. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The number of participants for Earth Starship has surpassed 1,000. Reward current theoretical directional gift pack. Initializing. Congratulations on obtaining the technology of superconducting electronic special gas. It was a moment of enlightenment. Lin Yuan instantly mastered the production technology of superconducting electronic special gas. He was overwhelmingly ecstatic. What a great thing, he murmured excitedly. Electronic special gas. In the semiconductor manufacturing and chip field, it is revered as the blood of the electronics industry, being an extremely critical secondary material. Looking at it this way, the mysterious substance of the Great Wall, white cement that modern science cannot explain, might be a form of ancient electronic special gas. Currently, the processes required for chip manufacturing include photolithography, etching, ion implantation, and a series of steps that all require electronic special gas. This technology is in the hands of advanced foreign companies. In our country, let alone chip manufacturing, even the production technology of this small electronic special gas is restricted and tightly controlled. But now it was different. The superconducting electronic special gas granted by the system is of a more advanced technological and quality level, leading other countries by at least 20 years. With it, there is no longer any need to worry about restrictions on photolithography machines. Foreign companies will have to obediently call for help. Holding back his excitement, Lin Yuan instinctively glanced at another part of the system's virtual panel. Exploration degree of Earth Starship 00001. Hey, the exploration degree is finally not 0. Lin Yuan was so happy he felt like crying. And that wasn't all. Another system prompt echoed in his ears. Congratulations to the host, the Hongming spaceship crew management chart has been unlocked. The host has unlocked crew sequence 19. Engineer Qin Huang Yingzheng. Side quest initiated, retrieve any of the 3 treasures of Qin Wang, Zhaogu Jing Magnet Dorotheus Sword. The name of this spaceship is indeed imposing. Lin Yuan's gaze trembled. In mythology, before Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth, the world was a chaotic mass, hence referred to as Hongmeng. Perhaps this is precisely what our wise ancestors unexpectedly discovered in this realm, leading to the essence of Earth. However, at this moment, Lin Yuan was more concerned about the system's other prompts. It actually activated the crew management map of the Earth spaceship. As long as I retrieve any one of the 3 treasures of the Qin Emperor, I can obtain the corresponding identity clues for the next crew member. Moreover, it is sequence 13, which is clearly of a much higher status than the sequence 19 of the first emperor. Lin Yuan's face showed excitement. He was naturally aware of the legendary 3 treasures of the Qin Emperor. It is said that the Qin Emperor's bone mirror is a bronze mirror capable of viewing the skeletal structure of the human body. Moreover, this item is not fictional, it is recorded in history. The Tang Dynasty collection, Yuyang Zaji, clearly documents this. A bronze mirror that can clearly see the internal organs and the beating heart. This is nothing but a modern CT scanner, X-ray, computed tomography, and MRI. In ancient times, it was impossible to create such a miraculous item. What could be the source? Lin Yuan didn't need to think. The so-called Qin Emperor's bone mirror must have originated from the tools within this ancient super spaceship. And it is even more advanced. Modern CT scanners and MRIs are bulky, while the bone mirror can be held in one hand, making it portable. This is nothing but a miniature version of a future home doctor assistance device. If the technical principles of the Qin Emperor's bone mirror could be deciphered and replicated, what immense advancements could it bring to modern medicine? Imagine this, every household in the Dragon Country having a bone mirror able to check for health issues at any time. It would serve to treat major illnesses early and prevent problems before they arise. As for the magnetic door and the Teia sword, the former is said to be made of magnet, utilizing the principle of magnet attracting iron, preventing hidden weapons from passing through to ensure the safety of the homeowner. This was still due to the limitations of ancient cold weapons and materials. Perhaps the magnetic door could sense not only iron weapons, but even modern firearms would have no escape from it. Lin Yuan could only say that the first emperor was quite something. He actually dismantled a security door from the Earth spaceship and installed it in his Apang palace. As for the Teia sword, it might just be the standard weapon equipped to every crew member of the spaceship, indestructible. Historical records state that the magnetic door and the Teia sword were said to be sealed within the underground tomb of the Qin Emperor, while the bone mirror has appeared several times in the civilian realm. Then my next target is the Qin Emperor's bone mirror. As Lin Yuan was murmuring to himself, he suddenly sensed something and looked forward sharply. Outside the Guyong Great Wall scenic area, a sudden whoosh 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 of a massive propeller spinning echoed across the desolate land. A G-20 helicopter came roaring from the distant sky and slowly landed on the ground. Following that, 6 armed soldiers stepped out of the helicopter, escorting several elderly researchers in white lab coats, who looked quite spirited despite their gray hair, onto the Great Wall. About 5 minutes later, a dozen camouflaged heavy trucks carrying hundreds of soldiers arrived at the Great Wall scenic area. The soldiers, with stern expressions, immediately disembarked and quickly established a perimeter, raising warning lines. Additionally, a large number of military researchers equipped with various radiation detection instruments and energy triggers began surveying the area around the Great Wall. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Beep, beep, beep. Various measurement readings sounded one after another. Confirmed that peculiar energy fluctuation is emanating from here. Oh my god, how is this possible? In just 10 seconds, a power of billions of watts was unleashed, yet there are no related devices or projects around, and it cannot possibly be the effect of a high-energy microwave bomb detonation. What exactly happened here? The few spirited elderly men screamed in confusion, their faces filled with bewilderment. This scene also shocked and stirred the tourists present. What's going on? This is the elite unit of the Dingbei battle zone. Why are military personnel here? Oh my god, could it be related to the strange phenomenon we just witnessed? Quick look at the news online. It turns out a streamer was live broadcasting at the Great Wall, claiming the wall is some electrical engineering project of an Earth spaceship. The Great Wall glowed just now, I saw it with my own eyes. Damn, it's the 21st century, and there are still supernatural events. Mom, I'm scared. Some tourists, gathering their courage, approached military officers to inquire, "Excuse me, what is happening? Why can't we leave here? The officers, all exuding a chilling aura, replied, in unison, national secret. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan also noticed the military's arrival and the strict lockdown of the Great Wall. This was even captured by the eagle-eyed drone. This scene was simultaneously broadcast to countless netizens. Everyone was left dumbfounded. My goodness, the streamer can't really have activated the Great Wall's electrical engineering project, right? They even alerted the military. It's a special effect, it must be video effects and scripted drama. How can the Great Wall be electrical? It's a total absurdity. Scripted. Didn't you see that the one leading them was a high-ranking military official? This is wild. I'm just watching a live stream. Am I going to have to sign a confidentiality agreement? Hiss. I signed one back in '99. You guys have no experience, so step aside. I'll sign first out of respect. The comments exploded. The next moment, the live stream of the Higher Institute of Physics suddenly went black. What the hell? This scene further excited the netizens. I said this must be the military intervening. Network signal interference lockdown. Closing the live stream. Next step is to check the water meter and arrest people. What kind of mess have we gotten into? The Great Wall's electrical engineering project can't possibly be a military secret in our country, right? The streamer must be in shock. I just talked big, and now I'm going to be in trouble. In reality, Lin Yuan noticed the sudden black screen of the live stream and frowned slightly. At that moment, the military official who was a high-ranking officer approached Lin Yuan with several military experts. Hello, Lin Yuan. I am Zhou Qingyuan from the Dingbei military region. General Zhou Qingyuan spoke with an imposing presence. Young comrade, can you explain what you just did? Just moments ago in the helicopter. Zhou Qingyuan and the other military experts had roughly understood the reason behind the unusual energy fluctuations at the Great Wall, and even under the military's powerful background, they had thoroughly investigated Lin Yuan's ancestry for the past 18 generations. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with shock and confusion. Of course, Lin Yuan replied, calmly providing a brief explanation. After confirming the reasons behind the incident, everyone exchanged glances. Even the military experts brought by General Zhou were rubbing their temples, unsure how to respond. One elderly man in traditional attire fixed his gaze on Lin Yuan with a peculiar expression, suddenly asking, young comrade, do you know about the Antarctic Treaty Incident? Yes, Lin Yuan nodded, and replied the Antarctic Treaty Incident was a treaty signed by Dragon Country, Eagle Sauce Bear Country, and hundreds of other nations stipulating a series of agreements, including that Antarctica is solely for peaceful purposes and promotes scientific research. It prohibits a series of military activities, nuclear explosions, and the disposal of radioactive materials in Antarctica, freezing territorial claims, etc. Do you know why? The elderly man asked again. Of course, Lin Yuan answered without hesitation, because beneath Antarctica lies the armory of this super spaceship that is Earth. Anyone who dares to act recklessly would cause the armory to explode. By then, don't mention the 5 permanent members, everyone would be done for. Lin Yuan answered earnestly, causing everyone to widen their eyes. The old man in Tang's suit was also taken aback, forcing a smile as he said, your statement is quite bold. He introduced himself, saying his name was Su Nanshan, also an academician from the Dragon Institute, whose lifelong research focus was earth sciences, including geology, meteorology, oceanography, and more. In fact, there are indeed some secrets in Antarctica. Su Nanshan took a deep breath and said, the first group of scientific researchers to set foot in Antarctica discovered something extraordinary, which led to the establishment of the Antarctic Treaty. Let me put it this way, at that time the scientific community believed that the remnants left in Antarctica might be related to ancient civilizations. With the civilization and technology we possess today, we dare not easily access that world. I think our ideas as old folks are already quite avant-garde, but compared to your armory speculation, your theory is even more astounding. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he looked at the old man Su with warmth. So Mr. Su, are you a supporter of the theory of ancient civilizations existing on Earth? Then we are on the same page. My theory is somewhat exaggerated, but we ultimately reached the same destination. The forces behind the creation of Earth's spaceship definitely belong to a super civilization. Su Nanshan laughed instantly and walked over to pat his shoulder, saying, no wonder old Qin said your research direction deviated. Fortunately, you are not my disciple, or I would not rest in peace. Mr. So you know my master, so I'll take that as a compliment for me. Lin Yuan laughed heartily. All right. General Zhou from the military scanned the scene with authority and looked at Lin Yuan. Young man, do you know how big of a stir you caused today? General Zhou, everything is for the sake of scientific exploration. It's a good thing. Lin Yuan said earnestly. So what do you think we should do next? Zhou Qingyuan was amused by Lin Yuan's words and shook his head. Come back to the base with me. We need you to provide further explanation. No problem. Lin Yuan nodded. However, my live stream is only halfway through. Can you let me finish it first? Do you think? General Zhou said with interest. Then let's see if our country is interested in knowing the most advanced technology in chip manufacturing. Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously. I've just discovered a fantastic electronic special gas technology from the Great Wall Circuit Project. Electronic special gas is the lifeblood of chip manufacturing, but this special industrial gas has long been monopolized by giants like Eagle Sauce and Sakura Island. With my superconducting electronic special gas technology, we can lead a massive transformation in the chip manufacturing industry, allowing the Dragon Kingdom's chip industry to overtake globally. Hearing these words, all the scientific experts at the scene, including Zhou Qingyuan, were shocked. Is that true? Zhou Qingyuan stammered, young man, don't fool me. As a military big shot, Zhou's perspective is naturally not something ordinary people can compare to. Chips are not only a key project in civilian electronics industry, but also extremely important in military defense. After I finish the broadcast, I will organize the technology for the superconducting electronic special gas. Lin Yuan said calmly. This? General Zhou was tempted. He turned to discuss with several experts and finally nodded. We can only give you one. That's enough. Lin Yuan nodded gladly. He turned and walked back to Qin Chongqing facing the camera. In an instant, the live broadcast picture returned to normal. The number of online viewers surged to 60,000 in just a few seconds, creating a sensation. Countless netizens excitedly sent gifts to Lin Yuan. At least a few 100,000 soft sister coins were incoming. Oh my, the streamer is back from being checked. Streamer, don't run, keep fooling me. Ooh, I love hearing you bluff. What's going on? Didn't they say the Guyong Qin Chongqing scenic area was sealed off by the military? Hiss, the military hasn't left yet. Netizens saw numerous armed guards surrounding the scene in the wide-angle shot, and couldn't help but gasp. This scene, it was as if the military was providing protection for Lin Yuan. This has escalated. The military hasn't arrested the advocate of this nonsense. Does that mean they are tacitly approving his statement? Hiss. Earth really is a spaceship. Netizens were baffled. All parties were shaken. Lin Yuan glanced. Earth Starship, said the number of viewers, 5286. Goodness. In just these few minutes, the fans of Earth Starship increased significantly. Lin Yuan's heart was filled with joy. After calming his emotions, he smiled slightly. Dear netizens, a little incident just happened, but it doesn't affect us. Now let's continue to explain the ship engineer Xingtian of the First Emperor. As mentioned earlier, the First Emperor learned that the spaceship had malfunctioned, which is why he sent people to build the Great Wall Circuit project. However, how did the First Emperor receive this information? We do not know, but I speculate that it should be related to the Taishan Fengshan. It is well known that when the First Emperor ascended the throne, he inscribed a nation seal with the 8 seal characters commanded by heaven, eternal prosperity. Now it seems I seriously suspect that this nation seal should be some kind of unique prop similar to a key or communication device issued to spaceship members by the Earth spaceship. The First Emperor ascended Mount Tai 5 times, one of which was to hold a grand Taishan Fengshan ceremony. In my view, its main purpose was to communicate and connect with the spaceship's intelligent brain. As Lin Yuan explained, it was as if a bomb was dropped on the water. Oh my, I'm shocked. The Taishan Fengshan was to communicate with the spaceship's intelligent brain. Is that even possible? Come on, I've bought beer and snacks, just waiting for the streamer's grand discourse. You can't ignore it. The First Emperor's 5 ascents to Mount Tai are indeed a bit odd. Otherwise, in that era, Huashan was closer, also a famous mountain. Why did the First Emperor go to Mount Tai, which is 1,000 miles away? The First Emperor unified Huaxiao through the legacy of 6 generations. Repairing the spaceship's malfunction is a great contribution. Seeing the netizens inspired by his words, Lin Yuan felt deeply moved. He continued saying, Fengshan means to sacrifice to heaven, and Shan means to sacrifice to the earth. Fengshan is generally a privilege of emperors, and not just any emperor can perform it. It requires meeting several important conditions, such as changing dynasties, a peaceful era, or auspicious signs from heaven. In the ancient mindset, Fengshan was a dialogue with the heavenly emperor. Is there a heavenly emperor in this world? I don't know, but I tend to recognize it as the First Emperor Xingtian communicating with the spaceship's intelligent brain. After all, such a super advanced ancient spaceship like Earth cannot lack its own intelligent system, and how does it manifest? Earth's will, the will of the heavenly Tao. The ancients have had too many imaginations and descriptions in this regard. As for why Mount Tai was chosen, I must mention my earlier theory. The 5 mountains of Huaxia are the 5 major annihilation star firepower systems on the Earth spaceship. Lin Yuan spoke eloquently. Mount Tai was regarded as the #1 mountain in the eyes of the ancients, the foremost of the 5 mountains, unique among the 5 mountains. Therefore, I believe Mount Tai is actually the foremost of the 5 major annihilation star firepower systems of the spaceship, perhaps understood as an important military base. Its existence could be a base for destroyer ships, or a dimensional shockwave missile launch platform, or even a catastrophic traction leap cannon. Mount Tai is a star-destroying cannon. Thus, the Fengshan ceremony on Mount Tai was in fact Emperor Qin Shi Huang's dialogue with the starship's AI intelligence at a critical military base aboard the vessel. Lin Yuan's ethereal voice resonated once more. Naturally, whether this dialogue succeeded remains unknown. Yet, Emperor Qin Shi Huang unified the warring states, standardized chariot axles and script, and forged immortal achievements. He erected the Great Wall, not merely as fortification, but to secure the destiny of hundreds of millions of Chinese people. For this alone, the First Emperor's virtue is immeasurable. Lin Yuan bowed solemnly toward the direction of the mausoleum of the first Qin Emperor, marking the imminent conclusion of the live broadcast. When the Great Wall's horn sounds anew, not for war, but for remembrance, and to proclaim the indomitable spirit of the Chinese nation. Remember this. The Eastern Dragon rises, claws and scales unfurled. As Lin Yuan's final impassioned declaration echoed, the Qin era section of the Great Wall resonated once more with a deep humming dragon's roar, and radiant light flooded the heavens. On-site General Zhou Qingyuan and other experts froze mid-expression. their faces locked in disbelief as if all blood had drained from their veins. Viewers, today's lecture by the host on Emperor Qin Shi Huang and the Great Wall's circuitry engineering concludes here. I know many of you are deeply curious why I claim Mount Tai is a stellar weapons system. But that is a far more advanced question, one not yet appropriate for detailed public exposition. When the time is right, I shall explain it thoroughly. Moreover, I will present tangible physical evidence to substantiate the theory that Earth is a cosmic starship. Let me also offer a preview of our next episode. Lin Yuan's upright figure strode across the desolate bricks of the Qin-era Great Wall, as though bearing witness to millennia of history. Our next scientific exposition will explore Earth's interstellar flight log, the Shanhai Jing classic of mountains and seas. Yes, you heard correctly. The Shanhai Jing is not merely an enigmatic ancient mythological compendium, it is in truth a starship's flight log. It chronicles Earth's voyage across the boundless cosmos, its encounters with extraordinary celestial realms, and records every pivotal event aboard the vessel itself. Amidst a voice both mysterious and timeless, the live stream dimmed. Lin Yuan's silhouette gradually faded, then vanished entirely. Guiyang Qin-era Great Wall Scenic Area. Lin Yuan's body burned with feverish intensity, a surge of overwhelming exhilaration. He exhaled slowly, then turned with a smile toward General Zhou and his delegation, walking over calmly. General Zhou, I am ready to accompany you back. His expression remained composed. Very well, please follow. General Zhou Qingyuan, a towering figure within the military establishment, now wore an extraordinarily complex expression. His gaze upon Lin Yuan held neither condescension nor deference, but the unmistakable regard of an equal, and even open admiration. The assembled military scientists brimmed with fervent excitement, bursting with questions for Lin Yuan, yet restraining themselves with visible, almost painful effort. The group then returned to a nearby military base under the Dingbei Theater command. The site's security lockdown was lifted. As elite special operations troops departed, onlookers erupted into ecstatic cheers. Soon visitors uploaded accounts of the event online, igniting further viral momentum. Though numerous media outlets had previously reported on the Earth's starship hypothesis, most netizens dismissed it as mere internet satire, scrolling past without pause. Yet later, when segments of Lin Yuan's livestream were edited and reposted on short video platforms such as Douyin, and coupled with widespread online discussion of the military's rare news blackout, the theory exploded across the entire internet. Countless newly awakened netizens flooded into the Advanced Physics Institute's livestream room. Whoa, did it end already? I literally dropped my pants to watch Emperor Qin Shi Huang wire up circuits. Heard the Great Wall is an electrical engineering marvel. I came to see for myself. Brother, you missed it, but recordings are circulating online. Watch them and your mind will be utterly blown. More than that, the Guiyang Qin-era Great Wall has awakened, confirmed as a genuine circuitry system, and the host who cracked this mystery was taken away by the military. I'm absolutely dying for Lin Yuan's next livestream preview. He claims the Shanhai Jing is a starship's flight log. No way. Is that real? This astonishing narrative electrified netizens nationwide. Meanwhile, academic institutions and research communities, particularly senior scholars and domain experts who had long followed Lin Yuan's work, found themselves plunged into profound bewilderment and awe. Their shock stemmed from witnessing firsthand the Qin-era Great Wall's surreal and majestic phenomenon. That resonant dragon-like hum still echoed in their minds. Their bewilderment arose from the earth-shattering implications of the Starship Earth hypothesis, and from Lin Yuan's cascade of seemingly impossible revelations which had irrevocably reshaped their understanding of reality. A classified military facility under the Dingbei Theater command. In a reception chamber, General Zhou Qingyuan extended a warm official welcome to Lin Yuan. After brief pleasantries, Lin Yuan concisely outlined key aspects of his research. So, young man, you've been investigating the Earth's starship hypothesis since early in your career? An expert from the military asked, astonished. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded and explained, my mentor academician Qin Shana, vice president of the Longwo Academy of Sciences, can vouch for me. My undergraduate thesis addressed precisely this theoretical framework. Oh, the expert's interest surged. One immediately logged onto the Longwo scientific research publication platform. Most held top-tier credentials and possessed substantial platform privileges. Yet after searching extensively, they found no trace of Lin Yuan's cited thesis. Lin Yuan offered softly. My mentor told me he submitted that paper directly to the military. Submitted to the military. Realization dawned. Then it must have been classified as top secret. This young man truly has something extraordinary. Military expert Li Yi chuckled, then accessed the Longwood Defense internal network to search for Lin Yuan's thesis. Let's see what's so special, he said with a grin, then froze utterly motionless. Even with my S-level clearance I can't access it. Li Yi shot upright, stunned. Hearing this, experts Su Nanshan and others blinked in unison, then stared dumbfounded at General Zhou Qingyuan. Why are you all looking at me? Zhou Qingyuan murmured instinctively, then quickly recovered with a wry smile. All right, I'll investigate. He promptly logged into his personal authentication account. As one of the 10 highest-ranking officers in the Dingbei Theater Command, and a full general, Zhou Qingyuan's security clearance stood at SSS level. It's SS level. No wonder Senior Li couldn't view it. Zhou Qingyuan's pupils contracted sharply in astonishment. But just as he moved to open the file, a stark message flashed across the screen. Warning, warning, this document is classified SSS level top secret. Please provide corresponding authorization credentials or decryption key. A thunderous jolt surged through him. General Zhou trembled visibly. SSS level top secret, the highest classification tier accessible only to the 5 theater command commanders-in-chief. This. Experts Su Nanshan and Li Yi gaped speechless. One moment, it was SS level, now SSS level. What in heaven's name had just occurred? Cold sweat broke out across their brows. Then, ding-dong. A call rang directly on Zhou Qingyuan's encrypted phone. From the other, in the commander-in-chief's low, commanding voice resonated. Old Zhou, is Lin Yuan the expert from the Shanghai Advanced Physics Institute with you? Commander Fong. Zhou Qingyuan stiffened, instantly snapping to attention. Affirmative. Following the waveform incident, we invited him for collaborative investigation. Investigation is no longer required. Commander Fong declared gravely. The Chief of the General Staff wishes to meet expert Lin Yuan. Arrange his immediate travel to the capital. Additionally, Commander Fong's tone hardened, resonating with absolute authority. Deploy 2 WZ-10 attack helicopters and 1 J-20 fighter for armed escort, fully armed and combat ready. Zhou Qingyuan blankly put down his phone. When he turned to look at Lin Yuan, his eyes were filled with shock. Expert Lin, something has happened, and we need you to go to the capital immediately. I will arrange a private jet to escort you there right away, Zhou Qingqi said tremblingly, now addressing Lin Yuan. This. Su Nanshan and Li Yi clearly sensed something, their expressions gravely serious, but given their status, they did not dare to ask any further. To the capital. Lin Yuan was taken aback for a moment, but said nothing, nodding. All right, I will follow General Zhou's arrangements. Soon, Zhou Qingyuan personally led Lin Yuan to the base airport runway. Meanwhile, at a corner of a special base in the Dingbei battle zone, an interview team from the central government was reporting on the elite special operations flight team of the Dingbei battle zone, broadcasting live to the entire nation. Dear viewers, the flight team of the Dingbei battle zone is known as our country's Sword of the Blue Sky, with outstanding. Later, the most mysterious ace pilot from the military codenamed Lin Yuan will perform a fighter jet demonstration for us. The reporter Ning Saifu smiled sweetly at the camera while reporting. At that moment, Ning Saifu raised her eyebrows, pointing towards the distance on the airport runway. Everyone, did you see that? Those 2 planes are Wuji 10, huh? Then Ning Saifu froze. She saw an elderly man with military insignia smiling broadly as he led a young man to the airport runway, personally escorting him into a G-20 transport helicopter. As the strong winds rose, the helicopter's rotor blades spun, and the G-20 transport aircraft took off first, followed closely by the 2 Wuji 10s, disappearing in an instant. Hey, who is that young man? He doesn't seem to be military personnel. Oh my gosh, the central government seems to have captured some. Wow, I recognize that young man. Isn't he the big talker Lin Yuan who just finished the live broadcast? Lin Yuan. Who is that? Bro, are you just getting online? You don't even know Lin Yuan from the Advanced Physics Research Institute. He's been hot these past few days because he proposed a bizarre theory, claiming that Earth is a spaceship. What the heck? Many viewers in front of their TVs were bewildered, especially those who knew Lin Yuan's identity. Realizing what was happening, suddenly found their breathing quickening. And on the television screen, another astonishing scene unfolded. A black-gray J-20 slowly rolled onto the runway from the base with no markings, yet it gave the impression of a soldier about to head to the battlefield, exuding a deadly aura. The roar of the turbofan engine erupted as the J-20 flashed past the crowd's eyes. God, what did I... Ning Saifu stood there in shock, suddenly speechless. In front of the TV and even in the central government's online platform's live broadcast room, the vast number of netizens erupted. The J-20 has appeared, but what's going on? Wasn't it supposed to perform a fighter jet flight demonstration? What the heck, do you really not understand, or are you pretending not to? The bullet screen soon flooded in. Open your eyes wide, that J-20 just now was fully loaded. Hiss. Oh my, this is insane. A fully loaded J-20, how is that possible? Isn't this just a demonstration? Could it be executing some major military mission? For many military enthusiasts, their eyes widened, hands clenched tightly, bodies trembling violently. After a while, they calmed down. Each one of them screamed, in reality. You guys don't understand at all. That J-20 just now was not just fully loaded. Look under the cockpit, it actually has 2 golden stars painted. Do you know what that represents? While this is a fighter jet with combat records, 1 star represents shooting down 1 enemy aircraft, and that's 2. A J-20 with real combat achievements in peacetime is incredible. The military enthusiasts were so excited they were nearly going crazy. The reporter Ning Saifu on the scene could not suppress her emotions, reporting excitedly. Previously, the military had released reports of an 8-star J-20, but the stars painted under the cockpit were red, representing achievements of shooting down 8 enemy aircraft during exercises. But golden stars are different. They represent actual combat kills. Ning Saifu trembled as she finished speaking. At this moment, a military personnel rushed over, solemnly explaining, "Reporter Ning, sorry, but the upcoming fighter jet demonstration has to be changed." What? Ning Kaifu's beautiful eyes widened as she quickly asked, "That J-20 just now was piloted by Lin Yuan, right? Did something big happen?" "Sorry, military secret, I can't disclose that." The entire live broadcast program instantly exploded. Not to mention the millions of viewers in front of the TV, the millions of netizens in the live room were also in a frenzy. What the heck, that fully loaded J-20 won't be escorting Lin Yuan, will it? The netizens were stunned. They recalled the earlier scene where the military general personally escorted Lin Yuan onto the J-20. Each of them felt their brains nearly withering. So the state is even protecting Lin Yuan. At another corner of the base, Zhou Qingyuan watched this scene, slowly exhaling a breath. Old Zhou, what on earth is going on? Don't you know the central government's reporters are at the base? Why let them live broadcast? Su Nanshan and other experts exchanged glances, utterly astonished. A big shot wants to see Lin Yuan, Zhou Qingyuan replied in a low voice. Furthermore, the commander reminded me at the end of the call that expert Lin's trip to the capital should be seen by the media. It seems like something big is happening. Tisk a fully loaded J-20 escorting, I haven't even had that kind of treatment. 2 hours later, in the capital at a military airport, Lin Yuan stepped off the J-20, glanced at the time, and realized it was already past 6 p.m. Expert Lin, this way please. A Hongqi vehicle drove directly onto the airport runway, and the staff, who had been waiting for a long time, opened the car door respectfully, inviting Lin Yuan. Thank you. Lin Yuan nodded, and as he casually lifted his gaze, he seemed to see the distant horizon. A white sound barrier cloud suddenly dissipated. With a hint of contemplation, Lin Yuan revealed a faint smile. The Hongqi seamlessly navigated through, eventually arriving at the west side of Tiananmen at the No. 1 courtyard of Shiyuan. In front of the No. 1 gate of Shiyuan, a group of staff members had already gathered. Among them, an elderly man with white hair stood smiling in the golden sunset, exuding a sense of endless wisdom and tranquil power. As Lin Yuan got out of the car and saw the other party, he was suddenly thrilled. Striding forward, he excitedly ran up to him. Teacher, how come you're here? The elderly man in front of him was none other than Lin Yuan's mentor, the vice president of Lonka Institute, Qin Shanha. You brat. Qin Shanha looked at Lin Yuan with a mix of emotions, his smile suddenly turning serious. Come with me, someone wants to see you. Huh. Lin Yuan jolted with energy. You've made quite a stir these past few days. Qin Shanha quickly summarized. Reports from the Zijing Mountain Observatory and the military have both come in indicating that the energy fluctuations emerging from the Guyang section of the Qin Great Wall have exceeded current scientific understanding. Along with some special circumstances, in short, you must cherish this opportunity. Turning back, Qin Shan's expression was filled with complexity. Half a year ago, I suppressed your research application report, perhaps. I was wrong. Your ideas in hindsight may not just be a rigorous scientific hypothesis, but may actually have real possibilities. My vision was too narrow. The future belongs to you, my child. After saying that, Qin Shanha kindly patted his disciple's shoulder. Teacher. Lin Yuan's lips moved a few times and finally his expression turned resolute. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan entered a quiet office courtyard and saw an elderly man approaching him. The elderly man's face was lined with age and wisdom, exuding kindness and warmth, his eyes seemingly able to see through everything, evoking respect. Expert Lin. The elderly man's voice was deep and robust. I have read your research application report, and from today onwards you will receive full support from the state. You will lead the establishment of the Hongming Plan. Every year there will be no less than 100 million with no upper limit in research funding, and the Lonka Institute, the Engineering Academy, and various military research institutions, as well as experts in related fields, will fully cooperate. The national machinery will operate at high speed. Everything in the national treasury is at your disposal. You will have the same level of confidentiality and treatment as the commanders of the 5 major battle zones. Hearing this, Lin Yuan's clear gaze couldn't help but show a trace of excitement. Pausing for a moment, the elderly man seemed to hear Lin Yuan's stomach growling and couldn't help but chuckle. Just in time, it's mealtime. Let's eat while we talk. In the capital, within a dormitory building under the Lonka Institute, Qin Shanha sat in his study, facing a freshly completed calligraphy piece. On the rice paper, the great rock rises with the wind soaring straight up to 90,000 miles. In cursive script, seemed to reflect the complexity of the owner's mood at the moment, filled with shock and excitement. He raised his gaze to check the time. It was 9 o'clock. Is there still no news? Qin Shanha squinted his eyes, slowly sipping hot tea, his eyes revealing a hint of urgency. Dingling. At this moment the phone rang, and Qin Shanha immediately answered. He heard Lin Yuan's gentle laughter from the other end. Teacher, the working meal at Shiyuan No. 1 is really delicious. It's worthy of a national banquet chef. Half an hour later, on the 3rd floor of the state guest house, Lin Yuan stood by the window overlooking the beautiful scenery of Yuan Pond before ending his call with his teacher. Now I can fully unleash my potential. A smile crept across Lin Yuan's lips. He never dreamed that the nation's ambition would be so grand. This also made him feel a significant responsibility and pressure. With a thought, the system panel appeared before him. Earth Starship Acceptances 9881, Earth Starship Exploration Degree 00001. Causal Halo current cooldown in progress. Next recharge complete after 29 days. Note, this function's cooldown time can be reduced as the exploration degree of the Starship increases. Side quest: retrieve any one of the Qin King's 3 treasures. Reward sequence: 13 spaceship crew identity clues. At this moment, Lin Yuan took a closer look and realized that he could request help from the system by consuming points, making task completion a breeze. But there's still something to do. Lin Yuan immediately logged into his computer, bowing his head to work organizing the detailed technical process of the superconducting electronic special gas he obtained during the day into documentation. At this time, Lin Yuan transformed into a top-tier electronic special gas engineer, working late into the night filling up hundreds of pages of data information. He didn't know how long it had been. After finishing the last line of formulas, Lin Yuan looked up and realized it was already 5 in the morning. I'm exhausted. Lin Yuan stretched and collapsed onto the bed, drifting sweetly into dreams. Until the next day at noon, he groggily woke up to find his phone filled with missed calls. He had no idea. At this moment, the network in Long Country had completely exploded because of him. The Earth is a spaceship. This astonishing theory, after 2 days of fermentation, was thrust into the spotlight during a nationwide live broadcast program that the central bank unintentionally held. Is the Earth really a super spaceship built by a mysterious civilization? That streamer's explanations were quite logical, not just empty talk. I watched the video from yesterday, and the Guiyang Qin Great Wall clearly underwent some peculiar changes, not video effects. It must be some phenomenon we can't comprehend. Otherwise, streamer Lin Yuan wouldn't have been taken away by the military. To be honest, if an ordinary person proposed such a theory, people would just treat it as a joke online. But this theory was proposed by a graduate of the National Youth Science Fund Award from the Higher Institute of Physics under the Dragon Academy of Sciences. This made me reflect deeply. With the Wuji 10 and J20 escorting, this is not a simple matter. Many netizens scoffed at the claim that the Earth is a spaceship, even expressing their disdain and resistance. These netizens logged onto major online platforms and even academic institution websites to leave comments. Especially on the official website of the Higher Institute of Physics, it was directly overrun. The Higher Institute of Physics is a research institution. I doubted it should be renamed to a unit under the Bureau of War Ignorance. How could someone like Lin Yuan be worthy of a National Science Award? And still work at the institute? What a joke. Exactly, someone like Lin Yuan is tarnishing the image of our scientific researchers in Long Country. We strongly demand his dismissal. He must not mislead our next generation. Can one become an assistant researcher just by bluffing? I can bluff better than him. Your esteemed institution might as well consider me. Many netizens made sarcastic comments. At this time, some experts from academic institutions also stood up to make declarations. Lin Yuan is a disgrace to the scientific community of Long Country. The claim that the Earth is a starship lacks any scientific basis. It's utter nonsense. We must immediately stop the spread of such bizarre statements and purify our academic field. I strongly condemn the inaction of the Higher Institute of Physics. Immediately shut down the live stream and provide the public with an explanation. Science Bulletin, Earth Natural Exploration Journal, Physical Review, Pioneers of Science. These are some of the most prominent scientific journals and online platforms in Long Country, which published a series of reports. Among them, the editor-in-chief of Pioneers of Science, Zhou Jianhua, who had previously criticized Lin Yuan, was thrilled when he saw the numerous posts attacking Lin Yuan online. Haha, I told you this kid is a fool seeking attention. Zhou Jianhua's heart burned with excitement. I must expose this research parasite. The patriotic youth and internet trolls will surely idolize me. More importantly, he was soon to immigrate to the Eagle Sauce country, and he intended to exploit this wave of hype to boost his reputation, grab a few interviews, and sell his books like hotcakes, ensuring he could buy a villa in Eagle Sauce. Zhou Jianhua quickly wrote a scathing paper criticizing Lin Yuan and published it online. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan connected with the vice president of the Higher Institute of Physics, Lu Ze. Xiaolin, where are you? Lu Ze immediately sighed with a bitter smile. You need to hurry back to Magic City. We can't contain this situation anymore. Just today, over hundreds of thousands of netizens flooded our institute's website, crashing the main CPU. Other leaders in the institute have also spoken. You must return immediately to explain, or else you'll be treated as absent from work. Moreover, your position as an assistant researcher is likely to be at risk. After all, Lin Yuan proposed such a bizarre theory while using the Higher Institute of Physics as a platform. This undoubtedly constituted a major scientific incident. It severely impacted the reputation of the Higher Institute of Physics. Although there were factors within his control, Lu Ze felt powerless. It's all my fault in any case. Just come back first. I'll do my best to protect you as you were following my instructions back then. I just never expected things would escalate like this. Lu Ze apologized with a bitter smile, wishing he hadn't let Lin Yuan act recklessly. He heard Lin Yuan respond with a calm smile. Chief Engineer Lu, this isn't your fault. However, I can't return right now. I have other important matters to attend to. Lu Ze frowned upon hearing this. What was going on with this young man? Was he drifting away, or what? Didn't he realize the seriousness of the situation at such a critical moment? Youth today? Chief Engineer Lu, I'll explain the specifics once I return. As for the live stream, please wait patiently, there might be news today. After saying this, Lin Yuan hung up the phone. What does this mean? Lu Ze frowned deeply, putting down the phone and looking at the group of leaders and professors in the meeting room. He could only smile bitterly and reiterate Lin Yuan's words. This is absurd. A leader immediately slammed the table and shouted angrily, "How did this academic parasite get into our research institute? I strongly demand Lin Yuan's immediate dismissal. Today's youth are too unreliable. When we interviewed Xiao Lin, I thought this young man had potential, but it turns out Sai, what can we do? After all, he has connections, the academician is backing him." Some supervisors at the Higher Institute of Physics spoke sarcastically. "What a pity." Finally, the director of the Higher Institute of Physics, Shun, spoke up, sighing, "Immediately revoke Lin Yuan's identity and authority as an assistant researcher, and furthermore, Director, something big has happened." Just then a secretary rushed into the meeting looking shocked and trembling. "An important red document has been issued from above. By the Ministry of Science and Technology, the Dragon Academy of Sciences, the Engineering Academy, the Science and Technology Association, and even the National Defense Science and Industry Commission, a joint statement has been issued ordering our Higher Institute of Physics to fully cooperate with expert Lin's work. No, it should be said that this is a document directed at all national scientific and academic institutions, all domestic scientific and academic units regardless of their nature, even military enterprises must comply. Fully cooperate with expert Lin Yuan. Goodness. These organizations are all top departments in the scientific and academic community of the Dragon Kingdom, and they hold immense authority." The leaders and experts present at the scene gasped in shock upon hearing these titles. Then they heard the following words and were left dumbfounded. "Expert Lin." Hearing this, Dean Shun stood up in shock, murmuring to himself, "Lin Yuan. Indeed, he is our institute's assistant researcher, expert Lin Yuan." With a boom, everyone in the conference room stiffened in their seats, trembling uncontrollably. "Oh my, what has Lin Yuan done?" At that moment, Lu Zhe received a message and suddenly shouted in disbelief. Just now, the Central Mother into Science program broadcasted the content of Lin Yuan's live stream from the past 2 days. Unveiling the Earth is a spaceship. Moreover, major satellite TV stations have received documents requesting them to broadcast Lin Yuan's live program, and top research institutions across the country have also received study tasks. With a bang, the conference room fell into a state of shock. Those with keen insights immediately understood the implications behind this red document. The state is endorsing Lin Yuan. The information released behind this is certainly not that simple. In the next moment, Dean Shin almost slapped himself in the face. Feeling fortunate, he shouted, "I take back what I just said. It seems I have misunderstood expert Lin Yuan deeply. As the dean, I must reflect profoundly." The other experts also changed their expressions instantly. No wonder he is the youngest recipient of the National Youth Fund Award. Expert Lin is the rising star of our Advanced Physics Research Institute. The Earth is a spaceship. What an astonishing statement. If carefully examined, perhaps another genius like Einstein is about to emerge. The sages have said that science is the process of bold hypothesis and cautious verification. Expert Lin Yuan has pointed us towards a new path in research. Comrade Lin Yuan truly deserves the title of genius, receiving such significant support from the state. He has brought honor to our research institute. At that moment, the atmosphere in the Advanced Physics Research Institute was filled with joy and pride. An hour had passed, and Zhou Jianhua frowned at the post he had made online refuting and criticizing the Earth spaceship theory. What's going on? Why is the post gone? Unwilling to give up, Zhou Jianhua reposted it on various platforms, even uploading a video to Douyin harshly attacking Lin Yuan as a scourge of the Dragon Kingdom's scientific community. Hey, where did the video go? Just as Zhou Jianhua was puzzled, there was a loud bang as the door of his apartment was kicked open and several cold-faced soldiers rushed in. "Zhou Jianhua, you are being formally arrested for suspected insult and defamation of a national contributor. Additionally, we have discovered that you colluded with foreign forces and are involved in." As a series of charges were listed, Zhou Jianhua's face turned pale and he screamed in despair. "No, I didn't do anything. You can't arrest me. I wouldn't dare to defame a national contributor." Zhou Jianhua. Just then, the living room TV began broadcasting the program, Into Science. Hello viewers, this is the Into Science program team. Today we bring you an astonishing brand new scientific theory unveiling the Earth is a spaceship. The academic speaker is our country's young scientist, expert Lin Yuan. Boom. In this moment, Zhou Jianhua finally understood what was happening. Veins throbbed on his forehead, his blood pressure skyrocketed, and he spat out a mouthful of old blood, fainting on the spot. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan, accompanied by several domestic experts in electronic special gases, arrived at a company factory base called Xingtian Special Gas. Xingtian Special Gas is a national enterprise with an official research background which achieved a revenue of 3.6 billion in the domestic electronic special gas market last year. Moreover, Xingtian Special Gas is the only company in the Dragon Kingdom selected as one of the top 10 electronic special gas companies worldwide. Arriving at the factory laboratory, Lin Yuan nodded as he looked at the various precision instruments before him. The accompanying experts looked at Lin Yuan with doubt, their expressions filled with skepticism. This morning, they had received a notification from the relevant department to accompany an expert named Lin Yuan to experiment with a new type of electronic special gas manufacturing process at Xingtian Special Gas. Upon seeing Lin Yuan, the senior experts couldn't help but frown. It was simply because Lin Yuan was too young. But what is electronic special gas? Although the public is not familiar with electronic special gases, it is no exaggeration to say that electronic special gases are currently at the forefront of human technology. Can this young fellow really handle it? The senior experts muttered to themselves. Lin Yuan, however, wasted no time and donned a protective suit, personally stepping into the field to begin producing superconducting electronic special gas. He focused on superconducting dinitrogen tetroxide, superconducting high-purity hydrogen sulfide, and superconducting trifluoramine as the main production targets. In addition, he aimed to create the world's most advanced superconducting 8N high-purity hydrogen sulfide gas. After a series of operations, when he obtained the latest electronic special gas data, the experts were stunned. My heavens! The most ordinary superconducting high-purity hydrogen sulfide special gas produced by expert Lin actually improved the anisotropic capability of aluminum etching by 80, surpassing the most advanced technology in the world by at least a decade. This is unbelievable. With this new type of electronic special gas, the performance of chips will increase by at least 30. Oh my, those Western fellows will go crazy when they see this data. The experts were so excited they could hardly speak. Although electronic special gas may seem inconspicuous, such outstanding electronic special gas could completely spark a major revolution in the chip manufacturing market. Indeed, there is no denying that chip manufacturing and photolithography machines are very important. But now it's different. No matter how advanced your photolithography machine is, if you use conventional manufacturing processes, the chip's performance will never break through. However, if you use the superconducting electronic special gas studied by expert Lin, the chip performance can be improved by at least 30 under the same working efficiency of the photolithography machine. What does this mean? It equates to a technology barrier in chip manufacturing that countless engineers have struggled to overcome. Now a small electronic special gas has perfectly solved it. After obtaining these experimental electronic special gas entities and information, Lin Yuan also let out a sigh of relief. He then sent the relevant data to the Xiqing Supercomputing Center through his teacher. There, the national treasure Xinhui Taihu Light supercomputer is fully prepared and ready to initiate full-frequency calculations to verify Lin Yuan's research results. Just then Lin Yuan suddenly paused. In his mind, the system began to emit a series of urgent prompts. Congratulations, host. The number of people accepting Earth spaceship theory has surpassed 2000. You have gained 2000 points. Congratulations, host. The number of people accepting Earth spaceship theory has surpassed 5000. You have gained 5000 points. Congratulations, host. The number of people accepting Earth spaceship theory has officially surpassed 1000. Current reward. Earth spaceship map query device Lianshan a spaceship mapping device that can search for related maps and information in various areas of the spaceship and gain access permissions. Note: collecting Guizhong and Zhou will grant partial data access permissions of the Earth spaceship. Lin Yuan blinked in surprise, then broke into a broad grin. The viewer count had surged to 100,000 in such a short time, an unexpected yet welcome development. He had just been informed that his live stream videos from the past 2 days would air today on CCTV's documentary series Exploring Science. The program reached audiences nationwide. Gaining 100,000 followers within minutes thus felt entirely effortless. Yet what truly astonished Lin Yuan was the system reward granted upon surpassing that milestone. Earth Starship Theory's first major breakthrough. It's the Lianshan E, and indeed it functions as Earth's Starship Navigation Atlas. Lin Yuan murmured, inwardly awestruck. The Lianshan traces its origins to the ancient text rites of Zhou. The Grand Diviner oversees the 3 E methods: the Lianshan E, the Guizhong E, and the Zhou E. Each employs 8 trigrams and 64 hexagrams. In modern times, only the Zhou E survives. The Lianshan and Guizhong vanished into the mists of history, becoming enduring enigmas of Chinese civilization. Yet in this life, Lin Yuan had devoted years to meticulous research and intuitive deduction. He believed the Lianshan served as the Starship's cartographic manual, mapping every region's topography, structural layout, and functional architecture. It also documented environmental conditions and climatic variations across all mapped zones, storing vast volumes of empirical data. The Guizhong, by contrast, functioned as an encyclopedic compendium of all artifacts and equipment aboard Earth's Starship, including those long lost beyond its hull. The Zhou proved more intuitive, a sophisticated simulation engine embedded within the Starship's core systems. Ancient sages, having deciphered fragments of its logic, harnessed rudimentary computational protocols, using massive datasets to model probabilistic outcomes. Given the Starship's omnipotent capabilities, such simulations easily yielded insights traditionally described as foreseeing fortune and misfortune, or divining celestial patterns. The Starship's functionalities are boundless. I've barely scratched a fraction of a percent of its full potential, Lin Yuan reflected with quiet awe. For now, he set aside the Lianshan and re-centered himself in reality. Expert Lin, your breakthrough in superconducting electronic specialty gases will propel China's domestic chip industry onto an entirely new tier. In the laboratory, several specialists in electronic specialty gases wore expressions of ecstatic disbelief. Lin Yuan smiled calmly and continued. During deposition, silicon wafers underwent thermal oxidation. Superconducting nitrogen tetroxide was precisely injected, yielding flawlessly uniform thin film growth. Next experiment: dry etching. Superconducting fluorocarbon gases were introduced to modulate etchant concentration, achieving astonishing nanoscale uniformity in etch profiles. Meanwhile at Longwa's Xiqing Supercomputing Center, Fan Yaodong, top chip expert and disciple of Qin Shanha, waited anxiously outside the reinforced chamber. Within the vaulted door lay the national treasure, the Sunway Tolite supercomputer running hyper-accelerated analyses on over 100 superconducting electronic specialty gas synthesis protocols provided by Lin Yuan. 2 hours later, Fan Yaodong received the preliminary report. This is nothing short of a miracle. A gust of exhilaration swept over him, so intense, so profound that he stood utterly speechless. He immediately contacted Master Qin. Master, unbelievable, absolutely extraordinary. Fan Yaodong erupted with jubilation. The superconducting electronic specialty gas technologies my junior brother contributed will instantly catapult domestic chip development into an era of explosive advancement. More crucially, they will become our sovereign weapon to counter Western sanctions. Just as ASML holds a monopoly in photolithography machines, Longwa's mastery of this superconducting electronic specialty gas technology now commands an unassailable, irreplicable dominance. On the other end of the line in Daijing, Qin Shanha's eyes gleamed with fierce resolve. Announce it publicly, immediately. Declare that Longwa has achieved global leadership in electronic specialty gas fabrication 20 years ahead of the rest of the world. You will oversee this initiative personally. Hearing this, Fan Yaodong paused, then asked hesitantly, then, what am I? He bears another critical mission. Handle all procedural matters diligently, and know this, I've spoken with him. He originally intended to donate this technology to the nation free of charge, but the elders at Shiyuan compound unanimously declined. Qin Shanha's voice swelled with pride and conviction. His unwavering patriotism fills me with deep admiration. Yet our nation has changed. When genuine high-value technological processes are involved, the state must not claim them without fair compensation. Their consensus, a revenue-sharing agreement. Henceforth, for every unit of superconducting electronic specialty gas sold, your junior brother shall receive his proportional share of profits. At this, Fan Yaodong's scalp prickled. Master, this sum will be astronomical. A moment later, elation washed over him. For his yet unmet junior brother, he's barely in his early 20s and already poised to become a billionaire overnight. Truly extraordinary. Though if I recall, his academic focus wasn't in this field. Where did such inspiration originate? Fan Yaodong asked, curious but casual. It emerged from theoretical extrapolations of the Great Wall Circuit Engineering project. As for specifics, I confess even I remain unclear. Qin Shanha's reply left Fan Yaodong utterly bewildered. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan exited the China Electronics Specialty Gases test base. After receiving his master's call, his expression remained remarkably composed. Revenue sharing. So I'll earn money effortlessly, just lying down. Lin Yuan chuckled, thoroughly satisfied. After all, unlocking the secrets of this ancient starship would be a long, arduous journey. National research grants alone, he estimated, would fall far short. Yet alternative income streams would certainly prove advantageous. By the way, Master, Lin Yuan raised a new request. I must undertake a specific task soon, but I require accompaniment by China's foremost archaeologist. An archaeologist? Qin Shanha's tone grew grave. Have you made another discovery? Somewhat, Lin Yuan replied with a faint smile. It serves as empirical validation of prior theory. I suspect the Qin King's mirror of bone illumination, one of the 3 treasures of Qin, is in fact an artifact lost from Earth's starship. If recovered and analyzed, it may substantiate my Earth starship theory. I understand. Qin Shanha nodded decisively. China's preeminent archaeologist is Professor Wang Wenjiao of Guangdong Province. I'll arrange for his immediate involvement. After hanging up, Qin Shanha paused in thought, then dialed another number. Elder Chun, I urge an immediate upgrade to Lin Yuan's security classification. At Shiyuan No. 1, the venerable elder, who had dedicated his life to the nation, merely paused for a second before replying with quiet assent. Agreed. Any further recommendations? Qin Shanha responded without hesitation. I formally nominate Lin Yuan for this year's Longwa Academy of Sciences academician election. The Longwa Academy of Sciences. A 22-year-old academician. Elder Chen laughed heartily. Old Qin, you and I think is one. A day later at the Pengcheng Olympic Sports Center, the 16th International Chip Exhibition is underway. Exhibitors include major chip manufacturing companies from Longwa and providers of related downstream materials. Of course, foreign exhibitors are even more aggressive. Companies like Yingwei Tonghua Intel and the foreign-backed Taidian Group are showcasing their muscle at the exhibition, launching various high-tech products and new technologies, drawing much attention. Naturally, the chip industry would not be complete without the big brother of lithography machine manufacturing, the ASML Group. At this moment, in a corner of the exhibition, Longwa is represented by state-owned enterprises like Longxin Group and Huahong Chips, while private companies such as Huaxing and Lamy have sent a large delegation to negotiate with ASML. The purpose of the negotiation is, of course, to purchase more advanced lithography machines. The representative of ASML is Mr. Strategist, the deputy general manager of the group. Mr. Strategist, a blonde Caucasian dressed in a well-tailored suit, has an air of arrogance in his bright blue eyes. Faced with the group of Longwa representatives, he impatiently shakes his head and coldly states, ladies and gentlemen, I stand by my previous statement. We can sell you the previous versions of our NXT 1990 Di. As for some other civilian commercial versions, as long as you are willing to pay a 50 premium, I might consider proposing a sale to the group. Of course, do not even think about the lithography machines below the 20-nanometer version that you yearn for. After all, as allies, we will not violate the agreement with the Eagle Sauce side, but I have heard that your Longhua has already achieved independent development of 28-nanometer lithography machines. You can patiently research for another 10 to 20 years since you Longhua people have an old saying sleeping on firewood and tasting bitterness, and by then you won't need to rely on others. Mr. Strategist said this considering himself humorous. As soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of the Chinese representatives changed drastically, each one feeling furious inside. This white man is truly sharp-tongued and extremely arrogant, utterly inhuman. He is just relying on his position and the little selling power he holds, and his arrogance is through the roof. But upon further thought, everyone felt even worse. This feeling of being heavily suppressed is too humiliating. Mr. Strategist, we are very sincere. The representative from Longxing Group, Chu Changhe, faced the mocking gazes from the other side, and calmly said, I know your group just sold the world's most advanced 2-nanometer lithography machine to the Eagle Sauce Intel Group. In that case, your group's 10-nanometer and 16-nanometer lithography machines could also be available for sale, right? Suppressing his disdain for the other side, Chu Changhe chuckled, saying, we Longhua people are very generous, Mr. Strategist, just name your price. Huh. Upon hearing this, Mr. Strategist laughed unabashedly. President Chu, is this how you Longhua people conduct business? You can't even see the situation clearly. Let me put it this way, our group would rather sell those obsolete machines to Africa than sell them to you Longhua. His disdainful posture made Chu Chang's face darken on the spot. Gritting his teeth, his eyes sparkled with intense anger, but he ultimately held back his unwillingness and retreated. A bitter smile and helpless expressions appeared on the faces of every Longhua representative. Humph. Seeing this, Mr. Strategist was even more dismissive. He coldly stated the previous purchase agreement will now require a 10 price increase. What? Upon hearing this, the expressions of the crowd became even more suffocated. Although it is just a small 10, it involves funds exceeding hundreds of millions of dollars, and the most hateful part is that a significant portion of the lithography machines ASML is offering to Longhua are outdated versions. But unfortunately, Longhua can only grit its teeth and suffer this loss. After all, in recent years our country has accelerated the R&D of lithography machines, but compared to giants like ASML, the technical gap is still enormous. Of course, you can choose not to buy. Mr. Strategist still appeared unhurried, a confident smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Mr. Strategist, let us think it over. Chu Changhe looked at the other executives, each of them feeling extremely frustrated, but after careful consideration, they could only brace themselves and accept the agreement. Wait a minute. At this moment, an exhibition staff member suddenly jogged over looking excited. He came to Mr. Strategist, nodded in greeting, and handed him a box, saying, Mr. Strategist, this is a small gift from Longhua to all the exhibitors at this exhibition. What is this? Upon hearing this, Mr. Strategist curiously opened the box only to find 2 small chips inside. The staff member did not hesitate and explained directly, there are 2 chips here, both manufactured by your group's NXT 1980 lithography machine. However, one uses the current conventional electronic specialty gas technology, while the other uses our country's latest developed superconducting electronic specialty gas technology. As for the differences between these 2 chips, your engineers can verify them themselves. After finishing, the staff member smiled and politely prepared to leave. A similar scene occurred in every corner of the exhibition, and every exhibitor, both domestic and foreign, received a small gift from the official organizing committee of Longhua. Wait, what is going on here? President Chu from Longxing Group, full of curiosity, stopped the staff member and inquired. President Chu, the staff member smiled and said, you haven't seen the latest news online, have you? Just today? A scientist from our country named Lin Yuan has developed the most advanced superconducting electronic specialty gas technology, and with the same lithography machine and materials, chips infused with superconducting electronic specialty gas have seen at least a 30% performance improvement. What? Upon hearing this, Chu Changhe involuntarily clenched his fist, his fingers trembling with excitement, and his eyes sparkled with disbelief. Executives from Lamy Huashing and Weka Electric Group were also dumbfounded. As they work in the chip industry, they immediately understood the extraordinary significance behind this news. And Mr. Strategist, the deputy general manager of ASML, reacted, his forehead veins bulging, and he screamed, this is impossible. Superconducting electronic specialty gas technology. A 30% performance boost. God, this is absolutely impossible. The staff member ignored him, smiling triumphantly as he turned to leave. What the hell? This is amazing. Huh? Why should we endure the humiliation from these foreigners? Let's go. The chip company executives, who returned to their senses, tasted the flavor. Now their eyes lit up as they excitedly turned to the Longhua people are definitely playing tricks on us. Mr. Strategist, with a gloomy expression, immediately ordered the engineers to conduct tests. 10 minutes later, looking at the chip performance data displayed on the computer, Mr. Strategist shivered on the spot, his mind going blank. At this moment, at the exhibition, leaders and top experts from the world's leading chip manufacturing companies looked at the sets of comparative data, their hearts racing with fear. God, such outstanding data, how is this possible? What kind of electronic specialty gas technology is this to cause such a tremendous technological change in the current chip manufacturing field? God, hiss. The Longhua people have mastered an incredible technology. This is too crazy. In the center of the exhibition, Robert, the president of Yingwei Group, looked at the chip and data in his hand, utterly stunned. Across from him, the top chip expert from Longhua and the chief engineer of the National Chip Research Institute, Fan Yaodong, rushed to the scene and sat down without a care. He picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a sip. Good tea. Then he smiled leisurely and said to Robert in the most tempting tone, Mr. Robert, your Yingwei is the world's #1 chip manufacturing company. Just imagine, when you have superconducting electronic specialty gas technology, which is at least 10 years ahead of the current global process, what kind of revolution will the chips you produce with a 30 performance improvement bring to the global chip market? It is no exaggeration to say that the global chip industry will enter a new era because of this. After saying this, Fan Yaodong quietly looked at the other party. Opposite. Robert came back to his senses, and before he could be shocked, a group of secretaries rushed over, whispering in his. They reported a series of the latest news regarding superconducting electronic specialty gas, including final data, and a discussion report from headquarters that was produced within 10 minutes. The report contained only one line: at any cost obtain Longwo's superconducting electronic specialty gas technology. Upon seeing this, Robert took a deep breath, his gaze flickering as he struggled to calm his emotions, and he said with a trembling voice, Fan, what do your Longwo people want? Our group is willing to acquire this technology, though any price can be negotiated. Of course, your side can also produce and provide this superconducting electronic specialty gas as a materials supplier. Our group is willing to pay a high price for it. His tone trembled involuntarily. As long as it allows our Yingwei chips to possess this electronic specialty gas, everything is negotiable. At this point, the leader of this Eagle Sauce chip giant enterprise wore a pleading expression. Even we Yingwei are willing to lobby and persuade the Eagle Sauce officials to establish a negotiation bridge. The 10-nanometer lithography machines and other block technology products that your Longwo wants, we can provide them. A few seconds later, Fan Yaodong stood up elegantly, a smile curling at his lips. Mr. Robert, I'm sorry. I just forgot to mention. Superconducting electronic specialty gas has already been classified as a national-level controlled strategic material. I'm afraid I can't help you. After finishing, Fan Yaodong left gracefully. Behind him, several experts stared blankly and followed, murmuring in confusion, Old Fan, what are you doing? Huh? At this moment, Fan Yaodong, a top expert in the Longwo chip field, burst into excited laughter. Awesome. So satisfying. Haha, oldly, did you see Robert's face looking like he just ate shit? This is such a relief. We Longwo chip people can finally hold our heads high. As he spoke, Fan Yaodong was moved to tears. On the other side, Mr. Strategist from ASML was also panicking. The emergence of superconducting electronic specialty gas will undoubtedly have a powerful impact on the lithography machine industry. In the future, prices cannot be sold at such high rates. The group's profits will shrink by at least 30%. And since the Longwo people have even broken through superconducting electronic specialty gas, developing lithography machines below 5 nanometers will not be a matter of minutes. Mr. Strategist's face turned pale, as if he foresaw the end of the group. On that day, an important news report quickly went viral across the internet, broadcasted by the central television station and various major platforms. The term chip still resonates deeply with the Chinese people, considering the arduous journey of the Long Kingdom's chip development. Influenced by the philosophy of it's better to buy than to make and better to rent than to buy, China's chip industry stagnated for decades, and by the time the nation realized its folly, it was already too late. The White-Head Eagle's haughty announcement of its strategy to restrict the Long Kingdom's technological development has further plunged the Long Kingdom into an awkward situation in the chip sector. Immediately, many netizens curiously clicked on the news. Superconducting electronic special gas. It can enhance chip performance by at least 30%. Do you know what this means? It means that while foreign giants have monopolized the equipment for chip manufacturing, our Long Kingdom possesses the most advanced material technology. It can even be said to be more critical. After all, countries are all working on lithography machines, each making significant breakthroughs. In the next 3 to 5 years, they will likely be able to produce machines below the 20-nanometer level. However, the superconducting electronic special gas is different. Experts from the National Chip Research Institute and Long Science Academy all unanimously agree that the technology and craft of superconducting electronic special gas are 20 years ahead of the rest of the world. In the next decade, no company or research institution worldwide will be able to produce materials surpassing superconducting electronic special gas. Wow, that's amazing. Just a few years ago, when we wanted to buy lithography machines, we had to look at the faces of those big shots from the White-Head Eagle, but now it's the other way around. They are the ones who are anxious. To manufacture the most advanced chips, they must purchase the superconducting electronic special gas produced by our country. Haha, the problem is that this is a strategic material that cannot be bought even with money, which must be frustrating. Haha, this is incredible. Our Long Kingdom scientists are truly remarkable. The people of the Long Kingdom were filled with joy and excitement. At this moment, a netizen suddenly realized that the scientist mentioned in the article was named Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan. Is there really such a chip material research expert in our Long Kingdom? Only later, when relevant national agencies stepped forward to explain, did netizens confirm that this top chip material research expert is the Lin Yuan from the Academy of Advanced Physics, who has recently been making waves online. What the heck? Isn't that just incredible? This superconducting electronic special gas was actually developed by Lin Yuan. Netizens were all stunned. Some more observant individuals even dug into Lin Yuan's academic history, which only added to the shock. Wow, do you guys know? Lin Yuan graduated from Long Science University, but the academic field he focused on there had nothing to do with chips. Now think about what Lin Yuan mentioned a few days ago. He said the Great Wall is the circuit engineering of chips, and then suddenly he developed the superconducting electronic special gas. I don't believe it if there's no connection here. Can someone analyze what the situation is? In an instant, a netizen with a wild imagination made a weak comment. Could it be that Lin Yuan developed this ancient black technology through the Great Wall circuit engineering? This conclusion sent netizens into a frenzy. Don't say it, there really is some truth to that. In no time, Lin Yuan surged back to the top of trending topics online. Compared to the excitement of netizens, even the Long Kingdom's chip circle was ablaze. The military side of the Long Kingdom was even more exhilarated. The military chips manufactured using superconducting electronic special gas are incredibly powerful. An expert from the Military Research Academy hailing from the Northeast was so excited, he even slipped into his hometown dialect. At this time, the military had just received the latest military chips, made from superconducting electronic special gas, involving fields such as missiles, rockets, fighter jets, tanks, and computers. Without even mentioning performance improvements, the military chips, made from superconducting electronic special gas, are astonishing in terms of reliability, durability, and resistance to electronic warfare impacts. Military chips are different from civilian chips. They do not particularly pursue how advanced or impressive they are. Instead, stability, reliability, and durability are the ultimate goals. The chip in hand, made from superconducting electronic special gas, showcased outstanding resistance to electronic pulses, leaving military leaders overjoyed. After all, future electronic warfare is looming. If a single electromagnetic pulse bomb goes off, all electronic devices will fail, and then what can be done? The performance against electronic pulse attacks has improved by at least double. The physical isolation indicators to prevent short-circuit failures are also extraordinary. The experts were ecstatic, shouting in excitement. As a strategic material, this superconducting electronic special gas must be managed as a strategic asset. In the imperial capital on the third floor of the National Hotel, Lin Yuan had been staying here for 2 days. At this moment, he was alone in his room, immersed in the system. Before him appeared a pattern resembling the innate Bagua diagram. However, compared to the innate Bagua diagram, it was far more complex and mysterious, featuring thousands of changing hexagrams. This is the ancient mystery of Huaxiao, a lost civilization's ultimate skill. Lianshan. Unlike the Zhou, the methods of using Lianshan are much more intricate. At this moment, Lin Yuan was studying the Lianshan map of the spaceship. He discovered that it was not merely a map, but rather a tool with far more powerful functions. Using the 4 seasons and 6 qi as a guide for growth and decline, using the 6 symbols for good and bad fortune as coordinates, and using the 3 elements and 9 movements for temporal and spatial transformations. Different from the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, which are based on mutual generation and restraint, this utilizes the 4 images and 8 trigrams for differentiation. The 4 images refer to the 4 great star regions of the sky: east, south, west, and north. From the perspective of the spaceship's functions, this Lianshan is even a star map for interstellar travel. After studying Lianshan, Lin Yuan was so engrossed that he forgot to eat and sleep, filled with excitement. Moreover, why is it said that Lianshan is a spaceship map? Because in the teachings of Lianshan, the ancient heavens and planetary systems are divided into 7 major star regions, known as 3 yuans and 4 images. The term yuan means city wall. One of the 3 yuans, the Ziwei Yuan, symbolizes the royal palace and can be understood as the core area of the map. The Taiwei Yuan symbolizes administrative institutions. The Tianshi Yuan symbolizes prosperous markets. Isn't this just a modern map function? Lin Yuan smiled, and without hesitation activated the system function of Lianshan. Deduce the coordinates of the lost Qin Wang, Zhaogu Jing. Lin Yuan casually tried it. To his surprise, the complex innate hexagram diagram suddenly began to rotate and change with thousands of hexagram squares. Subsequently, from each square, images of ancient geographical landscapes emerged. Upon careful comparison, there were indeed many similarities with the modern Earth's regional map. A few seconds later, with the powerful feedback from the Lianshan map's functions, a line of data information appeared before Lin Yuan's eyes. Found it. The next morning, Lin Yuan arrived in Modu on the earliest flight, and then accompanied by military personnel, headed to Ninghai Port, one of the naval bases of the Dragon Kingdom. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, at Ninghai Port, Lin Yuan met Professor Wang Wenjiao, who was also escorted by military personnel. This individual is currently the foremost figure in the field of archaeology in the Dragon Kingdom. Professor Wang, around 60 years old, wore a Zhongshan suit and thick glasses exuding vitality. Upon seeing Lin Yuan for the first time, Professor Wang eagerly approached. "Hello, Expert Lin." The elderly man's warm demeanor took Lin Yuan by surprise, and he quickly extended his hand to shake hands with Professor Wang. "Thank you for your hard work, Professor Wang." Lin Yuan expressed his gratitude politely and humbly. "Not at all," Wang replied with a smile. "It is my honor and fortune to work with you, Expert Lin." Wang could hardly contain his excitement as he eagerly took Lin Yuan's arm, exclaiming, Expert Lin, I actually admire your ideas very much. The concept that the Earth is a spaceship is incredibly advanced, yet it possesses a certain logical coherence when viewed through the lens of Earth's developmental history. As older archaeologists, our deep inquiries into history have led us to increasingly shocking realizations about its feedback. After this enthusiastic exchange, Professor Wang recalled the main topic and asked Lin Yuan, Expert Lin, I heard you called me here to search for the Qin King Zhegujing. Indeed, Lin Yuan replied, candidly explaining. I have conducted extensive analyses and identified the whereabouts of the Qin King Zhegujing with a 90% chance of finding this lost national treasure. Oh, Professor Wang was once again filled with excitement, trembling with anticipation, and exclaimed, this is a true national treasure. It would be wonderful if we could find it. By the way, you called me to Ninghai Port, could it be that? You deduced the Qin King Zhegujing is located in. Exactly. Lin Yuan nodded seriously, in the South China Sea, the Coral Spiral region. During the late Qing dynasty and early Republic of China, the Qin Kings Zhegujing reappeared only to be taken overseas thereafter. Through extensive data collection and analysis, I found that the Qin King Zhegujing was being transported by a British colonial ship, but unfortunately this ship encountered a disaster in the Coral Spiral area of the South China Sea. Therefore, after determining the whereabouts of the Zhegujing, I contacted the relevant national agencies, and they agreed to dispatch a salvage ship to accompany me to the Coral Spiral region for the recovery of the national treasure. Upon hearing this, Professor Wang nodded in approval, saying, that makes things easier. He then looked at Lin Yuan with deep admiration, reflecting, truly the youth is formidable. 2 days ago, after unexpectedly watching Lin Yuan's live explanation of the Earth is a spaceship, he concluded that this young man would certainly create a significant stir. But little did he expect that Lin Yuan would not only stir the academic community in the Dragon Kingdom, but also trigger a seismic event. Suddenly, Professor Wang recalled something and said, however, I heard that the Coral Spiral region experiences storms year-round, which is extremely dangerous, and has a mysterious magnetic field that can disrupt compasses and other electronic navigation instruments. Without full confidence, we should not venture recklessly. Lin Yuan smiled and reassured him, Professor Wang, you can rest assured. The relevant national agencies are fully supporting this endeavor, and the salvage ship they dispatched is definitely the most advanced with the most reliable crew. We just need to follow them out to sea. Oh, that's good to hear. Professor Wang finally relaxed. Expert Lin. Nearby, a military personnel received information and with a serious expression said to him, there are 5 minutes left, the target will soon arrive at the port. Great. Thinking about boarding the ship soon to salvage the Qin Kings Zhegujing, Lin Yuan felt quite exhilarated. After all, this prehistoric black technology artifact that had been lost in the outer world might become crucial evidence supporting the theory that the Earth is a spaceship. After thinking for a moment, Lin Yuan decided to take out his phone and log into the live broadcast account of the Advanced Physics Institute. Professor Wang, would you mind if I stream this salvage operation? Of course not, Professor Wang replied. Professor Wang had a certain level of awareness. He knew that since the Earth Starship could gain substantial promotion and support from the national agencies, it must hold significant importance. As long as he cooperated well. Initially, Lin Yuan planned to start the live broadcast after finding the Qin King Zhegujing to formally discuss the theory that the classic of mountains and seas is an interstellar travel log. However, since he had some free time, he decided to start the broadcast now. Soon, just seconds after going live, a large number of viewers who were following the live stream of the Advanced Physics Institute surged in after receiving notifications. Wow, it's really the streamer. This streamer is sneaky, starting the live broadcast without any announcement. Oh, luckily, I was slacking off at work. What a coincidence, I'm also slacking off at work. Want some sunflower seeds? Ever since the streamer proposed to decode the classic of mountains and seas 2 days ago, I haven't been able to sleep, so eager to know what kind of story this big talker will tell. Is the streamer going to reveal the ancient secrets hidden behind the classic of mountains and seas this time? Can the streamer respond to the news about the superconducting electronic special gas technology released today? Is it really ancient black technology derived from the Great Wall circuit engineering? Amidst the wave of inquiries, Lin Yuan pointed the camera at Ninghai Port, revealing a beautiful view of the blue sea, then smiled leisurely. Congratulations to this viewer for guessing correctly. The superconducting electronic special gas is indeed derived from the Great Wall circuit engineering. Ignoring the uproar in the live chat, Lin Yuan smiled and said, today I'm just casually streaming to give feedback to all the viewers. Next, I will be going to sea with Professor Wang Wenjiao, the foremost archaeologist in our country, to the South China Sea, Coral Spiral Reef area, to search for and recover the lost national treasure, the Qin Kings Zhegujing. Lin Yuan smiled and invited Professor Wang to join him on screen. All the viewers who have supported me know that I previously mentioned a theory that Xingtian, the first emperor, was one of the very few ancient people who understood the true nature of the Earth spaceship. The object beside him, the legendary Qin King Zhegujing, is very likely to be a lost artifact of a spaceship. As soon as he finished speaking, the popularity of the live stream skyrocketed. In less than a minute, nearly 1,200 viewers were online. Countless gifts and effects flooded the chat. Lin Yuan found it annoying and simply turned off the gift donation feature. After all, if he were to do this, it should be a purely academic research live stream. Seeing the streamer act so willfully, the new viewers were stunned and then began to engage in frenzied discussions around Lin Yuan's statements. While the streamer is actually going to the coral spiral reef. That's an incredibly dangerous place. Wow, isn't that the legendary place of return? The streamer is quite bold. Does the Xingtian's Zheogujing really exist? Whether it exists or not is uncertain, but if it is truly found, how could something like that be created with ancient technology? Wouldn't that further validate the theory proposed by the streamer? Professor Wang Wenjiao is the foremost archaeologist in the country, yet he is actually going to salvage the national treasure with the streamer. If I'm not mistaken, does that mean Professor Wang agrees with Lin Yuan's claims? Can the streamer handle this? The coral spiral reef is plagued by hurricanes and mysterious sea conditions. Be careful not to accidentally go out to sea and meet with disaster. Sensing the viewer's concerns, Lin Yuan smiled and replied, "Everyone rest assured, it should be fine. This operation has the support of the relevant national agencies, and the salvage ship dispatched from above is definitely reliable." Before he could finish his sentence, the military personnel accompanying them suddenly stiffened and pointed sternly at the distant sea surface of Ninghai Port, saying slowly, "Expert Lin." Moi. Lin Yuan instinctively turned his head to look. In an instant his eyes narrowed. His breath quickened with excitement, feeling as if the whole world was beneath him. At the same time, under the surveillance of high-tech drones, the live camera also turned towards the sea area. In the live chat room, the viewers were vigorously debating, and suddenly, as the camera shifted, a magnificent, overwhelming visual spectacle exploded before everyone's eyes. Between the blue sky and the azure sea, the most advanced destroyer of the Dragon Kingdom glided through the waves like a giant dragon, majestically and steadily arriving at Ninghai Port. On board the warship, the unique flag of the Qilan fleet of the Dragon Kingdom's Pingdong military district fluttered in the sea breeze. Various advanced and precise artillery and naval equipment gleamed under the sun, resembling a massive steel beast. This was exactly our country's independently developed next-generation destroyer, the 055 class destroyer. In this moment, the sight was awe-inspiring. A deathly silence enveloped the live chat room, with 1600 viewers leaving the chat devoid of messages. After a few seconds, viewers began to scream in astonishment. The 055 destroyer. This is the latest model of the Dragon Kingdom Navy's 10th Xingtian destroyer with a single main gun that is equivalent to an entire heavy artillery battalion. Not to mention its ability to carry hundreds of missiles in a single strike, including the YJ-21 missile hitting wherever it is needed. Other firepower is even more impressive. A few years ago, the news that a 055 destroyer from the Yinglong fleet single-handedly confronted an Eagle Country aircraft carrier battle group was no exaggeration. But now, Lin Yuan was somewhat stunned, turning to look at the major officer next to him. "Is this the salvage ship you mentioned?" The major officer nodded seriously. "Yes, Expert Lin." He then specifically explained, "Moreover, this salvage operation is not only accompanied by the 055 destroyer, but also has the Jiaolong manned submersible on board." Not to mention Lin Yuan. The live chat room was once again in an uproar. "It's like a little cow riding a missile. So impressive. With the Jiaolong submersible out, Expert Lin has really made a name for himself. The country truly favors Lin Yuan. Could it be that his statements are all true and the country is planning to develop a spaceship for Earth?" Amid the excited discussions of the netizens, Lin Yuan and Professor Wang Wen's house party boarded the 055 destroyer. "Welcome, Expert Lin." Captain Chen Guohua had been waiting with the guards for a long time, standing at attention and saluting. "Captain Chen, thank you for your hard work." Lin Yuan calmed down. After some pleasantries, the 055 destroyer departed from Ninghai Port, heading towards the Coral Spiral Reef Sea area to carry out its mission. Captain Chen, can I go live?" At this time, Lin Yuan weakly asked while standing on the deck of the 055 destroyer. "Of course." Captain Chen Guohua smiled and said, "The higher-ups have instructed us to cooperate fully with Expert Lin. Moreover, our Dragon Kingdom's 055 destroyer has been in service for several years. The data and information of some artillery systems and facilities on the ship have been publicly available online, so there is no fear of leaking secrets. Besides, our country has always adhered to the principle of equipping one generation, developing one generation, and designing one generation. Do you really think the 055 destroyer is the Dragon Kingdom's latest and most advanced card? If you truly believe that, well, then you are just too naive." Lin Yuan nodded and opened the live stream again. "Wow, it really is a 055 destroyer. The host is incredible. But to go out to salvage mirrors, they actually deployed a destroyer. This operation is not as difficult as it seems. There's definitely something going on behind this. The host must have struck a deal with the country." Seeing the screen come back to life, the netizens were thrilled. Seeing this, Lin Yuan smiled happily. Everyone, since we're just idling about. Facing the camera, Lin Yuan posed a thought-provoking question. "What do you think if Earth were a spaceship, what would this ocean be?" I think the ocean is like a gigantic energy storage battery. Or rather, it should be called an energy panel. When the spaceship faces special emergencies, this energy panel will be activated. No, I believe the ocean is like an ecological chamber on the spaceship, used to store all the peculiar things encountered by the Earth spaceship over the billions of years of its journey through various universes. The ocean is so mysterious that it may even nurture a mysterious underwater civilization, but what exactly it is, I don't know either." The netizens debated heatedly with excitement at an all-time high. On the contrary, Lin Yuan said leisurely, actually the ecological chamber idea is quite interesting. But I think everyone can be bolder, let your imaginations run wild. I feel that the oceans on Earth are in fact inexhaustible energy reservoirs. As for why? It's simple. For example, in the scientific community, the popular controllable nuclear fusion technology requires deuterium, and the oceans contain billions of tons. At this point, Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously. I see in the comments that many netizens want me to discuss the Shanhagen cough. Not in a hurry. Today's task is to salvage the Qin King's Zayagujing. However, I can offer a little hint as a warm-up to inspire everyone's thinking. Lin Yuan said softly, do you all know? In the entire Shanhagen, the word island has never appeared. Can you all think about why? After he spoke, the netizens' emotions were ignited once again, and the entire live stream. During the following time, Lin Yuan chatted with the netizens, and thus an hour passed. The 055 destroyer had reached the destination of this mission. Expert Lin Weave arrived at the Coral Spiral Reef Sea area. Captain Chen walked over and said, additionally, the Jialong Man submersible has been waiting at the bottom for a long time. Great. Lin Yuan then said with a hearty laugh. I heard that the Jialong submersible can dive deeper than 7.0 meters and has advanced mechanical arms capable of searching and salvaging work underwater. Of course. Captain Chen happily replied. Now we just need you to provide the exact coordinates, Expert Lin. Alright. Lin Yuan nodded and provided a coordinate he had already calculated. Understood. Captain Chen immediately notified the command room. Left full rudder, full speed ahead. The 055 destroyer surged forward like a sea dragon, showcasing the terrifying power of modern high technology. The Coral Spiral Reef is indeed extraordinarily perilous. Upon entering this sea area, a mysterious fog enveloped it, accompanied by a hurricane. Yet before a Xingtian destroyer, these unknown dangers were nothing. As for getting lost, that was even less of a concern. With the Beidou satellite positioning system, the direction of the 055 destroyer was extremely clear, with all sea conditions perfectly visible. Soon after reaching the target coordinates, Captain Chen received a nod from Lin Yuan and opened communication. Jialong, you can begin the descent. Received. With a stern response from the communication device, the atmosphere on site suddenly quieted down. Jialong reports. Descending 30 meters. Descending 100 meters. Already down 500 meters. All conditions are good. Descending 1200 meters. 1500 meters. Oh my god. Report to the command room, we have found a sunken ship at the bottom of the sea. Target confirmed. A sudden exclamation from the communication device made the entire command room erupt in cheers. This scene was also clearly transmitted to the live stream. Wow. Is this something us common folks can witness? It can only be said that the host is too strong. Tisk in the entire Dragon Kingdom's scientific community, it seems only Lin Yuan has this privilege. What exactly has he done to receive such support from the country? Incredible. They actually found it. Thanks to the Jialong submersible, otherwise relying solely on civilian archaeological efforts, it would take ages to discover the Qin King's Zayagujing. Nearby, Professor Wang Wenjiao looked at Lin Yuan with a complex expression. In the end, it all transformed into deep envy. After all, just like the netizens said, only Lin Yuan could receive such human and material support from the country. Soon, under the witness of 200 netizens online, the Jialong submersible broke through the water's surface. At the same time, the mechanical arm of the submersible was grasping a pile of decayed artifacts from the sunken ship. This mechanical arm is incredible. Its sensitivity is amazing, as it can pick up a pile of items without damaging them. Professor Wang Wenjiao said with fiery eyes, his gaze fixed intently on the scene before him. Everyone. At this moment, Lin Yuan suddenly faced the camera and smiled, asking, if at this moment the Jialong submersible appeared before an ancient person in such a magical and spectacular way, what do you think that ancient person would think? Boom. The netizens were even more shocked. Does this even need to be said? The ancient person would definitely... I understand the host's meaning now. He is telling us that when ancient people encounter mysterious and unknown things, their brains will fill in the gaps, leading to all sorts of bizarre thoughts. For example, calling it a divine beast. That makes sense. If ancient people saw advanced scientific instruments and did not understand their operational principles, they would mistakenly believe it to be a powerful creature or some terrifying existence. Over time, it would evolve into various myths and legends. Lin Yuan glanced at the comments, smiling and nodding. The netizens are correct. I believe some of our Huaxia myths and divine beasts are actually glimpses of the ancient spaceship, revealing its marvelous tools and devices over the course of time. After speaking, Lin Yuan ran to the deck. The staff had also transported the items salvaged by the Jialong submersible. Afterward, they began sorting through various items. An hour later, after the Jialong submersible made another dive, it announced that all salvageable items from the sunken ship had been recovered. Over here, Wang Wenjiao and Lin Yuan personally took action. They quickly found a wooden box among a pile of decayed items. The wisdom of ancient people is truly unimaginable. Seeing that this wooden box had been submerged underwater for over 100 years, yet showed no signs of decay, Professor Wang Wenjiao displayed an expression of excitement that was hard to put into words. Lin Yuan also nodded in amazement. He then slowly opened the wooden box, revealing an ancient mirror inside. This is it, the Qin King's Zayagujing. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed with excitement. In the next moment, the live stream was abruptly cut off. Wow. The host is such a tease, how could this happen? Just when we were witnessing something amazing it got cut off. Damn it, the host is really pushing it. Countless netizens went into a frenzy at this moment, nearly in tears. Woo-woo. So frustratingly tantalizing. On the other side, the Whitehead Eagle Pentagon. Still in a command room on the 3rd floor. Dozens of blue-eyed, blonde-haired individuals were gathered, their faces shocked as they looked at the images displayed on the projector. As Lin Yuan found the Qin Kings Zayagujing, the live stream abruptly cut off. A roar erupted on site. Fuck. God. The Dragon Kingdom has gone mad. Shit, did that Lin actually find a real mirror? Could it really be a tool from the Earth spaceship? This is absolutely impossible. What's the devil's trick? After a flurry of noise, everyone's gaze turned to a dignified-looking blonde elder on the scene. It was a general from the Whitehead Eagle. General William appeared with an incredibly complex expression. He wanted to tell himself that this was just a grand deception by the Dragon Kingdom. But in the past 2 days, the theory of Earth Starship had not only exploded across the Dragon Kingdom, it had also stirred a frenzy in the Western world. Seeing the situation escalating, the intelligence agencies of the Whitehead Eagle could no longer hold back and reported to the higher-ups immediately. Through a series of analyses, General William and the relevant agencies of the Whitehead Eagle discovered that the Dragon Kingdom people were not joking. Great Wall. Superconducting electronic special gas. General William muttered a few phrases in unskilled Chinese, then his eyes flashed with madness as he roared, immediately arrange a group of sinologists. Conduct a comprehensive analysis of the content in the video. Additionally, activate the military code Pandora project. The Dragon Kingdom must be plotting something. If Earth really is a spaceship, we Whitehead Eagle must be the first to discover the secret. This also occurred in various countries around the globe. For instance, in Sakura Island. Inside a military base. A general and several high-ranking officials from Sakura Island looked at the darkened livestream screen, their expressions suddenly stern. Oh, great Amaterasu. In this moment, the highest military leader of Sakura Island, Fujimoto Ikaru, spoke excitedly, his voice trembling. This expert Lin's theory must be true, otherwise the Dragon Kingdom wouldn't make such a huge fuss. Thinking back to the previous livestream content where Lin Yuan mentioned that some famous mountains in the Dragon Kingdom were crucial parts of the Earth spaceship's firepower system, Fujimoto Ikaru was instantly exhilarated. If Earth really is a spaceship, our sacred mountain Mount Fuji must be a critical component of the spaceship's weapon system. He spoke with confidence and anticipation, his eyes shining brightly. Immediately, spare no effort to contact this expert Lin. Our Sakura Island must persuade expert Lin to agree to guide us. Hi. A group of subordinates dressed in kimonos nodded in unison, looking almost frantic. If this scene reached Lin Yuan's ears, it would likely make him laugh until his stomach hurt. Mount Fuji is an important weapon of the Earth spaceship. No way. In his research, Mount Fuji is merely the spaceship's most ordinary exhaust pipe. 2 hours later, at 7 in the evening in the pitch-black Ninghai port, the 055 destroyer slowly approached the docking point like a phantom on the sea. Lin Yuan and Wang Wenjiao cheerfully descended from the warship carrying a supply box. Captain Chen, please hold on. Lin Yuan turned to Captain Chen Guohua, who was seeing them off. This operation was greatly assisted by your military's strong support. Thank you, Lin Yuan, he said seriously. You are too polite, expert Lin. This is what we should do, Captain Chen Guohua replied with a slight smile, though his eyes carried a hint of gravity. The scene from the afternoon flashed in his mind, causing even this seasoned naval veteran to breathe a little faster. It was precisely at that moment Captain Chen Guohua finally understood why the higher-ups would deploy such a national treasure as the 055 destroyer just to escort a young scientist for a research recovery operation. It also clarified why, when he first received the mission, the fleet commander had found him and personally instructed him to ensure Lin Yuan's safety. There was once a prominent figure who made a stern evaluation of the Whitehead Eagle, stating, "This person is worth 5 divisions. But now Captain Chen Guohua thought Lin Yuan's ability alone. Perhaps in the future, he could be worth 50 or 500 armies. Captain Chen, remember to tune into my live stream." Lin Yuan joked as he was about to leave. Captain Chen Guohua was taken aback and instinctively replied, "Of course. Do you know Captain Chen? In the Shanhai Jing, and even in myths and legends, there is a divine beast mentioned called Fei." Lin Yuan suddenly spoke at this moment. Upon hearing this, Captain Chen Guohua and Wang Wenjiao beside him both showed puzzled expressions, unsure why Lin Yuan had brought this up. In the Shanhai Jing Northern Mountain Classic, there is a monster called Fei. Wherever it appears, a great drought will occur. This is actually a saying recorded in the spaceship logs. He continued, in fact, this so-called divine beast Fei is a type of catamaran ship. The spaceship's flight log states that 300 miles east at the mountain of Pengbi, there are no plants, much gold and jade, and many waters flowing beneath. In simple terms, it means that there are no flowers, grass, or trees on the mountain, but it produces gold, iron, copper, and jade, or along with water flowing from there. Lin Yuan chuckled. If we expand our imagination, isn't this an ancient shipbuilding yard located by the sea? And Fei is a type of catamaran, possibly due to the use of nuclear technology, thus causing a massive amount of thermal energy during its operation, easily leading to drought conditions on land. After saying that, Lin Yuan gave a mysterious smile. Perhaps soon in our Longwo's fleet we will see such a so-called Fei catamaran appearing. Captain Shin, take care, and I hope to see you next time. He smiled. I can picture you standing on our Longwo's independently developed most advanced catamaran battleship riding the winds and breaking the waves. With Captain Shun Guohua left in a daze, Lin Yuan calmly turned and got into a special car sent by the Longwa Cultural Heritage Research Association. After a long while, Captain Shun Guohua's throat moved a few times with difficulty. Catamaran, he murmured in confusion. In fact, Captain Shun Guohua did know of such a term. It is actually a concept of a future aircraft carrier equivalent to constructing two aircraft carriers side by side possessing more advanced maritime strike and defense capabilities. But will he really be able to see it in his lifetime? Captain Shun Guohua's eyes burst with extreme excitement. At the Longwa Cultural Research Center in Modu, a group of staff was waiting at the door, their expressions filled with joy. Director Zheng, the Qin King Zheegujing, is our Longwo's national treasure. Finding it this time has significant implications for the study of Qin history and the first emperor. A young man wearing gold-framed glasses said excitedly. Zheng Guangqi glanced at the young man and nodded. Xiaohu, you are the leading expert on Qin history in our country. Once this national treasure arrives, you will head a research team and produce a report in the shortest time possible. Director Zheng, don't worry. I won't let you down, Hu Jiangwen said confidently. At this moment, a car arrived at the unit's entrance, and everyone brightened up and hurriedly welcomed it. Lin Yuan and Wang Wenjiao got out of the car. Old Wang, you've worked hard. Zheng Guangqi quickly approached with a beaming face. Then he glanced at the young man beside old Wang. Lin Yuan was dressed in a black casual outfit, and although he looked young, he was exceptionally composed with eyes as deep as stars, and he was also carrying a cultural relic protection box. You must be expert Lin. Hello, I am Zheng Guangqi, the head of the Modu branch of the Cultural Heritage Protection Association. This time we will cooperate with you to receive and study the national treasure. Receive. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. He caught the phrase national treasure reception in Zheng Guangqi's word. He immediately smiled faintly. Director Zheng, I'm afraid you've misunderstood. I'm here at your Cultural Relics Institute because Old Wang said you have the most complete cultural relic protection equipment. I don't have the mood to elaborate further. Please help me prepare a sterile laboratory. Old Wang and I need to work overnight on organizing and analyzing the Qin King's Zheegujing. This? Okay, no problem. Zheng Guangqi's brow furrowed at first, but he quickly revealed a gentle smile and nodded. Expert Lin, don't worry, it's already prepared. This way, please. Lin Yuan and Wang Wenjiao didn't even have time to eat a hot meal and immediately walked into the sterile laboratory to begin the recovery and inspection work on the Qin King's Zheegujing. Meanwhile, in Zheng Guangqi's office, Hu Jiangwen walked in with a sulking and angry expression. Director Zheng, that expert Lin is too arrogant. I just kindly brought our people to help, and he directly blocked me at the door saying the Zheegujing is special and not allowed to be touched by too many people. Hu Jiangwen said with an unhappy face. I am the youngest archaeological expert in Longwa, a chief researcher, and the foremost authority on Qin history. Yet he implies I'm not qualified to touch the national treasure. And Director Zheng, did you know? I just heard Lin Yuan and Old Wang say that after inspecting it they're going to take the Qin King's Zheegujing away. What? Upon hearing this, Zheng Guangqi slammed the table. Who does he think he is? This is a national treasure, not some ordinary mirror. Zheng Guangqi frowned and reprimanded coldly. Exactly, Hu Jiangwen added, embellishing the story with sarcasm. Our institute is an important organization for cultural relics protection and research. At least half of the cultural relics and antiques in the country have to undergo our identification and research certification. So when Lin Yuan says he wants to take the Zheegujing, it sounds like he's taking his own belongings. It's truly absurd. He cannot be allowed to take it away. Zheng Guangqi could see through Hu Jiangwen's thoughts. The Qin King's Zheegujing was too significant with a measurable research value. Anyone in this field would want to lead the research work on the Qin King's Zheegujing. After a moment of contemplation, he said, in that case, let someone take the Zheegujing away under the name of the Research Institute. I will explain the rest to the higher-ups. Good. Hu Jiangwen was overjoyed upon hearing this, and quickly nodded. Meanwhile, on the other side in the sterile laboratory, Lin Yuan and Professor Wang Wenjiao carefully used brushes to clean the Qin King's Zheegujing. To their delight, the preservation of this national treasure mirror was exceptionally perfect, showing no signs of damage, or, moreover, after cleaning the bronze mirror's surface with deionized water, the mirror's surface revealed a clear image. Lin Yuan picked up the Qin King's Zheegujing, gripping the handle, as if pressing a certain mechanism. A few seconds later, Lin Yuan looked into the mirror, and to his astonishment, images of internal organs emerged on the surface, just like modern CT scans, clearly depicting the static images of the internal organs. Incredible. Although he had already witnessed this scene on the 055 destroyer in the afternoon, Professor Wang Wenjiao couldn't help but exclaim in awe at this moment. No wonder the first emperor valued it so highly. This is definitely a high-tech product that could never have existed in ancient times. Lin Yuan said with a smile. As he spoke, ding. Congratulations, host. Successfully completed the side quest, recover the lost artifact of the spaceship, Qin King's Zheegujing. Reward Spaceship Medical Officer System, Spectral Medical Mirror Technology Package. Congratulations, host. Obtained clues about the identity of a member of the Earth Spaceship Sequence 13. Member file. Opening the spaceship's logistics supervisor directory. Successfully opened. Kunlun. Shi Wangmo. Lin Yuan's expression flickered. Over years of research, he had studied Wuxia's historical figures and even its mythic personages in great detail. Yet the notion that Shi Wangmu served as the spacecraft's logistics director took him by surprise. On further reflection, however, it made a peculiar sort of sense. The fabled elixir of immortality, said to be in Shi Wangmu's possession together with her hoard of treasures, does indeed align with the idea of a logistics director. Lin Yuan murmured this to himself, then turned his attention to the spectral medical mirror. Like a sudden enlightenment, he instantly comprehended the development principles behind this black-tech miniaturized nuclear magnetic resonance medical aid. A fine piece of technology, he thought, nodding slightly. If he ever had the opportunity to develop it for civilian use, it would undoubtedly provoke a global sensation in the medical. Such a breakthrough would yield enormous returns. Returning to the present, old Wang remained transfixed by the Qin Wang Zhaogu mirror, sighing in fascination. Expert Lin, could the Qin Wang Zhaogu mirror be made of a special reflective material that allows it to see through the human skeletal structure? At that moment, Wang Wenjiao analyzed the mirror with professional instruments. The data he obtained left him astonished. It is not so simple. Lin Yuan shook his head and explained. Old Wang, look at the handle. It is bronze with distinct patterns, and see this small clasp. Could that function like a switch in our modern electronic instruments? As for the mirror, surface analysis shows components of gold, silver, copper, iron, obsidian, and several other mysterious materials. Not to mention the Qin era, even modern civilization could not with such materials alone create a mirror capable of visualizing the Buddhist bone structure. There must be some unknown archaic black technology concealed within, Lin Yuan said. He smiled and added, or you might simply think of it as an artifact from a spacecraft that somehow leaked out and wound up in Shi Huangdi's possession. Explained that way, it becomes more plausible. Wang Wenjiao was left speechless for quite a while. Wang Wenjiao sighed with a mixture of awe and resignation. Xiao Lin, your discovery will utterly transform Earth's archaeology. Indeed, far more than that. As Lin Yuan amassed more theories and material evidence that Earth itself was a spacecraft, the foundations of modern science would inevitably be reshaped. Old Wang, you deserve some of the credit too, Lin Yuan teased lightly. There was nothing more to examine or authenticate at the moment. Lin Yuan put the Qin Wang Zhaogu mirror away and prepared to leave. Wait, what are you doing? As they stepped out, Hu Jiangwen arrived in haste with several experts from the Cultural Relics Research Institute. Seeing the case Lin Yuan carried, Hu Jiangwen's face hardened. Expert Lin, have you no discipline? He scolded. Who allowed you to take a national treasure? What do you mean? Lin Yuan blinked. Do you really need me to tell you? Hu Jiangwen sneered at Lin Yuan's innocent expression. The Qin Wang Zhaogu mirror is a state-level national treasure, not private property. You recovered it from the sea. On behalf of the state, thank you. But that does not make it your personal possession. By regulation, state-level relics fall under the management of national heritage authorities, and our Motu branch is responsible for this region. Thus, according to the relevant agreement, you must hand the mirror over. Hu Jiangwen said loftily. Nearby, Wang Wenjiao winced in pain at the exchange. He sighed and addressed Lin Yuan. Xiao Lin, since you are not in the field of relics and archaeology, you may not understand. But comrade, who is correct by the rules, we must keep the Qin Wang Zhaogu mirror in the Cultural Heritage Association. Hell, old Wang, spare me. Am well aware, Lin Yuan replied with a faint smile. He knew full well the regulations governing state relic protection. It was almost laughable whenever civilians found or unearthed relics, they were required to hand them over to the state. For example, in 1979, someone found a first-class storkfish pottery jar and received a reward of 5 pairs of white gloves. In Shanxing, a farmer found a golden terrapin and was awarded 350 yuan. In 2014, workers dug up a bronze sword and received 500 yuan and an honorary certificate. It sounds absurd, yet it was unavoidable. Consequently, some domestic heritage institutions developed arrogant, overbearing demeanors. Whenever relics were found among the populace, even when dug up from an ancestral mansion, heritage officials would descend immediately. What followed was a series of moralizing conversations and the confident removal of the antiques. Hu Jiangwen had used his cultural relics expert mantle to conduct many such operations. It could hardly be called outright embezzlement, but given the mirror's immense research value, he would never let the opportunity slip by. Do you think I'm threatening you? Hu Jiangwen sneered. If you remove a state-level relic, that is theft of national property. Do you believe I can call the police and have you arrested immediately? Lin Yuan rolled his eyes, impatient with the posturing. He said coldly, call the police if you like, nonetheless I will be— And who declared this a relic? It is state top-secret research material. It cannot remain in a public heritage. Hu Jiangwen laughed derisively. Expert Lin, you have quite the talent for spinning persuasive tales. He knew Lin had recently gone viral online with those outlandish Earth starship theories that had hoodwinked many, but who remained unconvinced. Just then Zheng Guangqi, pretending to have only just heard of the commotion, hurried over and positioned himself as a peacemaker. With a strained smile, he said, Expert Lin, look at the fuss this has caused. Comrade who is only doing his duty, please forgive any offense, he added. But rules are rules. He adopted a tone of reason. Of course our heritage unit will not forget your contribution. When reported up the chain, there will surely be recognition. However, I have consulted my superiors, and they also believe the Qin Wang Zhaogu mirror should remain with the Heritage Authority. Zheng Guangqi fixed Lin Yuan with a steady stare. His posture implied that if Lin continued to insist, he would be the one acting unreasonably. I have said it already, the Qin Wang Xiaogu mirror is far more than a mere national treasure. Lin Yuan refused flatly. If there are problems, I will take responsibility. You will take responsibility? On what grounds? They retorted. Hu Jiangwen sneered and drew his phone to call the police, summoning security and shouting, "Stop him. If necessary, bind. Let's see who dares." Just then, brisk, authoritative footsteps approached as a casually dressed crew-cut man in his early 30s entered the room. He stood with a backbone like a sword, his gaze brimmed with intelligence and resolve. "Who are you?" Hu Jiangwen demanded, frowning. "This is my identification." The crew-cut man narrowed his eyes and introduced himself. "My name is Chun Lin, attached to the Longhua Garrison District Special Guard Battalion." His rank was clearly major. With a crisp salute, Chun Lin faced Lin Yuan and announced, "Pingdong Military Region, Major Chun Lin reporting to the commander." Lin Yuan was taken aback. "Commander? When did he become a commander?" At that moment his phone rang. When he answered, his mentor's voice delivered a suggestive instruction. "Xiao Lin, for your safety, they have specially selected an elite to be your personal bodyguard," the voice said. "His name is Chun Lin. You have likely just met him. From now on, any matters can be reported through Chun Lin and will be conveyed to the highest level. Also your new credential, Chief Engineer of the Hongming Plan." After the call ended, everyone present was stunned. Chun Lin respectfully presented a credential to Lin Yuan with both hands. Hongming Plan Chief Engineer. Zheng Guangqi, standing close, read the large inscription on the credential and noticed the issuing authority as well. Shi Yuan 1. With that revelation, Zheng Guangqi turned deathly pale. "Ah, Chun will be relying on you from now." Seeing Chun Lin's resolute face, Lin Yuan realized he could not dismiss him and accepted with a wry smile. "You flatter me," he said modestly. Chun Lin's expression grew stern. His gaze fixed on Hu Jiangwen, full of lethal intent. The next moment he strode forward and slapped Hu Jiangwen across the face. Hu Jiangwen reeled, dazed, and let out an animalistic scream. Old Wang stood paralyzed, utterly astonished. Lin Yuan felt equally bewildered. Reporting. Chun Lin snapped another salute and explained in a low voice, "When I arrived, the commander of the 5 war zones pulled me aside, patted my shoulder, and said, 'Whoever harms Expert Lin, we will make his whole family suffer.'" Hearing that, and catching sight of the black Type 54 holster at Chun Lin's waist, everyone shivered and drew cold. Hu Jiangwen and Zheng Guangqi were nearly undone with fear. They hurried over like whipped dogs, trembling. "Expert Lin, we were wrong. We were truly wrong." Lin Yuan had no patience for them. He left without another word, leaving the group staring at one another, terrified to tears. "Old Wang, please put in a good word for us." Zheng Guangqi clung to Old Wang's arm and begged. Old Wang waved them off. "You'd better look out for yourselves." Wang Wenjiao once more observed the state's extraordinary regard for Lin Yuan. His expression was complicated. He stamped his foot, unwilling to get involved, and strode away. Meanwhile, at the Southwest Nuclear Industry Institute, within a vast and mysterious factory workshop, Zhao Tsongru, in dirty work clothes, poked his head out of a massive, intricate machine, his face lined with bitterness and bewilderment. "It failed again, failed again. This cannot be right. The formula should be correct. My research direction is not wrong. Why is this happening?" Muttering to himself for a long time, and unable to see the crucial point, Zhao Tsongru grew irritated. He drew a deep breath and forced his impatience down. Then, as a flash of insight struck, he swept his sleeve and strode into the director's office, bursting out excitedly, "Old Zhang, I need help. Immediately request assistance from sister units. As Chief Engineer of Xingguang 3A, I hereby issue a Level 1 requisition for Assistant Researcher Lin Yuan of the Modu Advanced Physics Institute. The Xingguang 3 laser weapon system stands among the world's most advanced military lasers. Moreover, it is not merely a conventional laser weapon. It serves as an inertial confinement fusion driver, the ignition mechanism for controlled nuclear fusion reactors. As Chief Engineer of the Xingguang 3 project, Zhao Tsongru holds a stature equivalent to that of the chief designer of the J-20 fighter jet. He is currently spearheading the development of the more advanced Xingguang 5 system, a program of immense significance within China's national defense and aerospace industry. Senior Zhao has the Xingguang 5 research hit another bottleneck. Zhang Jinshan, director of the Southwest Institute of Nuclear Industry, set aside his work with a wry smile upon hearing Zhao Tsongru's words. Sigh. Zhao Tsongru shook his head helplessly. "We've made some progress, but recently encountered new obstacles. Enough. No more beating around the bush. Senior Zhang, let me be clear, the Xingguang 5 is pivotal to our future strategic laser defense architecture. It must not be taken lightly." Zhao Tsongru's expression turned urgent. "In short, call the Shanghai Advanced Physics Research Institute immediately and arrange for Lin Yuan to visit Institute 585 without delay." "You mean Lin Yuan?" Zhang Jinshan's eyes flickered with sudden intensity at the name. "Yes, the very young comrade." Zhao Tsongru spoke gravely. "This young man possesses extraordinary insight. A half-finished formula he once scribbled down resolved a problem that had stumped me for months. Now that we face a fresh impasse, I suspect he may propose a truly groundbreaking approach." "I see." Zhang Jinshan nodded slowly, his expression oddly amused. "When you Senior Zhao request personnel, every academic institution and scientific research unit across the nation must comply without hesitation. Even academicians from the Chinese Academy of Sciences would prioritize your tasks at your word. But this time is different. You wish to recruit Expert Lin. Heh." It would be more accurate to say he might deign to summon you. Zhao Zongru frowned. What do you mean? He had been sequestered in the RD base for days, completely unaware of recent developments. Read it yourself. With a faint smile, Zhang Jinshan retrieved a document from his desk and handed it over. Notice on the state-sanctioned major scientific initiative, Project Hongming, circulated to all relevant units. Zhao Zongru flipped it open and instantly froze. Lin Yuan's name appeared first prominently listed. Beneath it lay a cascade of official red-stamped directives, including collective approvals signed by all 5 theater commands, leaving him utterly speechless. After decades in defense science and industry, Zhao Zongru instantly grasped the weight of this document. Even the 2 bombs 1 satellite program had carried no greater authority. This, Zhao Zongru faltered, struck dumb. Then a lightning bolt of realization jolted through his mind, so violently he nearly staggered. Could it be? He suddenly recalled that astonishing title. This is the state genuinely preparing to study Earth. After a long pause, he whispered hoarsely, could that hypothesis actually be true? Uncertain, Zhang Jinshan replied, shaking his head with complex emotion. But one thing is clear, the nation's resolve is absolute. Moreover, I understand several Western powers have already turned their gaze toward us, behind the scenes maneuvering quietly. This expert Lin has stirred a seismic ripple across the globe. Zhang Jinshan spoke with solemn gravity. Understood. Zhao Zongru drew a deep breath and laughed bitterly. Indeed, I've made quite the blunder. Though he served as chief engineer of the Shunguang laser systems, such projects paled beside Project Hongming. Instantly resolute, he declared, then I shall travel to Shanghai myself. No matter what, I must speak with him directly. Perhaps this young comrade, no expert Lin, may yet offer invaluable insight. The next morning, Lin Yuan awoke in his dormitory at the Shanghai Advanced Physics Research Institute and descended for breakfast, only to find Chen Lin waiting downstairs. Brother Chen, did you stand guard here all night? Lin Yuan blinked in surprise. The previous evening, Chen Lin had escorted him back to the institute dormitory before parting ways. Lin Yuan had assumed he'd gone home. Yet Chen Lin clearly bore the signs of having stood watch all night. Expert Lin, he replied calmly. I am your designated security detail. I remain wherever you are. And rest assured, Expert Lin, I am specially trained. My presence will never intrude upon your daily life. Actually, I should apologize. I had no idea. Lin Yuan flushed with regret and immediately pulled Chen Lin toward the institute's cafeteria. After finishing a cup of soybean milk, Chen Lin's straightforward, soldierly demeanor emerged. Expert Lin, may I offer you? Lin Yuan cut him off with a wry smile. Brother Chen, please drop the Expert Lin. I'm younger than you. You're truly overwhelming me. Let's treat each other as peers. Agreed. Seeing Lin Yuan's sincerity, Chen Lin's lips curved into a faint warm smile, and he nodded. Agreed. He gazed at this youth, 10 years his junior, whose brilliance had earned the nation's highest trust, his expression turning deeply serious. Expert Lin, I recommend relocating to more secure accommodations. Given your leadership of this national-level scientific initiative, Project Hongming, you require private secure space to conduct sensitive work. With your approval, I can arrange everything immediately. Lin Yuan paused thoughtfully, then accepted without hesitation. Very well, I'll follow your advice, he said. After breakfast, Lin Yuan proceeded to the Shanghai Advanced Physics Research Institute to report. Having returned after 2 days away for a live broadcast, formal reassignment was naturally required. Lin Yuan, you're back. Shaolin, good morning. Oh, isn't this our newest assistant researcher? Shaolin, you've become a sensation online these past few days. Our institute hasn't caused such a stir online in age. You've certainly come into your own. But take care, Earth Starship warned you to tread carefully. Don't paint yourself into a corner. All along the way, senior researchers and experts from the institute greeted Lin Yuan warmly. Younger colleagues even teased him playfully. Yet everyone puzzled over the buzz-cut man trailing closely behind Lin Yuan, wondering who he was and why he followed so obediently. Lin Yuan. Just then Lu Zhe ambled out of his office, teacup in hand, and his expression transformed the moment he spotted Lin Yuan. Expert Lin, you're back. Oh, how exhausting it must have been. In the next instant, Lu Zhe beamed broadly and eagerly ushered Lin Yuan toward the director's office. Colleagues watched stunned. What's happening? Lu Zonggong looked at Lin Yuan like he'd seen his own father, utterly Blimey, I've never seen Lu Zonggong treat a young person with such warmth. He's practically doting on Lin Yuan. More than that, you didn't hear the deputy director call him Expert Lin, did you? Am I mistaken? Murmurs rippled through the crowd, thick with bewilderment. After all, news of Project Hongming and Lin Yuan's newly conferred authority equaling that of top-tier academicians or theater command commanders had yet to reach the broader institute. Only a select few insiders were aware. Shortly thereafter, Lin Yuan met with Director Shun of the Shanghai Advanced Physics Research Institute. Expert Lin, welcome back. Director Shun greeted him warmly and cast a quick appraising glance at Chen Lin. And this gentleman is... cough. Director, this is Chen Lin, assigned by the military authorities from above, Lin Yuan replied, slightly embarrassed. Phew. Director Shun recoiled inwardly, drawing a sharp breath, and his eyes gleamed with astonishment. Good heavens. Even I, an academician, lack a personal security detail. Yet this young man already commands one. In that instant, Director Shun grasped the extraordinary weight the state placed upon Lin Yuan. His gaze sharpened, and his smile widened. Shaolin, I understand. With renewed enthusiasm, he led Lin Yuan into his office for a heartfelt conversation, concluding solemnly, "So Xiao Lin, what are your plans moving forward?" Director Shin, here's my thinking. I'll first complete the tasks entrusted to me by the Institute, namely the live broadcast. As for everything else, Lin Yuan now enjoyed the full backing of an entire nation. There was no need to rush. Meanwhile, at China's Foreign Affairs Agency, an unusual telegram arrived from Sakishima Island. Due to its sensitive content, it swiftly ascended to the desks of several top leaders at Shiyuan No. 1. Impressive. One leader glanced at it and smirked coldly. Sakishima reacted swiftly indeed. They formally invited expert Lin to visit Sakishima under the guise of scientific collaboration for research guidance purposes. And to demonstrate sincerity, Sakishima offers gratis a suite of cutting-edge technologies, including RF communication components, high-end capacitors and resistors, endoscopes, and industrial machine tools, key assets vital to civilian infrastructure. TSK, Sakishima's boldness knows no bounds. Reading the list, the assembled leaders stared in disbelief and envy. After all, advanced capacitors and resistors plus precision industrial machine tools formed the crown jewels of Sakishima's technological prowess. Assets China had long coveted, striving relentlessly to master, only to be rebuffed repeatedly. Yet now, just to entice Lin Yuan, they offered these treasures without reservation. Out of the question. No matter how critical those technologies may be, they pale beside expert Lin's safety. Instantly, and unanimously, the leaders rejected the proposal. On the other side, across the ocean at the White Eagle's hexagonal building, in the grand conference room on the third floor, over a dozen sinology experts collaborated with hundreds of staff members. After spending 2 days organizing a thick document in front of the computer video, General William and several leaders from the Special Services Agency, the Research Bureau, and the NESC were seated together gazing at the stack of documents with remarkably expressive faces. They spent a full 2 hours listening to the analysis from the relevant experts. The head of the White Eagle Research Bureau, Dale, displayed a bewildered expression. "God, how is this possible? I swear by the name of Nobel that the Earth can never be a spacecraft." However, his statement was met with a rebuttal from the head of the Special Services Agency, Sancha. "Dale, don't you scientists have a saying? It seems to be, the endpoint of science is theology." Sancha flipped through various analyses, which included a joint report from the most advanced supercomputers and hundreds of experts gathering the most brilliant minds in human history along with the most advanced AI. After reading it, she revealed a passionate gaze and excitedly said, "This is indeed a bold hypothesis, but if it is true, it will undoubtedly have a tremendous impact on the current global landscape." "Sancha, you are the head of the Special Services. Don't be so foolish." Dale mocked. "The people of the Dragon Nation are extremely foolish. Ooh, do you also want to join in their folly? Look at this report, which actually states that the Great Wall is some sort of electronic project. Haha, this is enough to make it to a comedy show, the best joke of the year. Indeed, this is clearly the handiwork of that mysterious organization from the Dragon Nation meant to deceive and confuse us. Mr. William, you didn't really call us here believing in the conspiracy of the Dragon Nation, did you?" A group of the top authorities from the White Eagle shook their heads in silence. "The Earth is a spacecraft. Why don't the people of the Dragon Nation say that the Pacific Ocean is their toilet?" Subsequently, the scene fell into a chaotic argument. "Gentlemen," General William narrowed his eyes slightly, stood up to halt the bickering, and said coldly, "Regardless of whether this is a conspiracy or not, we must respond. According to our experts, the likelihood of the Earth being a starship is 10%. And based on the information we've gathered from the public network of the Dragon Nation over the past few days, some of it does corroborate certain content. Of course, unless all 1.4 billion people of the Dragon Nation collectively provide false testimony for that liar, these messages should be true." After saying that, William suddenly stood up and sternly declared, "The people of the Dragon Nation are plotting a mysterious grand plan. Moreover, the other side is quite confident, as they have not blocked the related information, but allowed the news that the Earth is a spacecraft to spread worldwide. Now let us discuss." General William took out some of the documents, and looking at the words on them revealed a contemplative, "That person from the Dragon Nation, Lin, he actually said that the mountains of the Dragon Nation are a kind of firepower weapon system. For example, Mount Tai is an important military base for the spaceship as well as a missile launch platform. And there are ancient emperors who are the ancient ones that discovered the secrets of the Earth spaceship. If this perspective has any possibility, then may I ask?" William glanced around the room, his voice icy. "Within the territory of the White Eagle, what target areas or historical figures correspond to this theory?" This statement brought the scene to an abrupt silence. A group of white people frowned tightly, and after a long pause, a military advisor finally stammered out a sentence. "General William, we have only been established for less than 300 years. Even, God, it seems that there are no places within our territory that carry the rich cultural heritage like the famous mountains of the Dragon Nation. Heavens, our history is a blank slate." With a boom, this statement left the proud White Eagles utterly speechless. Some with a bit of conscience even lowered their head. After all, the White Eagles prospered by plundering the lands of the indigenous peoples. After a long, while General William's face was extremely black, self-deluding. "Who says we have none? Our Grand Canyon is majestic and mysterious, and Yellowstone National Park is one of the oldest parks in the world, not to mention Mount Whitney, which from afar resembles the barrels of super main cannons. With a boom, the emotions on site were stirred. Some fanatics began to shout excitedly. That's right. This is the target we need to explore. Long live the White Eagle. A small portion of people moved their lips a few times, but could not speak. The Grand Canyon. I really don't want to dampen the general's confidence. That thing looks like a drainage ditch, and if it were related to the Earth starship, it would at most be a drainage ditch in the spaceship's ecological system. Alright, the upper management has made the latest decision. From now on, we will establish a research team responsible for conducting investigations across America to quickly identify some special areas. General Williams scanned the room, revealing a confident and passionate smile. A similar scene was unfolding around the globe. For example, in the neighboring Dragon Nation. After the claim that the Earth is a spacecraft emerged from the side of the Styx, many Styx netizens were also excited. Qin Shi Huang is our ancestor from the Styx Semi-Da. Our Mount Tai Bai must be the most important system on the Earth spaceship, such as the central control chip. No. Even a portion of fervent Styx netizens, upon hearing Lin Yuan's proposed theory of the Earth starship, immediately chose to accept and endorse it. The great theorist Lin Yuan, who proposed this theory, has our Styx nation's bloodline. He is one of us, Semi-Da. In the Pyramid Nation, local scientists rushed to the Great Pyramid of Kuafu at once, all with serious expressions. If the Earth is a spacecraft, then what is the true origin and essence of the mysterious ancient pyramid? What function system does it correspond to on the Earth spaceship? Subsequently, the scientists engaged in intense discussions. At this time, Lin Yuan probably never imagined that the theory of the Earth starship would create such a massive topic heat that would shake the world. On that day at 2 in the afternoon, within the Shanghai Institute of Advanced Physics, Lin Yuan sat in a conference room, facing the camera on the table, revealing a calm smile. The new session of the Earth Starship Popular Science live broadcast officially commenced. As soon as the live stream started, hundreds of thousands of netizens flooded in. Hello, dear netizens. Lin Yuan did not hesitate, his voice resonating with a determined strength as he slowly spoke. In today's live broadcast, I will explain the flight log of the Earth Starship, Shanhai Jing. In fact, the mythological figures mentioned in Shanhai Jing, such as the Yellow Emperor Nuwa and the Queen Mother of the West, are merely a group of extraterrestrials who accidentally boarded this spaceship we call Earth during the long river of time. Is the classic of mountains and seas a flight log of a starship? Are mythological figures like the Yellow Emperor Nuwa and the Queen Mother of the West aliens? At this moment, the live stream began with over 1,000 viewers. It surged to 2,000, 3,000. Finally, nearly 5,000 viewers were in a frenzy, including experts from major domestic research institutions and scholars from various fields. Although the general public was still unaware of the establishment of the Hongmeng Project and had no idea what the Central Banks into Science program's broadcast of Lin Yuan's live content represented, some keen scholars had already sensed something extraordinary. Many experts were staring intently at the video, ready to take notes with paper and pen. Some were eager to delve deeper into the viewpoints proposed by Lin Yuan. Others intended to critique and rebut them. Before explaining the classic of mountains and seas, let me first share yesterday's research findings with the viewers. Lin Yuan smiled and directly said, due to some irresistible factors, yesterday's live stream ended halfway through. As soon as he finished speaking, the audience erupted. While the host still has the nerve to say that. I understand. How can mere civilians like us see national secrets? Host, don't get me investigated. Lin Yuan chuckled and continued. The host also faced immense pressure to present the Qin King's Bone Mirror to all of you. Saying this, Lin Yuan revealed the Qin King's Bone Mirror. Dear fans, take a good look. This is the legendary Qin. In fact, this is a medical device from a terrestrial spaceship, which can be understood as a type of spectral medical mirror or similar auxiliary equipment. Lin Yuan demonstrated the functions of the Qin King's Bone Mirror, causing waves of excitement. Oh my god, the legend is true. This mirror can actually see the human skeleton. No need to guess, this must be the prop from the terrestrial spaceship that the host mentioned. Oh, otherwise the ancient people could never have created such a modern instrument with their technology. This is so incredible. Many international viewers were stunned upon seeing the miraculous Qin King's Bone Mirror for the first time, completely dumbfounded. In China, some research experts in relevant fields were nearly going crazy upon witnessing this scene. Could it be that the legends were indeed true? Meanwhile, the research team in the White Eagle region, including high-ranking officials led by General William, were equally— Oh my god. I said that the people of Long Country are serious this time. General William scanned the room with a very serious expression. I suggest increasing funding for the exploration of terrestrial spaceships. We must seize the core secrets of terrestrial spaceships before the people of Long Country do. Back in the live stream room, alright, let's keep it simple and end it here. Lin Yuan smiled calmly. In the future, when the host finds more items from terrestrial spaceships, a terrestrial spaceship museum will be established and interested friends can visit. Lin Yuan elegantly concluded this topic. Now back to the main subject. Let's begin explaining the classic of mountains and seas. Lin Yuan's gaze was peculiar as he faced the camera and began speaking slowly. In fact, the classic of mountains and seas is not just a simple flight log of a terrestrial spaceship. It can even be understood as a cosmic travel atlas that records every interesting anecdote and event that the terrestrial spaceship has encountered throughout history. Of course, it also contains a wealth of unknown civilizations covering geology, mining, metallurgy, genetic engineering, nuclear energy projects, nuclear weapon warfare, various types of military weapons, and even biochemistry. As soon as these words were spoken, many viewers swallowed hard, feeling their scalps tingle. First, let me explain a question I mentioned in the previous live stream. Lin Yuan chuckled. In the original text of the Classic of Mountains and Seas, which contains 32650 characters, there is not a single mention of the word island. This is quite strange. Clearly there are mountains and seas, so why is there no record of islands in this so-called ancient? For example, in the annotation of the Classic of Mountains and Seas regarding the northern seas, there is a line that says Mount Penglai is located in the sea. In our understanding, Penglai should be an island, so why did the ancient authors of the Classic of Mountains and Seas refer to it as Mount Penglai? Lin Yuan replied calmly, because the ancient members of the terrestrial spaceship who wrote the Classic of Mountains and Seas realized long ago that the islands inside and outside the seas are actually extensions of terrestrial mountain ranges. Modern science indicates that all islands in the vast oceans are in fact extensions of terrestrial mountain ranges. There is a famous saying in Huaxiao about feng shui, the dragon veins of the world emerge from Kunlun, thus all islands surrounding the 9 provinces theoretically extend from the Kunlun mountain range into the sea. Upon hearing this, everyone subconsciously nodded. They then spontaneously thought of a question. What level of technology did the ancients possess? But it seems exaggerated that the ancients could know that islands are extensions of terrestrial mountain ranges. This point is hard to dismiss. With the technology of the ancients, it would have been difficult to discern the true nature of the world at that time, but if it were some ancients who possessed advanced civilizations, or even if it were the automatic records of the starship's flight logged by the intelligent brain on the terrestrial starship, then perhaps it would make sense. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan faced the camera and stated, in my research, the accounts recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas flight log are as follows. Nuwa creates humanity. In fact, it was a genetic experiment. Kuafu chasing the sun, it was a practical exercise of the space Gundam by the Flame Emperor. The Yellow Emperor's battle with Chio, it was a racial war that took place on the terrestrial spaceship involving ancient extraterrestrial civilizations, encompassing intercontinental and space nuclear wars. The Yu controls the flood. The Yu was not controlling the flood, he was creating floods. Xingtian dances with the giant axe. Xingtian was not a person, but a combat mech. Telling the story of a warrior with an exoskeleton mech under Chiyu, who continued to resist, in order to Kunlun Queen Mother. Her true identity is an alien who accidentally descended onto the terrestrial spaceship in prehistoric times, a figure under the Yellow Emperor, who later gained recognition from the terrestrial spaceship and was promoted to logistics supervisor. In the top universities across the country, Shui Mu Peking University, Lonka University, Gokong University. Even the 7 military academies. In the school cafeteria, library, along the rocky paths of the campus, in the dormitories, and other places. Countless students stared intently at Lin Yuan's live streaming room, their phones in hand. Incredible theories, such imaginative insights. This statement is explosive. I can hardly imagine. Does Earth really have such advanced ancient civilizations? The Classic of Mountains and Seas records that Kuafu chasing the sun was actually a high-altitude combat exercise, and Xingtian was an exoskeleton mech. If such technology truly exists, how can we obtain it? The students' eyes sparkled with excitement. For some archaeology and history experts, however, at this moment Lin Yuan's remarks opened a window, allowing endless imagination to flood into reality. In the live stream room, Lin Yuan continued to explain the Classic of Mountains and Seas. What I've shared so far is just a preview. I will explain each story in detail. Today, let's first discuss the Western Queen Mother, the logistics supervisor of the Earth Starship, to interpret why the Classic of Mountains and Seas serves as the flight log of the Earth Starship. Why do I say the Western Queen Mother is an alien? How did she gain the recognition of the Earth spaceship's intelligence and get promoted to logistics supervisor? First, let's look at the records in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Mount Yu is the dwelling place of the Western Queen Mother. She appears as a human with a leopard's tail and tiger's teeth, adept at howling, wearing a crest, and is the fierce one who controls the heavens and the 5 remnants. Additionally, the Great Wilderness West Classic also records to the south of the Western Sea at the edge of the quicksand. Outside, there are fiery mountains inhabited by people with crests, tiger's teeth, and leopard tails, dwelling in caves named the Western Queen Mother. This mountain contains all things. How do I interpret these words? First is the appearance of the Western Queen Mother. This alien refugee landed on Earth due to a malfunction of her spaceship, or perhaps it was captured by Earth's gravity, causing a disaster during her descent. Thus, the saying about the fiery mountains outside is due to the special energy used by the alien spaceship, which caused a fire upon landing, leading to a blaze that lasted for thousands of years. As for the descriptions such as leopard tail and tiger's teeth, wearing a crest, I believe these were what the Western Queen Mother wore as a spacesuit to adapt to Earth's temperature and atmospheric pressure. Imagine if a modern astronaut appeared before ancient people, how would they describe him? It would likely be similar language recorded in historical texts. As soon as these words were spoken, many online viewers nodded in agreement. What the streamer said makes some sense. The image of the Western Queen Mother being strange is actually because she wore a spacesuit and various instruments. That makes logically it holds up. It just depends on whether the streamer can find evidence or a more rigorous theory to support it. With Lin Yuan's explanation, more and more viewers flooded into the live stream room. Meanwhile, on the system panel, the number of people accepting the Earth Starship's message was continuously increasing. 105,873 people. 156,985 people. 239,231 people. Let's take another look at the flight log's description of the Western. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Why did the Western Queen Mother choose to dwell in caves and have such peculiar physical descriptions, even being adept at howling?" After unexpectedly arriving on Earth, the Western Queen Mother could not return to her home planet due to her spaceship being abandoned, so she had no choice but to live aboard this Earth spaceship. Due to climate and environmental reasons, the Western Queen Mother could only choose to dwell in caves. However, the alien spaceship that crashed was not completely non-functional. To survive, the Western Queen Mother must have dismantled the air conditioning system of the alien spaceship. When she went out, she relied on wearing a spacesuit, which was connected to a long tube. This tube transported unique gases into the spacesuit, allowing the Western Queen Mother to go out and work on the Earth's surface. And this explains the leopard tail in the description of the Western Queen Mother. Adept at howling is even easier to understand. When wearing space equipment, if she wanted to communicate with her companions, wouldn't she need to use some kind of communication device? Perhaps because of poor signal, it might emit a buzzing zzz sound. It could even be understood that while working, the Western Queen Mother was listening to music played through a loudspeaker, hence the loud noises. These words instantly amused many viewers, their lips curling in laughter. At this moment, Lin Yuan wrote two characters heavily on the blackboard behind him. Huang Di. In fact, the Western Queen Mother and Huang Di should belong to the same alien race, both having fallen into misfortune due to spaceship malfunctions. In my research, the Western Queen Mother is a subordinate of Huang Di. After Huang Di and a group of people drifted to Earth, what work did the Western Queen Mother oversee? That would be logistics. Why do I say this? Please look at the original words mentioned earlier. The fierce one who controls the heavens, and the 5 remnants. The general meaning is to assist Huang Di in formulating the flight plan, including constructing spaceships to return to the home planet, launching artificial satellites into Earth's orbit, and even establishing new rules for all the alien astronauts stranded on Earth to follow, arranging military logistics operations, etc. This is what I believe the phrase "the fierce one who controls the heavens" means. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "As for the 5 remnants, it does not mean slaughter, but dismantling." The mothership of Huang Di and the Western Queen Mother and their crew crashed onto the Earth Starship. Due to a series of reasons, they could not return to their home planet, so Huang Di had no choice but to let the Western Queen Mother dismantle the usable instruments and equipment from the mothership to deal with survival on Earth. The Western Queen Mother's job was to dismantle and modify some equipment while also transporting some supplies from her mothership to Earth and managing them. Thus, it was recorded in the flight log that this mountain contains all things. Upon saying this, Lin Yuan himself chuckled, exclaiming, "As a logistics supervisor, the Western Queen Mother wielded significant power, even including the possession of the elixir of immortality, which is why people sought her out. I speculate that the elixir of immortality must be some medical supplies from the alien mothership." And the recording of this section was done by an ancient person who gained partial access to the Earth Starship's permissions and organized it into the flight log, which was later collectively referred to as the Classic of Mountains and Seas. As soon as he finished speaking, the live stream room erupted in a frenzy. I believe it, the streamer's explanation is spot on. Oh my, so this is the true nature of the Classic of Mountains and Seas. The Western Queen Mother is actually the logistics supervisor of the spaceship. No wonder she manages so many treasures. The Classic of Mountains and Seas records various bizarre races and tales, but we cannot find them in the real world. It's not that the records were wrong, but rather that we misunderstood them. Yes, but if this is a flight log, it can explain many things. For instance, tens of thousands of years ago, the spaceship passed through a universe world called Three-Headed Nation, where the beings under the starry sky had 1 body and 3 heads. They were actually aliens. Yes, and there's also the Fire Eaters Nation, whose residents feed on fire, and the Little People Nation, where the inhabitants are 9 inches tall. It's all bizarre, various strange races, which actually record wonderful alien worlds. Many viewers engaged in heated discussions. The live stream's popularity skyrocketed, and the online topic quickly exploded to the top headlines. At this moment, Lin Yuan smiled calmly, taking a sip of tea. Ding. Congratulations, host. The number of people accepting the Earth Starship's message has surpassed 3000. Reward: a current theoretical directional gift package. Opening. Congratulations, you have obtained the Western Queen Mother's relics. Would the host like to open it? Open it. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 5 million tons of white jade, which can extract 1 million tons of helium-3. As the relic items are special materials, please proceed to the designated coordinates for extraction. Is it that complicated? Lin Yuan frowned slightly, but quickly reacted. His expression shifted from disdain to astonishment, and finally transformed into sheer shock and joy. Helium-3. It's actually helium-3, which is hailed by the current scientific community as the perfect controllable nuclear fusion fuel. Helium-3, a colorless, odorless isotope of helium gas. Regarded as the ultimate fuel for future nuclear fusion, helium-3 boasts 3 unparalleled advantages. First, it releases substantially greater energy, Second, its fusion reaction yields high-energy protons rather than neutrons. And third, it is entirely non-radioactive. Put simply, its combination of inherent safety, environmental cleanliness, and extraordinary efficiency would ignite global frenzy. Even without mentioning that just 100 tons could power all of humanity's electricity needs for an entire year. Alas, proven terrestrial reserves of helium-3 are exceedingly scarce, merely around 500 kilograms, and each kilogram commands a price in the tens of millions of US dollars. In contrast, the moon harbors approximately 1 million tons of helium-3, yet extracting it there remains far beyond the technological capabilities of any nation today. And now, 100,000 tons of helium-3 have materialized out of thin air, bestowed upon us by unlocking the legacy of the Queen Mother of the West. Lin Yuan smiled serenely inwardly, exclaiming, the Queen Mother of the West truly is a paragon of benevolence. His delight was palpable as he spoke to his live audience. In truth, the Queen Mother of the West served as Earth's spacecraft logistics director, not only overseeing supply distribution and operational scheduling, but also bearing the paramount responsibility of mining, refining, and producing nuclear fuel for controlled nuclear fusion under the command of the Yellow Emperor. Her abode, the Kunlun, is not a mountain at all, but a mobile experimental production vessel for controlled nuclear fusion. This revelation struck the livestream audience like a thunderclap, leaving them utterly stunned. The Queen Mother of the West mined nuclear fuel for the Yellow Emperor. What? Did ancient people truly comprehend controlled nuclear fusion? My mind is reeling. Can this possibly be real? Perceiving his viewers' bewilderment and urgency, Lin Yuan immediately addressed the camera to clarify. Let us begin by examining the later records of the Queen Mother's residence in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. According to the Classic of Mountains and Seas, she initially dwelled in caves, then emerged to perform her duties, and was later recorded as residing upon the Kunlun mountain. Lin Yuan smiled. The term Kunlun appears over 20 times in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. To the south lies Kunlun, its radiance blazing, its aura awe-inspiring. Moreover, let us deconstruct the characters composing Kunlun. We do not know precisely when the term Kunlun first appeared, but we do know that Chinese script originated as pictographic writing. Let us now explore my interpretation of these two characters. Kun consists of the character for sun above and by below. At this point, Lin Yuan paused and asked his viewers with a mischievous glint, what image springs to mind when you hear controlled nuclear fusion? At once the chat flooded the screen. Controlled nuclear fusion. I know this one. Next, get off my screen. Controlled nuclear fusion is nothing but an artificial sun. Holy sun. The sun is the sun character. How astonishing. That connection actually holds. A wave of sudden realization swept over the sharp-minded viewers, freezing them in place. Indeed, many of my followers have already grasped the insight. Lin Yuan continued, smiling. Controlled nuclear fusion is the artificial sun project, and the character Kun contains sun within it. As for Bai, its pictograph resembles two legs beneath the sun, a likely representation of a mobile sun. A walking sun. That is precisely what a mobile artificial sun signifies. Controlled nuclear fusion itself. Now consider the character Lun, a human figure above the character for dagger or blade. Interpreted literally, it suggests humanity wielding dagger-like weapons, or manufacturing them. In that distant age, the ancestors of Huaxia already perceived the immense destructive potential unleashed by this artificial sun. Recall again the passage. To the south lies Kunlun, its radiance blazing, its aura awe-inspiring. During controlled nuclear fusion experiments, vast luminosity is generated, and its aura awe-inspiring refers unmistakably to the specialized isotopic gases, such as deuterium and tritium, required for the process. Furthermore, in 1999, archaeologists excavating the Xingtian site in northwestern Hunan uncovered a large sacrificial altar dating back 6,000 to 5,700 years. Within the altar, they discovered extensive layers of burnt earth and thick accumulations of ash, up to several decimeters deep. What does this signify? It signifies that the Kunlun, the mobile controlled nuclear fusion vessel integrating mining, experimentation, and production, once descended upon this very region. Similarly, sites such as the Yaoshan altar and the Shurmao Huangqingtai bear unmistakable scorch marks, relics left behind when the Queen Mother of the West piloted her nuclear fusion vessel before ancient humanity, who unable to comprehend its nature, worshipped her as a deity. After the Queen Mother departed following her mineral extraction, the ancients transformed the vessel's landing zone into a sacred altar, honoring the divine presence they had witnessed. At this, countless viewers erupted in astonishment. Heavens. This theory holds startling coherence. If Lin's hypothesis proves true, then the Starship log's description of Kunlun becomes perfectly accurate. Indeed, its radiance blazing, its aura awe-inspiring. A flawless depiction of a controlled nuclear fusion facility in full operation. Students and experts in science and engineering grasped the implications with profound clarity. A solemn gravity settled upon every face, including those of Western scholars watching Lin Yuan's livestream from the Pentagon in Washington, D.C. Inside a vast conference chamber, silence hung heavy and absolute. A group of scientists, having heard the translated theory, stared in utter disbelief. My God, Mr. Lin's theory is so extraordinary, it has shaken my very foundations. The ingenuity of ancient Huaxia is unfathomable. They grasped the essence of controlled nuclear fusion millennia ago. Good lord, this is staggering. Lin Yuan continued speaking directly to his livestream audience. Why is this so? Because Kunlun was no mere mountain. It was a mobile experimental factory for controlled nuclear fusion, indeed boldly stated a colossal starship dedicated to its research and production. The Queen Mother of the West frequently piloted Kunlun across Earth's regions, her sole purpose being the mining and extraction of nuclear fuel. This claim finds corroboration globally. Theories regarding the Queen Mother's origins abound. Northwest theory, Southern Frontier theory, Central Asian theory, Babylonian theory, and more. Even Egyptian mythology bears striking parallels. Consider the Sphinx does its form not echo the Queen Mother's iconography with uncanny fidelity. What does this imply? That the Queen Mother of the West once guided Kunlun across the lands of ancient Egypt. Further, ancient Huaxia revered her as the Jade Pond Golden Mother. The ancients adhered strictly to the 5 phases: metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Why among all elemental associations was she designated Golden Mother, never Water Mother, or Wood Mother? The answer is simple. One of her principal duties involved handling metal ores rich in nuclear materials, hence the epithet, Golden Mother, bestowed by the sages of old. At that moment, every viewer's eyes widened in breathless awe. Lin Yuan, seizing a brief pause, glanced at his system interface acceptance count for the Earth Starship hypothesis, 503981, surpassing 500,000. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a targeted reward package for this theory. Awarded complete technical framework and foundational theory of controlled nuclear fusion. Time seemed to suspend itself. Lin Yuan slowly clenched his fist, then opened his eyes to behold his live stream audience, now surging past 800,000 concurrent viewers. With a tranquil smile, he unveiled another astonishing revelation. Throughout the mysterious river of time, history inevitably leaves subtle traces, inviting future generations to discover, to question, to seek. The Queen Mother of the West piloted Kunlun across Earth's continental zones, mining vast quantities of ore. Some was transported to Mount Baimu, the rest stored across strategic locations. For instance, visitors to the present-day Kunlun Mountains or the Yematan area of the Bayan Har Mountains may, by extraordinary fortune, stumble upon a rare smoky white jade. If so, congratulations, fortune awaits, along with elevated radiation levels. What does it mean? The netizens were momentarily stunned. Lin Yuan did not hesitate and directly stated, based on my speculation, this ash-gray jade is actually a type of, or that contains nuclear materials. As for the abundant radiation, haha, the host is just joking. I dare say there is no nuclear material safer than this in the world. There is absolutely no need to worry about nuclear radiation. This is recorded in the Shanghai Jing Starship flight log. In terms of minerals, aside from most gold, silver, copper, and iron, it includes various types of jade. However, my research has found that this type of jade does not merely refer to jade stones. Rather, it is a general term. For example, in the Shanghai Jing Western Chronicles, it is recorded Yashan rich in Danmu. Among them, the abundant white jade contains jade paste which flows forth. From Yashan to Zhongshan, 460 miles, there are swamps throughout, and it is home to many strange birds, monsters, and unusual fish, all of which are extraordinary beings. What does this mean? It actually refers to the nuclear materials contained within this white jade. The Yellow Emperor often fed this type of white jade to those monsters and strange birds. Think about it: if Kunlun is a large, movable, controllable nuclear fusion experimental production spaceship, then in the eyes of the ancient ancestors, could the various strange beasts recorded in the Shanghai Jing be a series of large mechanical electronic products? For instance, the strange birds are various uniquely shaped fighter jets, ground effect vehicles, drones, etc. The various divine beasts are actually technological products driven by nuclear energy. And the white jade is actually a type of nuclear, or that contains helium-3. As Lin Yuan spoke, he briefly explained the astonishing functions of helium-3. In fact, the helium-3 discovered on the moon is mainly extracted by heating lunar soil to 700 degrees Celsius, which corresponds to the previous description. Abundant white jade contains jade paste which flows forth. Then Lin Yuan briefly introduced the appearance and shape of ash-gray jade. At this point, the netizens went crazy. Many were laughing until their stomachs hurt. I can't stop laughing. The host is explaining so thoroughly. Does he want us to collect nuclear, or? You're really good at tricking us into collecting nuclear fuel, host. A host, it seems I have this ash-gray jade you mentioned at home. Just then a netizen's comment caught everyone's attention. I am from the Bayan Har Mountains. A few years ago, I found this type of ash-gray jade at the Wild Horse Beach. This netizen said carefully, however, everyone in our area knows that this ash-gray jade is worthless. It is just an ordinary stone, definitely not Kunlun jade or Xingtian jade. If you don't believe me, I can connect with the host to show everyone. At this point, Lin Yuan also noticed this netizen's comment and was suddenly invigorated. This netizen, where did you find this ash-gray jade? Lin Yuan hurriedly connected with the other party. Soon a connection screen appeared in the live broadcast room, revealing a 30-something female Tibetan in front of hundreds of thousands of netizens. Sister, are you a local Tibetan from the Karak Mountains? Lin Yuan hurriedly asked. The other party looked quite ordinary, whether it was a highland blush or shyness. Her cheeks were red as she timidly said, My name is Shandinjwama. I am a local herdswoman, and I have a lot of that white jade you mentioned at home. As she spoke, Shandanjwama moved her phone camera and went to a stone house. Upon opening the door, she saw a pile of ash-gray jade stones inside. Host, is this it? Shandanjwama asked weakly. Over the years, life had improved, and Shandanjwama bought a phone in the county town, often browsing Douyin to pass the time. She had stumbled upon Lin Yuan's live stream by chance, and she had attended high school enjoying some science fiction and bizarre stories during her studies. Hearing Lin Yuan talk about the ash-gray jade and mention the Wild Horse Beach in the Bai Ze Mountains, Shandanjwama instantly recalled the pile of discarded white jade she found a few years ago. It's definitely ash-gray jade. Lin Yuan confirmed at a glance that these white stones were indeed the nuclear or brought by the Queen Mother of the West from around the globe. What's going on? According to the system, these white stones should still be stored underground. How could they? However, it makes sense that with the passage of time, some ash-gray jade might have been exposed to the surface due to underground water erosion or other natural factors. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, murmuring to himself. Well then. Lin Yuan smiled proudly. A flash of inspiration struck his mind, and he took a deep breath before suddenly standing up. His eyes sparkled like a small sun. Brother Chun, Lin Yuan shouted. Here. Chun Lin, who was guarding in the next room, rushed in with a look of surprise, confusion, and solemnity. Which military district governs the Bai Ze Mountains? Without caring that the live stream was still ongoing, Lin Yuan directly asked. As a special guard who emerged from the west courtyard now. Chun Lin was a carefully selected high-end composite talent from the million-strong army of the Dragon Kingdom. Not only was he formidable in combat, but his reflexes, judgment, and memory were also top-notch. The Shushi Military District. Chun Lin answered without thinking. Immediately contact the Shushi Military District and have them seal off the area around the Bai Ze Mountains and the Wild Horse Beach at once, while sending in nuclear safety forces and engineering troops to occupy this area. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed, and he spoke each word slowly. Understood. Chun Lin seemed to sense that a significant event was occurring and nodded solemnly. Lin Yuan then turned to the camera and asked Shandanjwama, who was on the other side of the connection, Sister Zhuama, what is... Zhuama was stunned by Lin Yuan's sudden serious expression, and after regaining her composure, she nervously reported an address. Sister Zhuama, don't worry, it's not a bad thing. Seeing her panicked expression, Lin Yuan comforted her, chuckling. On the contrary, congratulations, you're about to get rich. The ash-gray jade you found a few years ago is enough for you to trade for a house in the county town. Huh. After saying this, Lin Yuan nodded at her and ended the connection. The live stream room erupted. What the hell? What's going on? Just now the host said a bunch of things, but it felt a bit... Not to mention the host just mentioned letting the Shushi Military District execute a lockdown mission at Kunlun Mountain. It sounds a bit off. Who does the host think he is? The commander of the 5 military districts. So funny, the host is acting like something major has happened. What the hell does that Tibetan sister really have nuclear materials in that ash-gray jade she collected? How is that possible? You guys should just listen to the host's nonsense. Modern nuclear, or is mostly uranium? I have never heard of jade containing nuclear materials. The host is just being mysterious. The live stream room was in an uproar. In reality, when Chun Lin saw Lin Yuan's stern and serious expression, although he did not know what had happened, he immediately reported the news to the higher-ups. In less than 30 seconds, relevant agencies in the imperial capital and the military quickly took action. Including a special reaction force from the Shushi Military District, they immediately received orders and rushed to the Bai Ze Mountains to carry out their mission based on Lin Yuan's report. Soon Lin Yuan's phone rang. He picked it up to see it was a call from his teacher Xingtian. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan first muted the live stream and then answered the call. Xiao Yuan, what happened? Qin Lao asked urgently. Teacher, I discovered 1 million tons of helium-3 level nuclear material left by ancient civilizations. Lin Yuan reported without hesitation. What? Upon hearing this news, Qin Lao was shocked. As an academician, how could he not know the importance of helium-3 to countries today? It's not an exaggeration to say that 1 million tons of helium-3 resources would be enough to meet the energy needs of the Dragon Kingdom for thousands of years. Is that true? Qin Lao stammered. Of course. Lin Yuan smiled confidently. I have already used my authority as the chief of the Hongming Plan to inform the military personnel of the Shushi Military District to head to the target area immediately to carry out their mission. Additionally, Lin Yuan's voice suddenly carried a hint of playfulness as he said, I made this news public in the Oh. Qin Lao was stunned, trembling as he said, Xiao Yuan, you're being foolish. Teacher, I know what you want to say. Lin Yuan smiled nonchalantly and explained, actually, I intentionally revealed this news in the live stream. Since this batch of 1 million tons of helium-3 resources is within our country, there is no need to worry about foreign powers having any covetous thoughts. They certainly do not have the capability. The reason for doing this is to actually test the reactions of various countries to the Earth Starship theory and my own response. Lin Yuan laughed. Consider it a small test. What? A test? Qin Lao was stunned for a moment, and after a few seconds he smiled bitterly. You're so bold. You're using this to test the nation. Which country can withstand such a test? Once the Dragon Kingdom announces the discovery of 1 million tons of helium-3 nuclear energy on Earth, it would undoubtedly shake the world. The Western countries would go completely crazy. Especially the White Eagle. Upon hearing this news, they might even mobilize their aircraft carrier battle groups. The White Eagle Hexagon building. It is still the intelligence center, but at this moment there are quite a few high-profile figures in the conference room. There are 2 5-star generals present, not to mention a host of prominent scientists from various research fields. Damn it. When General William heard that the young man from Long Country could actually mobilize the Long Country army, he couldn't help but, I said it, the people of Long Country are serious. They are truly eyeing Earth. General William's face turned crimson, and upon seeing that the live stream suddenly went silent with only the visuals remaining, he became anxious and shouted, "Where's the lip-reading expert? Quickly analyze what he is saying." Soon the lip-reading expert provided feedback. What? That Long Country expert discovered ancient leftover nuclear, or which contains a large amount of helium-3 nuclear fuel. General William was stunned. The other high-ups from White Eagle as well as the scientists also widened their eyes in disbelief. No. On the other side, General Smith from the army shook his head vigorously, gritting his teeth as he exclaimed, "This is impossible. This is definitely a scheme from the Long Country. They are playing us. There can't possibly be that much helium-3 nuclear fuel on Earth. The Long Country is setting up an astonishing deception, and we must not fall for it." Smith, what if this is true? General William immediately looked at him and said solemnly, "In this game we are already a step behind." "Oomph." Smith immediately retorted, "William, use your brain. Our great scientific civilization of White Eagle surpasses this world. Even our country's scientists wouldn't dare to propose such a ridiculous conclusion. What makes the Long Country think that Earth is a spaceship? That Long Country person is just a monkey, a jester. Just wait, the Long Country will soon become the laughingstock of the world," General Smith said confidently with a cold smile. At that moment the scene erupted into a noisy debate, with everyone arguing passionately about the theory of Earth as a spaceship. This included many scientists present. If they were asked to list evidence, they could come up with thousands of logical arguments to refute and question it. But at this moment, looking at the translated content, some of the scientific giants fell silent, their eyes shimmering with strange. In the end, General William's voice drowned out everyone. He rubbed his temples, biting his teeth in pain as he said, "Mobilize all intelligence resources immediately. I want to know whether the Long Country people are lying. Is there really ancient leftover nuclear fuel, or there? If there, how should we respond?" William scanned the room. It was dead silent. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, upon hearing the latest report, several elderly men in Shiyuan know. One revealed excited smiles. "Great. Expert Xiao Lin actually discovered ancient leftover nuclear fuel of millions of tons. What a great event. Immediately arrange for relevant units to seal off the target area and execute the mining task." Moreover, although the news of helium-3's existence has leaked, as expert Xiao Lin said, this is a test. An elderly man spoke with bright eyes. "Immediately pay attention to the reactions from various countries. Let all war zones raise their vigilance and focus on the military situation led by the Pacific Fleet." After finishing these words, the elderly men exchanged glances revealing complex expressions. Back then we old fellows faced immense pressure domestically and chose to establish the Hongming Plan Research Group, intending to lay out a long-term strategic plan early on for the future. But who would have thought that this little comrade Lin Yuan would be so formidable, bringing such surprises so quickly and so significantly? Indeed, we have taken a right step here. I truly look forward to what further changes expert Lin will bring to our country. The great leaders expressed their sentiments, all filled with extraordinary joy. At this moment, Lin Yuan's status in their hearts had also risen. At the Nuclear Industry Southwest Institute, Zhao Tsungru had just packed his luggage and was preparing to head to Magic City when he was pulled back by the guards right outside the gate of the 585 Institute. Without further ado, they stuffed him into a G-20 helicopter along with over a dozen nuclear experts from the Institute, and the G-20 headed towards the sky with great momentum. Old Zhang, what happened? On the helicopter, upon seeing Zhang Jinshan also present, Zhao Tsungru was utterly shocked. He glanced at the other experts. Wow, the scale of this operation is enough to handle a massive mushroom cloud. Something big has happened. Zhang Jinshan's expression turned serious as he said, trembling, "A large amount of helium-3 nuclear fuel has been discovered in the vicinity of the Kunlun Biankala Mountains. We are going over to assist the military in completing exploration and mining work and to secure this batch of helium-3 energy at the first opportunity." What? When he later found out that this news actually came from Lin Yuan of the Institute of High Energy Physics, Zhao Congress' scalp went numb. Realizing what this meant, he trembled with excitement. Expert Lin wouldn't joke about this. It must be true. Zhao Congress' eyes turned red as he choked out. Why did his Shunguang 5 laser nuclear fusion device fail in development? It was simply because there was no suitable nuclear fuel to support the reaction. But now with helium-3 as the perfect controllable nuclear fusion energy, all his research and plans finally have a chance of success. My goodness, with millions of tons of helium-3 reserves, is this staggering wealth really coming to us? Incredible. If we could really extract all of it, this helium-3 would be enough for our domestic experts to utilize freely. Exactly. Old Chi, you'll build a Dyson sphere, it'll create a nuclear-powered aerospace aircraft carrier, and old Zhao, don't even mention Xinguang 5. In the future, if you talk about believing in light, those eagle people will have to shrink back and nod in submission. The experts on the helicopter cheered excitedly, tears welling up in their eyes, overwhelmed by the joy and excitement that turned into silent sobs. In the live stream, the netizens had already exploded. What's going on with the little brother? Why did he turn off the sound in the live stream, and what secret is he discussing behind our backs? Damn, the broadcaster isn't engaging in some kind of shady deal with the state, right? Forget it, it's better that the sound is off. Ew, I don't want to step into any sewing machine. 666. This is the most hardcore broadcaster I've ever seen, able to mobilize the army just like that. Incredible. Oh no, I accidentally got played by the broadcaster. Is there anyone daring enough to go check out the place mentioned by the broadcaster in Kunlun Mountain? The next moment Lin Yuan smiled cheerfully and resumed the live stream. He knew that even if the military reacted quickly, it would take time to absorb this gift of the Earth Mothership. He immediately turned the sound back on and began to explain meaningfully. Ahem. Thank you for waiting, dear fans. Why did I mention the nuclear fuel contained in Bai Ze? Actually, this involves a secret recorded in the Starship flight log as well as hidden ancient black technology in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Most of the ancient divine beasts recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, in fact over 80%, are various large modern devices powered by nuclear energy, even including weaponry. For example, as we mentioned earlier, the Queen Mother of the West. There is a record stating the Queen Mother of the West carries a crown and has 3 blue birds to feed her. Additionally, there are records indicating that the 3 blue birds have a message-sending function. If we were to interpret this in modern terms, I believe all you netizens have already guessed the conclusion. 3 blue birds. Don't they resemble modern technological drones? This statement once again stirred up a storm in the hearts of the netizens who had barely calmed down. Another example is mentioned in the Classic of Mountains and Seas Northern Classics, the god of Zhongshan, known as Zhu Yin, sees as day darkens, as night blows, as winter calls, as summer does not drink or eat, does not rest. It has a human face and a snake body, red in color. My research discovered that Zhu Yin is actually a nuclear-powered mechanical device. The original text states that when its eyes are open it is daytime, when closed it is night, it does not need food or rest, and the air it blows is sometimes extremely cold, while the air it exhales is hot, as if it were summer. Everyone imagine, doesn't this resemble modern high-speed trains? When the headlights are on it illuminates as bright as day, and when they are off it is pitch black, moreover its body stretches for miles. Isn't that the shape of a high-speed train? Not needing food or rest is even more normal. After all, it is a mechanical device. As for having a human face and a snake body, it's even easier to understand. When the driver sits in the cockpit and reveals their face, doesn't it look like a human face and snake body to those looking from outside through the car window? And that's not all. Lin Yuan dropped another bombshell. Furthermore, in the many mentions of the Yellow Emperor in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, it is stated that the Yellow Emperor rode a steed known as the ancient divine beast Dijiao Xian Yuan. How formidable is this Dijiao Xian Yuan? The Yellow Emperor rode it to defeat Qiu the iron-eating beast Xingtian Kuafu and Waziki, among others. And in fact, what is Dijiao Xian Yuan? Its essence is a super-advanced war vehicle equipped with plasma grenade launchers, photon energy cannons, ion cannons, energy shields, and other powerful weapon systems driven by controllable nuclear fusion energy. Ding! At this moment it felt as if celestial music had descended upon Lin Yuan's mind. The number of attendees for the Earth Starship discussion surpassed 6,000. Congratulations, host. Reward Nuclear Bionic Drone Technical Blueprint. The number of attendees for the Earth Starship discussion surpassed 7,000. Reward Anti-Gravity Suspended Quantum High-Speed Train Technology. The number of attendees for the Earth Starship discussion surpassed 8,000. Reward Dijiao Xian Yuan War Fortress. Note this reward includes a series of supporting firepower technology blueprints for the Dijiao Xian Yuan War Fortress, including Xian Yuan Battle Vehicle, Inglong Aerospace Bomber, Xian Yuan Hill Artillery, etc. Hiss! Lin Yuan gasped, jolted back to reality. What a guy! The nuclear bionic drone and anti-gravity vehicle are one thing, but this war bunker is truly impressive. My heart is surging, blood boiling, excitement uncontrollable. I have to do this. Without a second thought, Lin Yuan, having absorbed a vast amount of technical knowledge, resolved to tinker with the war bunker. After all, this is a crucial national defense instrument. Once it sees the light of day, the rabbit will surely rise. The eagle will wilt, the foot basin chicken will wither, John Bull will weep, and the battle bear will be stunned. As if envisioning this scene, Lin Yuan's heart surged with excitement. However, it would be exceedingly difficult to research the Dijiao Xian Yuan war bunker single-handedly. After all, this involves various scientific engineering fields. Even if I understand all the technical points, actually constructing the war bunker seems like a distant dream. I still need to rely on the support of the country. Lin Yuan sighed, realizing that he had no regrets about this big leg to hold on to. After a while, he returned to reality. Glancing at the live stream, Lin Yuan regained his composure and began to speak slowly. In conclusion, in this Starship flight log from the Shanghai Jing, the various so-called ancient divine beasts recorded are in fact mostly mechanical devices powered by nuclear energy. Imagine if these divine beasts were living beings, they should possess reproductive capabilities. Even after countless years, there should be some form of inheritance left behind. But why is there no trace of these ancient divine beasts on Earth? I have 2 conclusions. The first is the reason mentioned earlier about the spacecraft traveling through various cosmic worlds, acting as a witness, recording the sights and experiences of different starry realms. Once the spacecraft leaves that starry kingdom, it completely loses contact. The second conclusion is that most of these ancient divine beasts are advanced nuclear mechanical products. Due to the ancient nuclear war, all instruments and equipment were destroyed. At this point, I must mention the nuclear war between the Yellow Emperor and Chiyo, but let's set that aside for now. Lin Yuan left a cliffhanger, causing the live stream to erupt in chaos. What the heck? The host is cutting off at the crucial moment, damn it. Just when we were getting to the key point, the host suddenly stopped streaming. What a low score. At that moment, Xingtian, who had just connected with Lin Yuan, requested another connection. When Lin Yuan answered, he saw Xingtian's bewildered and delighted expression on the other side. Hey, isn't that the Tibetan sister from earlier? Sister Zhuoma, did you manage to exchange that pile of discarded jade for... The netizens chuckled at this. Xingtian's eyes suddenly cleared up, and she nodded excitedly. Oh my god, this is unbelievable. Just now some military personnel came looking for me, a lot of them. In addition to soldiers, there were also some scientists who looked very impressive. Zhuoma murmured excitedly. They examined various instruments in our home for quite some time, and then looked at the pile of jade I found. Those experts seemed very pleased, cheering as they left, and carefully took away the pile of jade I found. What? Upon hearing this, over 800 netizens in the live stream were dumbfounded. Damn, the military took away Sister Zhuoma's jade. Could it be that the host was right? Is that stuff really nuclear fuel? Seeing the netizens' comments, Xingtian quickly nodded, her already rosy cheeks turning even redder. Yes, and before the military personnel left, they transferred 3 million to me. In an instant, the previously light-hearted netizens were stunned. Wow. Oh my god, 3 million. They really paid. Xingtian looks like the purest Tibetan. She wouldn't lie, and the host wouldn't lie either. Does that mean the military really spent 3 million to buy a pile of discarded jade? Is there really helium-3 nuclear fuel in that stuff? The next moment, the live stream was in an uproar, boiling over. Damn, is it still possible to rush to Kunlun Mountain to collect nuclear fuel? Let's team up. Woo, I'm heartbroken. How come this fortune didn't fall to me? Dream on, I'm just a tourist traveling around the Bai Har Mountains. We just passed by Wild Horse Beach and found it was sealed off by the military. The host isn't exaggerating. They really mobilized the military to seal off Wild Horse Beach. Seeing a local tourist speak up, the netizens were utterly shocked. Everyone looked at Lin Yuan on the screen, filled with curiosity. What kind of identity does the host have? This is too exaggerated. 3 million is quite enough. On this side, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and smiled. Congratulations, Sister Zhuoma. I calculated that the amount of helium-3 extractable from your pile of jade is roughly worth this price. Our country is quite reliable. Speaking of which, Lin Yuan glanced at the wailing netizens in the live stream, shaking his head with a smile. Fans, you don't need to feel regret, Sister Zhuoma. It's just lucky her ancestors must have burned incense for good fortune. According to my research, the ashen white jade, nuclear fuel, or is buried at least 50 meters deep in the Bai Har. The pile of jade that Sister Zhuoma found is likely the only one in the world. Otherwise, if there were indeed such nuclear fuel, or our country would have discovered and exploited it long ago. After hearing this, the netizens suddenly realized, each one sighing filled with envy. Woo, thank you, host. At this moment, Zhuoma also realized, excitedly wiping her tears to express her gratitude to Lin Yuan. What are you thanking me for? It's just your good luck. Lin Yuan smiled as he ended the connection. Turning back to the live stream, he said calmly, Dear netizens, today's live stream is almost at its end. In the next episode preview, I will explain the story of the nuclear war between the Yellow Emperor and Chiyu in the Shanhai Jing. Stay tuned. Upon seeing this, the netizens shouted excitedly. Woo, host, don't go, I haven't had enough yet. Exactly, the host seems to have lost energy, not lasting long. Low score. You're leaving just as I entered? I'll give you a big thumbs up. Facing the camera, Lin Yuan maintained his composure, and then Lin Yuan suddenly had a spark of inspiration, as if he thought of something, and his eyes sparkled with brilliant light. He suddenly asked, by the way, before the live stream ends, let me ask a question. How many netizens from the 7 Sons of National Defense are here in the live stream? At this moment, the nearly 900 online netizens who were reluctantly preparing to exit the live stream were momentarily stunned by Lin Yuan's question. Why is the host asking this? The 7 Sons of National Defense is a sacred place in the hearts of academic underachievers like me. Yeah, but what does the host mean by suddenly mentioning the 7 Sons of National Defense? The comments were filled with curious inquiries. Lin Yuan then smiled calmly. A single arrow that pierces the clouds, the 7 Sons of National Defense come to meet. Today's live stream ends here. After saying this, he decisively ended the stream, leaving a crowd of bewildered. Especially in the live stream, there were indeed many diligent students from the 7 Sons of National Defense who paused in surprise on the campus streets. Why did expert Lin from the Higher Institute of Physics suddenly mention our school? A group of students looked at each other in confusion. In the magical city at the Advanced Physics Research Institute, Lin Yuan exited the live stream and immediately leaned over his desk, writing a series of formulas and sketching various devices on the blueprints. A controllable nuclear fusion device, the modified arc reactor. The Great Horn Xingtian will become the king of land combat at the level of a land aircraft carrier in the future. The quantum graviton motor may not be realistic within a decade, but its applied anti-gravity magnetic levitation technology can be utilized in other devices. We must also develop bionic drones. They will be the ultimate weapons in future land, sea, and air battlefields. Lin Yuan trembled with excitement. At this moment, the various scientific information stored in his brain surged forth, nearly overwhelming him. Yes, exactly. With a large amount of helium-3 as nuclear fuel, the arc reactor will face no issues, and the energy problems for the subsequent development of the Kuafu mechs and Xingtian mechs will also be resolved. In one corner of the room, Chen Lin, who had just finished a call with the military, looked at Lin Yuan, who was completely immersed in his research world with a flushed face, and called out to him several times without receiving a response. Chen Lin silently prepared a cup of tea for Lin Yuan and placed it on the desk before leaving the office. Expert Lin, are you there? Please get me some helium-3. My research is missing this. A group of colleagues from the Advanced Physics Research Institute excitedly rushed over, but were stopped by Chen Lin. Chief Engineer Lin is currently working and cannot be disturbed, Chen Lin said with a blank expression. Chief Engineer Lin. A crowd of colleagues was horrified. After all, the title of Chief Engineer is not something that just anyone can claim. It is typically reserved for the leading talent of a national-level research project. Realizing this, everyone fell silent. Even the most senior and prestigious professors in the institute showed a solemn expression. Please inform Chief Engineer Lin. Young comrade, please relay a message. I request to meet with Chief Engineer Lin. You don't have my urgency. The bionic device research I'm responsible for requires a large amount of nuclear energy, and there are some issues I need to consult with Chief Engineer Lin personally. Chief Engineer Lin is truly a genius. He is only in his early 20s, and his future achievements will be extraordinary. The project I oversee, the Project 987, shares some commonalities with Expert Lin's findings. I would like to request guidance from Chief Engineer Lin. A group of experts from the Physics Institute excitedly made their requests. However, Chen Lin remained cold, his authoritative gaze surveying the room. Everyone step back. You are all researchers. Making such noise is utterly unbecoming. At that moment, Lu Zhe and Dean Shinfeng rushed in, and at their first words the crowd quieted down. Dean, we request to see Chief Engineer Lin. The crowd hurriedly said. Major Chen has already stated that Chief Engineer Lin is currently working and must not be disturbed. Lu Zhe said sternly. The project Chief Engineer Lin is currently responsible for is the largest, most complex, and most challenging national-level major engineering project in our country's history. Lu Zhe realized he could no longer keep it a secret, and said with clenched teeth, what? Hearing this, the group of colleagues felt their scalps tingle. As researchers, they certainly understood the weight of Lu Zhe's words. Generally speaking, research projects are categorized into major, national, key, advanced, and ordinary levels. Even the national efforts for the 2 bombs and 1 satellite or the manned space program are merely classified as major national projects. However, there are rumors of another project level known as national fortune level, which many researchers may never hear of in their lifetime, let alone participate in. What is a national fortune level project? It impacts the fate of a nation. Just thinking about it is awe-inspiring. And now, the project under Lin Yuan's charge is a national fortune level project. The group of colleagues gasped involuntarily, taking a few steps back, their expressions turning to a mix of complex envy and fervent admiration. The few older professors from before were even red-faced. Their projects, though important, were nothing compared to a national fortune-level project. Therefore, please do not disturb Chief Engineer Lin. Dean Shun waved his hand, dispersing the group of experts, then personally approached Chen Lin with a serious expression. Major Chen, if Chief Engineer Lin needs anything, please let us know. We at the Advanced Physics Research Institute will fully cooperate with Chief Engineer Lin. Upon hearing this, Chen Lin's expression softened slightly as he explained. After Chief Engineer Lin finished the live stream, he began sketching and writing on the blueprints. I caught a glimpse of a line he wrote. Controllable nuclear fusion. Boom. Lu Zhe and Dean Shun exchanged a glance, frozen in shock. After a long moment, the two came back to their senses, trembling with overwhelming curiosity and shock, speechless, and not daring to ask any questions as they turned back to the office. Sitting down heavily, Dean Shun gulped down a large mouthful of tea and let out a long breath. Incredible. Dean Shun trembled. To be honest, I still don't know how Chief Engineer Lin accomplished this. Lu Zhe's voice quivered with astonishment. I can't even imagine, truly can't imagine. Dean Shun's voice cracked as he gritted his teeth, saying, anyway, we just need to ensure good cooperation. Then dazed, he took out a sheet of paper and began writing something on it. Old Shun, is this all the vision you have? Lu Zhe gritted his teeth, suddenly standing up. You and I are both researchers in nuclear physics. Now that such a huge opportunity is in front of us, how can you act as if you don't see it? Forget it. Once Chief Engineer Lin is done, I'm going to find him. A national fortune-level project, the Hongming Plan. So many significant scientific research projects that people go their whole lives without encountering are laid out before us. I want care, but even if I have to be a small worker, I will get involved. I need to follow Chief Engineer Lin to learn well and contribute my experience. Otherwise, I won't rest in peace. After saying this, Lu Zhe stood up and walked out. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of Dean Shun fervently writing at his desk. Old Shun, what are you writing? Damn, you're writing an application report. What the heck, you finished this few hundred words in no time. Damn. I've known you for 30 years, and this is the first time I've learned that you know how to flatter. Damn you. Looking closer, Lu Zhe's eyes widened in anger. Haha. Old Lu, what are you competing for? I'm definitely the first screw under Chief Engineer Lin. Dean Shun burst into laughter and rushed out of the dean's office, heading back to Lin Yuan's office to hand his application report. Major Chen, once Lin Yuan is free, please pass this to him. Dean Shin stood at attention, his expression serious. Chief Engineer of the Advanced Physics Research Institute Academician Shin Feng applies to join the Hongming plan. After a full 7 or 8 hours, Lin Yuan came back to his senses, looking at the dozens of pages of design drawings and documents in his hands, revealing a satisfied smile. Then he felt a wave of hunger. Looking up, it was already 9 in the evening. Brother Chun, Lin Yuan weakly called out. Chun Lin quickly came in and exclaimed, Chief Engineer Lin, you are finally done. I'm starving, was there anything to eat? Lin Yuan asked with a smile. Yes. Chun Lin immediately handed over prepared bread and milk, then ran to the staff cafeteria to fetch Lin Yuan some food. After a frantic meal, Lin Yuan regained some energy. Has there been any news from the Biankala Mountains? He sipped some tea and inquired. Yes. Chun Lin quickly nodded. The latest news from the military is that the excavation work has reached 50 meters underground, and we have also mined the type of ash-gray jade that you mentioned, Chief Engineer Lin. According to the tests, this ash-gray jade contains helium-3 and other nuclear fuels. And the exploration instruments indicate that the region of Yema Beach contains approximately 5 to 6 million tons of ash-gray jade, which translates to 1 million tons of helium-3 based on the extraction formulas. As he spoke, Chen Lin looked at Lin Yuan with eyes full of endless fervor. After all this was incredible. How did Lin Yuan know that this area contained such a vast amount of nuclear fuel? He wanted to ask, but his professional ethics told him this was classified information. The duty of a soldier is to obey. That's good. Lin Yuan nodded in response, feeling relieved, and casually said, once the first batch of nuclear fuel is extracted, send 50 kilograms over. Okay, I'll notify them. Chen Lin replied. It was at this moment that Lin Yuan noticed that the Earth's Starship Exploration degree had actually increased slightly to 0.0003. At the same time, he was rewarded with a function called Virtual Laboratory. Virtual Laboratory, the host can enter a virtual experimental space that contains various experimental devices and can simulate all experimental effects in reality. Seeing this, Lin Yuan was overjoyed. Without time to study it further, Chen Lin spoke up beside him. Oh right, this is a message from Dean Shin and Deputy Dean Liu for you. Thinking of something, Chen Lin took out 2 application forms and handed them to Lin Yuan. Upon receiving them, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile, but he did not make a decision. Instead, he instructed Chen Lin, immediately help me contact the imperial capital. I, in the capacity of chief engineer of the Hongming plan, apply for national special approval to summon engineering students to participate in a major research and manufacturing project. Huh. Chen Lin felt a daze wash over him upon hearing this. This. Chen Lin stammered. Chief Engineer Lin, can you explain the reason? To research controllable nuclear fusion, summoning engineering students from across the nation is quite reasonable, isn't it? Lin Yuan smiled leisurely and explained. The Hongming plan is so enormous that relying solely on the current national research capabilities will definitely be inadequate. Most researchers already have their own tasks, so I plan to summon a batch of engineering students to join my research team. The reason is simple. National defense researchers have high plasticity and obey orders. After all, Lin Yuan already possesses all the technology. What he needs is merely a group of tools, not scientists with their own ideas, as that would hinder the research progress. This time I'm serious, Brother Chin. I'm telling you, I'm preparing to create something big. So I need the elite from various fields and related personnel to cooperate with me. The target group will temporarily focus on the 7 Sons of National Defense. Of course, if the 7 Sons of National Defense are insufficient, then the 6 military engineering schools and 7 heroes of armaments will also be recruited. In any case, I need to gather a team of at least 300 people. After finishing, Lin Yuan snapped his fingers and said, Brother Chen, report back. Chen Lin was stunned for a long time. Coming back to his senses, he nodded shakily. I understand. Unless a directive from the imperial capital was transmitted back. Understood. A simple word, heavy as Mount Tai. Then it was 10 o'clock at night. From the imperial capital, a significant red document directed at the 7 Sons of National Defense was issued in the form of an urgent classified order presented to the heads of the various universities of the 7 Sons of National Defense, including Harbin Institute of Technology, Northwestern Polytechnical University, Imperial Capital University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Imperial Capital University of Science and Technology, Jinling University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, Jinling University of Science and Technology, and Harbin Engineering University. Bang! At this moment, the heads of the 7 major universities of the 7 Sons of National Defense, upon seeing the document, had their expressions freeze instantly, their bodies immobilized, as if nailed down. Early the next morning, a hurried bell, like a wartime mobilization, completely reverberated throughout the campuses of the 7 major universities of national defense. The 7 Sons of National Defense, Xi'an University of Technology. The winter sun filters through the white snow on the campus branches, shimmering with a soft glow resembling a beautiful painting that refreshes the mind. Yi Chun emerged from his dormitory, jogging to the campus entrance, and found a spot in the square to exercise. After completing a set of military boxing, Yi Chen's gaze involuntarily fell upon the massive statue before him. It was a colossal statue predominantly gray and white depicting a figure bowing with its face deeply buried. One hand held a sword while the other struck a sword-holding pose. The statue faced the bronze vessel Hizun. The term Longwa first appeared on it. The gray-white statue held a sword in one hand and supported it with the other facing Hizun in a distant resonance. It was none other than the renowned Xi'an University of Technology's statue forging swords for the nation. Its meaning forging swords for the nation in peacetime, wielding them in wartime. There is no need to know who I am. As a graduate student about to graduate, every time Yi Chun saw the statue forging swords for the nation at his alma mater, he felt his blood boiling. To remain anonymous and forge swords for the nation. Yi Chun softly murmured, his eyes filled with determination. Then he went to the cafeteria to bring breakfast for his roommate Li Fuxing. Upon returning to the dormitory, he heard old Li scrolling through short videos. "Old Yi, you're back." Li Fuxing, lying on the bed, called out to Yi Chun. Seeing the breakfast, he immediately jumped down grinning. "You're such a good buddy, my stomach is just about to rumble." In a few bites, Li Fuxing swallowed the buns and took a sip of soy milk, casually asking, "Old Yi, have you made up your mind?" Yi Chun knew what he was asking and nodded. "I'm planning to go to the Longguo Weaponry Industry Group." "That's great. With your capabilities, the position of chief engineer for the next generation of artillery and missiles is waiting for you." Li Fuxing laughed heartily, patting Yi Chun on the shoulder. "You're the one to cure our nation's fear of insufficient firepower. As for me, I plan to go to the Longhang Industrial Rongfei base for some fun and play around with the 6th-generation fighter." "Are you watching Lin Yuan's live stream?" At that moment, Yi Chun noticed Li Fuxing scrolling through Douyin, where Lin Yuan was explaining the content. "The Earth is a spaceship." "No kidding," Li Fuxing exclaimed. "This genius from Longku University has been trending online these days." Out of curiosity, I entered his live stream, and wow. After studying scientific research for so many years, it almost disrupted my Dao heart. "That may not be the case. Didn't you see the government supporting him?" Yi Chun frowned. To be honest, Yi Chun was a top genius at Xi'an University of Technology, having barely missed a perfect score upon graduation. He could accept any cutting-edge scientific theory. However, the concept of the Earth as a starship was simply too advanced. Thus, Yi Chun was unsure how to evaluate it. Li Fuxing, knowing Yi Chun's temperament, chuckled. "Do you know that yesterday expert Lin stirred up a big deal? It's said that while researching the West Queen Mother in the Shanghai Jing, he accidentally discovered ancient nuclear fuel, and it's a He3 grade with reportedly significant reserves." Yi Chun was at a loss for words and instinctively took out his phone to search for the news. After reading, this genius student from Xi'an University of Technology felt bewildered. Furthermore, this expert Lin also said something strange at the end of his live stream yesterday. Li Fuxing mumbled. Expert Lin shouted something about a piercing arrow through the clouds. The 7 sons of national defense come to meet. Now there are rumors. Just then a rapid ringing echoed across the Xi'an University of Technology campus. 3 long and 2 short. The two looked at each other in confusion, and the next moment they were horrified. "This is a wartime alert, oh no. What major event has happened? What the hell has the little sun come knocking?" The dormitory corridor instantly erupted in a chaotic scream accompanied by gasps and exaggerated noises, causing the entire Xi'an University of Technology campus to boil over. In the next moment, loudspeakers echoed in every corner of the Xi'an University of Technology campus. "Attention, this is not a drill, this is not a drill. All students in their 3rd year and above, regardless of any academic field, must immediately proceed to the school auditorium. All students in their 3rd year and above must arrive at the school auditorium within 10 minutes for an emergency mobilization meeting." In an instant, a tense atmosphere pervaded the campus. Damn it. Without a word, Li Fuxing changed into a pair of red underwear and dragged Yi Chun to run towards the school auditorium, lamenting, "Old Yi, we're doomed. It might be the foot-basin chicken or the bald eagle getting drunk ready to start the 3rd World War. I was wondering why the Sakura Island area hasn't updated these days. They're cutting off my spiritual food. We're definitely going to the battlefield, and my dreams of becoming a chief engineer are likely to be ruined." As students of the 7 sons of national defense, they understood the significance of national defense far better than any ordinary university student. In peacetime, they were mere screws on the scientific research front, twisting where needed. As for wartime, just give them a water pipe or gas canister, and they would be among the first to charge into battle. "Old Yi, why aren't you speaking?" Li Fuxing glanced back at his good buddy while running. Yi Chun, being dragged along for a distance, finally rolled his eyes. "Why did you change into red underwear?" "It's my zodiac year," Li Fuxing lamented, gritting his teeth. "If I really end up on the battlefield, my 24 years of solo skills will crush the foot-basin chicken." 5 minutes later, the grand auditorium, which could accommodate 5,000 people, was filled to capacity. Not only 3rd-year students, but also a bunch of freshmen and sophomores rushed in excitedly to join the commotion, and the faculty members couldn't drive them away. Eventually, the school security had to step in to seal off the auditorium to stop the boiling crowd. At that moment, on the central stage of the auditorium, the president of Xi'an University of Technology, Zhang Hongwei, an academician of the Longhua Engineering Academy, scanned the students with a serious yet excited expression. Without a moment's hesitation, the president declared, "Dear students, in the name of the nation, I issue an urgent mobilization order. The country is undertaking a major scientific research project that urgently requires a large number of research personnel. As the pride of the national defense research field, you students are the fresh blood of the future and must shoulder this significant responsibility. This plan is classified as a national-level major engineering subproject codenamed Xuanyuan and will be led by Lin Yuan, the chief engineer of the Hongmeng project. This plan is expected to take 20 to 50 days and will require the participation of students during their winter vacation. Additionally, students who sign up for this plan will have their credit ratings automatically elevated by 1 level. They will receive the same daily salary as researchers in national scientific research units, and those who perform exceptionally will be able to join the country's top scientific research units directly after graduation without an interview. Moreover, they could receive the supreme honor of Longhua, the Xintian blood medal. Upon hearing this, the entire auditorium erupted in excitement. Everyone was stunned by the president's words. Oh crap, did the president mention Lin Yuan, the one who proposed the theory that the Earth is a spaceship? What's going on? Does this mean the country has acknowledged the Earth starship theory in another way? I remember expert Lin said in the live stream yesterday about a piercing arrow through the clouds the 7 sons of national defense come to meet. It seems the trap was laid here. Does this mean that not only Xi'an University of Technology, but students from all 7 universities of national defense have been summoned? Oi. At this moment, the students of Xi'an University of Technology were left bewildered by this news. There was no hesitation on their part, and they immediately began the registration process. It must be said that the mood and response of the students on site were quite high. Many students registered without a second thought. After all, the rewards offered by the school were appealing. Most importantly, everyone was eager to meet expert Lin. He was about the same age as them, yet he was already the chief person in charge of a major national project. How incredible. When it was Yichin's turn, an instructor glanced at the materials and sternly said, "Yichin, you don't need to register." Huh. Yichin was taken aback. He then heard the other party's resolute tone. "Your name is already listed as one of the required talents, meaning that whether you want to or not, you have been summoned by the nation." Hiss. Li Fuxing gasped upon hearing this. "What's wrong with you? Just your luck, Li Fuxing, right? You're also one of the summoned talents." The instructor looked at both of them and suddenly broke into a strange smile. Li Fuxing, seeing this, didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Do well and don't embarrass Xi'an University of Technology. Remember, this is a wartime mobilization order. There's no room for nonsense. After saying this, without further ado, he raised his fist and called out to the 500 or 600 students who had already registered. "Students, you have half an hour to pack your things. The military's Y-20 has arrived at the Xijing airport. You must depart to Modu today." With a bang, the scene grew even more chaotic. On the other side, not only Xi'an University of Technology, but Harbin Institute of Technology, Beijing Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics, and Jinling University of Technology were also experiencing the same startling scene. A massive mobilization. A wartime mobilization. An urgent national summon. One by one, diligent national defense junior and senior students, as well as graduate students, were urgently called up to enter the mobilization sequence in the name of the nation. It's worth noting that the 7 sons of national defense comprise 7 universities. Most students study majors that involve core areas of national defense technology, such as nuclear industry, missile and aircraft carrier manufacturing, and so forth, which are no small feats. At this moment, under the operation of the national machinery, it took less than 2 hours to assemble the 3,000-member research team that Lin Yuan required. Then, with strong support from the military, students from the 7 universities of national defense marched towards Modu. For those further away, the Y-20 was dispatched to transport them. For those closer, military trucks sped towards Modu. In an instant, all private cars on the highway from Jinling to Modu were startled by the magnificent convoy of a piercing arrow through the clouds. The 7 sons of national defense come to meet. This scene had indeed come true. Meanwhile, online, as some of the summoned students from the 7 sons of national defense disclosed information to their families, it stirred up more attention, and the Longhua internet erupted in a storm. After all, this summon involves a vast scope, and the country did not intend to hide it. Oh my, this is a big deal. Is this the first time our country has issued an emergency summon order in decades of peacetime? Moreover, it specifically targets students from national defense universities. This is too exaggerated. What's even more outrageous is that the slogan, "A piercing arrow through the clouds, the 7 sons of national defense come to meet," came from some online livestream from that Lin Yuan. Sure, something's off. This is very suspicious. It's clear there's a big secret here. Expert Lin mentioned in the livestream yesterday about the West Queen Mother working on nuclear fuel, and then news broke about the country discovering a large amount of He3 in Kunlun. This is incredible. Just this contribution from Lin Yuan to the country is immeasurable. Could it be that Lin Yuan is gathering so many national defense engineering students to craft a big sand king? Hiss. That's impossible, right? Discussions online were rampant. Everyone looked serious, genuinely shocked. After all, such a scene is rarely seen in 10, no 30, or 50 years. On the other hand, seeing the high-spirited scene of the 7 sons of national defense, the military engineering 6 schools, the 7 heroes of weaponry, as well as Peking University, Tsinghua University, Longkou University, and others were all extremely resentful. Especially the students from the military engineering 6 schools. All of them were shouting hoarsely online, "Why are only the 7 sons of national defense being summoned? We from the military engineering 6 schools are just as capable. Go away. The 7 heroes of weaponry were not having it either. The next second thousands of blood letters were sent. Beijing Institute of Technology is always ready. Jinling University of Technology, please let Chief Engineer Lin review us. Xi'an University of Technology, we sincerely request to forge swords for the nation. As for the students from Xi'an University of Technology and other 7 sons of national defense who had already set off for Modu upon seeing the explosive news online, the group of students were all bewildered. Ahem. This is the legendary part-time job exposure during winter vacation. Asking if my handcrafted Sand King is reliable. On that day in the outskirts of the Demon City Mission, the second research institute of the Pingdong Military District, Chun Lin pointed at the factory equipment before him, his spirit invigorated as he said, Chief Engineer Lin, as per your instructions, the military has designated the second research institute as the headquarters for the Xingtian project. All unrelated personnel have been evacuated, and we will be ready to commence work as soon as the students from the 7 national defense universities arrive. Indeed, Lin Yuan looked around nodding in satisfaction. You need to contact the military immediately. I need some special research instruments and materials. Understood. Chun Lin, as Lin Yuan's bodyguard and liaison, promptly contacted the higher-ups. We need 2 sets of the imitation star devices and tokamak apparatus. If they are difficult to transport, disassemble them and send them over. We need 100 atomic force microscopes, 500 sets of microarc oxidation equipment, and at least 3 cranes capable of lifting 1,000,000 tons along with all kinds of precision lathes and boiler instruments. Lin Yuan spoke without reservation. On the other end of the line, a clerk from the logistics department, secretly established for the Hongmeng plan in Longhua, immediately recorded the information with a serious expression. As for the metal materials, we need 500 to 100 tons, each of tungsten, beryllium, titanium, and rhenium carbide. We need 200 tons of T800 level carbon fiber. Fortunately, the staff recording this responded quickly and checked on the computer, widening their eyes in shock, trembling, as they said, Chief Engineer Lin. The materials you mentioned earlier are manageable, but the rhenium carbide cannot reach even 500 tons in global reserves. As for the T800 carbon fiber, we definitely cannot supply that much. Just look at those few companies selling fishing rods online. How much stock can they possibly have? Really? Lin Yuan replied, skeptically waving his hand. All right, send whatever you can as soon as possible. He then listed a plethora of advanced instruments and materials, leaving the staff on the other end dazed. Eventually, even the head of the logistics department was alarmed, taking the phone with a mournful expression. Chief Engineer, you're requesting too many materials. Even though you have high authority here, the key issue is that many of the materials and instruments are not available in our country. The other party explained with a wry smile. Do the White Eagles and the Rooster Nation have what I need? John Bull has quite a bit as well. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's eyes shifted and he smiled. In that case, report to your superiors and say what I've mentioned. Negotiate with these countries, offering to help them produce a portion of the super chips in exchange for these instruments and materials. They will agree. Superconducting electronic materials are currently in high demand in the chip market, yet they are classified as controlled items by Longhua. They are almost going mad. Once the news gets out, even the proudest White Eagle will have to compromise. It's just a matter of terms. In any case, get me the materials I need within 3 days. After finishing, Lin Yuan directly hung up the phone. Opposite him, Chun Lin was already in shock, his trembling eyes scanning Lin Yuan. As expected of Chief Engineer Lin, he's one of a kind in all of Longhua. Chun Lin sighed with deep admiration. As for the logistical woes of the foreign countries, he couldn't concern himself with that. Then recalling something, he asked with concern, Chief Engineer Lin, isn't it a bit risky to produce super chips for them? No problem, Lin Yuan smiled. It's akin to how the Eagles sell arms. We hold the advanced technology, while they can handle the lower tier stuff. As for worrying about their ability to decipher technology, even the top chip material experts from the White Eagle need decades of research just to get started. I see. Chun Lin looked enlightened. Soon around noon, the first batch of 600 students from Jinling University of Technology and Jinling University of Aeronautics and Astronautics had just arrived at the Xingtian Project Research Headquarters. Following closely, the students from the 7 national defense universities began to arrive at the research headquarters around 3 in the afternoon. Inside an office, Lin Yuan took a moment to check the system panel. Earth Starship enrollment 1269752 people, officially breaking through the 1 million mark. As for the heated discussions among netizens regarding this matter, Lin Yuan had no time to observe. Chief Engineer Lin, a total of 3680 individuals, including experts, professors, and students from the 7 national defense universities, have reported for duty. Chun Lin reported as he entered. Here's the member list sent by the universities detailing the students' academic and work resumes, including their technical specialties. Did you arrange this? Lin Yuan casually inquired. Yes, Chun Lin nodded. With so many students, if we can organize their technical specialties and areas of expertise in advance and allocate tasks accordingly, we can save a lot of time. This idea of yours is quite good, Chingo. Lin Yuan said, his eyes lighting up. He thought for a moment and asked Chun Lin to step out first. He then focused his mind on the system. You're right, if we can plan in advance based on the abilities of these students, it will improve work efficiency and progress. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment, then opened the system marketplace. He wanted to see if there was anything that could assist him. Lin Yuan's gaze landed on one of the functions. Zhou's spaceship mega database access not yet granted, but can be projected through consumption of points containing all people, objects, and events. This is promising. Lin Yuan was delighted, then carefully read the usage instructions. What? I need the birth date. Each use consumes 10 points. Lin Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he had accumulated quite a few points in the past few days, which were sufficient. He then called Chun-Lin back to collect the birth dates of this batch of students. Chun-Lin was baffled, but he didn't ask anything unnecessary and diligently went to handle the task. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan received the data and began using the Zhou mega database. He quickly reached a conclusion, rapidly recording it, annotating it according to his understanding, and printing it out via computer. Chun Gu arranged personnel according to this list of data. Lin Yuan glanced at it and was quite satisfied with his work. What is this? Chun-Lin looked down and was uttered, holy crap. What is this? The document contained numerous lines of records, and Lin Yuan had written seriously. Yichen, student of West Engineering University, talent, innate missile, saint body. Wang Fengwen, Harbin Engineering University, talent, chaos geometry, Dao body. Song Ziwei, Beijing University of Aeronautics and Astronautics, talent, quantum mechanics, divine body. After a moment of dazed silence, Chun-Lin rubbed his temples and couldn't help but weakly ask, my chief engineer Lin. What is this? Chun-Ge, haven't you heard the saying? Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously. The end of science is theology, and also, it's best not to pry into a scientist's affairs. Now go on. In 1 hour we will hold a mobilization meeting. With a wave of his hand, Lin Yuan continued to immerse himself in his work. The arc reactor was about to be designed, and he needed to produce something substantial to impress the elite members of the National Defense 7. Chun-Lin also realized that the annotations on the document were Lin Yuan playing with a meme. If it weren't for this, Chun-Lin would almost forget that this chief engineer was just a young man in his early 20s. Chun-Lin, holding the form provided by Lin Yuan, arrived at the base square with a complex expression. At this time, the square was filled with students from the 7 national defense universities. A group of eager students, they curiously surveyed their surroundings, showing no signs of fatigue from their journey. In fact, each of them appeared quite excited and agitated. Dear students, I am Chun-Lin, Chief Engineer Lin's assistant. I will now distribute your identity cards, and you will be assigned tasks based on the information noted on your identity files. In other words, for the upcoming period, you will be responsible for the projects at hand, collaborating with Chief Engineer Lin. As for the terms noted above, they signify Chief Engineer Lin's evaluation of your innate abilities. Treat it as a cold. After finishing, Chun-Lin braced himself expressionless as he began distributing the identity cards. As the first student received their card, laughter and stunned shouts erupted around the scene, intertwining continuously. What's everyone laughing about? Within the West Engineering University student group, Yi Chun and Li Fuxing exchanged puzzled glances. I don't know. Li Fuxing also looked curious, muttering in confusion. By the way, our country's support for Chief Engineer Lin is truly immense. This base spans at least hundreds of acres, and I saw various high-precision research instruments being continuously transported in. Also, there seems to be something special about this research base, and that Chief Engineer Lin. Just now the instructor came to ask me for my birth date. I almost thought I had taken a part-time job this winter vacation, and that the country was going to send me a wife. Oldly, you're hilarious. Other students burst into laughter at this remark. Huh. At this moment, Yi Chun received his identity card and looked down. Innate missile, saint body. The brief words astonished Yi Chun to the point of speechlessness, nearly causing his What are you gaping for, old Yi? Li Fuxing teased, having received his own identity card, and glanced casually. With his mouth agape, he looked as though he could fit an egg in there. What the hell? Is this me? Then he jumped 3 feet. Clutching his identity card, he was so excited that his blood surged. At that moment, Li Fuxing wanted to shout, the ultimate war machine. Vector cycle turbofans soaring to the sky. This is my scientific physique. In front of the research workshop, a group of students from the National Defense 7 Sons University looked shocked and utterly. Wasn't it supposed to be about scientific research? How did it turn into cultivation? The crowd was bewildered, exchanging, ahem. Chun-Lin, an experienced veteran, felt his face flush as he pretended to be stern and glanced around the room, noticing that each student had received their designated identity card before he spoke. This is the information note personally prepared for each of you by Chief Engineer Lin. For example, this student. Ahem, your talent corresponds to infantry vehicles, so in the subsequent work, you will be responsible for collaborating on the development of vehicles with the headquarters. Me, the student who was called out looked embarrassed. Teacher, I'm only in my 3rd year, and vehicle development isn't my strong suit. I'm mainly focused on artillery research. As the saying goes, the roar of artillery is a man's romance. No. At that moment, a calm voice rang in everyone's ears. Chief Engineer Lin. Chun-Lin immediately stood at attention and saluted. Chief Engineer Lin. Everyone instinctively turned to look and saw a young man approaching from not far away. His face was well-defined, his eyes clear as a lake, and a composed yet resolute smile swept across the room. Hello, fellow students, I am Lin Yuan. Hello, Chief Engineer Lin. At that moment, over 3,000 students looked at Lin Yuan with excitement, curiosity, and confusion. The chief person in charge of the National Strategic Research Project, the Hongming Project. It can be said that Lin Yuan is currently the most popular figure on the internet within Dragon Country. Moreover, he was cloaked in an aura of mystery. After all, the Hongming project was too enigmatic. The national high-level officials had leaked no information, and Lin Yuan was only granted this important identity and title after proposing the theory of the Earth Starship. This made people ponder, did the Earth Starship theory really receive national recognition? This student, your talent lies in the field of infantry vehicles. Trust me, it's not too late to switch your research focus now. Don't doubt it, this conclusion is derived from the most advanced big data algorithms. Lin Yuan smiled as upon hearing this, the student's expressions turned serious. He then looked at another female student. And you will carve out a path in the field of manned rockets. Chief Engineer Lin, really? The female student, though not of sweet appearance, looked spirited at this moment. Her face light. Yes, believe in yourself. After all, you possess the manifestation of the arrow immortal, descending to the 9 heavens, soaring to the 9th heaven, surrounded by liquid nitrogen, traversing the starry space. Lin Yuan stated with great seriousness. I can't believe this. No wonder he is the biggest charlatan in the Dragon Country, no, in the entire world. The other students looked dazed. They exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. Seeing everyone silent, Lin Yuan burst into laughter. Just kidding, after all, what awaits you is the tedious, intricate, and profound work of scientific research. Lin Yuan said solemnly, I hope you can persevere. Oldly, what are you doing? Seeing Li Fuxing's flushed face staring blankly at Lin Yuan, shivering, as if freed from shackles, Yi Chun turned his head away in disdain. Woo-woo. I can only say Chief Engineer Lin understands me. Li Fuxing was in a state of wild enthusiasm. My lifelong dream is to develop 6th and even 7th generation fighter jets, to build fighter jets in the sea of hardship with turbojets roaring to the skies. Rubbing his temples, Yi Chun felt a sense of helplessness. Yet he was shocked beyond measure, for just a day prior he had made the decision to dedicate his life to the National Missile Program. Before this, Yi Chun had shown all-around talent, and many mentors at school speculated he would research nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. But unexpectedly, Chief Engineer Lin had accurately calculated his research dreams. Me, the innate missile holy body. At that moment, Yi Chun felt a surge of secret delight. Dear students, at that moment Lin Yuan continued to speak. I know everyone is puzzled about the reason for gathering you all. It's simple. Everything stems from the research concept of the Dajiao Xianyuan War Bunker. Lin Yuan explained without any hesitation. The Dajiao Xianyuan War Bunker is a concept for an ancient weapon of war that I proposed after researching the Earth Starship. It encompasses weapon facilities such as the Xianyuan battle vehicle, Yinglong aerospace bomber, and Xianyuan hill artillery. Once this massive machine is built, it will become the new generation of land combat aircraft carriers, the king of firepower. Furthermore, the technology employed in the Dajiao Xianyuan includes the primary method of nuclear energy drive, namely controlled nuclear fusion. Yes, not only do we need to create a controlled nuclear fusion device, but we also need to further optimize it into the arc reactor. No, that name is from the West. I believe Xianyuan reactor is more suitable. Lin Yuan smiled and dropped a bombshell. After all, when it comes to hardcore, our ancestor, the Yellow Emperor, was the expert. In ancient times, he threw a hydrogen bomb onto the territory of Sakura Island. Upon hearing this, all over 3,000 students from the National Defense 7 Sons were utterly shocked. Controlled nuclear fusion. We are going to create a controlled nuclear fusion device. With the technology we currently possess, is that even possible? Currently, even the most advanced research institutions globally cannot create a controlled nuclear fusion device, let alone a nuclear reactor. My God, what exactly are we getting involved in? The students shrieked in disbelief. Why is it impossible? Lin Yuan smiled proudly. Just like the Yellow Emperor in ancient times who threw a hydrogen bomb onto Sakura Island, in the eyes of future generations that was a miracle. And today we are going to create a miracle. Lin Yuan did not explain the meaning of his earlier statements, as that would be discussed in the next live broadcast. He turned around and snapped his fingers. In the southeastern corner of the research base square, a massive design blueprint slowly descended from the top of a research building. This design blueprint was made of waterproof cowhide paper measuring over 15 meters in length and width, and printed with the research blueprint of the Xianyuan reactor that Lin Yuan had just designed. Countless intricate instrument parts numbering in the tens of thousands. Various ingenious formulas and structures appearing as if written in a celestial script were presented before all the students. It also stunned the accompanying professors and experts. The scene fell silent for a solid 10 minutes. Then it erupted into deafening screams and gasps of astonishment. My God, this is the Xianyuan reactor. What an imposing name. Hiss. This design idea is simply brilliant. I think I understand a bit. This is a mini tokamak device that uses a magnetic field to confine plasma and utilizes helium-3 as the reactant, producing a helium-4 nucleus and a high-energy proton in the nuclear fusion reaction. Okay, I can't understand the rest at all. The elite students from the National Defense 7 Sons displayed looks of shock. Meanwhile, the experts and professors trembled violently, their eyes bursting with radiant light. Incredible. This design is so bold, yet upon careful examination, there seems to be a slim chance of success. My God, what kind of unfathomable wisdom is contained in this young man's brain? Everyone. A deep, ethereal voice pulled everyone back to reality. Now we have a complete research blueprint. Moreover, we have an entire country as our backing. And you are the swordsmiths painstakingly nurtured by our nation. Lin Yuan scanned the room. With a proud and composed smile, he declared, "Now I announce. The Xingtian project is officially launched. Create controlled nuclear fusion within 7 days, and bring the Xingtian reactor online within 15 days. Let's make something big together." Boom. It was as if thunder cracked in their ears. All 3680 elite students in the National Defense Research Field erupted into ecstatic roars, each waving their fists, their eyes red, with fervor and fighting spirit. That day Lin Yuan distributed a series of tasks. The arrangements were as follows: Controlled Nuclear Fusion Group, Xingtian Battle Vehicle Group; Inglong Aerospace Bomber Group, Xingtian Hill Artillery Group, Bionic Drone Group, and so on. Each group worked independently, yet collaboratively, with Lin Yuan serving as the chief designer, providing technical ideas and design blueprint support, and overseeing the research operations comprehensively. It must be said that the elite students of the National Defense Seven Sons were indeed impressive. Not only were they rich in knowledge, but their execution ability and learning capacity were also astonishing. After all, they were all geniuses. Soon after the general mobilization concluded, the students each went to their respective positions and began working. At this moment, a team of 1,000 students gathered in the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Research Workshop. Lin Yuan glanced at everyone and said casually, "Do you know why I chose you National Defense Research students instead of summoning relevant experts in the nuclear field?" Everyone shook their heads in confusion. "It's simple." Lin Yuan smiled. "Because this technology completely surpasses the current scientific community's understanding of controlled nuclear fusion. Top nuclear experts can easily fall into thinking traps due to the countless years they have expended on past research. So I don't need them, I just need you to strictly adhere to my work arrangements." After saying this, Lin Yuan waved his hand, distributing printed copies of the Star Ring Energy Controlled Nuclear Fusion formula and design ideas to each student. "Please remember, every blueprint and every formula you see is a state secret." "Good. Let's get to work." With Lin Yuan's command, over 1,000 students instinctively lowered their heads to glance at the design blueprints and fusion formulas. Boom. It was as if a door to a new world had opened. Excited screams erupted on the scene. "My God, this formula is so profound and magical. I can barely understand a bit." These blueprints and formulas are not only advanced, but Chief Engineer Lin is even more remarkable. A graduate student from Harbin Institute of Technology focused on the nuclear field adjusted his glasses and trembled as he said, "I finally understand Chief Engineer Lin's intentions. In fact, we are all tools." This young man, who had already gained some fame in the domestic nuclear field, glanced at his classmates and smiled excitedly. Chief Engineer Lin has already made groundbreaking research on controlled nuclear fusion. In fact, if it weren't for this project being too complex and vast along with the time constraint, Chief Engineer Lin could assemble a controlled nuclear fusion device all by himself. With a thunderous clap, his remarks plunged the scene into chaos. Yet the eyes of all the students remained passionate. "I am proud to be a tool. Being able to personally participate in the research and assembly of the controlled nuclear fusion device, I would gladly be an ornament for Chief Engineer Lin. Woo, I would be happy to be a small worker. In 100 years, I will be the center of my family shrine, and the first incense stick will be mine." The next day, several military heavy trucks arrived at the research base as soldiers unloaded various instruments and components. Accompanying them were top experts from the Dragon Kingdom Engineering Research Institute, who specialized in tokamak devices, magnetically confined controlled nuclear fusion devices. Qin Beishao. At this moment, old Qin looked quite frustrated with a trace of anger. "This is too much. Why should the device I have painstakingly researched for 10 years be given to that kid? He is the chief engineer, but I too can be considered half a chief engineer. This is bullying." Nearby, the director of the Engineering Physics Research Institute, Qi Chongqing, sighed and tried to comfort him, saying, "Old Qin, don't be in such a hurry. Who told us that there are so few people in our country researching controllable nuclear fusion devices, and there are only so many materials available for the existing devices? The higher-ups have also said that we should temporarily accommodate you, as the task here is more urgent. Besides, Master Lin is not acting recklessly. He must have gone through logical reasoning, otherwise the higher-ups wouldn't let him do as he pleases. He is just acting recklessly." Looking at the dismantled device continuously being transported to a workshop not far away, Qin Beishao gritted his teeth and said, "Old Qi, do you know what this means? It means that my 10 years of research have gone down the drain. I don't care if that kid doesn't give me an explanation, I will." Old Qin wanted to assert himself, intending to confront that kid directly. After all, everyone in the organization knows that Old Qin cares so much about research that he would even disregard his own dignity. But at this moment, Old Qin raised his eyes and suddenly glanced towards the southeast. There on the high wall hung a huge design blueprint of a device. Boom. It was like thunder descending from the heavens. Old Qin stood frozen in place, his eyes suddenly bursting with brilliant light. Woo-woo. A few seconds later, this old man, who had spent half his life researching controllable nuclear fusion, was moved to tears, unable to contain his excitement, his blood boiling. "Incredible. This is exactly the controllable nuclear fusion device I have dreamed of for my entire life." Old Qin exclaimed excitedly and hurriedly ran over. "Old Qin, what are you doing? Don't act recklessly." Qi Chongqing was startled and hurried to follow him. A few seconds later, in the office of the chief engineer of the Xingtian project, Lin Yuan also learned about the intentions of Qin Beishao. and his group honestly feeling quite guilty in his heart. Earlier, he had casually mentioned that the country should send him a set of tokamak devices as parts and materials, not expecting that to complete the task the higher-ups would actually dismantle the device old Qin was researching and send it to him. It can only be said that it was unavoidable. In the field of high-tech, our country still faces many constraints. The allocation of some materials and equipment can only prioritize savings. Old Qin, I'm sorry. Lin Yuan stood up preparing to apologize when he saw Qin Beixiao excitedly grab Lin Yuan's arm, trembling as he said, "Chief Engineer Lin, do we have enough spare parts and materials to assemble the controllable nuclear fusion device in our base? If we don't have enough, I know of a place, the Dongfang Super Ring in our Dragon Kingdom, which is one of the most advanced superconducting tokamak devices in the world. I can take you to dismantle that thing. And also," Qin Beixiao was so excited he was incoherent. "As long as you let me stay here to participate in the research and development, even if it's just as a fitter, I'm willing to do it." Lin Yuan was stunned. Not to mention him, even Qi Chongqing, who was following behind, looked dumbfounded. This old Qin, he has changed so quickly. Qi Chongqing smiled wryly. "Old Qin, if you are willing, then stay." Recovering from his surprise, Lin Yuan supported old Qin and said sincerely. Another day passed. To accelerate the assembly process, Lin Yuan mobilized 500 more students from other groups. At the same time, he personally got involved in the research and assembly work. At this moment, a total of 1500 National Defense Research students looked towards the experimental workshop. It was a controllable nuclear fusion device that had taken on an initial form. Star Ring Energy Controllable Nuclear Fusion. Supported by the technical blueprints proposed by Lin Yuan, it had already taken shape in just 2 days. So shocking. At this moment, Qin Beixiao and the young National Defense Research students alike were spirited like an eagle ready to soar into the blue sky. Time flew by. On the 7th day in the vast RD headquarters of the Xingtian project, in the experimental workshop, 1500 students, including Lin Yuan, quietly watched the massive device in front of them, measuring 30 cubic meters, mysteriously exuding a futuristic sci-fi charm. Woo-woo. Crazy. I never dreamed that I would see this in my lifetime. Chief Engineer Lin is amazing. The students of the National Defense 7 were so excited they were screaming. Just moments ago, using helium-3 nuclear fuel as a reactant supported by various advanced technologies and design concepts proposed by Chief Engineer Lin, the Star Ring Energy Controllable Nuclear Fusion was completely finished. Its significance represented that Lin Yuan and a group of diligent students might have successfully researched the first controllable nuclear fusion device in the Dragon Kingdom. Oh my god! Chen Lin was so excited, he went crazy. He waved his fists and turned to Lin Yuan, trembling as he asked, "My dear Chief Engineer Lin, what kind of panda do you want to eat today?" The crowd was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Clear broth. Braised. Iron plate, the one with bamboo fragrance." Everyone laughed until tears streamed down their faces. To lead a group of freshly graduated National Defense Research students to create a controllable nuclear fusion device in just 7 days, Chief Engineer Lin was indeed more precious than a national treasure. Forget about braised panda. As long as Lin Yuan is willing, he could use the Simua Ding to stew cabbage, the Qingming Riverside picture to wipe his bottom, and the sword of Gojian to trim his nails. That would be nothing at all. Alright, don't get too ahead of yourselves. Lin Yuan smiled calmly and said, "Although the trial operation passed perfectly, we still need to conduct an actual test to determine its true effectiveness." After speaking, Lin Yuan looked at the Star Ring Energy Controllable Nuclear Fusion device in front of him. The device stood 30 meters tall, had a diameter of 28 meters, and weighed 26.0 tons. The magnetic system included 26 toroidal field coils resembling star rings. Each coil's weight was comparable to a domestically produced large aircraft. All of this was completed within a short span of 7 days, led by 1500 National Defense Research students coordinating the assembly, while also utilizing the assistance of 1200 technicians. It was truly the speed of the Dragon Kingdom, a miracle of the Dragon Kingdom. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan waved his hand. "Clear the area, prepare to start the actual test." What? Upon hearing this, everyone felt a chill down their spines. The actual test is different from the trial operation. The trial operation is just the device being idle while monitoring all data for stability to achieve theoretical effectiveness. But the actual test. A group of National Defense Research students was so excited they nearly exploded, with experts led by Qin Beixiao shining with eager anticipation. "Chief Engineer Lin, are you saying we need to activate the ignition device?" "Exactly." Lin Yuan nodded. Without hesitation, he directly contacted Di Jing Shiyuan. No. 1. Chen Lin had a secret number on him. Once dialed, it would directly reach the highest authorities. Soon the call was connected. On the phone, Lin Yuan calmly stated his purpose. "The controllable nuclear fusion device has been developed." In Shiyuan. No. 1. Old Chun whispered with a trembling tone filled with confusion. It felt like a dream. Just 7 days ago, the mobilization of the 7 national defense generals was still fresh in memory, and Old Chen thought news would take at least half a month to arrive. As for the research results, the country did not expect any groundbreaking developments. It was merely a large-scale training exercise for these national defense researchers. Who would have thought? I asked you to conduct a large training exercise, and you produced controllable nuclear fusion. Yes, Old Chun, we need to conduct practical tests, so we require special approval from the state. Lin Yuan smiled and said, I understand. Old Chen was also a decisive person. With Lin Yuan having developed the controllable nuclear fusion device, what was there to hesitate about? What do we need to do? The old man asked firmly. Well, we have also created an energy conversion device, so the testing procedure is as follows. I need to shut down the power supply in certain areas, then activate the controllable nuclear fusion, converting nuclear energy into electrical energy. This preparation time is about 1 minute. Lin Yuan explained clearly. The old man instantly understood the implications. Shutting down power in a certain area, and then activating the controllable nuclear fusion device developed by Lin Yuan to meet the power supply demand. The old man glanced at the time. It was 6 in the evening, the prime time. If the subsequent power supply failed, the direct economic loss could reach hundreds of millions, not to mention the indirect economic losses. Taking a deep breath, Old Chun said decisively, I agree. Then your location is in Magic City. I will have the southern power grid temporarily shut down the power in a district of Magic City, and then your device will take over. How about that? Not enough. Lin Yuan shook his head decisively. A single district is not sufficient for your experiment. Old Chen's eyes widened in shock. Goodness, what kind of monstrous invention has this young expert Lin created? All right then, 2 districts. Old Chun gritted his teeth, pained. Shutting down power in 2 districts of Magic City, even for a minute, would cause immeasurable social impacts, and economic losses could reach hundreds of millions. After a long silence, Old Chun widened his eyes in shock, exclaiming, You brat, you aren't seriously considering shutting down the entire power supply of Magic City, are you? Still no response. Old Chun was now completely stunned, gritting his teeth. Speak. Ahem. How about the 3 southeastern provinces? Lin Yuan finally said weakly. Like a bolt from the blue. Old Chun was instantly dumbfounded. After a long moment, he shouted hysterically, You brat can really stir things up. All right. I have granted you the identity of chief designer of the Xingtian project and the authority of a commander at the level of the 5 battle zones. I still don't believe that our country can't withstand the loss of several billion in just 1 minute. Saying this, Old Chun gritted his teeth and emphasized, Go ahead and do it. I will take full responsibility. Good. Lin Yuan hung up the phone, his gaze resolute. Taking a deep breath, he slowly raised his eyes and saw thousands of students standing outside the safety zone, all excitedly gathering to witness the activation of the controllable nuclear fusion device for testing. Chief Engineer Lin Baixiao stepped forward on behalf of the students, trembling. Old Qin, Lin Yuan glanced at him with a smile. Let us together activate the light of nuclear fusion. Saying this, Lin Yuan retreated to the safety zone and personally pressed the start switch of the Star Ring concentrated controllable nuclear fusion device. In the next second, various components of the device emitted a blue glow, buzzing as they entered the operational phase. With a boom, 10 pounds of helium-3 were injected. 40 grams of helium-3 would release energy equivalent to that produced by 50 tons of standard coal through nuclear fusion. And at this moment, there were a full 10 pounds of helium-3. If the scientific community of Eagle Sauce were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be envious to the point of madness. After all, the Dragon Kingdom had just mined 1 million tons of helium-3 nuclear fuel. Naturally, they were wealthy and could afford to spend freely. Soon, beep, beep, beep. Helium-3 element successfully injected into the Star Ring magnetic confinement field. Nuclear fusion generated. Fusion. The Star Ring coil initiates nuclear collisions. And on the electronic display screen, the temperature gauge of the Star Ring concentrated controllable nuclear fusion device was continuously climbing. 1000 Kelvin. Equivalent to 1000 degrees Celsius. Then it continued to soar. In less than 10 seconds, the number skyrocketed to 10 million Kelvin. 50 million Kelvin. 100 million Kelvin. Heavens. Inside the safety zone, the students stared in awe at the massive device, emitting a gentle blue glow as if witnessing the most beautiful scene in the world. High efficiency, no radiation, no pollution. This was simply the dream fusion. It reached 200 million Kelvin. When Lin Yuan shouted this number, a wave of excited cheers erupted around him. Meanwhile, inside the Star Ring concentrated controllable nuclear fusion device's magnetic field, the invisible helium-3 elements were colliding wildly, undergoing fusion reactions. 300 million Kelvin. Lin Yuan calmly stated, looking at Chen Lin. Chen Lin trembled as he opened his mouth, immediately contacting the Southern Power Grid headquarters. In the next second, with Magic City as the center, the entire power supply of the 3 southeastern provinces was cut off in an instant, except for high-speed rail, hospitals, and other essential facilities and military units in a flash. The 3 southeastern provinces of the Dragon Kingdom were plunged into darkness. At this moment, it was around 7 in the evening. Many residents had just returned home from work and suddenly found themselves in a blackout, all extremely displeased. Cities fell into darkness. What the hell? This is so frustrating. Why did the power go out suddenly? Many young people playing games in the canyon looked at their suddenly lost network signal, cursing angrily. Damn server Little Ma is truly unreliable. Meanwhile, at the outskirts of Magic City, at the headquarters of the Xingtian Project Research Center, current controllable range index of nuclear fusion reaction. 90. It's reached 100. With the excited shout of a reporter, Lin Yuan nodded. Controllable nuclear fusion. The main key point is the word controllable. Currently, this massive device is functioning flawlessly, achieving the controllable phase that countless scientists have dreamed of. Initiate energy conversion, start the power docking device. Understood. After a series of commands were issued, it was nearly a minute later. Through the cables buried deep underground at the research headquarters supported by the reverse power transmission hub system. The massive amount of electrical energy instantaneously transformed by the Star Ring concentrated controllable nuclear fusion device spread out in a flash connecting to various junction points of the power grid. The entire Dragon Kingdom, the 3 southeastern provinces. The originally dark cities instantly regained their brightness. Shopping malls resumed operations. Streetlights illuminated the paths home for pedestrians. Network signals were restored. Damn, the high ground was broken, our base was stolen. Damn it. Players cursed as they immersed themselves back into the battles in the canyon. No one knew. At that moment, in such a special place, a group of young students led by a determined young man quietly watched the blue beam of light. As the lights turned on, everyone cried. Old Chi, did you see it? We succeeded. Qin Baixio's eyes were reddened with excitement as he raised his fist. Not far away, Chen Lin sat on the ground, burying his head deeply, tears streaming down. All the students cheered with thunderous applause. Controllable nuclear fusion. This is the light of nuclear fusion. We did it. From this moment on, the Dragon Kingdom officially stepped into the era of controllable nuclear fusion. Far away in the distant imperial capital, in Shiyuan no. 1A, old Chen quietly stood by the window listening to the news reported by his secretary. The old man couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with emotion, laughing heartily. Cigarette, light me a cigarette. After 30 years of quitting smoking, old Chen excitedly said to his secretary. After taking a deep drag, tears of joy filled old Chen's eyes. 1 minute. In just 1 minute, the country has lost at least 3 billion. Yet I feel inexplicably overjoyed. As he spoke, old Chen mixed laughter with tears. Damn it. I need to smoke a few more cigarettes to make up for tonight's loss. In front of the experimental workshop, Lin Yuan once again meticulously checked a series of data to ensure everything was 3680 National Defense Research students, including experts like Xin Feng from the Advanced Physics Research Institute, Liu Zaiqin Beixiao, and Shi Chongqing from the Engineering Research Institute, looked at Lin Yuan with excitement. It was as if they were gazing at the purest and most perfect treasure. The nuclear fusion device before them was completed through their collective efforts. However, it could be said that without Lin Yuan, the successful development of controllable nuclear fusion would not have been possible. From the research theory, fusion formulas, design blueprints, to the structural framework. Even down to where each screw should be tightened. All of it was shouldered by Lin Yuan alone. The others merely acted as the most basic tools, part of the production line, assembling the controllable nuclear fusion device step by step. At this moment, Lin Yuan's phone rang. Engineer Lin, congratulations. You've worked hard. On the other end, old Chen expressed his heartfelt gratitude. Old Chen, Lin Yuan smiled calmly, accepting the praise, and then said, currently our research on the Star Ring energy controllable nuclear fusion is extremely stable, with a controllability reaching 100. This means that in the future our country will have an inexhaustible source of energy. After all, just 1030 tons of helium-3 would be sufficient for the Dragon Kingdom's entire annual energy demand. Not to mention, once controllable nuclear fusion is produced, nuclear-powered aircraft carriers will become standard for the Dragon Kingdom's navy. The various military devices utilizing nuclear energy will also shine brilliantly. It's akin to the South Sky Gate project. Previously just an idea, but now there is a real opportunity for realization. That's wonderful, old Chen said, tears streaming down his face. After a brief chat, Lin Yuan hung up the phone. Turning to the excited students, Lin Yuan said with a smile, you all have worked hard. Engineer Lin, we don't feel it's hard at all. A group of students, energized as if they had received a shot of adrenaline, looked at Lin Yuan with adoring and fervent gazes. Even Yi Chun, a genius student from XG University, who had previously held a rather average impression of Lin Yuan, now looked at him with admiration and respect, just like everyone else. I just had a brief chat with the higher-ups. Lin Yuan said seriously, to be honest, I was quite surprised that we could build this big guy in just 7 days. So, I must commend everyone. The reward I proposed has also been approved by the higher-ups. Lin Yuan said, mysteriously, pausing for a moment. At this moment, the students couldn't help but have their eyes sparkle with excitement. Don't worry, everyone will receive it. Lin Yuan waved his hand grandly. I've already contacted the higher-ups. Brother Ma from Pengcheng will reward each student who participated in the Xianyuan project with a full skin account for the game. A what? The students who had been eagerly waiting were instantly dumbfounded. What the heck? As expected of Engineer Lin, he's quite playful. Having all skins is meaningless if I just want to play as Zhenji with a sniper. Laughter erupted in the room. Just kidding. Of course there will be rewards if the country will not neglect any scientific contributors. Lin Yuan scanned the room, and his smile gradually turned serious. He said meaningfully, students, our national defense students are the best. It is because of you that our great Dragon Kingdom can immediately spiral into explosive growth. Now I announce, the next phase of the Xianyuan reactor will enter the critical phase. After finishing, Lin Yuan glanced at the researchers from other groups. Everyone disperse. Don't slack off in your other research groups, and keeping an eye on you. Have you finished polishing the titanium metal shell for the Xianyuan battle car? And you all, it's been 7 days, and the Yinglong aerial bombardment aircraft is still just a frame. Artillery crew, don't laugh. Is the electromagnetic cannon barrel built like a water pipe? Everyone expand, and expand again. Remember, caliber is justice. The next day, in a separate research, Lin Yuan had pulled an all-nighter, his eyes deeply sunken. Fortunately, he discovered something good in the system store. With just 10 points of credits, he could take a bottle which would keep his mental and physical energy abundant for 24 hours. Unfortunately, it could only be used twice within 7 days, otherwise Lin Yuan could be a truly enduring man. At this moment in front of him was a large design blueprint. Yinglong Aerial Bombardment Aircraft. The blueprint showed a magnificent aircraft design with an exaggerated and futuristic sci-fi appearance. Upon closer inspection, it resembled the ancient divine beast Yinglong. Its dragon body was covered in scales, and it was clearly made of carbon fiber armor with a pair of wings on its back. In fact, it was a variable wing shape. When fully expanded, the wingspan could reach 65 meters using various super strong materials while possessing various advanced functionalities. Chinese history recorded: with scales it is called a flood dragon, with wings it is called Yinglong, with horns it is called a horned dragon, without horns it is called a chi dragon. In fact, in Lin Yuan's research, the Yinglong has wings akin to the biplanes of later generations, serving to balance flight, and so forth. And the feet that tread upon the clouds are actually the gases expelled when the nuclear fusion reactor within the body operates. It could roam the stars. Isn't that just the aerial bombardment aircraft recorded by ancient ancestors in their flight logs? What is an aerial bombardment aircraft? It is an aircraft that can operate both in space and the atmosphere, capable of flying at hypersonic speeds in the upper atmosphere and outer space, achieving long-range bombardment. Currently, in the military research community, the B-2 Spirit reigns supreme. Of course, the Tu-160 White Swan, manufactured by the Bear Country, has always been a favorite among Dragon Kingdom netizens. But Lin Yuan believes that once the Yinglong is born, all such as B-2 and White Swan will have to take a back seat. This may also require adding the independently developed H-20 from the Dragon Kingdom. With a relaxed smile, Lin Yuan picked up the blueprint and headed to the Yinglong Aerial Bombardment Aircraft research team. In the vast workshop, nearly 800 students were hard at work at their respective stations. As soon as Lin Yuan entered the workshop, all the students instinctively turned to him with excitement. "Hello, Engineer Lin." A group of classmates immediately put down what they were doing and respectfully greeted him. "Students." Lin Yuan smiled, his demeanor calm as he surveyed the crowd. "This is the complete design blueprint for the Yinglong Aerial Bombardment Aircraft. From this moment on, you will become the first generation of scientific researchers for the Dragon Kingdom's aerospace army." After saying this, Lin Yuan distributed the printed hundreds of design blueprints. The researchers, upon receiving and looking at the densely packed parts and technical formulas, were instantly shocked to the point of numbness. "Engineer Lin." Li Fuxing from XG University looked at his idol and exclaimed, "Is this the aerial bombardment aircraft?" "Yes." Lin Yuan nodded. "But our H-20 hasn't been built yet, let alone put into service." Li Fuxing exclaimed again. "So?" Lin Yuan shrugged, looking helpless. "It seems you'll just have to become an outdated internet celebrity." After saying this, Lin Yuan put down the blueprints and waved his hand as he left gracefully. Back in his office, Lin Yuan originally wanted to continue the research work on the Xingtian reactor. However, he took a moment. Online netizens were engaged in heated discussions about the topic of the Earth is a spaceship. Various media outlets and news reports released a series of follow-up articles. Even major domestic and international research and academic institutions were intensely debating this theory, thinking that he hadn't done a live stream in several days. And with millions of netizens criticizing him for stopping updates, Lin Yuan thought for a moment and decided to livestream today. He immediately logged onto the Douyin livestream platform, opened the account of the Advanced Physics Research Institute, and posted a livestream announcement. The livestream would start half an hour later. Following that, he eloquently wrote the title content for the livestream: 10,000 years ago, the story of Huangdi dropping that super hydrogen bomb on Sakura Island's love and hate. In the 7 days that Lin Yuan led the 7 defenders in their scientific research, the online community of Long Country was in a state of fervor. Of course, for many netizens it was also quite torturous. After hearing Lin Yuan's earth-shattering fallacy, many had become completely addicted, feeling an emptiness in their hearts if they didn't hear Lin Yuan's persuasion for even a single day. Damn, it's been 6 or 7 days, why hasn't the streamer gone live yet? Which brother knows where Lin Yuan has gone? 7 days ago, Lin Yuan gathered a group of researchers from the 7 defenders, and since then there has been no news. Is he really digging up spaceships from the Earth? Brother, please just give me one more episode. I can't take it anymore, I beg you. Just one episode. I won't ask for more. It was at this moment the title from the Institute of Advanced Physics exploded like thunder in front of all netizens. Holy cow, the doggone streamer has resurrected. Brother, you finally came back. Woo-woo, so excited. In an instant, the entire network trembled, especially upon seeing Lin Yuan's title resembling that of a sensational news department. Netizens became even more thrilled. Word spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100. After half an hour of brewing and dissemination, hundreds of thousands of netizens flooded into the live stream of the Institute of Advanced Physics. Fortunately, the Douyin servers were robust. They managed to withstand the onslaught from the netizens. Half an hour later, Lin Yuan appeared as promised on the live screen. Glancing at the number of online viewers, Lin Yuan was astonished. Online viewers 560000. This was right after the stream had started. He immediately smiled nonchalantly. Welcome to the live stream of the Institute of Advanced Physics. I am your host Lin Yuan. Ahem, it's been a while since I last saw you all, and I am very glad to meet you again. Please call me the Minister of the Sensational News Department. TSK Tisk, it seems everyone wants to see the loves and hates of the Yellow Emperor. Unfortunately, there really aren't any loves or hates, only an ancient nuclear war and the ancient secret history of the great hunt for supremacy. There may not be loves and hates, but the Yellow Emperor did indeed drop a super hydrogen bomb on the territory of Sakura Island during ancient times. Upon saying this, Lin Yuan shook his head with a sigh. To be honest, it's not without reason that the foot basin chicken was struck by an egg. This is the power of genes of fate passed down from ancestors. Hearing this, netizens burst into laughter. The geographical feng shui of the foot basin chicken is undoubtedly the chosen place for eggs. Huh, you're killing me with laughter. Are there any foot basin chicken netizens here? How do you feel right now? The barrage of comments flew in. Lin Yuan continued his explanation. Previously, we mentioned the Battle of the Great Hunt recorded in the classic of Mountains and Seas Flying Log, which is the story of the Yellow Emperor battling Qiyu for supremacy. It is in fact a racial war among ancient extraterrestrial civilizations occurring on Earth. We also mentioned that the Western Queen Mother accompanied the Yellow Emperor, accidentally falling to Earth along with a batch of extra. Essentially, it was led by the Yellow Emperor with the Flame Emperor following and the Western Queen Mother Nuafushi and Shinnong forming one camp, known as Xianyuan. On Qiyu's side, there were the Jiu Li with his subordinates, such as Xingtian Gong and Dijiang. As he spoke, Lin Yuan revealed a contemplative expression and said, "As for Qiyu's origins, I believe he does not belong to the same race as Xianyuan and the Yellow Emperor. He should be from another starry world." The Xianyuan faction fell to Earth due to an accident with their mothership. As for the Jiu Li, they came to mine the nuclear fuel from the spaceships on Earth. At this point, Lin Yuan turned around and wrote the two characters Qiyu on a small blackboard. Since we mentioned the Yellow Emperor researching the egg nuclear bomb, I will also mention his opponent Qiyu. I seriously suspect that Qiyu is not a carbon-based life form, but a type of silicon-based life form. Upon saying this, the live stream erupted. This is crazy. I knew every time I listened to the streamer, it would refresh my worldview. This idea is incredible. Qiyu is a silicon-based life form. I don't understand. I really don't understand. Many netizens were dumbfounded. Fortunately, there were still many experts in the live stream who immediately began to educate those who didn't understand. Silicon-based life forms look like crystalline structures or synthetic fibers. You can think of them as robotic forms, but that's not absolute. As for us humans, we are actually carbon-based life forms. The Earth has a multitude of species, but most belong to carbon-based life forms. At this point, netizens understood, but their minds were still in a daze. Seeing this, Lin Yuan wasted no time and calmly explained the classic of Mountains and Seas Flying Log records that Qiyu had a bizarre appearance with 8 legs, a copper head, iron forehead, 3 heads, and 6 arms. From a certain perspective, doesn't it resemble the appearance characteristics of modern robots? Additionally, the flying log also records that when Qiyu was beheaded, there was no blood, but black mist drifted southward. Everyone unleash your imagination. Doesn't this scene perfectly correspond to a robot being hit by a weapon with its intelligent core chip abandoning its discarded body to escape? And this is also why the Yellow Emperor wanted to research nuclear weapons. The goal was to fundamentally eradicate the existence of Qiyu and similar silicon-based life forms. Therefore, the Yellow Emperor began the development of nuclear weapons 10,000 years ago. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan raised a composed smile and continued to explain this hidden segment. The classic of Mountains and Seas Eastern Records of the Great Wilderness has this record. In the East Sea, there is a mountain called Lu Bo, which enters the sea for 7,000 miles. There is a beast named Kuei whose light is like the sun and moon. The Yellow Emperor obtained it. Using the bones of the thunder beast, its sound reached 500 miles to intimidate the world. Hearing this, many netizens were subconsciously guided by Lin Yuan's words, as if a strange, ancient giant beast appeared in their minds. But soon they were pierced by Lin Yuan's words, each one dumbfounded on the spot. Therefore, I deduced that the first super hydrogen bomb developed by the Xianyuan Yellow Emperor was named Kuei. The time of the nuclear bomb test explosion was 10,000 years ago. Lin Yuan paused and specifically explained, "When I say 10,000 years ago, it's just a general term, as that era is too far from us. So it could have been 10,000 years ago, or it could have been 100,000 years ago, or even 1,000,000 years ago." As for the location where this super hydrogen bomb exploded, it was a place called Lu Bo Mountain, which is in the vicinity of Sakura Island 10,000 years ago. The power generated by the nuclear explosion of the super hydrogen bomb reached a force equivalent to 5.0 tons of TNT, which is 300 times that of Little Boy. In the live stream, many netizens displayed expressions of bewilderment, confusion, doubt, and criticism. In reality, at the Natural Development Association of Earth's Life in Long Country, a group of experts and scholars gathered together. After hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, many historians of humanity fell into deep contemplation. The legendary ancient divine beast Kuei is actually a super hydrogen bomb. This statement is truly astonishing. The president of the association, Su Hani, showed a look of amazement. Next to him, a young girl with sparkling eyes smiled as she covered her mouth. Expert Lin truly surprises us every time. Sia, do you agree with this statement? At this moment Suhani turned to Zhao Xie and inquired. Old Su. Zhao Xie chuckled bitterly and said, to be honest, Director Lin's theory has left us researchers of Earth's life sciences in a complete quandary. Indeed. The other sighed, and then silently listened to Lin Yuan's speech on the screen. His ethereal and profound voice reached their ears. According to the myths left behind by Huaxia, Kuei recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, is an animal. After the Yellow Emperor slated its skin and bones were made into a Kuei drum. When struck it produced a sound that reverberated 500 miles, intimidating the world. But upon reflection it seems a bit absurd. Lin Yuan laughed and said, at that time the Yellow Emperor faced opponents like Qi Yu and Jiu Li, brutal enemies. Relying solely on a drum to intimidate the enemy seems unrealistic, doesn't it? Therefore I believe this Kuei is actually a superhydrogen bomb. And the Yellow Emperor's nuclear weapon research base was located near the Kunlun Mountains of the Western Queen Mother. As for the delivery method, it could have been through long-range bombers like Qing Wan Huangwu or Miameng Bird. It could also have been launched from the submarine base mentioned in the Classic of Mountains and Seas known as the Bird Rat Common. Ding. Congratulations, host. The number of participants in Earth Starship discussion has surpassed 1. Congratulations, host. You have officially unlocked the Earth Spaceship Member Sequence 3, the highest military commander, Xingtian Yellow Emperor. After a moment of pause, Lin Yuan came back to his senses. Looking at the barrage of comments exploding on the screen, he smiled calmly. Netizens may think I'm just talking nonsense, but next I will carefully substantiate my theory. First, let us examine the character Kuei. Lin Yuan spoke solemnly. As we all know, our ancient ancestors founded Chinese script upon pictographic principles. Upon it stands a beast, ox-like in form with but a single leg, a dark-hued body, and no horns. Yet this passage contradicts the character's structure. If Kuei possesses only one leg, why does its lower component resemble a pair of supporting feet? And if it bears no horns, why does the upper part of the character clearly depict two horn-like strokes? My interpretation is that Kuei, like the tripod cauldron, features a stable base structure. Imagine, for instance, a nuclear warhead placed upon a launch cradle. The two horn-like elements atop the character may represent fuses, or perhaps signal emitters. The Kuei described in the Classic of Mountains and Seas was in fact a thermonuclear launch system, a fully armed superhydrogen bomb poised at the threshold of detonation. Hearing this, numerous online viewers instinctively sketched the character Kuei on paper, and could not help but marvel at Lin Yuan's reasoning, which struck them as remarkably coherent. Moreover, the principle behind hydrogen bomb construction is fundamentally simple, forcing fusion between heavy hydrogen isotopes, deuterium and tritium, to yield helium nuclei and unleash colossal energy. At that time, the Yellow Emperor had not yet discovered helium-3, thus he opted instead to trigger a uranium-based primary stage to ignite the hydrogen fusion reaction. Let us continue analyzing the original passage from the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Kuei emerges from and submerges into water, storms and gales accompany its passage, its radiance rivals sun and moon, its roar echoes like thunder. Flight logs indicate these storms and gales were not meteorological phenomena, but surges of energy and ionizing radiation. Hence many so-called ancient divine beasts in the Classic, each heralded by tempests upon entry or departure, deserve reinterpretation. These legendary creatures were in truth various nuclear devices, even strategic thermonuclear weapons. Lin Yuan smiled. Additionally, another detail warrants attention. The phrase, enters and exits water, does not refer to ordinary water, but to heavy water. Those familiar with Hansen nuclear engineering know deuterium, the heavy hydrogen nucleus, derives precisely from heavy water. Thus the Yellow Emperor infused heavy water into the Kuei system. His words left the livestream audience momentarily stunned. The concurrent viewer count surged, reaching 800,000 for the first time. Such a figure was staggering. Even top-tier e-commerce influencers or A-list celebrities rarely attracted comparable real-time audiences. Scholars specializing in Earth's ancient history listened with rapt fascination. Thus, with Shi Wangmu, the logistical overseer, piloting the nuclear-powered mining vessel Kunlun across global mineral-rich zones, the Yellow Emperor assembled his superhydrogen bomb within an astonishingly brief span. Once completed, the Yellow Emperor pondered where best to conduct the test detonation. After deliberation, he settled upon the archipelago now known as Sakishima, deeming its geomantic configuration auspicious. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. I do not speak idly. I derive conclusions through rigorous calculation. First, recall that the 9 provinces of Huaxia recorded in ancient flight logs likely corresponded to a contiguous primordial landmass. Indeed, the entire Eurasian continent, and possibly even the Americas, may have formed a single unbroken landmass at that epoch. Let us therefore locate Liubo Mountain. If my calculations hold, the Yellow Emperor established his thermonuclear fabrication facility in the region corresponding to today's Kunlun Mountains, approximately between 32 in and 36 in latitude. Analyzing the original text, in the eastern sea lies Liubo Mountain 7,000 li from the coast. Lin Yuan paused, then willed inwardly. Activate quantum deduction module. Reconstruct the ancient geographical landscape of Huaxia. 3-dimensional modeling in progress. Data loading. Instantly the process completed. A picture-in-picture appeared in the live stream, the quantum deduction module's virtual 3D reconstruction of ancient. Whoa. The resolution is absolutely breathtaking. Judging by this topography, could this be a 10,000-year-old continental map? Experts flooded the chat room. Even geoscientists specializing in ancient continental morphology stared eyes alight. This modeling is astonishing, strikingly congruent with 2 decades of my own research on Huaxia's paleogeography. The methodology is impeccably rigorous, proof enough that this expert Lin speaks with profound authority. Where did the hosts source such data? Truly extraordinary. The comment section exploded as viewers posted excited remarks. Lin Yuan continued unperturbed. The classic of mountains and seas states, O resides within the sea, Min lies within the sea, to their northwest rise mountains. O corresponds to today's Zhejiang province, Min to Fujian province. Both sit at approximately 1,000 meters above sea level. Thus if they lay submerged, then the ancient regions of Jiangsu, Anhui, and Hebei must have remained entirely beneath the waves. That submerged expanse constituted the eastern sea of the Yellow Emperor's era. The tallest peak then was Mount Taibai. Based on my research, its elevation stood near 4,000 meters, making it a definitive geographic landmark. 7,000 li into the sea is measured from its summit. Mount Taibai lies at 107 E33 N, extending eastward 7,000 li, roughly 2,800 kilometers. Where does one arrive? As Lin Yuan's lips curved slightly, the 3D paleogeographic model delivered its answer. A solitary mountain rose into view. It was unmistakably Mount Fuji, within present-day Sakishima. Yes, precisely the sacred mountain revered by the people of Sakishima. Yet at that time it had not yet fully emerged from the sea, it was merely a modest hillock. Finally Lin Yuan delivered his conclusive verdict. Therefore we may assert with confidence, 10,000 years ago the Yellow Emperor deployed a superhydrogen bomb upon Sakishima. Based on the classic's description, its thunderous report resounds 500 li. The blast shockwave would have been perceptible across roughly 200 kilometers in modern terms. Furthermore, Lin Yuan paused then spoke calmly. Should the Sakishima authorities wish to verify this hypothesis, they may conduct deep core drilling across the archipelago. At depths exceeding 500 meters, vast deposits of vitrified sandstone will inevitably be uncovered. This substance, known as trinitite, is an artificial mineral quartz sand fused by extreme heat, then rapidly quenched into glassy form. Put simply, every nuclear detonation leaves behind such vitrified sandstone, a material impossible to form naturally, requiring artificial thermonuclear conditions. Moreover, the Yellow Emperor conducted more than a single thermonuclear test upon Sakishima, for the Sakishima archipelago served in effect as Huaxia's designated nuclear proving ground. Lin Yuan chuckled wryly and gestured lightly at him. Thus allow me to offer Sakishima a gentle suggestion. A nuclear test site must embrace its role with due humility. Cease reckless provocations, such as discharging radioactive wastewater, lest you incur the wrath of Gaia, the planetary starship, and find yourselves erased by her sentient navigation core. Meanwhile, across Sakishima, Japanese netizens accessing the stream via circumvention tools watched Lin Yuan's broadcast intently. After all, the Earth Starship hypothesis had ignited global discourse over recent days. Upon hearing Lin Yuan, countless Japanese viewers turned visibly pale. So Sakishima was nothing more than a barren nuclear test range. Hereditary nuclear target. At that moment, many Sakishima citizens recoiled in disbelief. Even the official Sakishima government, though skeptical of Lin Yuan's theory, seethed with outrage upon hearing his remarks. Bakayaro, cursed Chinese. This is utterly impossible. Issue an immediate diplomatic protest, demanding his formal apology. Yet certain factions within Sakishima silently vowed to unearth irrefutable evidence of their archipelago's glorious antiquity, thereby refuting Lin Yuan's claims once and for all. Well then, today's account of the Yellow Emperor's superhydrogen bomb test concludes here. Lin Yuan rose and angled the camera toward the window. I know many viewers have wondered what I've been doing these past days. He smiled faintly, the lens swayed casually. Nothing extraordinary, merely learning from our ancestors how to cultivate the great mushroom. He intended it as jest, but keen-eyed viewers instantly noticed beyond the southeast window a massive architectural blueprint affixed to a nearby high-rise, featuring intricate precision-engineered components suffused with a distinctly futuristic aesthetic, a mysterious energy apparatus. Whoa, what is that? It looks eerily similar to the arc reactor from that American blockbuster. Whoa, we might just have glimpsed something profoundly classified. Is the host leaking state secrets? Viewers stood dumbfounded, brimming with curiosity. Noting their reaction, Lin Yuan smiled. Your eyes are sharp indeed. Very well. I'll reveal the truth. I am constructing a nuclear fusion energy reactor. As for the accidental exposure of the Xian Yuan fusion reactor blueprint, he felt no alarm whatsoever. Leakage? Impossible. I'll even stream it in 4K Ultra HD frame by frame. Yet even America's finest scientists, or the world's absolute elite, would remain incapable of reverse engineering a single functional principle. Across the Pacific Ocean, Admiral William and other senior U.S. defense officials had likewise become devoted viewers of Lin Yuan's stream, gathered attentively before their screens. Fuck, God almighty. As translators rendered his words, the assembled American officers erupted in astonished, wide-eyed exclamations. Then, when the colossal blueprint flashed across the screen, God almighty, freeze the frame, capture the screenshot. Magnify pixel resolution. Fenger, the preeminent nuclear physicist in the United States and globally, suddenly cried out, voice-cracking God. How can this be possible? In the next instant his scalp prickled, he lunged forward, pressing his face against the frozen projection, his pupils blazing with frenzied, incandescent light. At this moment not only Fenger but also Wilson, the chief engineer of the Eagle Nation's energy department, and Majones, a top nuclear physicist globally, as well as Karov, who is hailed as the father of nuclear-powered aircraft carriers. All these big shots displayed shocked expressions. They glanced at each other and exclaimed in trembling voices, this is the arc reactor. Generally speaking, controlled nuclear fusion is divided into thermonuclear fusion and cold fusion. The design blueprint before them seemed to illustrate an extremely advanced thermonuclear arc reactor. But what is the difference between a thermonuclear reactor and a controlled nuclear fusion device? Simply put, for instance, devices like tokamaks and stellarators are quite large. If a controllable nuclear fusion reactor were truly developed, it would generally be used in large projects like nuclear power plants. The thermonuclear reactor, however, is different. Its size is smaller than that of a tokamak. Theoretically, a thermonuclear reactor could be installed on aircraft carriers, planes, or tanks. If it were made even more miniaturized like the arc reactor in movies, its size would only be about 10 centimeters. It could even serve as a power source for a humanoid mech. And the blueprint before them, with every structure and line of formulas, was so profound, complicated, and mysterious, filled with an allure that drove people mad. I can't understand it at all. A few seconds later, Karov sat back in his seat, his face full of shock. The expressions of the top scientists from the Eagle Nation were also like those witnessing a miracle, filled with disbelief. This formula is so intricate, my intuition tells me it solves the problem of output energy being less than input energy, but I have no clue what the principle is. Incredible, every idea on this blueprint, even the layout of each screw and component, is so ingenious, at least 50 years ahead of the technology we currently possess. The top scientists of the Bald Eagle were so anxious they could hardly contain themselves. They wished they could lean in closer to the blueprint and study each detail. God. Upon hearing this, General William and the senior officials of the Eagle Nation changed their expressions dramatically. Immediately arranged for experts from the National Academy of Sciences to form a joint research team. I refuse to believe that with the power of our 100 top scientists we can't uncover the secrets of this blueprint. There's no need for that. Fenger and the others exchanged glances, helplessly waving their hands, sighing. Even if the top 500 nuclear physicists in the world gathered together, without spending a decade, they wouldn't be able to grasp anything. No wonder the Dragon Nation boldly leaked the blueprint. If I were them, I wouldn't worry at all. In this world, apart from the person who designed this thermonuclear arc reactor, no one else could learn anything from this blueprint. Another female scientist, Majones, also chuckled bitterly and said, this is a divine blueprint, only God understands it. She said, staring intently at Lin Yuan in the video. This young man from the Dragon Nation is undoubtedly a genius in the field of nuclear physics. Ultimately, the scientists reached the same conclusion. Hearing this, General William's face turned pale, filled with horror. A terrifying speculation arose in his heart. The people of the Dragon Nation are researching controllable nuclear fusion reactors. Damn it, is there nothing that can stop them? At this moment, General William was so anxious he was burning with anger. Finally, remembering something, he squinted his eyes and said coldly, contact the palace immediately and ask them to send an invitation to the Dragon Nation. In half a month, we the Bald Eagle will hold a global joint military exercise. Invite the Dragon Nation to officially join the joint military exercise. Upon hearing this, the military advisors present reacted with joy. General, this is a good idea. Currently, countries around the world are discussing the Dragon Nation, all revolving around the Earth Starship concept proposed by the Dragon Nation, but in my opinion, this is just an exaggerated scientific idea. Only we the Bald Eagle are qualified to lead the global scientific community, whether in military or civilian fields. Exactly. In this joint military exercise, we must deploy all our advanced weaponry, such as our 6th-generation fighter jet Dark Star, and the most advanced space-based laser weapon Eye of God, etc. We must let the whole world recognize that only we the Bald Eagle have the capability to lead the future of this world. Of course, the joint military exercise is primarily a probe to see if the Dragon Nation is truly researching controllable nuclear fusion. On the other side, in the Dragon Nation's shipbuilding group military-industrial base, within a secret and massive production research workshop, several top scientists with chief engineer identities looked at the giant before them and then at the screen. The thermonuclear arc reactor froze on the screen. Then one by one they looked at each other astonished. When did we have such talent and technology in our country? Renowned as the father of the Dragon Nation's aircraft carrier, Su Pingfei trembled his lips and shouted, without hesitation, this engineer Lin on TV could help us. Our first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier's research cannot do without him. Quickly send a request to the imperial capital and the military to invite engineer Lin to guide our work. I agree. Several scientific leaders nodded in agreement. Su immediately contacted the military high-ups. Once he mentioned their intention, the call quickly escalated to the highest level of red permission, eventually reaching the imperial capital. In room 1 of the West Garden, Elder Chen personally answered the call. Elder Chen, we would like to meet with Chief Engineer Lin Yuan of the Hongming Plan to discuss our country's nuclear-powered aircraft carrier research. Su spoke solemnly. Regarding the Hongming plan, he knew a little with his authority, but he did not know the specifics. About the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier. Upon hearing this, Elder Chen's eyes lit up. He took a deep breath and trembled, saying, "Old Su, you called at just the right time. I happen to have something to tell you. You all must hold on." Upon hearing this, Su Pingfei thought that the higher-ups couldn't bear the pressure or something and immediately panicked. "Elder Chen, we must persevere. The nuclear-powered aircraft carrier must be developed no matter how much money or manpower it takes, whether it takes 10 or 20 years, we must push forward." "I certainly know that." Elder Chun immediately realized that the other party had misunderstood, and he sighed, "I need to tell you a piece of news that no more than 10 people in the entire Dragon Nation know. Just a day ago, Chief Engineer Lin successfully developed controllable nuclear fusion. So, regarding your previous suggestion, I think we can be bolder and take bigger steps. What do you think about our Dragon Nation's first nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, a nuclear fusion aircraft carrier?" Boom. It was like a thunderclap ringing in one's ears. Su was completely stunned. His body shuddered violently, and his blood boiled uncontrollably, swallowing hard. "A nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier. You must understand, currently all countries capable of developing and producing nuclear-powered aircraft carriers are using nuclear fission carriers. A nuclear fission carrier uses uranium elements for nuclear fission reactions and then drives the aircraft carrier through a large steam engine. To put it bluntly, it's simply boiling water. However, this nuclear fission reaction has severe consequences. If it backfires, it can cause widespread nuclear radiation leaks." But now, the young engineer Lin in the video, developing controllable nuclear fusion. Then TM. Why are we even bothering with nuclear fission? Let's directly arrange for a nuclear fusion-powered aircraft carrier. Who? Old Su, who was so excited he could hardly contain himself, vigorously waved his fist, tears streaming down his face. "Old Su, what are you?" Seeing Old Zu's expression change several times after just one phone call, and then he started crying, everyone was immediately alarmed and rushed to comfort this distinguished elder. But Old Su simply let the tears flow. In his mind, endless emotions of excitement and joy surged through, sitting up in shock from a dying illness. "Is nuclear fusion coming to my home? How poetic." Old Su, while laughing and wiping his tears, then informed his colleagues of this great news. Boom. Upon hearing this good news, everyone was so excited they nearly fainted from joy. Dear viewers, today's live stream will come to an end. In a calm voice, Lin Yuan closed the live stream. The group of viewers in the chat reluctantly shouted, "Father, don't go. Come back for more." Lin Yuan, however, was very carefree. He then eagerly opened the system panel. After locating the section Earth Spaceship Crew roster, Lin Yuan excitedly looked at the 3 character cards displayed on the roster. Sequence 3, Supreme Military Commander Xianyuan Huangdi. Sequence 13, Logistics Supervisor Shi Wangmu. Sequence 19, Maintenance Engineer Shi Huang Ingzhen. Good heavens. Sequence 3, the Yellow Emperor is indeed the Yellow Emperor. Lin Yuan chuckled and casually clicked on the character card for Xianyuan Huangdi. Although today's live stream did not yield any black technology or other props, unlocking the Yellow Emperor's character card made Lin Yuan feel quite fulfilled. Supreme Military Commander Xianyuan Huangdi. Current exploration value 1. Can consume 5,000 points to undertake a random memory exploration journey of Xianyuan Huangdi. Seeing this, Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed. Looking at the system points, the rewards accumulated over the past few days were just around 5,000. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yuan immediately chose to redeem it without hesitation. The next moment, accompanied by a peculiar stream of information entering Lin Yuan's mind, whoosh. Lin Yuan's veins bulged and a sense of suffocation overwhelmed him. In the endless darkness, a voice echoed with sadness, humiliation, and anger soaring to the heavens. "I am not willing." Boom. Lin Yuan jolted awake. His hands and feet felt ice cold as he gasped for air, deep sorrow and shock flashing in his eyes. Just moments ago, Lin Yuan received an astonishing piece of information. Coupled with the painstaking research of the past 20 years, Lin Yuan's complexion suddenly turned pale. He grabbed some paper and began to write shakily. 4.46 billion years, the Earth has been moving forward at a speed of 52 million kilometers per day, exploring the unknown depths of space. Why? Why only Earth? Why embark on interstellar travel? After a long time, Lin Yuan closed his eyes, murmuring to himself. Because Earth is being hunted. Humanity is merely ignorant passengers on this spaceship Earth, experiencing a journey of interstellar escape. Some confusions in Lin Yuan's mind seemed to unravel at this moment. No wonder after the Triassic, even into the Jurassic, countless meteors flew towards Earth, continuously colliding for millions of years. No wonder the dinosaurs went extinct. No wonder. Lin Yuan felt the chill in his hands and feet. He had always been a courageous man, yet the conclusion he had reached today stirred him to his core. Only moments ago, during the Huangdi memory tracing journey, he had acquired information in the space of a few seconds that was utterly staggering. Lin Yuan drew several deep breaths before he could compose himself. Chen Lin noticed Lin Yuan's abnormal state and hurried over to ask what was wrong. After all, Lin Yuan's status was almost that of a national treasure. Even a slight ailment of his would trouble countless people. Lin Yuan forced a bitter smile and addressed Chen Lin as brother. He asked, "Do you believe the theory that the Earth is a..." Without hesitation, Chen Lin replied that of course he did. The Earth is too profound, the civilization we possess is insufficient to probe its true depths. Lin Yuan sighed. He had studied the Earth for a long time and conducted various investigations, yet he had overlooked one fundamental truth. What he wondered is the true purpose of the Earth's spaceship's voyage through the stars. Whence did it come, and where is it bound? Now he knew. Gritting his teeth, Lin Yuan realized that the Earth's spaceship had been relentlessly pursued by a mysterious civilization, and this hunting had persisted for billions of years. Perhaps our generation still has a chance, but what of our descendants will they endure? He hesitated, then clenched his fist, his eyes burning with unyielding resolve. Without another word, he returned to his laboratory. Nearby academicians, Xinfeng Lu, Zeiqin Beixiao, and Qi Changqing stood at a closer distance. Students such as Yi Chun and Li Fuxing happened to overhear his murmurs. The notion that the Earth might be hunted made everyone's scalp tingle. A chill of dread rose in their hearts. Back in his lab, Lin Yuan willed his consciousness to open the virtual space. At once a strange force surged in, as if drawing his awareness into a dreamlike realm. When he steadied himself, he found himself within an uncanny virtual space laboratory, a place he had never entered before. The laboratory contained every instrument imaginable, but none could be taken out. He could only conduct research within this realm of consciousness, though the results could be carried back to reality. Without hesitation, he powered up the quantum computer. Thanks to his highest-level learning ability, he mastered its operation. He initiated a simulation device and calmly issued commands to extract Triassic and Jurassic meteorite data. Terrain modeling and impact simulations began, and he worked for no less than 10 hours. Exhausted, Lin Yuan withdrew from the virtual laboratory, his expression bitter. Those many hours of research had led him to the inescapable conclusion that the Earth was under pursuit. He fetched paper and pen and slowly wrote 6 billion years ago, the Earth's spaceship was forged by a mysterious civilization. Once completed, it did not enjoy great glory but hastily embarked on an interstellar flight to escape. For reasons he did not yet know, the fledgling ship endured a barrage of potent meteor impacts that continued for a full 100 million years. In the virtual laboratory, he simulated ancient meteorites recently recovered by the scientific community, reproducing impact experiments under comparable conditions, melting spheral-bearing meteorites to recreate the primitive crust of the Earth. The process caused massive silicon loss while other elements increased in abundance. He paused to ponder, then wrote, if meteor impacts are likened to successive assaults, all of these phenomena fall into place. Take the meteor shower 65 million years ago. In that catastrophe, the dinosaurs perished. The hand behind it, he suspected, was the mysterious civilization hunting the Earth spaceship. Lin Yuan entertained a bold hypothesis. For reasons unknown, the pursuing civilization could not overtake the fleeing Earth. It resembles the physical case in which two objects move along the same line, one ahead of the other. If their speeds are equal, their separation never changes. Yet although the mysterious civilization might not close the distance, it could still attack, by other means, manipulating meteorites, or even asteroids to strike the Earth repeatedly. He imagined the Triassic and Jurassic epochs when the Earth spaceship must have fought back against such relentless assaults with unparalleled ferocity. In the end, they still lost a critical advantage. An asteroid seized an opportunity, pierced the ship's energy shield, and struck in the Gulf of Mexico off the Yucatan Peninsula, carving a crater some 180 kilometers across and 20 kilometers deep. That planetary strike triggered a chain reaction that wiped out 75% of the ship's inhabitants and ended the dinosaurs' dominion. After that catastrophe, humanity emerged. What chilled Lin Yuan, however, was the realization that the Earth spaceship had once harbored numerous splendid civilizations. Civilizations such as Atlantis, the Maya, and Sumer, among others, had flourished and then vanished. Why did these great cultures disappear? His simulations suggested that during the Triassic and Jurassic, the ship's energy shield had withstood the relentless. This implied the Earth spaceship possessed a comprehensive defense system. Even today, hundreds of meteoroids aim at Earth, yet without exception, they deviate from collision courses, which could only be the result of the ship's defensive mechanisms at work. For example, on December 22, 2012, the nation Xiongwa once detected a massive meteor charge. The object weighed some 8,351 tons and was predicted to impact near central Xiongwa. Once it entered the atmosphere, its speed would exceed 50 times the speed of sound, roughly 66,000 kilometers per hour. Its impact would have been equivalent to 500 nuclear bombs detonating at once, and the world's technology at that time had no means to intercept it. Strangely, when the meteor was still about 30,000 kilometers above the planet, it anomalously veered off its trajectory. Subsequent analyses by scientists worldwide concluded that just before atmospheric entry, it had been swept aside by a mysterious and powerful airstream. Remarkably, the terrifying meteor was simply pushed off course by a strong current of force, an almost unbelievable. According to Lin Yuan's research, the intervention may have been triggered by one of the ship's defensive mechanisms, perhaps deploying something akin to a dimensional shock bomb or an extinction-class tractor jump cannon. This suggested the Earth spaceship might still retain reserves to counterattack. Yet the question remained, why did those glorious civilizations vanish? After long reflection, he arrived at a chilling conclusion: the Great Filter Theory. He could only force a bitter smile and admit that perhaps this was the only explanation that could account for the disappearance of those civilizations. The Great Filter Theory, put simply, Civilizational development is not smooth. At every crucial juncture, a civilization faces a cataclysmic test. Only if it survives can it advance to the next stage. If it fails, it is extinguished. Thus, in Lin Yuan's hypothesis, Atlantis, Sumer, the Maya, and others failed the Great Filter and were culled. As for what triggers the Great Filter, Lin Yuan entertained a terrifying possibility: the sentient intelligence of the Earth spaceship itself. The logic was simple: those who fail the Great Filter are deemed unfit to remain aboard the ship and are therefore annihilated. A new civilization is then born, and this cycle repeats until one emerges capable of fully mastering the ship and forging a civilization brilliant enough to free the Earth vessel from billions of years of flight and persecution. Among those civilizations destroyed, Huaxiao was born out of such a calamity. But what chilled Lin Yuan now was the thought of Huaxiao itself. Had the Huaxiao civilization truly endured the sieve of the Great Filter? After a long time, Lin Yuan tore apart the entire 10 pages of handwritten theoretical data. He slowly stood up, his figure heavy like a mountain. His eyes were deep like stars. Until the right moment arrived, this pressure would be borne solely by me, Lin Yuan murmured calmly. A week later, at the RD headquarters of the Xingtian project in the Nuclear Fusion Experimental Workshop, a device stood quietly before everyone, its size only a tenth of the Star Ring-controlled nuclear fusion device. Using the same Star Ring energy concentration technology, it confined high-temperature magnetic fusion through a starry gravitational field. However, compared to the massive device outside, this little one was much smaller. Standing at about 2 meters in height and width, it was the Xingtian reactor developed under Lin Yuan's leadership. Nuclear fusion charging is perfect. Operating efficiency is perfect. Energy conversion output is perfect. When Lin Yuan pressed the start button, the data and instrument operations of the Xingtian reactor passed the standards, and the scene suddenly erupted in a wave of excited cheers. Everyone couldn't help but be moved to tears. They had never dreamed that in their lifetime they would not only personally participate in creating a controllable nuclear fusion device, but also a miniaturized thermonuclear reactor. It had significantly elevated the technological level of modern nuclear industry. What a great thing, Dean Shun of the Advanced Physics Institute said, wiping his tears and trembling. Indeed, this is the Xingtian reactor unique to our Dragon Nation, and I am growing fonder of it. Vice Dean Lu Zhe exclaimed excitedly. If controllable nuclear fusion can be perfectly applied in the civilian sector, then the military value of the Xingtian reactor is immeasurable. Let me put it this way. Once this thing is built, the military power of the entire Dragon Nation would at least increase tenfold. Nuclear-powered aircraft carriers are on the way. Nuclear-powered submarines and tanks are just the norm. Even aerospace carriers are no longer a distant dream. This is unbelievable. Nearby, Zhao Tsungru, who rushed to Modu, looked astonished and horrified. He never dreamed that Lin Yuan, gathering the researchers of the 7 Sons of National Defense, could quietly achieve such a monumental accomplishment. Old Zhao, thank you for your gift the other day. Lin Yuan joked, recognizing Zhao Congress identity. Not at all, I should be. Zhao Tsungru looked at the young man before him with a complex expression. It was precisely because of Lin Yuan that the laser fusion device Xingguang 5 he was working on had broken through the first stage barriers and entered the next stage of research. Although he encountered difficulties again, Zhao Tsungru felt an instinctive assurance the moment he saw Lin Yuan that he would find the answers he sought here. He eagerly asked, Chief Engineer Lin, to be honest, our group is currently facing new challenges with the Xingguang 5 laser fusion device. After some understanding, Lin Yuan had an idea and said, Old Zhao, don't rush. According to what you said, the biggest challenge the Xingguang 5 is facing is the inability to break through existing technology. As far as I know, the Xingguang 3 laser fusion device you previously researched used an 8-beam laser system for combined firing, outputting energy of 2.6 kilojoules per 2 nanoseconds, which was unprecedented. Exactly. Zhao Tsungru realized that Lin Yuan had a certain understanding of laser fusion devices and immediately said solemnly, in fact, I also learned some formula changes from your previous formula for heavy element fusion, Chief Engineer Lin. After trials, we overcame the combined firing operation of 108 laser beams. But a new problem arose. The Xingguang 5 is a simultaneous combined firing of 108 laser beams, 13 times more than the Xingguang 3. However, the current challenge is that we cannot make the 108 laser beams smoothly penetrate a small hole with a diameter of 900 microns, focusing all 108 marks into a single point. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled and said, this is simple. After all, the controllable nuclear fusion technology he comprehended included 3 methods: gravitational confinement, inertial confinement, laser confinement, and magnetic confinement. Old Zhao, to solve this problem, you should do as I say. He explained in detail, causing Zhao Tsungru to widen his eyes. The next second he exclaimed in surprise, God, why didn't I think of that? After realizing it, he excitedly punched the air and couldn't help but laugh heartily. Chief Engineer Lin, you are truly a genius. Thank you so much. Once I solve the issue at hand, I must have a few drinks with you. This elder, who cared for national defense research, hurriedly took his leave, returning to the Southwest Nuclear Industrial Institute to continue his research. And this scene was incredibly fervent in the eyes of everyone, especially among the researchers of the 7 Sons of National Defense. Having followed Lin Yuan for over half a month, they developed controllable nuclear fusion devices and the Xingtian reactor, further recognizing Lin Yuan's research talent. Genius. Chief Engineer Lin is definitely a once-in-a-century genius. The students admired him immensely. Our Dragon Nation is truly fortunate to have someone like Chief Engineer Lin. Indeed, the older generation of research experts like Xin Feng were also deeply moved. However, I must say while the Lin Yuan reactor is good, it still falls short of the fusion reactor I desire. At that moment, Lin Yuan said calmly, especially after realizing that Earth was being hunted and that human civilization was facing the filtering theory, he couldn't help but want to reveal all the black technology he had mastered. Chief Engineer Lin, don't be modest. The fact that we could develop the Lin Yuan reactor is already perfect. Xin Feng and others smiled wryly. Chief Engineer Lin is truly humble. The Lin Yuan reactor can be said to be the only one in the world today, and the research technology it represents may remain unsolvable for at least 30 years. How could Chief Engineer Lin still feel it was not good enough? It's not good enough, Lin Yuan said seriously. At the very least, compared to cold nuclear fusion, hot nuclear fusion is still lacking somewhat. Moreover, this Lin Yuan reactor is still too large. My vision is to achieve a portable device function at around 10 centimeters. It's like the arc reactor in the movies, that's what I want. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces changed drastically, and they broke into another round of bitter laughter. If the research index for hot nuclear fusion is 1, then the index for cold nuclear fusion is at least 5,000. It shows how difficult cold nuclear fusion is. At the very least, humanity probably won't be able to break through the technological shackles of cold nuclear fusion within a century. Seeing everyone's reactions, Lin Yuan knew what they were thinking. He smiled and said, "Actually, cold nuclear fusion isn't difficult. The hardest part is finding an element capable of undergoing nuclear fusion at room temperature, which is a new type of cosmic isotope." Just as he was speaking, Li Fuxing, a student representative from the Yinglong Aerospace Bomber Research Group, came over to report. "Chief Engineer Lin, we have roughly constructed the framework and shell of the Yinglong Aerospace Fighter according to your development. However, we are facing a problem. We have selected various advanced materials available, which can allow the fighter to reach speeds of over 10 Mach, but the testing of the most hardness value leaves much to be desired. We urgently need a unique material that can achieve the highest hardness and can withstand super high temperatures, friction, etc." Li Fuxing spread his hands. "If we don't have such a material, then the produced fighter wouldn't be worthy of being called an aerospace bomber." You are right. In fact, Lin Yuan had already prepared. He smiled leisurely, turned to look at Xin Feng and the other experts, and said calmly, "It seems the plan needs to be advanced." Everyone was surprised and curious, asking, "Chief Engineer Lin, what plan?" "The plan to mine Xingtian." Lin Yuan didn't keep them guessing and explained calmly, "Xingtian is the metal forging factory of Earth's spaceships. In my research, Xingtian must have preserved the new metal materials mined by the people of the Yellow Emperor." The next day, Lin Yuan contacted Professor Wang Wenjiao and then set off from Magic City to the Xingtian site in Dayang County, Xifang Province. Chen Lin naturally accompanied Lin Yuan, and the two were traveling by commercial flight. In fact, when the military heard that Lin Yuan was going to travel, they insisted on dispatching a private plane for him, but Lin Yuan declined outright. After all, it wasn't a big deal, and there was no need to make such a fuss every time. "Mom, isn't that Lin Yuan?" Lin Yuan was recognized by many people who all showed excited expressions. "Expert Lin, can you tell us the story about Nuwa conducting genetic experiments?" While this person is amazing, the classic of mountains and seas that I love has been turned into a history of aliens working abroad, but I have to admit what he says makes perfect sense. "Chief Engineer Lin, I heard that even the state is strongly supporting your research on the Earth is a spaceship. Is there any new—" A group of passengers in the cabin eagerly asked questions. Finally, Lin Yuan stood up and simply answered some questions, managing to quell the enthusiasm of the crowd before he let out a long breath and sat down. "Chief Engineer Lin, it seems we need to prepare sunglasses for you in the future," Chen Lin said with a wry smile. He didn't expect Lin Yuan's popularity to be so high, almost comparable to that of a top star. "There's nothing we can do, I anticipated this," Lin Yuan replied casually. He then rested on the plane. 5 hours later, the plane landed at Tianfu Airport, and Lin Yuan met up with Professor Wang Wenjiao, who had come from Lingnan at the airport. "Old Wang, I'm going to trouble you again." Lin Yuan smiled slightly. "No trouble at all." Wang Wenjiao was very excited, hearing over the phone that Lin Yuan was going to Xingtian had set his heart ablaze. However, he was a bit confused. He had heard that Chief Engineer Lin was experimenting with nuclear technology from the classic of mountains and seas in Magic City, yet he suddenly needed to rush to the Xingtian site. But Old Wang knew the weight of Chief Engineer Lin and didn't dare to ask too much. He immediately introduced his team, saying, "Chief Engineer Lin, these are my students. Chen Han, Xiao Jiru, Ouyang Yuan. They are all young experts in archaeology in our country and have a profound understanding of the Xingtian civilization, so I specially called them over to see if they could help with anything." Wang Wenjiao introduced his 3 disciples. "Hello everyone." Lin Yuan did not display any airs of a chief engineer, but smiled gently and greeted them. "Hello, Chief Engineer Lin." Among the 3, Xiao Jiru, a woman in her 30s, had a heroic demeanor, but her gaze towards Lin Yuan was exceptionally fervent as she admired, "Chief Engineer Lin, I am your fan. Your theory about the Earth as a starship, though overly advanced, makes a lot of sense. I believe you will definitely uncover more secrets about the Earth in the future." Thank you," Lin Yuan smiled gently. Ouyang Yuan and Chunhai also respectfully shook hands with Lin Yuan. "Chief Engineer Lin, The two were both in their early 40s, yet they also treated Lin Yuan with utmost respect. Let's set off, Lin Yuan. The group walked out of the airport, boarded the local arranged vehicle, and headed for the Xingtian site. Meanwhile, when Lin Yuan's silhouette appeared at the entrance of the museum, thousands of tourists, young and old, all stared fixedly at Lin Yuan. The last group of tourists was almost going crazy with excitement. Lin Yuan, it's actually Lin Yuan. Oh my god, he actually came to the Xingtian Museum. Could it be that he discovered something? Then many people curiously asked Chief Engineer Lin, can you tell us what is going on? Could it be that Xingtian really hides? Some imaginative tourists were even more exhilarated. After all, there were various discussions online about the Xingtian site with all sorts of claims. Seeing this, Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and finally spoke. Alright, since everyone is so curious, I will briefly share. In my research, the Xingtian site is actually a super civilization metal manufacturing plant. The Xingtian people were actually a prehistoric steel forging battalion. This was a highly organized ancient battalion that conducted metal casting and metallurgical work for some mysterious superpower of the time. He was not afraid of leaking information, just like mastering cutting-edge technology. Even if it was leaked, everyone would be dumbfounded by the blueprints, unable to understand them. As for more details, I will release a video later that will explain everything in detail. Lin Yuan paused and turned to the museum curator saying, who is the person in charge of the museum? Chief Engineer Lin, I am Zhang Wenlong, the curator of the museum. Zhang Wenlong hurriedly approached with a serious. He had received orders that a significant figure was coming. He was instructed to ensure proper arrangements for their reception, and it was pointed out that this significant figure was on a mission. Even if it meant excavating the entire Xingtian site on the spot, they had to comply unconditionally. Curator Zhang, thank you for your trouble, Lin Yuan said calmly. After speaking, Lin Yuan nodded to Chen Lin, and the two resumed their seats in the vehicle, which slowly drove into the museum area. After getting out of the car, everyone entered the Xingtian Museum. Upon entering, they saw a bronze mask quietly displayed in front of them. This is truly incredible. Old Wang approached with excitement, as if he were seeing a beloved person. The others were similarly amazed, their eyes. In contrast, Lin Yuan remained calm. He smiled slowly and said, look at this bronze mask, doesn't it resemble a welder in a metal forging plant wearing a welding mask? And that large bronze standing figure, though it looks tall and strong, is actually a management exoskeleton worn in the forging plant, facilitating the handling of tons of heavy metal ores. As for the eyes on the mask, don't they resemble a microscope? After all, sometimes intricate operations are required when forging certain metal ores. And this is the true secret hidden by Xingtian. Here once birthed an ancient and powerful prehistoric steel forging battalion. Lin Yuan said with emotion. Turning his head, he saw that old Wang and his three disciples were all stunned, displaying expressions of shock and bewilderment. Chief Engineer Lin, is this really the case? Ouyang Yuan felt his brain was not functioning properly. I know you might not believe it, but the facts are indeed as such. Lin Yuan smiled and said, in all the bronze artifacts ever unearthed, regardless of any bronze artifact, they all contain the element zinc. However, none of the bronze relics unearthed from Xingtian show the presence of zinc. As for why I speculated is because certain special weaponry or equipment forged at that time did not require the elements. Additionally, the melting point of copper is 1083 for degrees Celsius, but in that era there was no technology to smelt raw ores. At that moment, outside the Xingtian site museum, the tranquility of the scenic square was suddenly disrupted as a rapid reaction force from the Dragon Kingdom's western battle. Soldiers from the engineer battalion carrying engineer shovels and various excavation equipment disembarked with solemn expressions, forming ranks before entering the Xingtian site without a hint of emotion. At the same time, various large-scale excavation instruments were transported to the site via military helicopters. Meanwhile, in the museum, Lin Yuan continued to walk up to a golden scepter and directly picked it up to examine it. This is the famous Xingtian golden scepter. It is a first-class cultural relic of the Dragon Kingdom, measuring 143 centimeters in length, with a diameter of 2.3 centimeters, weighing 463 grams, adorned with fish and bird patterns symbolizing auspiciousness, while the overlapping necks of birds and fish resemble arrow feathers representing power. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have discovered the personal item of the member of the Earth Spaceship Series 5, the Lizhan Scepter. Current unlock Earth Spaceship Technology Official, Lizhan Emperor, also known as Shenong. Seeing this, Lin Yuan was greatly astonished. The illustrious Emperor Shenong. How could he be related to the Xingtian civilization? Upon careful reflection, Lin Yuan found it no longer felt abrupt. If the Xingtian site were a special metal casting factory on an Earth spaceship, it is likely that the Yellow Emperor and his entourage, upon discovering it, would have dispatched the Yin Emperor to oversee a series of tasks related to the metal casting factory. Moreover, considering the identity and achievements of the Yin Emperor, according to the records of ancient ancestors, the Yin Emperor invented slash-and-burn agriculture, created farming tools, and taught the ancestors to cultivate land for food, make pottery, and cooking utensils, among other things. He even taught the ancestors to make bows and arrows as hunting weapons, researched medicine, that is, ancient Chinese medicine, taught the people to make musical instruments, and spread music, dance, and culture, and so on. Isn't this precisely in line with the description of a technological official? The Yin Emperor was indeed a technological official. At the Xingtian metal casting factory, he taught the ancestors how to forge bronze tools and even craft various prehistoric high-tech devices. With this thought, Lin Yuan felt quite satisfied. Even before the excavation of Xingtian began, he had already unlocked the character profile of the technological official from the Earth spaceship, which was truly a bountiful harvest. Outside the Xingtian Museum, the tourists were extremely curious, each of them scrutinizing the soldiers from the Wuxi military district. No need to ask, they will definitely tell you that it concerns state secrets and cannot be disclosed. A fashionable middle-aged woman confidently stated. Sister, how do you know? The crowd looked at each other in confusion. I have a special connection with expert Lin. The middle-aged woman hailing from the northeast happily said, half a month ago, I visited the Qin Great Wall and just happened to encounter expert Lin live streaming, and a group of military personnel had sealed off the Great Wall. Haha, this time I came to visit Xingtian, and it turns out I ran into him again. I dare say that the appearance of these soldiers here is definitely due to expert Lin. Upon hearing this, the crowd couldn't help but laugh, thinking to themselves that the middle-aged woman was not just lucky, but it seemed she was always in the right place at the right time. However, what exactly had happened? On another side, inside the Xingtian site, Lin Yuan put away the Liaishan scepter. Seeing this, the museum staff frowned slightly, but said nothing. After all, the higher-ups had instructed them to cooperate with Lin Yuan's work. Soon after, Lin Yuan and his team arrived in front of a sacrificial pit. A major from the Wuxi military district stood at attention and saluted Lin Yuan, saying, Report Chief Engineer Lin. We are here to assist in executing the task, as ordered by the higher-ups. Please give your instructions, Chief Engineer Lin. Although Lin Yuan was not a military man, he returned the salute and said seriously, thank you all for your hard work. Then, looking at the continuous influx of mining and exploration equipment, he nodded. According to the plan, execute the excavation plan for all the sacrificial pits at Xingtian immediately. It is estimated that we must dig down about 50 meters to reach the core target. Understood. The major's expression turned serious as he turned to instruct his subordinates. Meanwhile, a group of experts from the Xingtian Museum, including Professor Wang Wenjiao, who had rushed over in haste, were all stunned upon hearing this. Professor Wang was the first to react tremblingly, saying, Chief Engineer Lin, are you going to excavate the sacrificial pits at Xingtian? That's right. Lin Yuan did not hide anything and got straight to the point, saying, in my research, Xingtian is a prehistoric metal casting factory left behind by an Earth spaceship. The various peculiar civilizations of Xingtian are actually the iron-blooded laws of a prehistoric steel legion. This is a special troop born solely for casting. Therefore, I speculate that beneath this vast sacrificial pit, there may be prehistoric treasures. These include some special prehistoric ores, and even special metal materials brought back by high-ranking spaceship members like the Yellow Emperor from interstellar mining. Hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, everyone present was completely stunned. The archaeologists and cultural relic protection experts from the Xingtian Museum were particularly shocked, their eyes nearly popping out. Zhang Wenlong reacted, his expression slightly horrified, and he asked tremulously, then may I ask Chief Engineer Lin, how will your excavation plan protect these Xingtian cultural relics? For instance, in this 9 sacrificial pit, there are currently over 1,000 types of bronze artifacts discovered by archaeology, and each one needs to be carefully excavated and protected. Moreover, the entire Xingtian cultural relic site, including the discovered and undiscovered sacrificial pits, amounts to 21 in total. It is estimated that there are over 10,000 relics yet to be unearthed. Each bronze artifact requires nearly 30 restoration and maintenance processes after excavation. With such a massive workload, even gathering 1,000 cultural relic protection experts to work day and night would take at least 30 years to excavate all the artifacts perfectly. But now, Zhang Wenlong glanced at a row of soldiers who looked fierce but seemed to have no understanding of how to protect cultural relics, as well as the array of menacing excavation equipment. He suddenly felt somewhat guilty and worried. Professor Zhang, right? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan shook his head and said, who told you I would protect these relics as you do? My goal is to excavate the prehistoric metal materials buried 50 meters deep. Since the engineering regiment of the Wuxi military district is here, it is naturally focused on excavation efficiency. As for the relics buried underground, some damage is unavoidable. What? Hearing this, Professor Zhang and others' expressions changed drastically, utterly astonished. Chief Engineer Lin, you haven't considered a plan for relic protection? The museum staff asked bitterly. Lin Yuan slowly scanned the crowd, including Professor Wang Wenjiao, then issued a soul-piercing question. I only ask one thing. Do you know how many national treasures and cultural relics our Dragon Nation has lost overseas? Just in the country of John Bull, the National Museum holds a staggering 2300 cultural relics belonging to the Dragon Nation. 2300 pieces, haha, what does this mean? And what does it represent? It represents the shameless acts of those robbers who took away the treasures of our Dragon Nation. Over 100 years have passed, and our treasures still remain abroad. How heart-wrenching it is for our people. Yes, you cultural relic experts are currently in the Xingtian site diligently and carefully excavating our relics. You may be protecting the relics, but at this moment, I have something more important to do, which is to make those wolves, their ambitions and shameless greed, return our cultural relics piece by piece. Which is more important, cultural relics or national defense? For this, even if I Lin Yuan bear the blame for damaging relics, I would do so without hesitation. Upon hearing this like a thunderclap, a group of cultural relic protection experts were all stunned. Professor Wang Wenjiao closed his eyes deeply, his beard trembling. Well said, Chief Engineer Lin. Wang Wenjiao shouted excitedly, tears welling up. We have already lost enough national. In my lifetime, even if it costs a huge price, I want to see the national treasures return home. Meanwhile, the museum staff had nothing to say. Each one fell silent, stepping aside, their eyes shining with excitement as they looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan waved his hand decisively. This time there was no room for doubt, and he issued a military order with conviction. Wuxi Military District 9th Group Army 16th Engineering Regiment, dig for me. Yes. On the side, a group of soldiers fired up, rushed forward without saying a word, swinging their pickaxes and striking the ground forcefully. Following this, various large-scale equipment was brought in. With the cooperation of the machines, over 1,000 soldiers began the exhilarating excavation work at the 21 sacrificial pits, including both announced and unannounced. 5 hours later, as the water level in the No. 12 sacrificial pit dropped 56 meters, a voice of surprise came from below. Accompanied by a gasp, Lin Yuan regained his focus, immediately looking down into the bottomless pit. Under the Military Engineering Corps exceptional excavation technology, the No. 12 sacrificial pit of Xingtian had been dug down to a depth of 56 meters. This sacrificial pit was one of the areas Lin Yuan learned about after activating the spaceship map device from the Lianshan, which was most likely close to the metal foundry and storage area of Xingtian. Soon soldiers returned from underground to the surface, one of the officers holding a pile of black material, revealing an excited expression. What is this? Seeing this scene, Wang Wenjiao and his few disciples all displayed expressions of surprise and confusion. Even Lin Yuan couldn't wait to run over and personally took one small piece of the black material, studying it carefully. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan suddenly said in a strange tone, I made a mistake. He then turned to Professor Wang Wenjiao, smiling. I shouldn't have called you here today. Wang Wenjiao looked confused. I should have invited a top expert from the entire military materials field instead. At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly exclaimed, excitedly trembling. Do you know what this is, eh? The crowd shook their head. Haha, this is amazing. At that moment, Lin Yuan was almost ecstatic. This is carbonine. And it's not artificially synthesized carbonine, it's naturally occurring carbonine produced in the universe. Lin Yuan murmured excitedly. The crowd listened even more in confusion, each displaying expressions of curiosity, staring intently at Lin Yuan. Seeing this, Lin Yuan simply explained, Everyone, do you know what the hardest material on Earth is right now? Although Wang Wenjiao and others studied archaeology, they were knowledgeable and answered in unison, graphene. Ordinary people understand it as graphene, but the truly incredible material is this one. Lin Yuan pointed at the black material in his hand and said, This super material, called carbonine, originates from space substances discovered by scientists known as the whiskers of meteorites. It is the strongest and hardest material in this world. To put it simply, the toughness of carbonine is twice that of graphene, 40 times that of diamond, and 200 times that of steel. It is hailed as the most perfect material for constructing interstellar spaceships in the future. Because carbonine not only has a hardness greater than graphene, nearly reaching the peak of the most hardness scale, but its density is also extremely low, which means it can achieve a very lightweight state. Furthermore, carbonine possesses the characteristic of transforming from a conductor to an insulator with just a 3 stretch, combined with perfect extensibility, making its flexibility unparalleled. Having said all this in one breath, Lin Yuan excitedly said, Currently, in the research community, the methods for artificially synthesizing carbonine are extremely complicated, leading to its production cost being incredibly high, reaching an exorbitant price of $6 million per gram. Upon hearing this, the crowd was completely stunned. Even the group of temporarily detained Xingtian cultural relic protection experts were shocked, their expressions filled with disbelief. Chief Engineer Lin has really discovered something under the Xingtian sacrificial pit. My God. At this moment, the crowd was beyond shocked. Lin Yuan was even more excited. He immediately instructed the crowd, conduct further exploration immediately. I need to know how much carbonine is stored beneath the Xingtian site. And I dare say that there is definitely more than just carbonine underground. There must be other valuable materials as well. Be thorough during your exploration and don't miss any areas. Yes. The soldiers were also very excited. They then embarked on a lengthy exploration operation lasting several hours before finally reporting their findings. Under sacrificial pits No. 12 I 15 I and 18 of Xingtian 500 kilograms of rare carbonine materials were discovered. After the news was reported, Lin Yuan himself was stunned. 500 kilograms of rare carbonine materials. At $6 million per gram, how much would 500 kilograms cost? It's an amount that cannot be spent, impossible to exhaust. Moreover, this material won't be sold, it will be used as the body material for the Yinglong aerospace bomber. It's simply perfect. At this moment, Lin Yuan was extremely excited, and the crowd was thoroughly convinced. What does 500 kilograms of ultra-rare, cutting-edge military research material mean? Perhaps it means 100 advanced J-20 modifications. It could also mean the birth of some even more advanced national defense weapon. So they all understood. Don't say it's about damaging the Xingtian artifacts. Even if Lin Yuan melted all the existing bronzes unearthed from Xingtian to make missiles, the country would still praise it as a good melting job. Meanwhile, across the Pacific in the White Eagle, at the Pentagon, General William sat at the head of the conference room, his expression dark and horrified. The Dragon Kingdom is planning a major scheme. We have just received news that Dragon Kingdom person Lin Yuan has led military personnel to seal off a place called Xingtian. We don't know what they are doing, but we can confirm that as long as Lin Yuan is involved, there must be a great secret, a grand plan. We White Eagles must speed up our progress. Can anyone tell me if there are any new research findings on the Earth Starship theory? General William looked at the top scientists from the Eagle Sauce Empire present. Hearing this, everyone frowned and remained silent. Damn. Seeing that none of the top scientists dared to meet his gaze, General William was extremely disappointed. Report. Just then an excited voice echoed in his ears. General, good news from Kinlan County Native State. A research team affiliated with the National Academy of Sciences has made significant discoveries in Area 51. What? Upon hearing this, including General William and a group of top scientists, they all stood up in shock. Moments later, their expressions transformed into ecstatic joy. That's great. General William excitedly raised his fist and said, as expected of Area 51, I knew our great White Eagle Empire could not be underestimated. Area 51. It is an Air Force base for the Eagle Sauce, and there are also rumors in international circles that Area 51 is where the Eagle Sauce secretly conducts various advanced weapon research and testing. Additionally, there is a saying that Area 51 is extremely mysterious and often experiences strange events, hence it is also called the Forbidden Zone of 51. Arrange for a helicopter immediately, I want to personally go to Area 51. General William instructed, filled with excitement. Soon, General William from the White Eagle's Pentagon led a large group of scientists to Area 51. Among these scientists were top scientists from the National Laboratory, MIT, Stanford University, and the Department of Energy, each capable of causing a stir in the international research community. What's the situation? William eagerly asked the person in charge. We detected some special data signal fluctuations 5000 meters underground at Mafu Lake. Additionally, we found some unknown dust particles on the recovered exploration drill, as well as mysterious substances resembling charcoal. What? Upon hearing this, a group of top scientists from the Eagle Sauce were excited. Then the local person in charge led General William and the scientific research team into the base, driving a few kilometers to Grant Valley, located at the center of the entire basin by Mafu Lake. They subsequently witnessed the strange data signal fluctuations and the mysterious substances appearing in the analysis room, causing a group of scientists to cheer with joy. God has not abandoned us after all. We have studied Area 51 for many years, but did not expect that at a depth of 500 meters, such a massive secret was hidden. Haha, this is fantastic. It's all thanks to the reminder from the Dragon Kingdom people. I can't even analyze what kind of material this mysterious substance is made of. I only know it has turned into charcoal particles after undergoing extremely high temperature combustion. We speculate that this charcoal belonged to a new type of material left over from ancient prehistoric times before undergoing extremely high temperature combustion. We must continue to study it. A group of scientists looked at General William with rapid breaths. This is nature. Don't say it's 500 meters underground. We should dig even 800 meters. General William was also pleased with this news, feeling a sense of relief in his heart. When that Dragon Kingdom person proposed the Earth Starship theory, the White Eagles were almost always in a passive state. At first, including him, no one took it seriously. However, as significant new discoveries emerged from the Dragon Kingdom, such as airdropping helium-3 and the miraculous superconducting electronic special gas appearing out of nowhere, General William and other Eagle Sauce higher-ups had to ponder a question. What if the Earth really is a spaceship? Upon thinking of this, General William burst into excited laughter. Immediately gather the nation's top scientists. I refuse to believe that the rabbits can gain so many benefits, while we Eagle Sauce cannot. At this moment, General William was completely unaware that he had already become a staunch supporter of the Earth Starship theory. Soon the White Eagles began excavation work at this site. General William even took personal command there. General, the underground team has already dug down to 100 meters. It must be said that the White Eagles had some capabilities. Within half an hour, the excavation equipment had reached a depth of 100 meters. Continue to increase the intensity. Boom. Before General William could finish his sentence, a loud explosion roared from the deep pit, followed by a massive burst of flames and terrifying shockwaves that knocked everyone at the scene to the ground. The ground trembled as cracks spread terrifyingly in all directions, ultimately forming nearly 30-meter-long fissures before the scene finally calmed down. Phew. Amidst the flying dust, General William clumsily crawled up from a pile of rubble, panic-stricken, and shouted, "My God! What happened? Can anyone tell me?" His face was pale, filled with fear. Soon an expert came over to report, terrified. "General, it's terrible. The underground excavation team has been completely wiped out. We suspect that some mysterious mechanism was triggered, causing an underground explosion." But how could this happen? This top scientist from the White Eagle was racking his brain, but couldn't figure out why this had happened. Upon hearing that the underground team had been wiped out, General William's expression grew even more dejected, his lips trembling as he roared in despair. Damn it, why did this happen? At this moment, the White Eagle had suffered severe losses. Not to mention the military personnel, even some unfortunate scientific experts who were killed or injured by the shockwaves totaled dozens. What terrified General William even more was that after thorough analysis, they could find no reason at all, as if the explosion had appeared out of thin air. Damn it. General William could only roar in anger. When the news reached the upper echelons of the White Eagle, the expressions of the Eagle Sauce bigwigs looked as if they had eaten feces. In the Dragon Kingdom, Lin Yuan had just finished reporting good news to Elder Chun of the Di Jing, Shi Yuan no. 1. A thought crossed his mind, and in front of him appeared a virtual panel. The Lianshan E-Earth Spaceship Map device emitted a gentle blue light, seemingly automatically triggering some kind of device forming a virtual map in front of Lin Yuan. A red dot blinked frequently. What is this? Lin Yuan frowned and looked over, discovering that this should belong to a functional area of the spaceship's overseas map section. Initially, he was a bit nervous and puzzled, but after seeing the annotations on the map device, Lin Yuan immediately felt relieved. Oh, I thought it was something serious. It turns out it's just a secondary garbage incineration chamber on the spaceship that was temporarily activated. Glancing casually, it seemed to be in some desert region of the White Eagle. A desert indeed, a suitable place for garbage incineration. Lin Yuan smiled, playfully, seemingly guessing something. The Eagle Sauce is digging its own grave. Have they stumbled upon the garbage incineration chamber of the Earth spaceship? Without understanding certain permissions and knowledge, messing around and triggering the Earth spaceship's self-defense system. Wouldn't that be courting death? Lin Yuan didn't even need to think. He knew that the Eagle Sauce would definitely face a very grim situation. Moreover, regarding the research and exploration progress of the Huaxia Jiuzhou functional section on the Earth spaceship, not even 0.3 had been achieved. There was no time to manage foreign affairs. Moreover, garbage incineration chambers are also divided into grades. It was a different level altogether. 300 gifts for an additional chapter now, at 80 and 35-star reviews for an additional chapter. Everyone please bombard me. I want to challenge my soft spot. The mind returned to reality. Lin Yuan once again focused his attention on the Xingtian ruins. Old Wang, the reason I called you here is that I actually have another task to trouble you with. During this interval, Lin Yuan spoke in a warm and clear voice. I hope you can help me organize a list of some ancient ruins and the origins of mythological legends discovered globally. For example, the Valley of Death, Borneo Island, Bermuda, etc. Alright. Wang Wenjiao nodded in agreement without hesitation. As for why, Old Wang did not ask, but he could roughly guess Lin Yuan's purpose. In the following time, the engineering battalion of the Shushi military district continued deep excavation work at the Xingtian site. A massive team of nearly 5,000 people unleashed their full firepower. Good news kept coming in. Chief Lin, we found something again. Upon inspection, Lin Yuan carefully identified it and smiled joyfully. This is a tantalum rod with an atomic number of 73, a type of heavy metal. It is widely used in the aerospace industry. But this tantalum rod has an extraordinary luster, indicating it may have even better properties. Finally, it was determined that the tantalum rods buried deep under several sacrificial pits totaled at least several tens of thousands of tons. Following that, another peculiar meteorite was brought up. Goodness, this is its particle. The moment Lin Yuan laid eyes on it, he recognized its elemental properties as coming from the universe. And this was one of the prehistoric materials he most wanted to obtain from this deep excavation at Xingtian. The cosmic isotopic material for cold nuclear fusion has been secured. Lin Yuan was immensely delighted. Anyone who has seen a certain blockbuster knows that in the comics, the arc reactor utilizes mysterious cosmic isotopic, or is also known as space gems, to perform cold nuclear fusion. And now that particle in hand is similar in effect. In the end, after more than 10 hours of excavation work, the following prehistoric rare metal ores were obtained from the major sacrificial pits at Xingtian. 5,000 kilograms of carbine, 36,000 tons of super tantalum rods, 180 kilograms of particle cosmic isotopic ore, 2,000 kilograms of proton vibranium. Additionally, there were about 1,000 kilograms of multicolored stones. These multicolored stones are extremely mysterious, and even with Lin Yuan's knowledge, he could not ascertain their essence, and could only take them back for further research. Moreover, various rare metals and materials confirmed in today's world were obtained, totaling around 1,200 tons. It was indeed a bountiful harvest. Of course, the entire Xingtian site had also been completely turned into a mess. In the end, Lin Yuan returned to Modu with some important materials. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital, upon learning that Lin Yuan had helped the nation acquire a large batch of invaluable rare metal materials and energy ores, Old Chun and Shi Yuan no. 1 was once again filled with tears of joy. He can be considered a national hero. Another prominent figure was also extremely excited. For such scarce and significant resources, Lin Yuan didn't even think twice and directly handed everything over to the country. What a heartfelt dedication. What patriotic sentiment. Everyone, it seems our previous assessment of Lin Yuan was still too low. Old Chen's expression was extremely solemn. I propose that this year not only should Lin Yuan be elected as an academician, but he should also be included in the ranks of national heroes. The ranks of national heroes. At these words, the entire place was stunned. With the departure of those few honorable elders who had contributed immensely to the nation, there were only 6 national heroes remaining in Longhua at this time. Any one of these 6 national heroes enjoyed supreme honors and privileges in Longwa. Isn't he a bit too young? One elder hesitated and murmured. No, Lin Yuan absolutely deserves it. Old Shin declared emphatically. I have a hunch that he will bring us even greater surprises. This is a national-level decree. I hereby grant the highest special approval. Longwa officially elects one national hero. The rank is 7. Name Lin Yuan. The next day, at the headquarters of the Xianyuan project, when Lin Yuan appeared in the production workshop of the Yinglong aerospace bomber project, all the researchers were ecstatic, especially when Lin Yuan showcased the perfect material carbine on site. Everyone was so excited they were almost going crazy. Next came a fervent round of research and production work. With the blueprints provided by Chief Lin along with various prehistoric materials obtained from the Xingtian metal casting factory. Nearly 1,000 researchers alongside over 2,000 skilled workers such as fitters and riveters managed to assemble the outer shell of the Yinglong aerospace bomber in less than 3 days. Then they proceeded to the core of the aerospace bomber, the engine. Regarding this, Lin Yuan was also meticulous personally, getting involved, staying in the workshop daily, and working alongside the researchers to refine and cast the engine. In the end, just a week before the Spring Festival, Lin Yuan worked frantically and constructed a dreamlike aerospace. It can be said that the development of this aerospace engine was primarily shouldered by Lin Yuan, who single-handedly crafted this massive creation. Ion pulse shockwave engine. Its performance is terrifying. To put it simply, this device overturns all theories in the current military scientific research field. By integrating an ion thruster with a pulse shockwave, thrust is generated by accelerating ions through a strong electric field, while simultaneously creating rotational detonations via a new type of spiral pulse shockwave engine. The speed generated can easily elevate any aircraft's velocity to over 20 Mach. In the atmosphere, it can even reach super speeds of 30 to 50 Mach. Following that, another 3 days were spent. Lin Yuan and the researchers assembled the other components of the Yinglong aerospace bomber. What stood before everyone was a colossal aircraft measuring 65 meters in length, 8 meters in height, and a wingspan in a straight position of 8 meters with a wing area of 468 square meters. Developed independently by Longwa, the first generation of aerospace bombers. Yinglong, who, looking at the aerospace bomber before them akin to a work of art, all the researchers, experts, and technicians present stood still for a long time, their hearts racing uncontrollably. Is this the aerospace bomber we worked together to create? After a while, Li Fuxing, representing the researchers, let out an excited howl. Oh my gosh, it's so damn cool. Woo. I'm so excited I can't even speak. At this moment, everyone's eyes turned red and many were overwhelmed with excitement, tears streaming down their faces as they knelt on the ground, letting out ecstatic cheers. Lin Yuan was also immensely excited. He immediately dialed a high-ranking military official. I need a pilot. It must be the best pilot in the entire army to carry out a test flight mission. Yes. The Yinglong aerospace bomber has been completed. Elsewhere in a military base in the northwestern desert of Longwa. Codename Yunxiao, the domestic H-20 bomber project research team. Several experts excited waved their fists as they emerged from under a massive creation. It's been 6 whole years, and we old fellows have been toiling day and night in this desert, finally managing to build this massive creation. Immediately contact the higher-ups. Tell them this good news. Our Longwo's most advanced stealth supersonic bomber can finally be announced to the public. The Hong-20 is about to make its debut. How I long to witness the expressions on those Xingtian people's faces. Surely their reactions will be a sight to behold. The Hong-20 is our cherished creation. For its maiden test flight, we must request the finest pilot, the military. Of course, I have had my eye on the military pilot codenamed Lin Yuan for some time. A superb mount suits a hero, a divine weapon suits a master. Only an ace like Lin Yuan deserves to be the Hong-20's inaugural test pilot. The chief designers and deputy chiefs of Longwo's Hong-20 project laughed with excitement and immediately contacted the higher authorities. Seconds later, when Hong-20 chief designer Kuang Jianya heard the reply on the line, he shot his head up pale with astonishment. What did you say? Our nation has produced a first-generation aerospace bomber. He turned to look at the Hong-20 beside him, his mind reeling and inwardly screaming. Then what am I? What on earth is this? The deputy chiefs, who had finally found a moment to sip their tea, were likewise stunned by the news, coughing and choking before. Old Kuang, what are you saying? We only returned to Daijing to report 2 months ago. We heard nothing of any sister organization developing an aerospace bomber. Besides, when it comes to bomber research across Longwa, aren't we the ones most skilled? The deputy chiefs were utterly dumbfounded. I don't know either. Kuang Jianya murmured after hanging up. I just called. The military told me that tomorrow an aerospace bomber will conduct a test flight. The military's top ace Lin Yuan was poached half an hour ago. What the? Upon hearing this, the deputy chiefs exchanged anxious glances. The last deputy chief complained miserably. What is going on? This could be very serious. Kuang Jianya shook his head in horror. According to the military high command, their research appears to have yielded results. If there is no mistake, our Hong 26 years in the making may already be obsolete. At that, everyone felt their heads spin. It was as if they were suffocating. They instinctively gazed at the dark hulking machine, as if the great machine itself were lamenting, "Are we Longhua, so ruthlessly competitive? My noble Hong 20 has not even entered service, and already it is to be cast aside." For them the injustice was intolerable. Though I too hope our nation can develop a world-leading aerospace bomber, this is plainly unrealistic. Have the military lost their minds? I would wager that no bomber in the world surpasses the Hong 20 right now, even if the Beiding possessed something its performance would be roughly comparable at best. Exactly. Where did this mysterious aerospace bomber come from? I won't believe it unless I see it with my own eyes. For a moment the nation's top experts were thrown into excited commotion. Chief Kwong was equally conflicted, but he finally nodded emphatically. Indeed, whether mule or stallion, bring it out for a trial, and we shall see. They'll report this to our superiors at once. Hong 20 will conduct a test flight tomorrow. Good. Let us see which truly is Longwo's spear in the sky. Meanwhile, in the Dingbei military region at a certain special operations flight squadron. In the maintenance hangar, a man in his early 30s, upright as a pine, square-jawed, his gaze resolute and razor-sharp, was inspecting his beloved aircraft alongside an engineer. It was a lethal Jian 20, particularly marked beneath the cockpit by two gilded 5-point stars, as if proclaiming to the world a blood-forged, unrivaled honor. Ling Xiao. At that moment an officer ran over and said solemnly, "The commander wishes to see you." Understood. Ling Xiao snapped to attention, saluted, and ran to the operations command room. Lantian Legion Flight Squadron. Ling Xiao reports to the commander. Lieutenant Colonel Ling. The imposing man before him rose, approached, and spoke slowly. "The nation entrusts you with a major mission." "Awaiting orders." Ling Xiao answered without hesitation. "Very well. Truly worthy of being our Dingbei Theater's ace pilot." Commander Su of the Dingbei Theater smiled heartily, then said calmly to Ling Xiao, "Higher command needs you to go to Modu to execute a top-secret mission. This mission is codenamed Xingtian. This is your access key. The specifics will be revealed once you are aboard the helicopter. Remember, the classification is SSSS, absolute top secret." Additionally, Commander Su hesitated and regarded him sternly. "This mission carries certain risks." Before he could finish, Ling Xiao rendered a crisp military salute and replied calmly, "I will ensure the mission's completion." "Good." Commander Su clapped his hands and laughed, his spirit swelling. "Go and do not let Dingbei's renown wane." Half an hour later, Ling Xiao boarded a military G-20 helicopter which swiftly ascended toward the horizon. Having received the access key by text, Ling Xiao opened his personal computer, logged in, entered the key, and a line of shocking text appeared before him. Regarding Longwo's most advanced hypersonic aerospace bomber test flight instructions. Boom. Ling Xiao went pale and sat frozen, his mind a ringing void. The most advanced generation of an aerospace bomber, about to be test flown. After a minute of breathless stupefaction, Ling Xiao came to himself and trembled with exhilaration. Wonderful, wonderful. After all this time, the state has finally produced the Hong 20. Ling Xiao punched the air in excitement, then continued. But the more he read, the more his expression became one of horror and bewilderment. When he reached the final line, his body shuddered, his heart leapt as if it would burst from his chest. An aerospace bomber. So it is not the Hong 20 that will test fly. Rather, Longwo's domestically developed most advanced supersonic stealth aerospace bomber Yinglong is set to commence its test flight program. Ling Xiao was stunned. Modu, Xingtian Engineering Research Headquarters. Lin Yuan sat in his office, smiling with eager anticipation at the thought of tomorrow. The Yinglong aerospace bomber is essentially ready. Given the cutting-edge technology he controlled, all of Yinglong's test data were flawless. Only the test flight remained to yield further insights. Lin Yuan harbored no worry about its performance or safety. What remains now is the development of Xingtian Battle Tank and Xingtian Hill. Ultimately, when all projects are integrated, they will form the complete Dajiao Xingtian War Fortress. Its emergence would likely astonish the world. At the thought, Lin Yuan felt eager. He stole a glance at the data panel. Realizing he had not streamed for about 10 days, Lin Yuan logged into the Gaoding Physics Research Institute's livestream channel, posted a title, and released a preview. Hidden Black Technology in the Shanhaijing Xingtian Mecha. 3 hours later, in the assembly workshop of the Xingtian battle chariot, Lin Yuan was manually assembling the gearbox of the battle chariot. Not far away, a group of researchers and technicians were polishing and casting the outer shell of the battle chariot. Various high-tech metals were completely integrated into the surface of the battle chariot under the processing of the melting furnace and various lathes, creating the strongest battle chariot armor in the current military industry of Earth. Currently, the most advanced battle chariot armor in the world should be the VB infantry fighting vehicle from Gaul, with 50 of the entire vehicle made of titanium alloy. Compared to aluminum alloys and armor, steel titanium alloy far surpasses them in both weight and hardness. However, titanium alloy also has one drawback. That is its cost. For the group of researchers, they initially thought that being able to use titanium alloy and other rare metals for the armor of the Xingtian battle chariot would already be quite good. But they never expected that Chief Engineer Lin was so bold. He directly used the black technology of carbon acetylene. You all should be frugal. Seeing a group of researchers adding carbon acetylene, this rare material, without a care, Lin Yuan muttered, "It took me a lot of effort to scrape together 500 pounds from the Yinglong bomber, and now there's less than 3,000 kilograms left with a large family to support. The crowd couldn't help but smirk and continued to work hard. Looks like we need to find an opportunity to visit places like Xintian, Ileo Mountain, and Lopner. Who knows, we might unearth some ancient treasures. Lin Yuan secretly muttered. After all, places like Xintian and Ileo Mountain are regarded as forbidden zones in the Dragon Country, steeped in various mysterious legends since ancient times. According to Lin Yuan's research, these places are definitely not ordinary deep mountains and forests. They might hide even deeper secrets. Chief Engineer Lin. At that moment, Chen Lin jogged in, reporting the pilots sent by the military have arrived. Good. Lin Yuan smiled warmly and walked outside. Soon Lin Yuan met the pilot dispatched by the military. Ling Xiao, code name Ling Yuan. Hello, Chief Engineer. Ling Xiao exuded the unique coldness of a soldier, remaining utterly calm even in front of the Chief Engineer of the National Fortune-level Hongming project. Welcome, Major Ling. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. He had reviewed the resume sent by the military. The person before him was a true ace pilot, having enlisted at 16 and become a J-15 fighter pilot by 18, subsequently flying various types of combat aircraft and bombers with extensive flight experience. Thank you for the ride the other day, Major Ling. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao was momentarily stunned, realizing Lin Yuan was referring to the escort of the fully loaded J-20 to Beijing. He nodded immediately. It's my duty, Chief Engineer Lin, no need for formalities. This way, Major Ling. Lin Yuan didn't linger, eagerly leading the other towards the workshop of the Xingtian aerospace bomber, saying with a smile, come let me show you that big guy. All right. Ling Xiao's eyes suddenly filled with excitement. Soon upon arriving at the workshop, he immediately spotted the massive aircraft standing in the center. Holy crap. At that moment, even the ace pilot couldn't help but utter a curse, his mind going blank and but. What J-20? What H-20? Just push those aside. A true iron-blooded man should fly this thing. The Xingtian aerospace bomber stood before him, its armor covered with dragon scale-like devices shimmering under the light. The overall appearance was not only filled with a futuristic sci-fi sense, but also had an astonishing visual impact. Violent aesthetics. This is true violent aesthetics. Ling Xiao instantly felt that this thing was truly appealing. Major Ling, this is what we developed, the new generation of Dragon Country's aerospace bomber. Xingtian. Seeing Ling Xiao's shocked expression, Lin Yuan felt quite pleased. He immediately began to explain this Xingtian aerospace fighter uses an ion pulse detonation engine and adopts variable cycle technology, allowing it to switch between multiple supersonic cruise modules at will. In theory, after takeoff, it can reach speeds exceeding 8 Mach, and in the atmosphere, Xingtian's maximum speed can reach an astonishing 30 Mach. What does that mean? In less than an hour, it can circle the Earth. Moreover, this supersonic aerospace bomber is equipped with the most advanced stealth technology. Lin Yuan smiled playfully, saying, that is to say, piloting the Xingtian aerospace bomber, you can effortlessly circle around the Statue of Liberty in Eagle Sauce without any issues. By the time Eagle Sauce's air defense system reacts, will already be long gone. Even supersonic missiles might not. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. Then, seemingly recalling something, he trembled and asked Chief Engineer Lin, I have a question. Speak. Lin Yuan replied, smiling. In ordinary supersonic flight mode, that's one thing. But if the Xingtian aerospace bomber can achieve such high speeds like you said, exceeding 10 Mach, how will the human body cope with the force limits? It's simple. Lin Yuan explained with a smile. Originally, we considered two solutions. One was to use deep-sea liquid pressure resistance mode. But later I thought it through and abandoned it, which led to the current pressure-resistant device we developed. That is the superconducting electromagnetic pressure resistance module. The basic principle is to accelerate each atom in the human body through a special force, maintaining the relative positions of the atoms so that under overload, impact, and compression, the force on the human body is uniform. Current research shows that overloads below 100 G cause no harm to the human body. Upon hearing this, Ling Xiao was completely stunned. And that wasn't the end. Lin Yuan continued to reveal more. Additionally, Xingtian has various functions. Cough, cough. There are too many to explain all at once. How about this, Major Ling? Would you like to take a look at the manual? Saying this, Lin Yuan handed over a thick manual for the bomber. Ling Xiao was dumbfounded on the spot. Internally, he screamed, as a prestigious ace pilot, I have to read the flight manual. Unable to contain his shocked emotions, he took it over, and a few seconds later Ling Xiao was astonished to the point of questioning life, trembling and growling. Chief Engineer Lin. This. Takeoff mode. It actually features vertical takeoff. And what's this vertical sonic boom? P.S. This is an additional chapter as a gift from yesterday. There will be more tonight. Please kindly click the free power for love again. Ling Xiao wore a dazed expression. On the contrary, Lin Yuan, listening calmly, explained, Lieutenant Ling, this is our most advanced aerospace bomber, and vertical takeoff is standard equipment. As for the sonic boom during vertical takeoff, have you ever heard that when a vertical takeoff reaches the speed of sound, producing a sonic boom is quite normal? Ling Xiao was left speechless. As he continued to browse, his expression grew increasingly horrified. Finally, he opened his mouth wide and screamed in shock. Firepower configuration. Rail laser cannon. Hypersonic air-to-air missiles. Multiple clustered RF weapons. 70-twirled electromagnetic shock machine gun. Not to mention that the Yinglong aerospace bomber can carry 180 to 250 nuclear warheads flying at high speed in the atmosphere for up to 24 hours. So, is this really a bomber? The weapons on it are even more ferocious than the J-20. After all, the J-20 still uses modern conventional military weapons, yet the Yinglong already has rail laser cannons. Of course, the Yinglong aerospace bomber should actually be called the Yinglong armed aerospace bomber. In addition to its exceptionally strong bombing capability, its offensive and defensive capabilities are also impeccable. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Lieutenant Ling, don't rush. Study this manual carefully. As for the operation mode, I have enabled our Dragon country's standard control system for aircraft. You can master it in just a few hours of practice." Ling Xiao forced a smile, but his eyes were filled with excitement. "Okay, I understand. Don't worry, Chief Engineer Lin, I will thoroughly digest this manual." Ling Xiao emphasized the word digest. A day later, at the headquarters of the Xingtian project, a fleet of Hongqi sedans drove in. From time to time, military helicopters also flew in from the sky, landing on the ground as esteemed military leaders with notable achievements disembarked. The Eastern Battle Zone, the Southern Battle Zone, the Western Battle Zone, the Northern Battle Zone, the Central Battle Zone. Nearly dozens of generals gathered together, invited to witness this unprecedented military aircraft test flight project. Also present were top expert professors in military aircraft, totaling nearly 30 individuals. "I heard that the aircraft to be tested this time is the one that Chief Engineer Lin has been working on." Yes, this Chief Engineer Lin is highly regarded by the upper echelons, recruiting thousands of elite researchers from the National Defense 7. I am very much looking forward to what kind of results he will present. I heard the Yinshan Military District's Yinshao project has finally succeeded, and it seems it will also undergo a test flight in the next couple of days. What does that mean? We finally have a credible aircraft in the field of bombers in Dragon Country. The generals instantly became excited. However, there were some doubts. But what exactly is this aircraft project that Chief Engineer Lin is working on? Is it a new model fighter? Unlikely given such a short time frame. I suspect it should be some kind of modified transport helicopter or another type of... Meanwhile, a group of experts next door were also murmuring. On the other side, Ling Xiao was almost ready to begin the first test. Fortunately, the Xingtian project headquarters was once the second research institute of the Eastern Battle Zone, and not far from the testing workshop was a spacious flight runway. As the Yinglong aerospace bomber slowly taxied onto the runway, the sunlight cast upon this massive machine emanating a cold metallic sheen. When it finally taxied into view, the military leaders and experts present were momentarily bewildered. What is this? It looked almost dreamlike. It resembled a fighter jet that one might only see in movies. When they realized what was happening, they exclaimed, "Oh my goodness! My heavens, this is a bomber! How is that possible?" The cries of disbelief resounded. Everyone felt as if they were suffocating, unable to calm their emotions for a long time. No amount of words could describe the violent beauty of the Yinglong aerospace bomber, especially the futuristic bionic armor scales on its body, which made the entire bomber appear like a fierce, ancient divine beast from a distance. "Yinglong, ladies and gentlemen," in the high-pitched speaker's voice, Lin Yuan's calm voice echoed. Codename 9 Heavens, the test flight plan for the new generation of Dragon Country aerospace bombers is officially launched. With that, everyone on site stood up in unison, shocked to the point of almost going crazy. An aerospace bomber? Is this really an aerospace bomber? Everyone was solemn and awestruck. "Chief Engineer Lin, the 9 Heavens test flight plan is ready, please." Several military personnel appeared in the command room, reporting with serious expressions. "Good." Lin Yuan nodded. "Initiate the test flight." With Lin Yuan's command, Ling Xiao in the cockpit of the Yinglong aerospace bomber took a deep breath and abruptly pressed the aircraft's ignition button. Boom. Accompanied by a piercing roar, a series of data appeared before Ling Xiao's eyes. Simultaneously, a sharp, clear prompt sounded in his ear. The Yinglong aerospace bomber is about to enter vertical takeoff mode. Current data is stable, micromodules continuously adjusting. Current engine power output 200 kilonewtons, 500 kilonewtons, 1000 kilonewtons. Ignition of articulated superfrequency jet device. Adjusting wings to a smooth posture. This process lasted for about 3 minutes. Meanwhile, on the viewing platform, the military leaders and experts saw the Yinglong bomber suddenly quieting on the ground, momentarily stunned. Isn't it supposed to enter a taxiing posture ready for takeoff at any time? What's going on? Is there a malfunction? I said this aerospace bomber is not that easy to study. At that moment, as the crowd pondered and sighed, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted. With a roar, the Yinglong aerospace bomber shot into the sky like a sprouted seedling, soaring up as if it were a rocket shooting straight into the heavens. In an instant, it produced a terrifying white sonic boom cloud. Hiss! Gasps of surprise echoed throughout the site. Incredible, this is just unbelievable. At that moment, all the experts in military aircraft were dumbfounded. Watching the aerospace bomber take off in a vertical posture, it surprisingly created a sonic boom cloud during ascent, indicating it had entered supersonic status. Everyone was utterly bewildered. Following that, various real-time data was transmitted to the leaders and experts. Speed reached 1 Mach. It's 2 Mach now. Heavens, it's reached 3.6 Mach. Yinglong has breached the atmosphere. The speed is still climbing. 7 Mach. 10 Mach. Wow. It's reached 16 Mach. The scene seemed to go wild. Meanwhile, in the northwestern desert at the Yunshao H-20 research base, Chief Engineer Kwang, we received news from the military that the Yinglong aerospace bomber has taken off. Good. Kwang Jianya's eyes sparkled as he gritted his teeth, saying, "Initiate the H-20 test flight. I refuse to believe that our painstakingly developed rotary detonation engine capable of reaching speeds of 9 Mach will be inferior to that aircraft." A few minutes later on the flight runway, a black H-20 quickly took off, instantly turning into a shadow and disappearing into the sky. "Immediately locate the coordinates of friendly forces, Yinglong," Kwang Jianya said sternly. According to his communication with the higher-ups this time, the H-20 and Yinglong would conduct test flights simultaneously, and besides verifying each aircraft's performance, there would also be a silent competition. Kwang Jianya believed that the Yinglong aerospace bomber might have exceptional performance in the atmosphere. However, below the atmosphere, the H-20 was invincible. After 10 minutes of electronic silence, at this moment the communication device relayed the voice of the H-20 pilot. "Report to the command center, friendly target detected. Target acquired." "What? This is impossible." Accompanied by a series of excited and horrified exclamations from the pilot, the communication device fell into a silence. A few seconds later, the bitter yet excited voice of the H-20 pilot came through. "Report to the command center, I am unable to pursue the friendly target Yinglong. In 3 seconds, it has left me 30 kilometers behind. Radar detection confirms the target has left the atmosphere. I can no longer continue tracking. Should I initiate other tests?" At that moment in the command center, Kwang Jianya and several deputy chief engineers of the H-20 project exchanged glances, collectively petrified. How can this be? To have the H-20 thrown off in a supersonic flight posture of Mach 5 within 3 seconds means the opponent's speed has reached the theoretical first cosmic velocity, at least over Mach 10. My God, how did it do that? At this moment, the atmosphere in the command center was dead silent. Everyone expressed shock, confusion, and bitterness. "Initiate the remaining test tasks." Kwang Jianya's hoarse voice rang out. He then turned off the communication device, closed his eyes, and his body trembled violently at that moment. Old Kwang. Everyone felt an overwhelming bitterness in their hearts, anxiously watching Kwang Jianya, fearing that this elder could not bear the blow. After all, it had been 6 years of painstaking research. Everyone thought, even if the small H-20 was outdated, it shouldn't have fallen behind too much, right? But who would have thought? Just one encounter. They couldn't even see the tail of the Yinglong space bomber. The gap was At this moment, Kwang Jianya's eyes brimmed with tears, his expression gradually flushed, and when he opened his eyes, he was overwhelmed with uncontrollable excitement. The space bomber, the space bomber. Kwang Jianya was ecstatic, laughing heartily. Our country has developed a more advanced space bomber. We should be rejoicing. Old Zhang, old Chi, old Li. Even if we old fellows were to die right now, it would be enough to close our eyes in peace. The several esteemed elders at this moment cried and laughed, expressing their emotions like children. Meanwhile, in the command room, Lin Yuan also received a call from the higher-ups. Half an hour had passed since the Yinglong space bomber entered low Earth orbit. On the other end of the phone from Shiyuan No. One Elder Chen's voice was extremely stern. "Chief Engineer Lin. Relevant agencies have detected that there is a trend of exposure and dissemination regarding the test flight plan of the Yinglong across various civilian locations and online. Should we implement public opinion control? After all, the test flight location of the Yinglong space bomber was in the suburbs of Magic City. This had been considered by the higher-ups before the test flight, but Lin Yuan insisted on conducting the test flight at this location, and the higher-ups indulged him. No need for control." Lin Yuan smiled upon hearing this. "Elder Chun, times have changed. In the past, we had to hide and cover things up due to circumstances. But now, even if the Yinglong space bomber is exposed, believe me, the Yinglong will not be our final trump card." Hearing this, Elder Chun on the other end of the line was extremely excited. "I understand." Half an hour later, the Dragon Kingdom's internet was in an uproar. On various military fan forums and major platforms, countless netizens were debating furiously. What the hell is going on in Magic City today? I live near Meishan and suddenly heard a sonic boom in the sky. I thought a missile was attacking. Did you just get online? Check the news, someone has captured an amazing scene near Meishan. What the hell? When netizens clicked to see. In a video, a fighter jet as fierce as an ancient divine beast soared into the sky, completing a vertical takeoff in 5 seconds, leaving behind a white sonic boom cloud before disappearing into the clouds. That sci-fi design, the sharp aircraft body, and the breathtaking extreme speed left every viewer of this video in a state of stunned shock. What the hell? Is my vision blurred? What the hell is this? Just then, another shocking piece of news spread. A traveler exposed online that he had filmed a mysterious bomber soaring through the air in the northwest desert. Its imposing appearance and the thrilling 5-star pattern. All of it was filled with a visually explosive power that stirred the heart. What the hell this is? I have a feeling. This is the H-20 from the Legends of Our Dragon Kingdom. No way, it definitely is. The details of the bomber in this video are extremely similar to some previously released images of the H-20. Look at that Mach ring and that speed, damn, this definitely exceeds Mach 3 theoretically. H-20 is incredible. I'm so excited that tears are pouring down. Has our country been hiding the H-20 for several years, finally about to be exposed? Wait, something's not right. Look at the footage filmed in the Northwest Desert. The appearance of the H-20 and the bomber in Magic City are clearly different. Can someone tell me what the hell is going on? In an instant, netizens from the Dragon Kingdom were so excited they were about to burst. Meanwhile, they were also filled with immense confusion. After all, within the same day, various online platforms had continuously exposed two bombers with different appearances, but equally explosive functions and speeds. This left many seasoned military enthusiasts a bit bewildered. The H-20 was fine. They could determine its true identity through some information. But the bomber from Magic City was extraordinarily bizarre. Especially the footage of it leaving a sonic boom cloud during vertical takeoff shocked the entire world. At this time, even across the ocean, the relevant agencies on the side of the Whitehead Eagle were stirred. Inside the Pentagon, General William was completely stunned as he looked at the information reported by his subordinates. He then gritted his teeth and said, immediately contact various agencies for analysis. I want to know what the hell is going on. Over 100 of the top fighter jet experts from the Whitehead Eagle collectively reached a conclusion. General William, we can confirm that the bomber appearing in the desert is 100 the H-20 that the Dragon Kingdom has hidden for several years. Based on the current information, the Dragon people have successfully developed the most advanced bomber. Following that, a group of experts hesitated before continuing. As for the bomber appearing in the other video, we cannot draw a specific conclusion. Vertical takeoff leaving a sonic boom cloud theoretically cannot be achieved with current technology. It's too dreamlike. We seriously suspect this is a meticulously edited special effects video. Special effects video, are you sure? General William frowned and coldly retorted. Hearing this, a group of experts became uncertain, because some of them had analyzed that the dreamlike bomber appearing in the Dragon Kingdom's network was not a single video. There were also other Dragon people who filmed its footage and released it online. Through data analysis, it was almost certain that these videos had no editing or special effects processing. In other words, the video was real. But the content of the videos left a group of experts completely bewildered to the point of doubting life. Such high-speed vertical sonic booms within 10 years globally. No, not a single country could develop such a sci-fi future war machine within 20 years. Damn. Seeing that the experts could not reach a specific conclusion, General William felt a surge of frustration. Contact the Dragon Kingdom immediately. Let's test the waters. General William took a deep breath, having to adopt a more conciliatory approach to seek some information from the Dragon Kingdom's officials. At that moment on the Dragon Kingdom's internet, a mysterious organization that drew the attention of the Whitehead Eagle issued a declaration. On the Douyin platform, the chief officially appeared before the public, smiling in response. I believe many netizens, including those abroad, are paying attention to the sudden exposure today regarding the latest and most advanced bomber of the Dragon Kingdom. Actually, I just want to say one thing. The H-20 is real. Our country has the capability to produce it. As for the amazing bomber video from Magic City, I've studied it carefully, and I think it's something netizens made up. So Eagle Sauce, don't panic, that's just special effects, a promotional video from some movie. After these words, countless netizens struggled to hold back their laughter, and comments flooded in. A uniform response neatly arranged. If Eagle Sauce believes it's a promotional video, that's fine. If not, then we'll start producing. Today's additional update is complete. PS gifts have reached 100, and I also want to thank the great God Wandering Life for their certification, and all the friends for their gifts. There are too many to write down. I can only thank you again. Therefore, there will be 2 additional updates tomorrow. Let's continue to create some free power for love, and it's also an additional. As the general made his move, netizens erupted in joy. Meanwhile, news about the Longhua H-20 and the latest bomber filled every corner of the Longhua media. Incredible. I can only say this is the H-20 I envision. After watching the video, I was speechless for a long time, and picked up a small joy to contribute to the military fund. For the H-20, for the nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, netizens, let's contribute. As for the other video showcasing most netizens were indifferent, believing this was a smokescreen released by national agencies to confuse the Eagle Sauce and Foot Basin Chicken. After all, the content in that video was too fantastical and advanced. Only a small portion of people noticed. The video was shot right in Modu. In Modu, it seems that the expert Lin Yuan, who recently proposed the Earth Starship theory and even got the state to endorse it, is also in Modu. Thinking back to the major action taken half a month ago to summon the 7 Sons of National Defense. Could there be a connection here? Some netizens excitedly speculated. At the headquarters of the Xingtian project, as the Yinglong space bomber descended slowly onto the runway in vertical, the military bigwigs and top experts in the defense industry on site could no longer care about their image, each excitedly waving their fists and screaming, nearly fainting from excitement. So powerful, so powerful. Is this the most advanced space bomber of our country? Haha, with this, what are we afraid of? We can go straight over the Americas. Incredible. Everyone excitedly discussed, their eyes filled with fervent gazes. In the end, all eyes converged on a young figure. On the distant runway, Lin Yuan personally walked out of the command room to welcome Ling Xiao. The cockpit hatch of the Yinglong space bomber slowly opened, revealing Ling Xiao's excited and flushed expression. Lieutenant Colonel Ling, well done. Lin Yuan gave a thumbs up to him. Then he asked with a smile, how does it feel? Ling Xiao took a deep breath, slowly closed his eyes, feeling a surge of excitement in his chest, his scalp tingling. This is the best aircraft I've ever flown. After a long time, Ling Xiao shed tears of joy. He was genuinely thrilled. Even the J-20 in his heart instantly lost a lot of its appeal. Yinglong, truly remarkable. You all take Lieutenant Colonel Ling for a medical checkup. The maintenance team will service the Yinglong and the research team will extract the data from the aircraft to commence the second round of testing. After saying that, Lin Yuan walked towards the distant viewing platform. Over here, the commanders of several major war zones exchanged glances revealing gratified and excited smiles. Meanwhile, the people below were in an uproar. A major general from the Pingdong military district, a certain naval division, shouted excitedly, "Commander Sun, this Yinglong bomber is incredibly fierce. We need at least a few dozen for our Chilan fleet." Old Ten, you go aside. Our Jinan war zone Xuanwu fleet is under the most pressure, but I dare say to all the commanders, as long as we have this Yinglong bomber, I can guarantee that our Longhua maritime territory will continue to expand. You naval forces can stay out of this. This is a space bomber, and when it comes to deployment, it will surely prioritize our nonsense. Old Zhang, don't speak. Don't we need it in the army? This is a vertical takeoff bomber, which is part of the land combat system. It must be in our first batch of deployments. Come on, don't all of you try to snatch it from me. How about this? Whoever lets me win first place in this year's military exercise, I won't ask for it. A certain elite combat brigade from the Central War Zone excitedly declared. For a moment, the commanders from 5 major war zones, dozens of general-level big shots at the scene, were arguing fiercely, nearly getting into a fight. After all, this was Longhua's most advanced space bomber. Who doesn't want it? As long as they can be the first to equip it to their troops, who cares about their face? Alright. Seeing the generals acting so shamelessly and nearly getting into a fight, several commanders glared at everyone and shouted, "Enough noise, what kind of conduct is this? Which unit gets priority to equip the Yinglong will be decided above. Besides, with Chief Engineer Lin here, are you still afraid there won't be any later?" Just as they were speaking, several commanders saw Lin Yuan walking away and immediately welcomed him warmly. Along with dozens of generals and numerous top experts, they excitedly surrounded Lin Yuan. "Chief Engineer Lin, you are amazing. What is a genius? This is a genius. Little comrade, I really respect you as the chief designer. No wonder the country values you so much. A Chief Engineer Lin is truly impressive. Chief Engineer Lin, I'm pleading with you, the Yinglong must be prioritized for our Air Force. This is a national treasure. Not too many, just one will do, and I dare to fly it over the Baigong." The bigwigs and experts surrounded Lin Yuan, praising him vigorously. "Everyone rest assured." Lin Yuan calmly looked at everyone and said, "The Yinglong is just the first batch. There will be more advanced aircraft and warships to come." After saying that, he left the bigwigs with a cool silhouette and turned to leave. What a presence! No wonder he could develop a space bomber. He truly is a genius. The bigwigs sighed in admiration. On the other side in the Pentagon, General William and several advisors looked grim, staring at the data report before them. Report. According to our Aegis system and Starlink feedback, we can confirm. Between 3 and 5 in the afternoon, there was indeed an unusual flight trajectory in Longhua's airspace. Upon confirmation, it can be determined that the H-20 stealth long-range strategic bomber developed by Longhua has successfully completed its test flight. As for the other video showcasing the space bomber, we indeed captured a strange signal source, but it can be ruled out as an ultra-advanced strategic bomber, including the previously rumored space bomber being developed by Longhua. Our Eagle Eye spy satellites can monitor the Earth's surface and any location, and combined with the Starlink system and dome radar, have not captured any traces of a space bomber flying in low Earth orbit. Therefore, we can rule out the possibility that Longhua has developed a space bomber. It should be a smokescreen released by the Longhua. Upon hearing this, General William and the others finally breathed a sigh of relief and exchanged smiles. Few, I said, with Longhua's military technology, how could they possibly develop a space bomber? Our research on space bombers is still in the second preparatory stage. It's even more impossible for Longhua. However, Longhua actually managed to develop the H-20. It seems we must deploy more advanced bombers during this global joint military exercise. Indeed, do the Longhua people think that just by developing the latest strategic bomber, they can walk all over us? How ridiculous. Let them see what true military power looks like. The upper echelons of the Eagle Sauce grinned proudly, as if foreseeing the moment when their most advanced strategic bomber would mercilessly trample the H-20 during the upcoming global joint military exercise. After the test flight, Lin Yuan returned to the experimental workshop. After confirming a series of data was correct, he declared the Yinglong space bomber a complete success. In an instant, the entire venue erupted in cheers. Lin Yuan looked at the researchers around him, who were about the same age as him, and couldn't help but smile. "Thank you all for your hard work. Next, I will assign everyone to other research teams, and I hope you all continue to work hard." After saying that, he took a tour around the Xingtian battle vehicle development workshop and continued with the research and assembly work on the Xingtian battle vehicle. 2 hours later, at around 7 in the evening, after finishing up, Lin Yuan started a long-awaited live stream. The hidden black technology in the classic of mountains and seas, the Xingtian mecha. As soon as the live stream began, nearly 200,000 netizens flooded in at lightning speed. Subsequently, the online number kept climbing, finally reaching 160,000. Fortunately, the Douyin officials had prepared in advance, deploying super strong server hosts to barely withstand this weight. In front of the camera, Lin Yuan remained calm and composed. After a gentle smile, he slowly began to speak. "Hello everyone, fans and netizens. This is the live stream room of the Advanced Physics Research Institute. I am your host Lin Yuan. Today I will explain a piece of hidden black technology and a bloody history from the classic of mountains and seas. This is the story of the god of war Xingtian's struggle. The god of war Xingtian. In fact, it is a war mecha powered by hydrogen energy and nuclear power. P.S. I made some minor adjustments to 43 and 44, a new character from the spaceship appears. Readers who see this can go back and check earlier parts to prevent later plot inconsistencies. As soon as these words were spoken, the live stream erupted in excitement. Although most netizens had become accustomed to Lin Yuan's astonishing statements, they still couldn't help but tremble with excitement. Every time they heard these shocking remarks that challenged conventional beliefs, everyone couldn't resist the thrill that coursed. The Shanhai Jing Western Classics of the Seas describes Xingtian contended with the emperor for divinity, and the emperor severed his head, burying it at Changyang Mountain using as eyes and his navel as a mouth, dancing with a halberd. After finishing, Lin Yuan scanned the audience and smiled, saying, "Upon hearing this, everyone should have a picture in your minds. Why is it that after Xingtian's head was severed by the Yellow Emperor, he could still survive and continue to resist? If I hadn't studied the theory of Earth's starship, I would think this is a myth concocted by ancient people, a fantastical story filled with absurdities. But if the Yellow Emperor and others were aliens after they boarded the Earth spaceship with the scientific civilization they possessed, perhaps they gained partial control over the ship, acquiring mysterious products similar to mechs or Gundams. Thus, this explanation makes sense. Therefore, in my research, Xingtian is not an individual, but a charmed force resisting the Yellow Emperor. What is recorded in the Shanhai Jing as Xingtian is actually a mech. At this moment, Lin Yuan activated the quantum derivation mini-program. The 3D modeling opened, depicting a mech design resembling Xingtian. Upon witnessing this scene, many netizens in reality gasped in astonishment. Everyone take a close look. When the Yellow Emperor severed Xingtian's head, why could he still move? Because what the Yellow Emperor severed was merely the head device of Xingtian's mech. The function of this head area is actually very important. I seriously suspect that the head is the location of the nuclear power drive center and the main control brain. Of course, the head is also where the mech's visual function is located. The Yellow Emperor's strike was indeed well placed, directly incapacitating Xingtian's mech. Upon saying this, Lin Yuan's expression turned serious. Moreover, the metal of this mech's body is very special. Ordinary ammunition cannot completely destroy it. Please remember, in some ancient texts it is recorded that the Yellow Emperor used the Xian Yuan sword, this extraordinary divine weapon, to sever Xingtian's head. Then Lin Yuan smiled and said, "Speaking of which, everyone can let your imaginations run wild about what this so-called Xian Yuan sword really is." Clearing his throat, he continued, "So when the head was severed, it equated to cutting off most of Xingtian's mech's energy source. Of course, if a mech can be created, it is impossible for it to rely on a single energy source. Xingtian's mech should have backup energy, which is why a headless Xingtian could still be seen wielding an axe and shield, continuing to fight fiercely on the continent." At the same time, the virtual screen in the live stream accurately reflected this scene. From a distance, it resembled what Lin Yuan described if Xingtian were a mech, then surviving after having his head severed made complete. To explain all of this, we have to mention the ancient story and relationship involving the Yellow Emperor and his group of aliens. Lin Yuan smiled and said, "In fact, the group led by the Yellow Emperor may have accidentally crashed onto Earth after landing their spaceship. As for Chi Yu and his group, as we mentioned earlier, they might be silicon-based life forms, which can be broadly understood as robots, including all modern computers and smartphones. It can also be interpreted as when our computers and smartphones developed consciousness. Doesn't that sound fantastical? But the universe is so vast, who dares to say that silicon-based life doesn't exist?" Lin Yuan's voice was warm and gentle as he smiled, saying, "The purpose of Chi Yu's group landing on Earth should have been to mine nuclear fuel, ores, and precious metals from the spaceship. However, due to some unknown reasons, perhaps due to racial conflicts, the Yellow Emperor and Chi Yu erupted into a great war. This point is another topic. Today we will mainly discuss the story of Xingtian rebelling against the Yellow Emperor. The reason Xingtian erupted into war with the Yellow Emperor was to avenge Chi Yu. In this war, Chi Yu was utterly defeated. Aside from various reasons, I believe the greatest factor in Chi Yu's defeat was the military strength of the Yellow Emperor, which surpassed that of Chi Yu. This point can be examined in the Shanhai Jing, this interstellar flight log. For example, the Yellow Emperor's allies included the Flame Emperor. The Flame Emperor in fact belongs to the same race as the Yellow Emperor. In the early days, they both crashed onto Earth and were unable to return to their home planet. To survive, the Yellow Emperor and the Flame Emperor banded together, initially being both allies and competitors. But overall, they were from the same tribe, so the Flame Emperor still supported the Yellow Emperor in strategic decisions. And this ultimately led to Chi Yu's great defeat. In our discussions, Xingtian is an ally of Chi Yu. With such powerful mechs, why did they still lose? Lin Yuan said, passionately determined to shock everyone. It's not that Chi Yu was weak, it's just that the Yellow Emperor had Gundams. He instantly dropped a heavy bombshell, leaving everyone in the live stream stunned. At this moment, the online viewership was approaching 3 million. Among them were many top scientists from the Dragon Kingdom and various fields across the globe. Many overseas scientists who did not understand Chinese were using translators, solemnly recording every word. Lin Yuan continued with a smile. Since Qiyu had mechs to help, why couldn't the Yellow Emperor have Gundams? And what was the Yellow Emperor's Gundam? It was actually the mythical Kuafu. Lin Yuan smiled and said similarly Kuafu does not represent a single individual, but rather refers to a group of people or an armed force tribe. According to the records in the Shan Haijing, Kuafu was of the giant race towering in stature. This point aligns perfectly with the image of a Gundam. Meanwhile, in the live stream's 3D modeling visuals, a Gundam figure also appeared. However, compared to the Xingtian mech, the height and volume of the Kuafu Gundam were significantly larger. Everyone note that under strict scientific definitions, mechs and Gundams are two different products. Mechs are broader, including beast forms, human exoskeleton mechs, etc., with varying sizes. In contrast, Gundams are immensely huge with a minimum height of 50 meters, and some strategic Gundams can reach hundreds of meters tall. Similarly, the Kuafu class Gundam also operates on hydrogen energy as its nuclear power driving mode, and it is even more advanced. This point is actually mentioned in the mythological story of Kuafu chasing the sun. Kuafu died of thirst while pursuing the sun. From another perspective, because the Kuafu Gundam uses hydrogen energy as its power source, it requires a continuous supply of water to electrolyze and produce hydrogen energy. Thus, Kuafu needed to constantly drink water by the river, and when there was no water left, the Kuafu Gundam could no longer sustain its energy supply, and naturally it collapsed. After finishing, Lin Yuan turned around and wrote the words Xingtian mech and Kuafu Gundam boldly on the blackboard. Now let us discuss the story of Xingtian's struggle against the Yellow Emperor. On one hand, it was to avenge Qiyu. On the other hand, it was to seize certain things, even certain products of civilization. After saying this, Lin Yuan again boldly wrote another line on the blackboard. The Three-Eyed People, a mysterious prehistoric civilization that could create Yin-Jia spaceships, flying cars 10,000 years ago. Three-Eyed People. Is that true? Upon hearing this, the live stream room was filled with discussions. Lin Yuan did not hesitate and explained directly, since this has been mentioned, I will make a grand speculation. That is, within the Starship flight log of the Classic of Mountains and Seas, there is hidden the genetic coding of humans and other life forms. With that, he concluded his statement. The entire live stream room was in an uproar. Why do you say that? In fact, in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, besides recording some alien races, there are also numerous civilizations birthed aboard Earth starships. For example, the Yinjia civilization that sparked the war between the Yellow Emperor and Xingtian behind, which lies the biological civilization of the so-called Three-Eyed People. In fact, humans may indeed possess a third eye. Scientifically speaking, it is also called the pineal gland located in the human brain, which has extrasensory functions. If you are interested, you can place your hand just above the area between your two eyes. Generally, you will feel a peculiar tingling sensation. This is precisely the biological genetic coding mentioned in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, a unique extrasensory organ of humanity. Lin Yuan smiled slightly and continued his explanation. In modern medical research, the human third eye suddenly disappears at 2 months gestation, turning into a pea-sized. Additionally, as we've mentioned, this third eye is an extrasensory organ, so some children often claim to see ghosts and other supernatural phenomena, which is actually the pineal gland at work. With that said, Lin Yuan concluded this topic with a smile. What I just mentioned was merely a casual remark. Us students interested in biological genetic coding can research it on their own. Now let's continue with the topic of the Three-Eyed People civilization. After Qiyu was slain by the Yellow Emperor Xingtian, as Qiyu's ally and good friend, felt immense anger, thus vowing to take revenge on the Yellow Emperor. Therefore, Xingtian, leading his mechanized army named after him as he was the leader, and all other mechs are collectively referred to as Xingtian, plotted a grand scheme to steal the Yinjia civilization that the Yellow Emperor coveted. The Yinjia civilization was created by the Three-Eyed People. The Classic of Mountains and Seas records in the Western text the country of strange arms. Its people have 1 arm and 3 eyes, possessing both yin and yang. What is remarkable about the country of strange arms? The people here can create an ancient flying vehicle, which I will temporarily refer to as the Yinjia flying car. To prove I am not speaking nonsense, Lin Yuan immediately searched for a pile of information online. Everyone please take a look. Historically, both Zhang Hua's The Book of Natural History from the Western Gene and Guo Pu's The Record of the Mysterious from the Eastern Gene documented content related to the country of strange arms. The Book of Natural History states the country of strange arms, its people are skilled in ingenuity, capable of flying vehicles powered by the wind. In simple terms, the people of the country of strange arms can create a peculiar flying vehicle that can travel great distances relying on wind power. This is a wondrous technique of Yinjia akin to modern technological marvels. The Yellow Emperor was impressed by the capabilities of the Yinjia flying car, so he personally went to the country of strange arms to negotiate. At that moment, Xingtian and his mechanized army ambushed the Yellow Emperor, engaging him in a life-and-death battle. The outcome is obvious. Xingtian was beheaded by the Yellow Emperor, who was well prepared. The other mechs of Xingtian were also exterminated one by one by the Yellow Emperor's other allies, and these people knew that only by severing Xingtian's head, which was the location of the nuclear power reactor, including the mech's main brain, could they truly annihilate him. Thus, a group of headless Xingtians appeared across the land of Jiuzhou at that time. Although Xingtian as the leader was defeated by the Yellow Emperor, his indomitable spirit and fighting spirit continued, To take revenge, he wielded his dry halberd, which was witnessed by the early ancestors of the Huaxia civilization, who recorded it, and later it was included in the Starship's flight log. However, a portion of Xingtian's mechs managed to escape. To evade the pursuit of the Yellow Emperor's side, these remaining mechs could only flee in all directions. However, due to damage to the main brain system, the limbs of the mechs could not effectively coordinate, thus appearing to the early ancestors as a headless giant dancing chaotically. At this moment, Lin Yuan used a deep and hoarse voice to immerse all netizens into a mysterious and magnificent prehistoric world. This also led many netizens to fall into deep contemplation. In January 1965, in Songyuanhua Autonomous County, Yunnan Province, rock paintings dating back 3,000 years were discovered. These rock paintings are created using a mixture of red iron or powder and cow blood as pigment, painted on limestone cliff faces depicting humans, animals, houses, suns, and various other patterns. Among them, one painting is particularly special. A figure in the rock painting closely resembles Xingtian with a head radiating light like the sun wielding a dry halberd. Earlier we mentioned that Xingtian's energy source was nuclear-powered, deriving from controllable nuclear fusion. Therefore, it can be understood that the early ancestors in the Yunnan region inadvertently discovered traces of a fleeing Xingtian mech and recorded it. This was simply due to the fact that during the battle with the Yellow Emperor's forces, the mech's head position malfunctioned, causing the main brain system to lose control. If we also consider that the war between Xingtian and the Yellow Emperor might have occurred 10,000 years ago, and that this mech survived long enough to be seen by people over 3,000 years ago, it is enough to prove that it was indeed powered by nuclear energy. Only nuclear power could sustain a mech for such a long time. At this point, Lin Yuan's tone became prolonged. Additionally, in ancient relics across Africa and various European countries, similar wall paintings of the headless Xingtian are also recorded. As Lin Yuan slowly spoke, the crowd fell into a state of confusion and daze. It can be said that countless netizens were once again stunned by Lin Yuan's astonishing theory. Thus, the revenge plan of Xingtian was thoroughly defeated. But in the history of Huaxia, the story of Xingtian dancing with his dry halberd and his unyielding spirit has been passed down. It can be said that in the flight log documented in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, this is a bloody history of resistance, which indirectly leads us to have a clearer understanding of ancient figures like the Yellow Emperor. It was at this moment that a long-lost system prompt sounded in Lin Yuan's mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. The number of participants in the Earth Starship has officially surpassed 2.5 million. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, Yinjia mechanism technique. The number of participants in the Earth Starship has surpassed 3 million. Congratulations, host. You have received a reward, manufacturing technology and blueprints for Super Mech Iron Blood battlesuit. At this moment, the netizens in the live stream were stunned. Although it sounds absurd, why do I feel it makes a lot of sense? I kneel before this. I really don't know how the host's brain works to come up with such an astonishing theory. Just as the netizens were discussing, Lin Yuan slowly opened his eyes, his mind absorbing a wealth of information about super mechs, making his gaze shine even brighter. With a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth, Lin Yuan felt very pleased. Looking at the time, only an hour had passed in the live stream, and he felt invigorated, saying, "Since there is still time, I will talk about the Yellow Emperor's intelligence system." Earlier we mentioned that Xingtian, in order to avenge Qi Yu, laid an ambush with his mechanized army to prepare for a surprise attack on the Yellow Emperor. Logically, Xingtian, like Qi Yu, should also belong to a higher existence of silicon-based life. His main brain's consciousness and intelligence would surely not be low. In a life-and-death battle like this, Xingtian would not leak the plan. So how did the Yellow Emperor learn of Xingtian's ambush? Here we must mention the Yellow Emperor's intelligence system, which is the legendary Bai Ze Map. The words Bai Ze Map appeared in the live stream, igniting excitement among all netizens once again. At this moment, the number of online viewers in Lin Yuan's live stream reached an astonishing 5 million. The total number of viewers exceeded an astonishing 60 million. This put immense pressure on the Douyin official server. Not enough. More and more netizens are crowding in, and at this rate the server will crash. At this moment, the upper management of Douyin was both ecstatic to the point of madness and terrified to the point of tears. Not long ago, the company received orders from the higher-ups in the capital. They must ensure that the live stream of the High Physics Institute in Modu, led by the chief engineer Lin Yuan of the Hongmeng project, goes smoothly every time. Immediately, the Douyin executives excitedly howled, "Quickly allocate other live stream servers. Even if the entire Douyin backend crashes, we must ensure that engineer Lin's live stream runs smoothly without any hiccups." Understood. A group of engineers worked diligently, propping up their phones to stream Lin Yuan's broadcast, their thoughts already flying to the dreamlike world of the Shanhai Jing. In Lin Yuan's live stream, the bullet comments were explosive. Why does the host keep bringing up the Bai Ze Map? This is said to be an ancient divine book that rivals the Shanhai Jing. Damn, I'm getting tired of this. The Bai Ze Map is the intelligence network of the Yellow Emperor. Host, please explain properly, or don't even think about ending the stream. This is the most fascinating, mind-blowing theory I've ever heard. Please, host, don't let it end in disappointment. I bought a fake Shanhai Jing. Does anyone know where to get the real one? Others who just arrived were confused by the discussions in the live stream. Once they understood, they were instantly captivated. As for reality, all the top research institutions in Longhua fell into silence. Although they wanted to say how absurd this was, when Lin Yuan presented his theory with rigorous arguments and logical reasoning, they found no flaws in his reasoning. The Shanhai Jing records in the East, there is a beast called Bai Ze capable of speech. The virtuous rulers who illuminate the dark will encounter it. In Chinese historical records, Bai Ze is an ancient divine beast understanding the feelings of all beings and knowing the affairs of ghosts and gods. This means that Bai Ze recognized Emperor Xuanyuan's virtue and chose to manifest to assist him. Bai Ze provided the Yellow Emperor with a so-called list of ghosts and spirits, which included 15,200 types of creatures encompassing all supernatural beings. This is recorded in historical texts. However, in my view, the so-called Bai Ze Map is actually an intelligence system for spaceships. The Yellow Emperor merely gained partial access, enabling him to monitor the world within and outside the mountains and seas, as well as the entirety of Huaxia. At this point, Lin Yuan smiled leisurely. Imagine if everything recorded by the Bai Ze Map were dynamic, like a surveillance system, allowing the Yellow Emperor to probe everything in the 9 provinces through it. He could even observe the inner thoughts of individuals through subtle changes in their facial expressions. Upon hearing this, some daring and observant netizens may have guessed its principles, which resemble the prism incident leaked by the Eagle Sauce a few years ago. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire internet erupted. What? The prism is that the legendary electronic eavesdropping program. If the Bai Ze Map truly had similar capabilities, it's no wonder the Yellow Emperor could win the war against Qiyu. In modern military warfare, the role of intelligence information is unparalleled. Fighting is essentially fighting an information war. Whoever masters the information becomes the winner. What the host said suddenly reminded me of the Eagle Sauce's Starlink project. It's terrifying to think about. For a moment, netizens were utterly shocked. Lin Yuan continued his explanation. In 1965, a scientist named Gaidashike came to Papua New Guinea and lived with a primitive tribe there. For several years afterward, Gaidashike, through extensive video recordings and notes, determined one thing. In this Stone Age tribe, which had no written language, every individual's actions, including crying or smiling, were surprisingly similar to modern people's micro-expressions and body language. Moreover, a simple glance or gesture from these primitive people could convey very complex linguistic content. At this point, Lin Yuan expressed great emotion. If supported by quantum supercomputers, which can analyze nearly 10 billion frequencies in just 1 second, then the Bai Ze Map could deduce these body languages and micro-expressions in a second, obtaining highly accurate content information. And this is the most mysterious and powerful intelligence chain system hidden on ancient spaceships, more advanced than the military intelligence systems that countries are racing to develop today, such as the Eagle Sauce's satellite spy Starlink, by over 10,000 years. After pausing, Lin Yuan turned and marked a big X over the word Starlink on the blackboard. Given that the author stayed up for 6 hours typing, please support with free donations. Additionally, the total number of gifts is currently 315, once it reaches 500, 3 more chapters will be added. Starlink is a low Earth orbit satellite internet constellation from the Eagle Nation with a total planned count of 420 satellites densely arranged in outer space. The first point is its military threat, capable of real-time, missile control, precise target strikes, as well as early warning and interception functions. The second point is that Starlink possesses a seamless intelligence monitoring and reconnaissance network at all times. The third point is a powerful command communication network that covers the globe, allowing drones and nuclear submarines to receive information from headquarters at any time. In the live broadcast room, Lin Yuan spoke in a low voice. However, compared to the Bai Ze Map, the Starlink developed by the Bald Eagle, with immense manpower and research efforts, is completely child's play. Suddenly, a burst of cheerful bullet comments filled the live broadcast room. I'm dying of laughter. The host has such a wild imagination. The Bai Ze Map is actually an ancient intelligence network. Now that you mention it, it does make some sense. Some netizens who had clearly done research excitedly discussed. Lin Yuan continued to explain. Why do I dare to say that the Bai Ze Map is an ancient intelligence network? Firstly, the Bai Ze Map was first recorded in the flight logs of the Classic of Mountains and Seas. However, after being utilized by the Yellow Emperor, it initiated the intelligence network, so shortly thereafter Bai Ze was removed from the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Why was it removed? Just like those engaged in espionage work must conceal their identities, the Classic of Mountains and Seas was quite well known at the time. Once Bai Ze was known to the world, it would likely cause great panic. Therefore, in the consciousness of the spaceship's intelligence, Bai Ze was automatically excluded from the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Moreover, the Bai Ze Map recorded information about so-called monsters, which in a certain sense is a compendium of life forms in this world recorded in the intelligence logs. Only the spaceship's big data intelligence network could possess such a vast database. As Lin Yuan spoke eloquently, a grand, ancient worldview unfolded before the audience's eyes. To understand the Bai Ze Map, one must first grasp the Yellow Emperor's defense plan. After all, as the leader of the entire Xingtian tribe at that time, the Yellow Emperor bore significant responsibilities. The Yellow Emperor, being an alien after accidentally falling to Earth, quickly realized the essence of Earth's spaceships due to his civilization being super advanced. He obtained a portion of Spaceship supervisory permissions, including the Bai Ze Map and the 9-tripod energy weapon platform. The Xingtian Yellow Emperor cast the 9 tripods and established the 9 states, hence I suspect that the so-called 9 tripods are not ordinary bronze tripods. Rather, they are a kind of 9-tripod energy weapon platform, which, as the name suggests, is a highly powerful weapon system that automatically interacts with the intelligence database of the Bai Ze Map. Once any disturbance occurs, the Bai Ze Map will issue an early warning at the first moment, and within the shortest time of 10 seconds, the 9-tripod energy weapon platform will automatically launch an attack. At this point, Lin Yuan smiled knowingly and said, "Just this point alone, doesn't it seem very similar to modern missile defense warning systems?" Indeed. It is indeed the case that if the Bai Ze Map is an intelligence database and a connected monitoring platform, then once the enemy launches an invasion, they will be captured by various spy satellites at the first moment, followed by a counterattack within the shortest time. This is just like the Bald Eagle's Aegis system, but listening to the host, it is clear that the Bai Ze Map is more advanced. This is amazing. Our ancestors of Huaxia actually mastered such powerful black technology. No wonder it is Huaxia civilization. The audience was stirred with excitement. As Lin Yuan and the netizens' emotions slightly calmed down, he continued, "In fact, the battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu was a true match of equals. Since we are now discussing the Yellow Emperor's intelligence network, we naturally cannot leave out the Yellow Emperor's defense plan. In my research, the Xingtian Yellow Emperor occupied the entire Asia. Moreover, I want to say that in that era, Asia was a vast land. For instance, the Kunlun Mountains, where the Queen Mother of the West was stationed, could very likely be the snow-capped mountains of Africa, that is Mount Kilimanjaro. Additionally, the classic of mountains and seas records that near the Queen Mother of the West, there was a country called the Kingdom of Shoma. The flight log describes it as Shoma stands without shadow, calls out without sound, and has great heat, making it unapproachable. What does this mean? It means that a person standing on the ground casts no shadow and loud calls receive no response. According to our modern academic understanding, the only place in the world where a person can stand without casting a shadow is the equator. So in fact, long ago, the area where the Queen Mother of the West resided belonged to the territory of the Xingtian Yellow Emperor. This means that including Europe, America, and Africa, the majority of the world has been the inherent territory of Huaxia since ancient times. As these words were spoken, the live broadcast room erupted like a powder keg. Wow, amazing. Europe, Africa, and America have been the inherent territory of Huaxia since ancient times. I love this statement so much, haha. The netizens listened with rapt attention, many excitedly screaming and waving their fists. Therefore, in the prehistoric era, the Yellow Emperor laid out numerous defense plans in Asia, that is the 9 states of Huaxia, in the central functional area of the Earth spaceship, to resist and counterattack the Qiyu clan. For example, the Classic of Mountains and Seas, East Mountain Classic records, all who enter the East Mountain Classic. Up to Zhoushan, covering 12 mountains, 3,600 miles, their people all have human bodies with dragon heads. In the spaceship's flight logs, the so-called gods do not refer to deities, but to unknown ancient mysterious beings or things such as nuclear bombers and various devices powered by nuclear energy. It is precisely for this reason that the Xingtian Yellow Emperor was able to accurately utilize the Bai Ze Map to withstand the ambush from Xingtian and win this war. Remember, the Xingtian Yellow Emperor not only established a defense system on the Earth spaceship, but also established an equivalent defense system on the Moon. So, this leads to a new factual truth. That is, since ancient times, the Moon has been the inherent territory of Huaxia. Yes, not only Europe, Africa, and America, but the Moon is also the inherent territory of Huaxia. Even to exaggerate, in the defense system of the Yellow Emperor, the responsibility of the Moon is even greater. As he spoke, Lin Yuan faced the camera of the live broadcast room with a calm and profound tone. Have you ever wondered what is on the far side of the Moon? Hiss. Hearing Lin Yuan's question, many netizens' eyes sparkled with intrigue. The number of online viewers in the live broadcast room even surpassed 4.2 million at this moment, reaching a historical high. It's so shocking that even the Moon is under the monitoring of the Bai Ze Map. The defense system of the Earth spaceship is simply amazing. The Xingtian Yellow Emperor and some ancient sages must have acquired a portion of regional spaceship permissions, otherwise it would be impossible to explain the reasons behind it. What exactly is behind the Moon? Host, stop keeping us in suspense and explain quickly. The White Eagle, a laser interferometer gravitational wave observatory. This is a large research institute responsible for listening to and studying gravitational waves from the depths of the universe. Internally, it is a special institution supported by the Eagle Sauce National Science Foundation. Nearly 900 scientists work here. At this moment, in one of the conference rooms, hundreds of scientists gathered together, intently focused on the video footage projected by the projector. God, this Mr. Lin from the Dragon Country is truly a genius. As they listened to the translation regarding what is on the far side of the Moon. After discussing the issue, a flash of brilliance appeared in the eyes of all the scientists present. The head of the institute, Lawrence, saw this and immediately returned to his office. He opened his computer, logged into the official White Eagle website, and then accessed a subforum called Artemis using a Did the Dragon Country discover our plan? Lawrence typed in inquiry. A few seconds later, some mysterious, this is impossible. The major countries and top research institutions worldwide cannot have any power that surpasses us when it comes to understanding the Moon. Indeed, perhaps the Dragon Country is testing us. Regardless of any reaction from the Dragon Country, the Artemis plan must be completed as scheduled within 20 years. A few seconds later, Lawrence exited the server, rubbed his temples, and lay back on the sofa, revealing a contemplative expression. The so-called Artemis plan is the White Eagle's plan to land on the moon within 20 years and build a LIGO laser interferometer gravitational wave observatory shaped like an L with arms extending 40 kilometers and a laser emitter at its center. It is publicly declared as a research facility for cosmic gravitational waves. The effects of gravitational waves have several significant implications in the public scientific community, the most obvious being the study of cosmic navigation. But the true significance of Artemis. Thinking of the terrifying scale of the plan, Lawrence couldn't help but shiver. I hope God stands by our side, Lawrence whispered softly. Meanwhile, in another location in an official building in John Bull, hundreds of scientists gathered, also with serious expressions, listening to the live explanations from the projector. Their attention was drawn to a few historical-looking sheets of drawings on the round table. If there were any compatriots from Huaxiao here, they would surely be astonished. The Bai Ze diagram. Suddenly, this drawing recorded the long-lost Bai Ze diagram from Huaxiao that had been missing for 1,000 years. Historically, the Bai Ze diagram first appeared before the world in 1900 when Taoist Wang Yuanzhuan accidentally discovered the Cave of Scriptures after an earthquake. This became the world-renowned Mogao Caves of Guahuang. Subsequently, an archaeologist from England paid 200 taels of silver to acquire 24 boxes of manuscripts and 5 boxes of various artworks unearthed from the Mogao Caves. Among them was a long-lost Bai Ze diagram, which recorded descriptions of 9 types of strange creatures. Lady, a solemn head of a special institution in John Bull glanced around the room and said seriously, according to Mr. Lin, our relevant experts have conducted in-depth research on the Bai Ze diagram. It records what Huaxiao has documented about the myriad gods and demons of the so-called primordial world. However, based on the other party's claims, we have serious doubts that the content recorded in the Bai Ze diagram may very well be a type of cipher. We are working hard to decipher it, hoping to make some discoveries. At that moment, a staff member entered to report. Mr. Owen, the official from the Dragon Country, sent a formal letter stating that the remnants of the Bai Ze diagram belong to the national treasure of the Dragon Country and are requesting us to return it immediately. Upon hearing this, a wave of discussion erupted in the room. Owen sneered directly. Utterly ridiculous. Where does the Dragon Country get the confidence to make such demands of us? Mr. Owen, this time it's different. The staff member appeared anxious, trembling as he spoke. The attitude of the Dragon Country is very firm this time. They warned us to return it immediately, or else they will impose sanctions on us through various channels. For example, the recent hot topic regarding the Dragon Country's superconducting electronic gas technology, they claim they will block us. Additionally, they will impose corresponding blockades on important industrial materials, medicines, and various special supplies. With that, the conversation fell silent. The whole room erupted in chaos. Owen's expression darkened instantly. After all, he knew that the John Bull officials regarded the Dragon Country's recent development of superconducting electronic gas technology with utmost importance. Just the capability to enhance chip performance by 30% is enough to drive any country in the world mad. Damn it. Owen instantly became enraged, gritting his teeth and roaring. Negotiate with the Dragon Country immediately. In the live broadcast room facing the camera, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and boldly stated, in fact, the moon is a battleship of the Earth Starship. Instantly, it dropped like a bombshell, causing the entire Dragon Country's network to erupt. Everyone knows that the moon is tidally locked to the Earth, showing only one face to the Earth, referred to as the lunar face. The side facing away from the Earth is called the far side of the moon, collectively known as the moon's back. In cosmic interstellar navigation, the far side of the moon plays the role of constantly facing meteorite impacts, serving as Earth's shield. It can be said that throughout countless ages, the far side of the moon has borne a significant portion of meteorite attacks for the Earth. As he spoke, Lin Yuan's expression grew more serious. Do you all know that 2,300 years ago, an ancient person in the Library of Alexandria wrote this statement? In ancient times, the sky of the Earth could not see the moon. Moreover, the ancient Greek philosopher Anaxagoras also believed that the moon appeared in the sky relatively late. Similar statements exist in various academic fields across Western countries. Following this, Lin Yuan's tone became more distant, smiling as he said, in ancient times, the ancestors of Huaxia also recorded similar accounts regarding the moon. For example, in some ancient texts, the history of Jin astronomical records contains a perplexing record that modern people find bewildering. In the 11th year of Emperor Taizong's Tianhui, 1133 AD, on the day of the lunar calendar, the moon suddenly deviated southward and soon returned to its original path. What does this mean? It indicates that on the 15th day of the lunar calendar, the moon suddenly deviated from its orbit towards the south, just like today's artificial spacecraft, and quickly returned from the south back to its former orbit. This statement has become a shocking theory in the modern scientific community, leaving many unable to comprehend it. But if we regard the moon as a battleship, I believe this record makes sense. Lin Yuan smiled lightly, raising an eyebrow. So speaking of this, we must mention one point. Who was the first to discover the true form of this battleship, the moon? In the live broadcasting room, the number of online viewers has just broken the historical record, reaching a total of 5 million. Lin Yuan's words sent ripples across the internet, causing a sensation. Experts and professors from various academic institutions appeared deep in thought, trying to comprehend Lin Yuan's theory through their own research perspectives. On the screen, Lin Yuan noticed the barrage of comments. Some claimed it was change, while others suggested it was Wanshu. After the netizens expressed their thoughts and engaged in heated debates, Lin Yuan smiled and made a definitive statement. In fact, the first person to discover the essence of the moon as a battleship was Changxi. The classic of mountains and seas records, Di Jun's wife Changxi gave birth to 12 moons, which is when the moon began to bathe in light. Based on our deductions, figures like the Yellow Emperor and others are all extraterrestrials, so I infer that Di Jun and Changxi are likely the same. Lin Yuan paused briefly and continued, of course there is also a possibility that Di Jun and Changxi are descendants of the Yellow Emperor and others. In fact, in Lin Yuan's research, Di Jun and the Yellow Emperor could even potentially be the same person. After his words, the viewers in the live broadcasting room and online who were following Lin Yuan couldn't help but fall into contemplation. Changxi is the mother of the moon. I said in Huaxiao mythology Changxi is the mother of the moon. Oh, it turns out she discovered the moon. You should first look at the theories presented by the host. The host claims that the moon did not exist in the sky. So where did the moon come from? If the moon is a battleship, where was it before and how did it become Earth's companion satellite? That is the battleship. Amidst the flurry of comments, there were also many doubts. This theory of the host seems a bit bizarre, right? No moon in ancient times. I don't believe it. If the host has the ability, then provide solid evidence. Otherwise you're just a big deceiver. Seeing this, Lin Yuan smiled calmly. Without hesitation, he activated the quantum propagation app. Soon a trajectory map of the Earth and the moon's flight appeared before everyone's eyes. The image remained ultra-clear, even clearer and more detailed than the video released by Eagle Sauce about the Earth. Everyone still remembers the theory I mentioned earlier that the moon did not exist in ancient skies. Lin Yuan explained in a deep voice. In the Chronicle of the Maya civilization, there are some descriptions of Venus and Mars, but there is no record of the moon. In the ancient chants of the Colombian Indian tribes, it is said that in ancient times there was no moon in the sky. Each night would fall into darkness, and thus a chief sacrificed himself to become the moon, bringing light to his tribe. In the legends of the Yao people in southwestern China, it is recorded that only the sun and stars existed in the sky until one day the moon suddenly appeared. All ancient civilizations recorded the moon, and even the earliest appearances were after 3000 BC, and it can be said that it appeared quite abruptly next to Earth. So why is that? As he spoke, Lin Yuan's tone became serious, and he turned to the small blackboard behind him, writing the words, "Gong Gong crashed into Buzhou Mountain," in large letters. It's simple. In ancient times the moon was very close to Earth. The legendary Buzhou Mountain was actually a space elevator, meaning that at that time Earth and the moon were connected. My inference is that the distance between the two was no more than 300 to 500 kilometers. Because of the close distance, the ancient people could not see the existence of the moon when looking up at the starry sky. However, after Buzhou Mountain collapsed, the moon and Earth lost their connection and were thus pushed away from their predetermined orbit. As soon as these words were spoken, many netizens felt a chill run down their spines. Many experts and scholars in reality widened their eyes in disbelief. That's too exaggerated. This claim is simply groundbreaking. The distance of the moon from Earth is about 3600 to 400 kilometers, yet the host claims it was only 300 to 500 kilometers before. I can't comprehend it. If it weren't for this Lin engineer being recognized by the state, I would almost think he was a fraud. Now I understand why geniuses are often crazy. This is simply unbelievable. Amidst the doubts, Lin Yuan smiled calmly. In modern scientific academia, there are three main theories regarding the origin of the moon. The first theory is the co-formation theory, suggesting that Earth and the moon were formed at the same time during the formation of the solar system. However, if Earth is a spaceship, then this theory is completely untenable. But it can be understood from another angle that Earth and the moon were a whole in ancient times, only to be split apart during a certain stage, artificially severing their connection. Another theory is the capture theory, which suggests that the moon was captured by Earth's gravity during its flight, thus becoming Earth's satellite. However, if we follow the logic of Earth being a spaceship, it can be understood that the Earth spaceship used some kind of black technology to capture the moon as an interstellar battleship, and then under the guidance of ancient Huaxiao ancestors, it was transformed into a guardian ship for the Earth spaceship. Upon hearing this, many netizens furrowed their brows, feeling as if their brains were about to overheat. Earlier, a netizen asked me to provide solid evidence for support, so let me simply mention a few points for everyone to ponder whether the host's claims hold any merit. First, I want to ask, do you think the moon is hollow or solid? As soon as he finished, responses flooded in. Hollow. It must be solid, just like Earth. The netizens answered with great interest. Seeing this, Lin Yuan shook his head and smiled. In fact, during the Apollo lunar program of the White-Head Eagle, there was an experiment conducted on the moon. This was the Apollo moonquake experiment. At that time, scientists placed a seismic detector on the moon and initiated the rocket boosters upon leaving, creating an impact that lasted for 15 minutes. What was the result? The conclusion of the moonquake experiment was that no longitudinal waves were recorded after a period. What does this mean? Lin Yuan chuckled at this, patiently explaining. A solid object subjected to impact will generate two types of waves, surface waves and longitudinal waves, but only a hollow object can detect surface waves. Longitudinal waves can penetrate objects, but no longitudinal waves were recorded on the moon. Moreover, the average density of the moon is 3.35 GCM3, while Earth's is 5.51 GCM3. Therefore, if the moon is solid, its average density should be comparable to that of Earth. Finally, the moon's surface is riddled with craters, and scientists have discovered that the diameters and depths of the moon's craters are disproportionate. For example, the largest crater on the moon, the South Pole Aitken Basin, has a diameter of 2,400 kilometers, but a depth of only 8.05 kilometers. As he spoke, Lin Yuan revealed a meaningful expression. This data is too bizarre. With a diameter of 2,400 kilometers, the impact depth is only 8.05 kilometers. It simply does not conform to conventions. According to meticulous calculations, such a diameter impact should at least exceed a depth of 400 kilometers. Additionally, the moon's craters all have flat-bottomed shapes, but normal craters should be elliptical or conical. If fans are interested, you can conduct an experiment by throwing a stone forcefully into a sand pile, and the resulting impact surface will definitely be conical. But this is not the case on the moon, and what does this represent? Lin Yuan took a deep breath, striking a definitive tone. This is sufficient to demonstrate that beneath the moon's soil lies a profoundly deep environment, in fact a rigid shell, and numerous high-density metals have also been discovered in lunar geological surveys. All of this is enough to indicate that beneath the lunar dust lies a mysterious ancient battleship. The reason the moon appears in its current form to the world is due to the myth of Nuwa mending the sky. In fact, Nuwa did not mend the sky, but rather the defense system of the Earth spaceship. That is to say, after Buzhou Mountain, the space elevator collapsed, Nuwa and a group of spaceship members at that time pushed this battleship the moon away using incomprehensible methods, moving it at least 3.0 kilometers away. As for Nuwa gathering 5 colored stones to mend the sky, it was actually utilizing various metal ores to modify the surface of this battleship, and after pushing it to its predetermined orbit, completing the final gap in the Earth's spaceship's defense system. With Lin Yuan's words, all the viewers in the live broadcast room were plunged into an extreme shock, feeling as though their blood was flowing backward and their breaths were nearly choked. Such a statement is simply too astonishing. My mother asked me why I slapped myself, and I replied, because I was numb, watching the live broadcast on my knees. Incredible. If the host theory is true, it could trigger a civilization. The viewers were excitedly discussing. Just imagine, for the people of Longwa, the well-known story of Nuwa mending the sky is actually about repairing the defense system of a super mysterious and massive cosmic warship. And the moon is actually a battleship. This assertion is simply shocking. Yet the reasoning Lin Yuan provided makes a lot of sense, leaving many viewers in a state of confusion after some self-reflection. Is that so? If the moon has always appeared in the sky, why didn't the ancients leave similar records? It only appeared abruptly during a certain period. Nuwa mending the sky was about modifying the Earth's battleship to complete its defense system, which from another perspective is also about mending the sky. But speaking of which, why did Nuwa want to mend the sky? Yes, host, please explain. I'm particularly curious why Gongong crashed into Mount Buzhou. Building a space elevator is incredibly difficult, making it impossible for us descendants to take a day trip to the battleship. Exactly, Gongong is truly infuriating. I have a shocking idea. Since Mount Buzhou is a space elevator, could the legendary Jinmu also be a space elevator or something similar? Moreover, the Tower of Babel from ancient Western lore perhaps in some ways is Mount Buzhou or Jinmu. The viewers were inspired by Lin Yuan's words, each excitedly discussing. In the live broadcast room, they watched the crazily scrolling bullet comments. Many were asking questions. The host's earlier statements were reasonable, but I still have a question. Why did Nuwa want to mend the sky? Yes, I want to ask this question too. Host, please explain. Seeing many people mention this question, Lin Yuan felt a heaviness in his heart at that moment. He didn't know how to explain the theory of Earth being pursued to the viewers. Even he himself had only a rudimentary understanding. After all, within his entire research system, the exploration of Earth hadn't even reached 0.1. Moreover, even if he were to reveal the theory of Earth being pursued to the world, what significance would it hold? Most people would think that Earth has already endured such a long time, with countless beings thriving on it. Is it really that in this generation of humanity, we happen to be so unfortunate as to be targeted by a powerful and terrifying force that pursues Earth, which then unleashes a great strike to erase it? Thinking of this, Lin Yuan shook his head and slowly spoke. Nuwa mending the sky can be understood as the Earth spaceship having endured a long period of unending meteor strikes. Perhaps everyone would say, since the Earth is a spaceship, isn't it easy to deal with these meteors? Of course. But everyone must also note one thing: the operation time of the Earth spaceship is far too long. Far too long. I even suspect that for millions of years the Earth spaceship has been in a dormant state to cope with the long, endless interstellar voyage, and to conserve energy, so all functions of the spaceship are at their minimum level. At that time, the Yellow Emperor and the group, including Nuwa, had grasped a part of the spaceship's authority, and to deal with various issues during cosmic navigation, they modified the moon. This is the origin of the Nuwa mending the sky plan. In the future, the host will conduct a more detailed discussion and dialectic on the Nuwa mending the sky plan at an appropriate time. Well, before I knew it, I've been chatting with everyone for almost 2 hours now. Lin Yuan smiled amidst the reluctant bullet comments in the live broadcast room and said today's live stream ends here. Thank you to all the fans and viewers for watching. As usual, I'll give a preview of the next live stream. The new year is approaching, and coincidentally, it is the year of the dragon. As descendants of Huaxia, I believe that the people have a unique sentiment towards the dragon, this legendary mythical creature. Therefore, the title of the next live stream is tentatively set to be Dragon, the most powerful star destroyer in history. After saying this, Lin Yuan elegantly closed the live broadcast, leaving nearly 6 million viewers facing a pitch-black screen plunged into a state of stunned confusion. Ding! Congratulations, host. The number of acceptances for the Earth Starship has officially exceeded 5 million. Current reward 1 million points. Side quest unlocked: find the lost Bai Ze Map. After recovering 108 pieces of Bai Ze Map secret text, you can obtain the Bai Ze Star Chain Black technology. Seeing this, Lin Yuan let out a long breath. Immediately after, a gentle knocking sound came from outside. Come in. After Chen Lin walked in, his expression was serious as he said in a trembling voice, Chief Engineer Lin, the people from the Central Battle Zone have confirmed the target location based on the coordinates you provided, and the area in Longnan has been sealed off. Over 1500 soldiers are currently conducting deep excavation work with the cooperation of various large-scale equipment. The progress has already reached 100 meters underground, and it is estimated they will reach the target area within 3 days. Hearing this, Lin Yuan smiled and nodded, saying if everything goes smoothly, we should be able to find that thing. The head of Xingtian severed by the Yellow Emperor with a sword. In the classic of mountains and seas and mythological stories, it is recorded that Xingtian's head is buried deep beneath Changyang Mountain. 2 days later, in a remote mountain area of Longnan, Li Tai, an outdoor coach, is currently leading a group of over 10 hikers on a winter cross-country expedition. Xiao Chu, hurry up and don't fall behind. Li Tai frowned as he shouted at a young woman at the back of the group who was lagging. What are you doing? Once the girl caught up, Li Tai noticed her looking at her phone while walking and was at a loss for words. Didn't I tell you not to look at your phone while hiking? What if something happens? Li Tai admonished her. Sorry, Tai Gu, the girl said apologetically. I just got a video forwarded by a friend and I couldn't help but take a look because it was so exciting. I promise I won't do it. What video is that exciting? Li Tai leaned in to take a look and was surprised to see Lin Yuan's face. It's Lin Yuan's live broadcast. Seeing this, Li Tai shook his head helplessly. After all, the recent discussions online about Lin Yuan had been all the rage. Even if he didn't pay attention, he knew that this young man had proposed a stunning theory that seemed to have gained national recognition. This theory about the Earth Starship just keeps getting bigger and bigger, Li Tai muttered, thinking he should check out the latest videos online when he got back. At that moment, a teammate suddenly pointed towards a nearby canyon and called out in confusion, Tai Zi, look over there. There are so many people, what's going on? Everyone followed his gaze and saw about 200 meters away several large mining trucks loaded with rocks and dirt coming out, along with many soldiers in military uniforms walking around in the woods. Li Tai was taken aback and frowned. You all stay here, to go take a look. With that, he walked forward. He indeed saw a group of soldiers active in the woods. Having just retired last year, Li Tai had worked as a scout in the army, so his eyesight was excellent. Seeing a group of soldiers made him feel nostalgic, and he couldn't help but move closer, just in time to see a large crane lifting a mysterious black object from a deep pit. The black object looked rather strange. It seemed to be a mixture of stone and metal, its shape vaguely reminding Li Tai of something he had seen in the movie Pacific Rim. It looked somewhat like the head of a mech or a Gundam. Li Tai was taken aback by his own conclusion. The next moment, the scout in Li Tai suddenly sensed something and turned abruptly. A shadow flashed past his eyes, and then a pair of iron hands gripped his left arm. Bang! Just as Li Tai's body instinctively tried to throw a punch, a 5.8mm caliber handgun was pressed against his waist. Calm down, villager. The shadow across from him seemed to notice something and spoke in a low voice. Sorry, I lost control for a moment. Li Tai quickly recognized the identity of the person. He was a scout in camouflage, and he awkwardly explained. Hey, I see that now, the scout said, grinning. You have good skills. Which unit did you retire from? The Tianlang assault. As soon as Li Tai finished speaking, the scout was taken aback and then burst out laughing. What a coincidence. I'm from the Western Front Command. After exchanging pleasantries, Li Tai pointed to the mysterious object not far away, looking bewildered, and asked, what is that? Are you on a mission? You have such luck. The scout laughed heartily, but you shouldn't ask specifics. After saying this, he patted Li Tai's shoulder and smiled. Come this way, please. 1 minute later, Li Tai returned to the hiking team with an expression of excitement and said to everyone, hey, everyone come over here. Li Gu, what happened? Why are there military people here in such a remote area? While I looked at the situation, it's quite serious. Did we accidentally stumble into some military base? It can't be that the military is carrying out a secret mission, right? Just as the words left his mouth, everyone in the team suddenly felt a chill run down their spines and instinctively looked at Li Tai. Cough, cough. Li Tai grinned, showing his big white teeth. You guys really guessed it right. Come. Let's sign a confidentiality agreement. Watching the several soldiers appear out of nowhere like divine beings, the group of urban white-collar elites were all taken aback. The items have already been delivered to Bureau 749. Hearing the news from the other end of the phone, Lin Yuan smiled calmly and hung up. Gu. Lin Yuan called out towards the outside. Chief Engineer Lin, is there something? Chen Lin, who had been guarding the adjacent Room, walked in upon hearing this. Gu, the new year is approaching soon. Lin Yuan smiled, his spirit lifted. Looking through the window at the bustling scene in the base, he expressed, let's make good arrangements and prepare some good food for everyone to celebrate the new year. Chen Lin nodded firmly, equally serious. After all, there are nearly 400 researchers from the National Defense 7th Division in the base, along with tens of thousands of technical workers. Under Lin Yuan's order, they sacrificed their own time to reunite with their families for the New Year gathering here to contribute to the National Defense Project. Such patriotism is truly admirable. Give a shout to the higher-ups and send a few state banquet chefs over. Lin Yuan said with a smile. Understood. Chen Lin smiled and nodded. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, Chief Engineer Lin, aren't you going home for the New Year? No. Lin Yuan was scrolling through Douyin and saw that many people were stuck on the highway returning home for the New Year due to heavy snow. It was quite tragic. Since everyone is not going back as the chief person in charge of the Xintian project, how can I leave alone? Lin Yuan smiled calmly. I told my parents and they understand me. Chen Lin nodded and turned to leave. After he left, Lin Yuan casually picked up his phone and scrolled through, noticing that heavy snow was falling across the country, and it seemed that this winter was much colder than usual. The spaceship's temperature control system hasn't been fixed properly. Lin Yuan complained. Then he suddenly had an idea, opened his computer, and began to type out a post. 3 Great Mysteries of Nature: The Fault in the Earth's Spaceship System. He finished writing and directly posted it online, just as a New Year gift for his vast audience of fans. Meanwhile, as soon as Lin Yuan's post was published online, it immediately caused a sensation. We'll love it. Lin Yuan actually posted a science popularization post, huh? The title talks about the 3 great mysteries of nature. That's interesting. Chief Engineer Lin is still spoiling his fans, so I thought I wouldn't see his live broadcast before the new year, but unexpectedly, there's a surprise. Then the netizens excitedly and curiously clicked on the post. At first glance, they saw the shocking content. The Earth's spaceship's temperature control system has malfunctioned, causing the apocalypse explosion, leading to the arrival of the Little Ice Age in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. What is the Little Ice Age? It refers to a sudden drop in temperature causing a decrease in agricultural productivity, along with a series of natural disasters, including social unrest and population decline. And globally, the most recent Little Ice Age occurred during the late Ming and early Qing dynasties. It began in the 15th century, marking the onset of a cold period on Earth. In this post, Lin Yuan pointedly stated that the appearance of the Little Ice Age in the late Ming and early Qing dynasties was due to a malfunction in the temperature control system of the Earth's spaceship. Historically, the timing of this malfunction was also quite coincidental, occurring during the apocalypse explosion in 1626, the Tianqi Great Explosion. It is known as one of the 3 great unsolved natural mysteries on Earth. To put it simply, in 1626, a bizarre explosion occurred near the gunpowder depot at Wanggong Factory in the southwestern corner of the imperial capital. The explosion had a radius of 750 meters, covering an area of 223 square kilometers. It is referred to as a natural mystery because the cause of the explosion remains unknown and its phenomenon is extraordinarily peculiar. Some might wonder, given that the Tianqi Great Explosion occurred near the gunpowder depot, could it have been caused by an explosion? In fact, this was not the case. Firstly, black powder was used at that time, which had limited power. Even if all the stored gunpowder were ignited, it could not generate an explosion of such scale. Furthermore, a gunpowder explosion would inevitably cause a fire, yet historical records honestly state that after the Tianqi Great Explosion, the local area experienced no wood was burned, and there were no signs of fire. Additionally, the records in the history of the Ming Palace written by the eunuch Liu Ryu. Suddenly, there was a great tremor fiercer than a raging thunder uprooting over 20 large trees. Most of the deceased had dismembered bodies regardless of gender, all were completely naked. Various records point to one indication. That is, the locals at that time were struck by the shockwave of the explosion, leaving them completely stripped of their clothes, yet they were unharmed. Just thinking about it feels quite eerie, doesn't it? Moreover, after the Tianqi Great Explosion, various disaster theories emerged. For instance, earthquake theories, meteorite impact theories, tornado disaster theories, and so on. However, these disasters are highly unlikely. If it were an earthquake, it would certainly have been recorded in the Ming history, and if it were a meteorite impact, how could several tons of a large stone lion be thrown several miles away? And why were the locals not clothed? As for tornadoes, it's even less plausible. The people of the Ming dynasty had some understanding of tornadoes. If the cause of the Tianqi Great Explosion was a tornado, it would have been recorded. Yet the facts show that people from all social strata in the Ming dynasty, from emperors to commoners, found the occurrence of this explosion utterly baffling. In this scientific post, Lin Yuan clearly stated, the Tianqi Great Explosion had a real cause. It was actually a short circuit in a circuit component of the temperature control system on the spaceship, resulting in a phenomenon similar to a shockwave. If this explanation holds, then the Tianqi Great Explosion is no longer so mysterious, and the causal relationship is quite evident. After the Tianqi Great Explosion in 1626, the temperature control system of the Earth's spaceship malfunctioned, causing a disruption in temperature regulation, and the Little Ice Age officially began. Upon reading this, many netizens were once again taken aback, including several top scientists and professors, all of them gasped in astonishment. After all, this logic makes sense. Impressive. Lin Yuan is incredible. He has once again provided new evidence for his theory. Listening to it was a great shock. There is no flaw in the logic. The causal relationship is clear. The Little Ice Age began after the Tianqi Great Explosion, perfectly corresponding to the malfunction of the temperature control system. It's so precise. Wow, if even Chief Engineer Lin can explain it, it's no wonder the country believes in him. The Earth Starship theory is becoming increasingly plausible. I really look forward to the day when the Earth spaceship reveals its true form. Netizens were extremely excited and continued browsing through the remaining content of the post. In this post, after explaining the Tianqi Great Explosion, Lin Yuan also mentioned the Dead Hill Incident. The Dead Hill Incident refers to the destruction of the ancient Indus Valley civilization city of Mohenjo-Daro. Over 3600 years ago, on a certain day, the city of Daro was suddenly wiped from the earth, and all its inhabitants died at the same moment. Later scientists concluded, based on some fragments unearthed at the time along with clay and other minerals. At that time, the city of Daro experienced temperatures reaching 14,001,500 degrees Celsius at a certain moment. Moreover, the bones found on site showed signs of radiation comparable to the levels found in the victims of the Hiroshima nuclear explosion. All these phenomena indicate that the Dead Hill suffered a nuclear explosion, which caused the simultaneous death of 40,000 people in the shortest time. Therefore, Lin Yuan defined the Dead Hill incident in the post more simply. With the capabilities of the ancient Indus Valley civilization at that time, they could not possibly have manufactured a nuclear bomb. So where did the nuclear bomb come from? Very simple, the ancient people of the city of Daro may have unearthed some weapon system from the Earth spaceship at some location, obtaining a nuclear bomb or some other powerful weapon device. Due to their lack of understanding, the people of Daro foolishly conducted a so-called study on this weapon device, accidentally triggering the activation switch, thus causing this catastrophic disaster in an instant. Therefore, the so-called Dead Hill incident was actually a nuclear explosion. According to the ancient Indus Valley historical texts that have been passed down, they also recorded an explosion that occurred in ancient times accompanied by dazzling light, strange suns, and purple-white lasers. Aren't all these descriptions the aftermath of a nuclear explosion? As for the final Tunguska explosion, it occurred in 1908 near the Tungus River in Siberia, where a massive explosion suddenly happened, destroying over 8 million trees across 2150 square kilometers, equivalent to a 20 million ton TNT explosion. Subsequent scientists investigated but found no meteorite craters in the area, thus ruling out the possibility of a meteorite impact. In that era, there were no bombs or weapon devices capable of causing such destruction. In this post, Lin Yuan provided a research answer suggesting that a certain wireless power transmission device on the Earth spaceship malfunctioned, leading to this disaster. Upon reading this, netizens were even more dumbfounded. However, upon reflection, they found Lin Yuan's theory to be logical. If the Earth is indeed a spaceship, it makes sense that a malfunction in the system could lead to a series of problems. Otherwise, how can we explain these three great natural disaster mysteries? It's simply a thought-provoking idea. Oh, I racked my brain but couldn't come up with an explanation. Lin Yuan is incredible. Soon as netizens passionately discussed Lin Yuan's scientific post published just before the new year climbed to the top of the internet headlines. In no time, the theories and viewpoints proposed by Lin Yuan seemed to further validate the possibility of the Earth Starship theory, leading many netizens to ponder once again. Time passed like a fleeting horse. The brief spring festival holiday quickly came to an end. During these days, Lin Yuan and the research students of the National Defense 7 lived and worked together, focusing on their research. Meanwhile, just after the 7th day of the new year, at a certain combat command center in the Dragon Kingdom, several military bigwigs looked sternly and scanned the mobilization meeting site. With a resolute voice, they said, "In this global joint military exercise, you must showcase the might of our dragon. Invite me as a guest speaker." Inside the Xingtian combat vehicle workshop, Lin Yuan set down the tools he had been using to calibrate the dual-axis synchronization system of a battle vehicle and looked up in surprise. "Yes, Chief Engineer Lin." Chen Lin continued his briefing. "This joint application involves all 21 participating nations. Reportedly, over 100 top-tier scientists from around the globe will accompany the delegations, each expressing a strong desire to engage in academic exchange and discussion with you, Chief Engineer Lin." Moreover, Chen Lin paused briefly before adding with keen intensity, "The Earth Starship hypothesis has triggered nothing short of a seismic upheaval across the global scientific community. Indeed, it would be no exaggeration to say that, bolstered by Lin Yuan's further empirical validation, numerous world-renowned scientists have become ardent adherents of the Earth Starship hypothesis. Since the event is being hosted within Lungwa's territory, specifically in the Lopner region, the leadership has confirmed that your personal security poses no concern." "Very well, I understand." Lin Yuan nodded with a calm smile. "Then I shall attend. It will be an excellent opportunity to exchange ideas with experts from across the world, not only within the scientific domain." Chief Engineer Lin, Chen Lin gazed at him meaningfully. Official representatives from every nation now express an urgent, almost palpable desire to meet with you. It seems they are growing anxious indeed, and soon enough the day of the global multinational conference arrived. As one of the co-hosting nations, Longhua assumed responsibility for the Asian Regional Organizing Committee and established the headquarters for the joint exercise within its sovereign territory. Within a secured zone in southern Xinjiang's Lop, NER engineers from the Dingbei Theater's Pioneer Battalion had erected tiered grandstands and installed comprehensive supporting infrastructure. At present, the venue buzzed with extraordinary energy. Delegations from all 21 participating nations, including government officials, scholars, and technical specialists, had converged here. When factoring in the military personnel assigned to external security and support operations, the total number of personnel involved reached an unprecedented 500,000. This staggering scale ignited fervent excitement among global netizens and media outlets. And whoa, this conference is absolutely mind-boggling. Let the minor players fade into the background. We'll be watching the heavyweights Longhua, Bear Nation, Eagle Nation, John Bull. Unbelievable. But hold on. Didn't they choose Lop NER in southern Xinjiang as the venue? That place is famously known as the Sea of Death, a forbidden zone shrouded in legend. Indeed. Now that you mention it, I recall the wildly popular Earth Starship hypothesis. In Chief Engineer Lin's theoretical framework, which functional subsystem of the planetary vessel would Lop NER correspond to? Online chatter erupted instantly. And meanwhile, in reality, at the Lop NER base end, commanding officers of Longhua's 5 major theater commands were hosting foreign dignitaries. Shortly thereafter, an Eagle Nation CH-47 Chinook helicopter descended onto the site, and a dozen fair-haired Western men disembarked. Praise be to God, and led by General William and General Smith, both 5-star generals, the Eagle Nation delegation approached with wry, knowing smiles. General Fong, greetings, and Mr. Su, it's a pleasure to see you again. And Commander Zhou, we've heard you've developed the world's most advanced H-20 strategic bomber. Do show us what it can do. With real-time translation software bridging the linguistic divide, the 5 theater commanders of Longhua exchanged courteous pleasantries with the 2 Eagle Nation 5-star generals. And of course, General Fong smiled serenely. I too am curious about your nation's latest strategic bomber, the so-called Dark Star. Have you brought it along? Ha ha ha. Patience, General Fong. You'll find out soon enough. And elsewhere in the Bear Nation delegation arrived personally under the leadership of President Pu, who strode solemnly to his seat atop the grandstand. I formally request an audience with Mr. Lin, the young scholar whose theories have recently taken your nation's digital. Hearing this, the assembled Longhua officials felt a jolt of astonishment. President Pu's grave demeanor suggested that meeting Lin Yuan ranked even higher in priority than the conference itself. How extraordinary! And they murmured inwardly. And their host immediately responded with a warm smile. Chief Engineer Lin is en route. We will host a formal meet and greet upon his arrival. Excellent. And President Pu's expression brightened visibly. And meanwhile, the Japan delegation was led by General Kojima Ichiro, the highest-ranking officer of the Sakura Archipelago's military, whose sharp eyes swept across the entire venue with keen intensity. Chief Engineer Lin holds profound misconceptions about our nation. Nevertheless, science transcends national borders. When we meet him shortly, we must demonstrate exceptional warmth and goodwill, and learn humbly from this brilliant mind. Let this genius truly feel the sincerity of Japan. And General Kojima clenched his fist, visibly impassioned. And little did anyone know what an enormous political tempest had shaken Japan's highest echelons during this very period. Ever since Lin Yuan publicly declared online that the Sakura Archipelago served as a nuclear test site for ancient Huaxia, Japanese authorities had reacted with both fury and alarm, desperate to uncover counter-evidence to discredit him. Yet in the following weeks, as Japanese investigators conducted extensive field surveys across the archipelago, they detected abundant quantities of the so-called trinitite-like substance, an artificial glassy mineral formed under extreme heat, as Lin Yuan had predicted. At that moment, Japan's leadership was utterly stunned. Unable to disclose these findings to the public, Japanese authorities classified the data as a state supreme secret. And subsequently, as one dignitary after another entered the venue, the global multinational conference officially commenced. The conference comprised 7 distinct segments. In the first segment featured a competition testing the individual combat prowess of elite special forces operatives from each nation. Soon the first contest began. And for 2 full hours, elite soldiers from participating nations demonstrated formidable martial skill and tactical excellence. In the end, the Bear Nation's special forces claimed first place through sheer physical dominance and battlefield mastery, while Eagle Nation secured second place thanks to its cutting-edge individual combat systems. Longhua placed third. In witnessing their own troops finish third, the 5 theater commanders exchanged resigned sighs. A pity. And those Eagle Nation fellows only edged us out thanks to superior gear. If stripped of equipment and pitted man-to-man, I'd wager they'd fall decisively to ours. Eagle Nation has long championed its super soldier program, and their defense industry outpaces ours. This loss is neither surprising nor shameful. And John Bull claimed 4th place. Japan finished 5th. As for the remaining nations, there was little more to say. All present understood clearly this gathering existed primarily to serve as sparring partners and foil for the great powers. Immediately thereafter, the second segment commenced, aerial combat, a head-to-head demonstration of fighter aircraft capabilities. At that moment, General William of Eagle Nation offered a serene smile and proposed, General Fong, esteemed colleagues, I have a suggestion. In past years we've relied on simulated engagements and aerial demonstrations. Frankly, these formats have grown obsolete. Thus I propose something new this year, a strategic attack and defense exercise. And at these words the assembled leaders' eyes gleamed sharply, piercing, calculating, and fiercely competitive. Representing the group, General Fong spoke in measured, resonant tones. General William, may we inquire precisely how this strategic attack and defense exercise would be structured? Simply put, General William raised an eyebrow, his lips curving into a composed, confident smile. Each nation will designate a simulated strike zone within its sovereign airspace. Then each side will dispatch its most advanced strategic bomber to penetrate the adversary's airspace and execute a simulated attack mission. General Fong, I understand Longhua has just unveiled its newest generation, H-20, long-range strategic bomber. Would you care to challenge Eagle Nation's integrated air defense architecture? Naturally, our side will deploy the latest generation Dark Star strategic bomber. Ni's declaration sent shockwaves rippling across the venue, sparking instant electric excitement. The scene was thrown into chaos like a pot of boiling water, with various emotions surging within. Every audience member present, whether military experts, diplomatic envoys, or ordinary media reporters, now gazed intently at the enormous screen in the center of the stage, where the latest masterpiece developed by the Whitehead Eagle Nation was slowly being revealed, the Dark Star bomber. This was not merely a simple weapon demonstration, it was a silent contest, a competition concerning technology, strength, and even future strategic frameworks. The Dark Star, that is the most advanced 6th-generation bomber in the legends of Eagle Sauce, with a speed exceeding Mach 8. It also possesses advanced stealth combat capabilities, and it has actually been produced by Eagle Sauce. A commentator from the Eastern Isles shook his head in disbelief, his voice tinged with shock and reverence. His words were like a stone thrown into a calm lake, instantly stirring up heated discussions among those around. This is impossible. It was only a rumor before, and I never expected. A representative from an Asian country murmured, his eyes reflecting both surprise and worry. He understood well what such a technological breakthrough meant and what kind of impact it would have globally. This is a big deal. A middle-aged man in a suit said quietly, his expression extremely serious. He realized that the emergence of the Dark Star was not only a challenge to the existing order, but also a redefinition. According to previous information, the Long Kingdom's Hong-20 was considered a replica of the Whitehead Eagle's B-2, and it was said to be technically inferior to the B-2 from the last century. Now that the Long Kingdom has just launched the Hong-20, the Whitehead Eagle has rolled out a new generation Dark Star. What is the point of that? A young analyst waved his arms excitedly, his voice filled with helplessness and resentment. His words undoubtedly resonated with many in attendance, as the competition between the Long Kingdom and the Whitehead Eagle seemed to open a new chapter at that moment. Around them, the representatives of various countries reacted differently, yet none appeared unconcerned. They either whispered to one another, furrowed their brows, or cast flickering glances, each calculating the potential impact of this sudden turn of events. Inside the venue, the air was thick with a tense and subtle atmosphere, as if an invisible war was quietly unfolding. It seems the ambitions of the Whitehead Eagle go far beyond this. An elderly sage spoke solemnly, his gaze revealing wisdom and concern. The emergence of the Dark Star is not only a challenge to the Long Kingdom, but also a warning to the entire world. At that moment, the Dark Star bomber on stage, under the gentle and precise mechanical control, slowly rotated, with an almost graceful demeanor, like a dancer twirling lightly beneath an expansive sky, each turn perfectly showcasing its breathtaking streamlined body and the intricately complex advanced weapon systems. The surface of the fuselage, illuminated by the lights, reflected a cold and mysterious sheen akin to the brightest star in the night sky, yet harboring unknown powers and secrets. This was not merely a display of a weapon, it was a perfect fusion of technology and aesthetics, a bold exploration of the limits of human intelligence. It was like a silent declaration proclaiming the absolute status of the Whitehead Eagle. However, for everyone present, the shock and contemplation brought by this demonstration far surpassed the mere significance of the weapon itself. Everyone understood that the storm triggered by the Dark Star had only just begun. Meanwhile, far across the ocean, in the global financial center, the first major city of the Bald Eagle, in the area of the city that never sleeps at an altitude of 150 kilometers above the surface, a completely black space bomber like a phantom emerged from near-Earth orbit with a faint glimmer of a 5-star pattern rapidly descending. It was the Yinglong space bomber. Naturally, the pilot of the Yinglong was the ace pilot of the Dragon Kingdom, Ling Xiao. Inside the cockpit, he wore a peculiar flight suit enveloped in a special pressure-reducing module. It was this pressure-reducing module that allowed him to withstand the extreme speed of 30 Mach with a human body. He let out a long sigh from his heart. Ling Xiao's eyes sparkled with sharpness as he suppressed the surging emotions and suddenly pulled down the control stick. 1 minute later, the Yinglong rapidly descended into the atmosphere, gliding cautiously for a while. Finally, without hesitation, it dove straight down towards the coordinate area, speeding towards it at nearly 8 Mach. Boom. With a lightning-fast speed, the Yinglong space bomber dived down, descending over the city that never sleeps. As if in provocation, the Yinglong space bomber activated its super frequency, erupting with a tremendous roar as it swiftly circled above the city that never sleeps. At this moment, it was just around noon. Many office workers and citizens were out for lunch when they suddenly heard a massive roar and instinctively looked up. God! Heavens! What is that? Countless screams and sounds of terror erupted at that moment. Among them, a sharp-eyed blonde noticed the bomber hovering 200 meters above the city, which looked as if it had crossed over from the future, with a sci-fi vibe and a 5-star glowing pattern painted on its tail. Ah, the devil has come. God, that's a bomber from the Dragon Kingdom. What do they want? Then another wave of fearful screams followed. The entire city that never sleeps was thrown into chaos. Countless emergency calls flooded the related agencies. What? A bomber from the Dragon Kingdom is appearing over the city that never sleeps. Hehe, this is no joke. In the next moment, personnel from the law enforcement agencies of the city that never sleeps stepped out onto the street. Upon glancing up, they were left dumbfounded. They gulped and rubbed their eyes. God! All the law enforcement personnel almost knelt down, terrified to the point of crying out loud. They all thought that the Third World War had broken out. At that moment, nearly 8 million citizens from the entire city that never sleeps surged onto the streets, witnessing the terrifying figure rushing past them, with the bomber flying directly towards the Statue of Liberty. Boom! A sonic boom cloud appeared before everyone. Following that, with a ghostly speed, it suddenly climbed high, entering a vertical takeoff mode, rapidly ascending to an altitude of 10,000 meters, completely disappearing from the citizens' sight. At this time, the entire Bald Eagle military and defense agencies were thrown into utter chaos. Countless complaints and emergency calls were made. On the other side, at the nearest military base to the city that never sleeps, the Delamon military base, in the underground bunker on the 3rd level, hundreds of Bald Eagle military personnel sat frozen in confusion, staring at the monitoring systems and various data. They turned to look at the television hanging on the wall. On it, the most famous NBC channel of the Bald Eagle was urgently broadcasting breaking news. The devil has descended. A terrifying bomber from the Dragon Kingdom appears over the city that never sleeps. The reporters pale-faced reported. Meanwhile, throughout the Delamon military base, the so-called most powerful air defense system of the Bald Eagle, the land-based Aegis system, showed all monitoring panels in a normal state. Radar detection. No enemy aircraft signals. Energy detection, none. Optical sensor feedback, no hostile targets. Infrared sensor feedback, none. This meant that the entire city that never sleeps was stirred. The bomber from the Dragon Kingdom had circled over the city that never sleeps, and even performed a sonic boom over the Statue of Liberty. None of the air defense systems at their military base had received any information about enemy aircraft appearing. And it wasn't just the Delamon base. All military bases within the Bald Eagle, including the Patriot Missile Defense System, THAAD system, Avenger Missile Defense System, Iron Dome Short-Range Air Defense System, and more. Without exception, none were able to detect the presence of the Dragon Kingdom's bomber. At this moment, the entire Bald Eagle was completely shaken. Countless citizens were utterly terrified. In the Lopner, on the observation platform of the base, there was a profound silence. Everyone was staring at the giant projection screen broadcasting urgent news. A Dragon Kingdom bomber appeared above the Statue of Liberty. General William and other high-ranking officials from Eagle Sauce were visibly terrified and shocked, their bodies trembling violently like leaves in the wind. Finally, they turned to look in disbelief at the representatives from the Dragon Kingdom. How is this possible? General William's face turned pale as he stammered, "Have the people of the Dragon Kingdom really developed a space bomber?" Incredible. Behind him, a group of top scientists from Eagle Sauce were utterly stunned. Oh my God, how did the Dragon Kingdom achieve this? Unbelievable. A group of scientists felt their scalps tingle, gasping sharply. In just 30 minutes, the Dragon Kingdom's bomber had flown from its homeland and suddenly appeared over the city that never sleeps across the ocean. My goodness, its speed must have exceeded 30 Mach. What principle does the engine operate on? How does the bomber's shell withstand the friction and pressure at supersonic cruising speeds? How did the pilots manage to survive the extreme overload? At that moment, not only the scientists from Eagle Sauce, but military experts from relevant fields around the world were equally excited, left speechless by the shocking revelation. General William, did you eat something bad? You look so pale. Just then, Commander Fong walked over with a smile and asked, "How about it? I told you today would be a day that goes down in history for both our countries, didn't I?" "Yeah." General William and others were completely at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. "All right, where is your Dark Star bomber? I hope it hasn't gotten lost," Fong casually inquired. Upon hearing this, General William's expression darkened even further, truly frightened. The Dragon Kingdom's bomber had silently appeared above the city that never sleeps. This was simply terrifying. General William felt a chill run through his body, gritting his teeth as he returned to the Eagle Sauce camp, contacting the domestic military base, and saying, "Immediately issue an order to command the Dark Star to return." What a joke. The Dragon Kingdom's bomber has already circled over the Bald Eagle in just 30 minutes. Their own bombers were still flying around in the Pacific, and the gap in their capabilities was so vast that this so-called simulation of attack and defense continued. It was merely a punchline. Haha, the Eagle Sauce people have turned green. So satisfying. No bomber from any country has ever flown over Eagle Sauce's airspace, and now the Dragon Kingdom has done it. What a thrill. The generals from the 5 war zones were laughing to the point of tears, their emotions soaring high. Meanwhile, representatives from various countries' military were left dumbfounded. Even Eagle Sauce's air defense system could not intercept the Dragon Kingdom's bomber, not to mention those small fry among them. Their feelings were complex and chaotic. The Dragon Kingdom is amazing. Holy cow, this must be a dream. I have a feeling that the global military landscape is about to change because of this. Amidst the discussions, Commander Fong calmly turned his gaze toward the representatives from the Chicken Island faction. There, the military representative from Chicken Island, Yamaguchi Kazuo, initially wore a smug expression that soon turned to shock and disbelief. Feeling a chill in his heart, he realized that Fong was looking at him, leaving him completely stunned. Fong said calmly, "Contact the Yinglong, and on the way home take a detour to Chicken Island." Upon hearing this, Yamaguchi Kazuo nearly wet himself. He felt anxious and uneasy, opening his mouth in vain to say, "Commander Fong, we've lost on Chicken Island. We admit defeat in this contest." He was genuinely frightened. If the Dragon Kingdom's bomber flew over Chicken Island, it would be a devastating blow to their morale. "Mr. Yamaguchi, are you joking?" Fang's eyes gleamed as he coldly replied, "Don't forget where this is. This is a global joint military exercise. While it's an exercise for us soldiers, this is a war. The sword is drawn, and there is no turning back." Yamaguchi Kazuo could no longer hold it together, nearly collapsing to the ground. Coming to his senses, he rushed back to his country's camp, anxiously shouting, "Immediately contact the troops stationed at home. Damn it, tell them to deploy all aircraft for interception." Since they already knew the Dragon Kingdom's bomber was coming, they had to intercept it. Yamaguchi Kazuo screamed in a frenzy, completely losing his composure. Meanwhile, in the cockpit of the Yinglong space bomber, Ling Xiao received the command and couldn't help but smile widely. A wave of exhilaration surged through Ling Xiao as he gritted his teeth and pulled the control stick, sending the Yinglong space bomber soaring like an ancient divine beast into near-Earth orbit. Then at a speed exceeding 25 Mach, it flew towards Chicken Island. Throughout this process, military satellites from around the world began to operate frantically. But inevitably, not a single military satellite could capture the trace of the Yinglong space bomber. Soon, the Yinglong arrived above Chicken Island, lingered in the target area for a brief moment, and then Ling Xiao grinned again, piloting the bomber into a steep dive. The next second, it appeared above Kyoto. Above Kyoto, dozens of Chicken Island's aircraft were circling back and forth. When the pilots of all the Chicken Island aircraft saw the Yinglong space bomber appear like a phantom in their sights, they were left dumbfounded. It really appeared. It's too fast. Damn it, our entire air defense system didn't catch its flight path at all. At least exceeding 25 Mach. How do you expect us to intercept it? Tell me how to intercept it. The pilots screamed. If not for their military training, they would have probably collapsed in fear. Gritting their teeth, a dozen aircraft activated exercise mode, turning on their fire control radars, trying to capture the mysterious Dragon Kingdom bomber in sight. But the capabilities of the Yinglong were far beyond those of Chicken Island's F-2 fighters. In an instant, the Yinglong created a sonic boom cloud, appearing directly above the National Guardian toilet. This building, symbolizing the honor of Chicken Island, was reduced to a mere backdrop for the Dragon Kingdom bomber at that moment. Like a small piece of trash, trembling uncontrollably. On the ground, countless people from Chicken Island watched the bomber, representing the 5 stars, appear in their skies, collapsing in fear and screaming as terror spread throughout every corner of the city. "Oh my god, we're doomed. Bakayuru, help!" The people of Chicken Island screamed anxiously. Although the news in their country emphasized that this was a multinational joint military exercise. But how could the people of Chicken Island not know? Even if it was an exercise, the invasion of their airspace by another country meant something entirely different. Meanwhile, after the Yinglong flew over the National Guardian toilet, it left behind a roaring sound, and like playing with a dog, soared back into the sky. Seeing this, dozens of Chicken Island's aircraft swarmed to intercept. Catch up with it. The pilots from Chicken Island roared grimly into their communicators. Baka. Various angry curses erupted. The Dragon Kingdom bomber ahead seemed to be playing with them, speeding up and slowing down, teasing the Chicken Island aircraft for a full 3 minutes. With a bang, the Yinglong entered supersonic mode, instantly boosting its speed to over 3 Mach, leaving a dazzling Mach ring above Kyoto, illuminating the sky. In an instant, it vanished from sight. From then on, the dozens of Chicken Island aircraft became like lost dogs, turning back in disarray towards their base. As for firing the fire control radar, don't joke around. They hadn't even found a single opportunity, and the dozen F-2 fighters had completely become a joke against the most advanced bomber in the world. The news returned to Lopner. Yamaguchi Kazuo stumbled and fell into his seat, his face showing extreme frustration and humiliation. He regretted it, deeply wishing he could slap himself. What need was there to meddle in such affairs? Now the entire Chicken Island had become a complete joke, just like the bald eagle. Moreover, the sudden display of strength from the Dragon Kingdom made them feel terrified. Oh god! At this moment, military representatives from countries around the world looked at the Dragon Kingdom with complex expressions. General William and the others from Eagle Sauce were even more furious, their faces full of shame. They wished to leave this place immediately. Then a scientist from Eagle Sauce shouted, Alright, I admit that the Dragon Kingdom has developed such a high-performance space bomber. But I dare say the cost of such a space bomber is absolutely staggering, and the Dragon Kingdom certainly cannot produce a second one. Upon hearing this, the military representatives from various countries felt their expressions soften a bit, their eyes glimmering with a hint of hope. Indeed, General William forced himself to regain composure and looked at Commander Fong and the others saying, Commander Fong, if I'm not mistaken, you Dragon Kingdom people still can't mass-produce such bombers, right? Naturally, Commander Fong would not reveal his country's secrets. Instead, he smiled and said, General William, you can just wait and see. This bomber is indeed impressive, but I believe that given us some time, our bald eagle scientists can achieve this. General William forced himself to save face. In this round, consider it a victory for the Dragon Kingdom. The military representatives from Eagle Sauce lowered their heads in frustration, secretly roaring in their hearts that they must get revenge in the subsequent matches. Of course, the emotional collapse was still inevitable. Commander Fong. At that moment, a wealthy individual from Shatter broke through the crowd, excitedly approaching. One of the princes eagerly grasped Commander Fang's hands, trembling with excitement, saying, Commander Fong, name your price. $1 billion. No, how about $100 billion? As long as your Dragon Kingdom is willing to sell, we are ready to purchase this perfect bomber at a price of $100 billion each. The other party displayed an urgent expression. Upon hearing this, Commander Fong smiled and said meaningfully, Prince Angelifew, the Yinglong space bomber belongs to a strategic bomber of the Dragon Kingdom, and we currently have no intention of selling it. However, our country has another bomber. Cough, yes, that is the H-20 we have been researching for a long time. How about it? If you're interested, we can discuss this further. God above. Upon hearing this, the prince initially showed a look of regret, but then nodded excitedly. Absolutely no problem, we are very interested. He then smiled mysteriously and said, I hope that soon we can find the Chinese operation manual for the H-20 in the desert. Huh. Seeing this, the military personnel from the Dragon Kingdom all broke into wide smiles. From this moment on, the Yinglong space bomber made its stunning debut, captivating the entire world. It left a terrifying impression in the minds of military powers like the Bald Eagle. The Bald Eagle, Chicken Island, and John Bull were now thoroughly on edge. Because deep down a terrifying voice was constantly pounding in their brains, the Dragon Kingdom is rising. Indeed, with a terrifying space bomber like the Yinglong, it completely overpowered the military strength of other countries. At this moment, the Dragon Kingdom had the capability to carry out precise strikes anywhere in the world. Who would dare to defy this lion? Damn it. The more he thought about it, the more terrified General William became, roaring, Commander Fong, let's proceed to the next military exercise. Very well. Let's start the next exercise. According to the military exercise procedures, the next round will be ground combat drills. Finally, we can avoid facing the terrifying killing machine of the Dragon Kingdom. For ground combat drills, we John Bulls are absolutely confident. After all, our tanks and armored vehicles are definitely world-class. I heard that the Bald Eagle has developed the latest heavy armored vehicle equipped with a drone ground-air coordinated combat system. I wonder what stunning performance it will showcase. The tank technology of the Bear Country is also quite impressive, and Emperor Pooh himself is attending, and he will surely bring the most advanced equipment from Bear Country. Representatives from various countries were discussing animatedly. Alright. Upon hearing this, Commander Fong smiled indifferently, though he also felt a bit curious. I wonder how the performance of the vehicle prepared by Chief Engineer Lin, the Lin Yuan battle car, will be. Can it recreate the might of the Yinglong space bomber and thoroughly shock these foreigners? Commander Fong felt a strong sense of anticipation. Meanwhile, on the other side, a G-20 was slowly flying toward the exercise base. On the helicopter, Lin Yuan looked at the desolate geography of Lop Nur, his expression reflecting a hint of contemplation. Beside him, Chen Lin curiously inquired, Chief Engineer Lin, as far as I know, Lop Nur is known as the Sea of Death and Ear of the Earth, having given rise to various supernatural legends. According to your research, what do you think is the true nature of Lop Nur? In fact, Lop Nur is shrouded in mystery among the populace, especially the incident of the double fish jade pendant, which has turned Lop Nur into a taboo topic for many. What do you think it is, eh? Lin Yuan smiled and countered, I don't know. Chen Lin mumbled, grinning, but I know that Lop Nur might hide the civilization of ancient Lulan that vanished. Additionally, Lop Nur is called the Ear of the Earth because satellite images show that its terrain resembles a giant human ear approximately 60 kilometers long and 30 kilometers wide, with details of the oracle cochlea and other shapes clearly displayed. Moreover, many people are keen on the notion of it being a crossroad for parallel worlds. As he said this, Chen Lin became animated and said, Chief Engineer Lin, according to my thoughts, Lop Nur might be a special device on a spaceship that can connect to parallel worlds. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but burst into laughter. Brother Chen, you're a soldier, and you believe in this stuff. Cough, cough. Chen Lin chuckled. I can't help it. After hearing your theories, many of my understandings have completely changed, and who knows, it might not be so far-fetched. That's true. Lin Yuan smiled and glanced back at the wondrous vast land, suddenly saying, Brother Chen, I believe Lop Nur is an experimental chamber on a spaceship. In the abyss of the Ear of the Earth, there exists a massive underground project. Furthermore, satellite detection has confirmed that beneath Lop Nur hides a mysterious and enormous heat source. In fact, the Shanhai Jing flight log also records Luabupo, naming it as once the second largest inland lake. In 2005, an expedition crossed Luabupo and discovered hundreds of mummified corpses beneath the ground. Carbon-14 testing dated those mummies to the 15th century BC, roughly 3400 years ago. AI reconstructions of the ancient faces showed not only features typical of Asians, but even traits associated with Western Europeans. The Shanhai Jing also records an era called the Xia dynasty in Huaxia history that once ruled over the West Asia. Because West Asia defied Xia, the Xia sent an army and fought a war, reinforcing the notion that in antiquity Huaxia once governed the globe and the radiance of Jiuzhou illuminated every corner of the earth. This also serves as direct evidence that Huaxia Jiuzhou functioned as the central system region of the Earth star. By the way, Chief Engineer Lin, with your current clearance, you must be able to access a great deal of classified information. Chun Lin leaned in conspiratorially and murmured, honestly, I'm dying to know the truth behind the Xuanyu Yupei and the 300,000 mirror people incident. Lin Yuan smiled faintly. Many had heard of the Xuanyu Yupei, a tale that even involved a scientist mysteriously vanishing and allegedly traveling back in time to become a reformer. As for the 300,000 mirror people rumors, said an archaeological team in Luabupo uncovered an ancient relic site containing devices far beyond modern technology. The Xuanyu Yupei was not a single object, but a codename for a device within that ruin that could replicate humans, giving rise to talk of 300,000 mirror people. Those replicas supposedly shared identical memories with their originals and later sparked unrest. Allegedly, authorities had to drop a nuclear bomb on Luabupo to eradicate the 300,000 mirror people entirely. Of course, such accounts are folkloric absurdities, though no evidence supports them to this day. Lin Yuan inclined toward the idea that beneath Luabupo lay a mysterious experiment chamber, possibly housing cloning technologies tied to the Earth Starship System and some lost civilization. He glanced at the system panel. Earth Starship Exploration Progress 00005. With so little understanding of the Earth Starship, Lin Yuan would never venture casually into Luabupo or probe the region hidden beneath the Diqiuji air. Otherwise, he might never know how he would die. Meanwhile, at the exercise base in Operational Area 19, two infantry fighting vehicles of futuristic design, the Zeo Nushin, broke the encirclement. As signal flares ascended, Beijing's M1A2 SCP main battle tanks and Blueside IFVs Yuheni, Ijaluji Jayapenji, among others, charged the red side positions Longwa, Xiongwa Begali, and Batiguo. In less than 40 minutes, they seized the red positions completely. When the exercise footage and data streamed back to headquarters, every national representative present was stunned. Good heavens, that infantry vehicle is terrifying. Beituing's most advanced tank is fitted with transformable wheels and electromagnetic armor. My word, what a marvel. The Zeo Nushin surpasses all in mobility, fire control, and protection. It can rightly be called the world's most powerful fighting vehicle. Where are Longwa's tanks? Why haven't they appeared? Amid curious murmurs, the Beijing delegation beamed triumphantly at Longwa's representatives. Admiral William finally allowed a smile and boasted, "Do you see this? This is our Zeo Nushin, the most advanced infantry vehicle our engineers developed. It employs cutting-edge electromagnetic armor and millimeter-wave radar to detect incoming shells, calculating protective points via powerful computers to deflect over 80% of projectiles and other fire." He taunted Chief Fong, "Where are Longwa's tanks?" Fong composed replied, "Don't worry, the tank and vehicle exercise is..." Fong walked back toward the Longwa delegation, seeing the theater region generals anxiously watching him. "Chief Fong, what's happening? Where are our tanks? Where are our tanks? Not to mention tanks, we don't even see the IFVs. I heard the Northern Vehicle Institute developed an extremely advanced vehicle with electromagnetic armor. Was it not brought out? Beijing are showing off again. It makes me furious. I could punch something." Amid growing agitation, Fong finally spoke. "Ahem. Our vehicles should be en route. By the way, these vehicles were also engineered under Chief Engineer Lin. Yes, as you suspected, is the Xingtian project. Lin told us that his team of 7 defense researchers developed an extremely advanced infantry fighting vehicle. However, this vehicle was only completed yesterday, and upon receiving orders to join the exercise, rushed to Luabupo." Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Completed last night, and only now en route. What the hell? Are you kidding? There's no way it could make it from Modu to Luabupo in a single night. Did they transport it on a Yun 20? Even then, it should have arrived by now. If it's impossible, we can mobilize the heavy combined brigade from the Northern Theater. They're at exercise area 17 and can reach the site in 10 minutes. At that moment, a distant buzzing tore across the sky above the exercise base. Along with military staff officer reported in surprise, "Commander, we received a strange access request with extremely high privileges. But the signal comes from the air. All local aircraft and aerial vehicles should be within system control." The officer fell silent and craned his neck, staring at a colossal object that had suddenly appeared in the sky, utterly. Not only he. At the exercise base, Longwa personnel and foreign military representatives alike were thunderstruck, hair standing on end as they stared at the enormous bizarre silhouette in the heavens. A thing resembling an army infantry fighting vehicle hurtled through the sky some 30 meters above ground, kicking up a tremendous airflow. Yes, no mistake. This object, outwardly indistinguishable from an infantry fighting vehicle, was roaring through the air at a height of 30 meters. What chilled everyone most were the ferocious weapons mounted upon it, a massive electromagnetic main cannon with a black muzzle that radiated an oppressive menace. Beyond that, multiple anti-tank barrels and heavy machine gun arrays hung from various sections, each design bristling with lethality. There were even weapon systems that military experts could not immediately identify, clearly awe-inspiring in their capability. What on earth is this? The foreign military representatives were stupefied, even more shocked than when they first saw Bai Ze Map with its electromagnetic armor. What terrified them further was a 5-star emblem painted on the huge machine's hull. Is that ours? A Central Theater general gasped in disbelief. Though his rank did not match the 5 theater commanders, his responsibilities in logistics and ordnance meant he should have seen every standard weapon, yet never anything like this. He could not recall ever encountering such a strange vehicle, yet it was flying. The assembled generals were stunned. Then slowly the military experts reacted and began to howl with amazement. Fuck is this, a Longwa vehicle? No, this resembles a ground effect aircraft, but astonishingly, it looks exactly like an infantry fighting vehicle. Jesus, did Longwa unearth an alien base? How else could they build something so absurd? Foreign voices cried out. Moments later, the strange vehicle hovered above them, and everyone finally read 4 Chinese characters painted on its belly in a crimson hue. Chief Fang's pupils contracted, and his body trembled as he read them aloud syllable by syllable, Xingtian Zhan. It was the Xingtian Zhansha, the Xingtian fighting vehicle developed by Chief Engineer Lin. The other theater commanders exchanged glances. They all knew Lin Yuan had been leading the Xingtian project in Modu. Not long ago, they had quietly achieved controlled nuclear fusion, though unrevealed to the public it had succeeded. Now, after the Yinglong Xingtian bomber, there was a flying land war vehicle. Xingtian Zhansha, astonishing. At that moment, the 5 theater commanders' faces flushed red with excitement as they pumped fists in ecstasy. Dragon Country's military personnel erupted in cheers, faces aflame, eyes fixed on the airborne silhouette. Seconds later, Xingtian Zhansha reached Exercise Area 19, and a solemn voice blared from its loudspeaker. Longwa asset, Xingtian Zhansha, has arrived in the exercise area. Request permission to join the exercise. Through the live feed from the front line, the 5 theater commanders laughed together and approved permit Xingtian Zhansha to enter the exercise. With a thunderous roar, the Xingtian Zhansha's electromagnetic main cannon unleashed a terrifying burst of electromagnetic kinetic energy, propelling a shell that detonated against a distant hill. Dust and debris erupted as the blast carved a crater 100 meters across. Everything in the impact zone turned to scorched earth and rising smoke. The black muzzle of the electromagnetic cannon then slowly pivoted and aimed at Beijing's tank formation 500. Simultaneously, a visible blue halo shimmered over the Xingtian Zhansha, as if it were enveloped by a fictional boundary field. Those familiar with such matters could immediately tell that Xingtian Zhansha was fitted with a super-advanced energy armor device. 12 Beijing tanks and IFVs froze in place. The crew, staring at their instrument readouts, trembled. This vehicle must have the most advanced stealth system. We detect no energy signature on radar or infrared. My God, how do we even engage it? Modern armored forces rely on radar locks to target, yet this enormous machine sat among them with no system anomaly to register. Drones transmitted this scene live and clear back to the exercise base. Admirals William and Smith and all Beijing personnel were left stunned. A military scientist's pupils dilated as he cried out, "My God, that electromagnetic main cannon releases at least 100 megajoules of energy. Fuck, even the Zeo Nushin with its top-tier electromagnetic armor couldn't withstand that shot." No, that last shot was a demonstration. If this weren't an exercise, a single salvo from that vehicle could annihilate our armored column. Admiral William gaped dumbfounded while his face flushed with fury as he glanced toward the smiling Longwood dignitaries beside Chief Fang. "You Longwa people," he began. "You call a flying machine that loiters at 30 meters, travels long distances, unleashes at least 100 megajoules in a single strike, and possesses super stealth firepower and defense, an infantry fighting vehicle?" Seeing the Beijing delegation flustered brought Fang private satisfaction. He could not help smiling and said, "Admiral William, you are not wrong. This is indeed a fighting vehicle." He turned to the feed with bright, excited eyes. Lin Yuan had achieved the extraordinary. Fang continued playfully, "Oh yes, Admiral William, our frontline personnel asked me to ask you one thing. Do you concede? Or perhaps you want to try catching one of our shells. If you can, we concede defeat." A few seconds later, Admiral William drew a deep breath, ground his teeth, and shouted in a mix of despair and rage, "You Longwa people are ruthless. Damn it. Fine, we concede this round." He retreated with choked frustration, his shock plain to read. Across the globe, delegation members sat frozen. A Johnny Yu official furtively typed an encrypted message home: "Contact Longwa authorities immediately. Demand the return of artifacts that belong to them. Be polite." In Xiongwa, the leader swallowed nervously, thinking that if they'd had such tech earlier together, they might have dominated the planet. Prince Shade's eyes gleamed. He whispered, "I want the Hong 20, and I want that vehicle." For a while, the delegation struggled to calm themselves, hardly able to contain their amazement. Beijing's presence wilted, the exercise felt trivial. Whether the Yinglong Xingtian bomber or the Xingtian Zhansha, each alone could intimidate a small nation. Thus, this global joint exercise became Longwa's singular stage. Meanwhile, at a military base in Luobupo, Yi Chun stood before an oddly shaped weapons platform flanked by a dozen representatives of Lin Yuan's research team. Around them, dozens of military personnel watched the weapons launch platform with heated, startled eyes. The platform featured a central massive metal barrel, surrounded by four three-dimensional pillars wound with rings of menacing cable-like elements and instrumentation, forming a device of unmistakable science fiction character. Xingtian Hill. This is the high-energy ion laser cannon we built. Who could imagine that in antiquity Huaxiao possessed such an advanced weapons system? Murmured the crowd excitedly. Yi Chun, speaking for the group, recalled Lin Yuan's words: the Shanhai Jing flight log records that the northern mountains dared not shoot westward for fear of Xingtian Hill. The text even describes that to the north of Xuanyuan, four serpents coil around the hill. In truth, the Xingtian Hill of the Shanhai Jing refers to an ion laser cannon belonging to the Xingtian Yellow Emperor. To the ancient barbarians faced with such a weapon, reverence and dread were natural, hence the record that no one dared fire. At that moment, a smiling military officer delivered secret orders. Students, the headquarters command transmits that the exercise objectives are met. Xingtian Hill will remain inactive and await further orders. Hearing this, Yi Chun and the West Engineering University students exchanged satisfied smiles. Indeed, in accordance with their school motto, they had hidden their names and forged swords for the nation. Under Chief Engineer Lin's guidance, they had built the nation-protecting instrument, Xingtian Hill. There was no need for publicity or acclaim. Even if Xingtian Hill did not display its power in the exercise, it existed in truth and would one day serve as a national guardian. That was enough. Smiling, Yi Chun and the students slipped away. The military personnel present stood solemn, offering respectful salutes to the admirable young engineers. At the same time, Lin Mo arrived at the exercise base and was immediately surrounded by excited international experts. Chief Engineer Lin, thank you for your hard work. General Fong and the bigwigs from the 5 war zones surrounded him, all showing heartfelt expressions and not hiding their admiration. Hello everyone. Lin Yuan also smiled and greeted everyone. The representatives from various countries observed the attitude of the Dragon Country military leaders towards Lin Yuan, and recalling some previous messages from the Dragon Country, they suddenly had new speculations. Could it be? Is the Dragon Country's aerospace bomber and the recently miraculous flying war vehicle all developed by this young man named Lin Yuan? Yes, it must be so. Thinking of this, the representatives from various countries looked at Lin Yuan with fiery gazes. Professor Lin, you are truly a genius. Soon, Professor Orr from the European Quantum Research Institute excitedly approached, and representing the European academic community, expressed high praise. Lin, your theory of the Earth Starship has opened a new academic door benefiting us immensely. Indeed, although the theory of the Earth Starship currently lacks a complete supporting evidence framework, I believe it surely exists. Lin, we at the European Nuclear Research Center formally invite you to give a lecture. Please do honor us with your presence. At that moment, top scientists from around the globe warmly extended their invitations. Even General William from the White Eagle finally saw Lin Yuan in person. His eyes flickered as he nodded towards his own scientists, and soon a top scientist from the White Eagle Academy of Sciences AIM stepped forward and solemnly invited Professor Lin, your future achievements will surely match those of Einstein. We at the White Eagle Academy of Sciences formally invite you to guide our work. Ahem, you should know that we possess the best research equipment and capabilities in the world. With our assistance, your theory of the Earth Starship will absolutely come to fruition in the shortest time, making you the greatest scientist of this era. Under his persuasion, he painted a picture of a prosperous future, attempting to sway Lin Yuan. After all, one thing he did not say was incorrect. The academic strength of the White Eagle is indeed at the top level globally. Bastard. Hearing Ames undermine Lin Yuan in front of the Dragon Country representatives, the generals from the 5 war zones were about to explode with anger. However, General Fong and other bigwigs remained calm, not worried at all. After all, Lin Yuan had already demonstrated his patriotic fervor through his actions. Indeed, Lin Yuan looked calmly at Ames and shook his head. Mr. Ames, I know you are a very capable nuclear physicist. I also appreciate your research level and do not deny the research strength of your institution. However, you are mistaken about your research strength is indeed at the forefront globally at this stage, but as we say in the Dragon Country, 30 years in the East and 30 years in the West. I am confident that in no more than a year the academic community of the Dragon Country will completely surpass the White Eagle. Moreover, I am a proud citizen of the Dragon Country. After saying this, Lin Yuan ignored the desperate pleas and enthusiastic invitations from the White Eagle scientists and turned to speak with others. Lin, the Emperor of the Bear Country, Pooh, approached enthusiastically. His expression was excited as he shook hands with Lin Yuan, expressing his fervor. He looked just like a fan of Lin Yuan. Seeing this, General Fong and several other commanders exchanged glances, feeling quite moved. Mr. Lin, Emperor Pooh mysteriously whispered, I know you are a genius, and I want to ask you about something. Well, Mr. Lin, you should have heard that last century we in the Bear Country organized a drilling project. We once drilled down to 1300 meters with special equipment, attempting to uncover some secrets of the Earth's crust. At this point, Emperor Puh's expression became particularly serious. Lin Yuan nodded in acknowledgement. He certainly knew about the Bear Country's drilling project. It is said that the Bear Country drilled a well reaching 1300 meters deep back, then known as the Colas Super Deep Borehole Project. This project began in 1970, and by 1983 had reached a depth of 1.0 meters, but in the subsequent 10 years, they couldn't even drill through another 1.0 meters, and the project eventually came to naught. Currently, some messages suggest that most stories are supernatural. Some say that the Bear Country officials recorded sounds resembling human screams from hell at a depth of 1.30 meters, leading many to speculate about the existence of hell in this world. Due to fear of the demons in the depths, the people of the Bear Country did not dare to dig deeper. In fact, according to classified documents, the drilling team back then did discover some unusual things. For example, after reaching a depth of over 300 meters, the drill bit mysteriously melted. Keep in mind this was a super drill bit made from special metal materials with a melting point almost equal to the surface temperature of the sun. Yet the drill bit mysteriously melted. Of course, there were various strange phenomena, including some bizarre objects recovered by the drilling team from a depth of 100 meters. At this point, Emperor Pu displayed a sincere expression and said earnestly, "Mr. Lin, we in the Bear Country wish to request your help in solving these puzzles." Hearing this, Lin Yuan directly declined Emperor Pu's invitation. "Emperor Pu, I can only say that you have touched upon some very confidential matters. With the current capabilities of our scientific community, we must approach the remnants of such a super civilization with more reverence." After all, Lin Yuan currently does not even dare to conduct in-depth excavations in his own lop, nor let alone concern himself with the secrets of the Bear Country's deep drilling. Moreover, in Lin Yuan's research, the Earth is a spaceship that has traversed countless star systems over billions of years, encountering an unknown number of extraterrestrial life forms. Among them, there must be friendly factions, but there will also be evil ones. With the intelligence capabilities of the Earth spaceship, it is possible that some hostile extraterrestrial beings are imprisoned deep within the so-called Earth's core. These extraterrestrial beings are all incredibly powerful, much like how humans view mayflies. A mayfly's lifespan is only one day, while a human's life can last decades, or even a century. And for those powerful extraterrestrial beings, do they also hold the same view of us Earthlings? Like ants? Well, alright. Seeing Lin Yuan's refusal, Emperor Pu showed a hint of disappointment, but quickly regained his smile, and sincerely said, "But regardless, Lin, you are a great genius." Next, in front of representatives from various countries and numerous experts, Lin Yuan seriously elaborated on his theory. Finally, he meaningfully stated, "I know that everyone present has different views on the theory of the Earth starship. Some believe, while others express disdain. But in any case, the essence of science is in a stage of bold conjecture, cautious verification. As scientists, we should have the courage to explore the unknown and mysterious world. Thank you all." After finishing, Lin Yuan gracefully bowed, completing this impromptu lecture. The scene erupted in. At this moment, the representatives from all countries looked at Lin Yuan with even more heated gazes. Startled, the commanders of the 5 war zones muttered to themselves that the security level for Chief Engineer Lin must be raised. And these foreigners should keep their little thoughts to themselves. Our Chief Engineer Lin will not be swayed by your sweet word. The following day, as a guest, Lin Yuan toured this global joint military exercise. Although the Dragon Country did not reveal any more big moves or advanced technology equipment, the soldiers of the Dragon Country still showcased outstanding performance. In the joint drills of the Army, Navy, and Air Force, the Dragon Country military achieved remarkable results. In contrast, the White Eagle, John Bull, and Chicken Basin countries were utterly deflated. Thus, General William was extremely dejected, feeling pent-up frustration and unease. This global joint military exercise, the White Eagle, became a complete joke, not only losing, but losing thoroughly. "General Fong, this time you won. But we in the White Eagle still have many great scientists, and we will strive hard." Having reluctantly dropped a polite remark, General William led a group of dejected Eagle soldiers away from the exercise. Kiyama Itsu from the Chicken Basin, seeing his leader leave, hurriedly fled in a panic. The representatives from various countries also wore serious expressions. They promptly reported the news of this exercise to their superiors while conducting a major upgrade assessment of the military strength of the Dragon Country. Thus, the multinational joint military exercise officially concluded. On that day, John Bull returned all the remnants of the White Marsh map from their national museum to the Dragon Country. Soon, a piece of news published by the official media of the Dragon Country ignited the internet. At the 3rd Global Multinational Joint Military Conference, the Dragon Country military cut through obstacles and achieved first place, shaking the northern and southern hemispheres. Meanwhile, online, netizens from the Dragon Country were ecstatic. To catch up with the military exercise, the Xingtian battle vehicle flew almost directly from Magic City to Lop Nur. The flight altitude of the Xingtian battle vehicle was between 30 to 100 meters. This led to almost half of the citizens of the Dragon Country witnessed this uniquely designed exaggerated infantry battle vehicle flying past their sight in an unusual manner. Coupled with the sensational news footage from the White Eagle television station, the Dragon Country bombers performed sonic booms over the Statue of Liberty and walked dogs over the sacred toilet of Sakurajima, which was truly spectacular. Damn, I woke up in shock from a dying illness, and the great powers turned out to be myself. Holy crap, what the hell is this? This is an infantry battle vehicle. But it can actually fly. What the hell? Was the previous video real? Is it not a product of the War Deception Agency? Did our Dragon Country really create such an amazing aerospace bomber? I said this little Hong 20 was made, and our country remained so low-key. It turned out there was a bigger guy behind it. Haha, so satisfying. Did you see the expressions of the people from the White Eagle? They look as green as if their wives ran away with someone else. On the internet, the people were utterly thrilled, while countless netizens were curious and excitedly discussing the government released formal news related to it. Under the leadership of Chief Engineer Lin Yuan, the new generation of aerospace bombers independently developed by the Dragon Country has made an astonishing debut. The super infantry battle vehicle appeared at the global multinational joint military exercise capable of taking off and engaging in land combat, opening a new era of land warfare. Netizens urgently clicked in as soon as possible. After reading the news report, they finally understood the ins and outs of the matter. Holy crap, so it turns out that when Chief Engineer Lin summoned the 7 defense sons, he was actually tinkering with aerospace bombers and flying battle vehicles. Incredible. Chief Engineer Lin is truly amazing. He's simply a genius. Chief Engineer Lin's research strength is astonishing. What shocks me the most is, the country seems to be recognizing Chief Engineer Lin's theory of the Earth Starship in another way. I just realized how similar this aerospace bomber is to the ancient divine beasting Long. And this Xingtian battle vehicle, could it also be inspired by the classic of mountains and seas? In an instant, countless citizens were filled with excitement, overwhelmed by these shocking news. At that moment, the citizens celebrated joyfully. This made the bigwigs like Elder Chun in the imperial capital. They thought to themselves, if controllable nuclear fusion had not been released, yet wouldn't the people of the Dragon Country be stunned by this sudden surprise? The next day, Lin Yuan, returning to Magic City, started a long-awaited live stream. At this point, after a few days of news fermentation, Lin Yuan's popularity soared globally at a terrifying rate. Number of people accepting the theory of the Earth Starship 7769127. About to surpass 8 million. As soon as the live stream began, a huge influx of netizens rushed in. Damn. After more than 10 days, the streamer finally appeared again. Chief Engineer Lin is amazing. Does the streamer know how I've been these days? I've been waiting for nearly half a month without updates. I'm almost done. For streamer, please hurry and start talking. I'm just waiting for this spiritual food to survive. I recently reread the classic of mountains and seas and found that what the streamer said really makes sense. I'm the captain of the Earth spaceship currently repairing the engine. Everyone aim me 50, I'll take you all out of the solar system. Lin Yuan is so impressive. He actually developed such advanced aerospace bombers and infantry battle vehicles, greatly enhancing our country's military strength. Sob, he truly is my idol. I'm a student from the Military Industrial 6 School. May I ask Chief Engineer Lin, when will it be our turn to handcraft bombers? Seeing the comments on the bullet screen, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile. As per usual, clearing his throat, Lin Yuan's deep voice resonated in the ears of 5 million netizens. Today the theme I bring you all is decoding the most powerful starfighter, Dragon. Without any delay, Lin Yuan continued speaking. In the flight logs of the classic of mountains and seas, the word dragon appears no more than 20 times, but the true meaning of the dragon, I believe all the Chinese people share my insane obsession with it. Yes, because we descendants of Huaxiao also call ourselves the heirs of the dragon. The dragon is a spiritual totem for the Huaxiao people, a profound image etched in the souls of all Yin and Huang people. Let's continue back to the classic of mountains and seas. In the flight logs, descriptions of the dragon include similar phrases. Southern Zhu Rong beast body with a human face riding 2 dragons. Xia Ho Qi, riding 2 dragons. Eastern Zhu Mang bird body with a human face riding 2 dragons. Let's take a look at how our people understand the characteristics of dragons. They are nothing more than these descriptions: the waist of a shun, eagle claws, carp scales, tiger paws, ox ears, and so on. Their characteristics include an always open mouth, resembling a crocodile, capable of breathing fire, a body covered with complex scales with legs and claws, and the ability to fly, etc. From a certain perspective, the dragon is essentially a starfighter capable of flying in outer space, breathing fire during takeoff, and surrounded by clouds, which is actually the spectacle of airflow and nuclear fuel combustion. Moreover, ancient descriptions of the dragon are inseparable from water. The saying goes, without water the dragon cannot ascend to the heavens, which is very simple, because this starfighter relies on burning water to release energy, namely burning the isotopes deuterium and tritium in water, using nuclear fusion as its power. The scales of the dragon serve as various heat dissipation devices, as well as protective and radar systems. The so-called reverse scale of the dragon, touching it will lead to certain death. In fact, this triggers the starfighter's defense system, which then launches an attack. The dragon spitting pearls represents firing a terrifying projectile. In the live broadcast room, a sudden silence fell. Although the netizens were mentally prepared, they were still stunned by Lin Yuan's. At various academic institutions across Longhua, many scientists and experts from different fields were diligently taking note. Is a dragon a type of battleship? What an innovative statement. At this moment, in a conference room of the imperial capital Longhua Institute, Xingtian presided, as a group of elderly experts listened intently to Lin Yuan's live stream. Upon hearing Lin Yuan present this theory, Elder Qin sighed. Another expert, Elder Yi Mu from the domestic biological genetics field, solemnly remarked, in my view, if there is no prototype, humanity could not possibly conjure such a creature as a dragon. Moreover, dragons exist not only in our Eastern culture, but also in the West, where Eastern dragons typically lack wings, while Western dragons have wings. If there is no common reference, why would ancient people from both East and West fantasize about dragons? Indeed, another expert in the natural sciences, Elder He Peifeng, echoed. In fact, ancient civilizations like the Maya and Dogon, and even modern excavated murals, depict images of extraterrestrial visitors riding dragons. The Dogon people worship Sirius, and their historical records state that the ancestral deity of Sirius descended on a feathered dragon to teach the Dogon ancestors survival skills. In Maya civilization, they worshipped the feathered serpent because in the ancient biological system of Earth, serpents truly existed, and if dragons are products like battleships or space warships, then when armored they resemble long feathered serpents. This is akin to how ancient people would perceive modern airplanes as mysterious and powerful divine beasts. This misunderstanding arises from a lag in cognition. The scientific elites of Longwo were engaged in lively discussions. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan in the live broadcast room continued to elaborate. Sima Qian's records of the Grand Historian contains such a record. The Yellow Emperor collected copper from Shoshan Mountain and cast a cauldron at the foot of Jing Mountain. Once the cauldron was completed, a dragon appeared with its beard hanging down, welcoming the Yellow Emperor, who rode up. The dragon ascended, and some small ministers were unable to board, so they held on to the dragon's beard falling from the Yellow Emperor's bow. Upon hearing this, many netizens immediately searched online and found that these records indeed existed. At this moment, Lin Yuan said meaningfully, "In fact, the reason I mentioned Sima Qian and these ancient figures is that I have a bold hypothesis. In more than 5,000 years of Chinese history, with the emergence of many sages and wise men, is it possible that these sages actually encountered the essence of Earth's spacecraft, or even received training from the intelligence of the spacecraft? Taoist culture emphasizes the resonance between heaven and humanity. Could it be that this is actually a process of pursuing communication with the spacecraft's main intelligence? Regardless, I speculate that the ancient Sima Qian may have accessed part of the spacecraft's permissions, viewing images of the Yellow Emperor riding the dragon, a type of battleship, through devices akin to projectors or virtual networks. However, due to the lack of understanding of the principles behind dragon, Sima Qian referred to it as a divine beast, thus writing this enduring classic. Returning to this statement, let's analyze it closely. Lin Yuan recounted, if the dragon is a battleship, then what was the Yellow Emperor doing when he collected copper from Shoshan Mountain and cast a cauldron at the foot of Jing Mountain? After a moment's pause, Lin Yuan took a sip of water, leaving an interactive topic for the netizens. Everyone can take a guess. Lin Yuan smiled. How can we guess this? The host's train of thought is beyond reach, but if I were to say, did the Yellow Emperor cast a cauldron to gather metal materials for manufacturing battleships? It's not that simple, is it? As the barrage of comments surged, no one pointed to the key point, prompting Lin Yuan to offer. I believe many netizens know about satellite antennas, right? It's that thing that many households in rural areas use to build on rooftops, allowing us to watch television from many places. At this point, Lin Yuan reminisced. When I was a child, my family had one of those satellite antennas, and we could watch foreign TV stations. It was so exciting. Instantly, many netizens were reminded of their memories, echoing, "Indeed, we had one of those at home." Haha, I remember many rural families had them. With it, we could watch many exciting programs. Haha, we in the South call it a pot lid because it looks just like a pot lid. Wait. What? Pot lid? I seem to understand the host's meaning now. In an instant, many netizens were stunned in reality, suddenly grasping Lin Yuan's intention in bringing up this topic. Haha, these netizens are still easy to guide. Lin Yuan humorously remarked, then continued. Yes, it's exactly as ever. The pot lid is the satellite antenna, and many elderly rural folks, due to lack of education, would habitually use this colloquial term to refer to it. Since we modern people refer to satellite antennas as pot lids, how would the ancient people who were even more advanced than modern civilization perceive such a novel electronic product? For instance, a battleship's signal guidance receiver. That is, when the Yellow Emperor collected copper from Shoshan Mountain to cast the cauldron, he was actually fabricating a ground signal receiver. And when the ancients saw such a large rectangular object made of metal, just like us modern people, they naturally would refer to it as a cauldron. Continuing to analyze Sima Qian's statement, after the Yellow Emperor finished casting the signal receiver, his companions piloted the dragon battleship in outer space, descending to the ground, guided by the signal receiver. The word beard refers to a man's facial hair, and from a distance, doesn't the dragon's beard resemble the scene of a battleship landing on the ground and lowering its landing gear? Thus, when Sima Qian witnessed this scene, he wrote the words "dragon's beard hanging down." Next, the Yellow Emperor entered the battleship accompanied by some of his ministers and consorts. However, due to the limited space inside the battleship, some minor ministers, also known as minor karami, were not qualified to board. These minor ministers, unwilling to let go of the Yellow Emperor's presence, had to cling to the battleship's landing gear. As recorded by Sima Qian, they held onto the dragon's beard until the battleship took off, retracting the landing gear. And thus these people all fell, which is what Sima Qian recorded as falling. Seeing this scene deeply moved the Yellow Emperor, and he threw down his bow, which he carried with him as a memento for these people, thus recorded in the classic as the bow of the Yellow Emperor fell. After Lin Yuan's explanation, countless netizens in reality were utterly stunned. In reality, numerous historians were closely following Lin Yuan's livestream. Upon hearing this exposition, each found their heads throbbing with bewilderment, eager to counter-argue, yet utterly at a loss for where to begin. After all, Lin Yuan's analysis was undeniably logical. Whether his interpretation of the dragon or his hypothesis that the bronze ding functioned as a terrestrial signal receiver, every claim was rigorously grounded and flawlessly coherent. Of course, upon deeper reflection, the notion did verge on the absurd. Yet truth often resides in paradox. Who dares assert that such phenomena never truly existed within the vast, unfathomable river of time? Seeing the barrage of comments, my mind is shattered. I'm bowing down. My brain's CPU has fried. Lin Yuan smiled faintly and continued. This ancient commentary attributed to Sima Qian is merely a modest intellectual exercise, a speculative rebuttal, not empirical evidence. Yet my intent is precisely to ignite your thinking, inviting all netizens to jointly explore the enigma. Had Lin Yuan not disabled the live stream tipping function at that moment, an avalanche of dazzling virtual gifs would surely have flooded the screen, shattering all previous donation records. At that instant, concurrent viewers surged to 8 million, with total page views exceeding 50 million. Stellar Vessel Earth reports accepted personnel, count 8569823. Within half an hour, his follower count had soared by another 800,000. Seizing the momentum, Lin Yuan pressed forward. Earlier I mentioned that dragons possess scales. What accounts for this feature? Because this stellar destroyer draws power from isotopes extracted from water, its metallic scale-like plates serve as heat-dissipating radiators. As for the legend of the dragon spitting pearls, the weapon systems are housed within the vessel's head. Firing missiles creates the distant illusion of a luminous or being expelled. Countless folkloric accounts of dragons too yield rational explanations rooted in underlying principles. Moreover, discussing this stellar destroyer, the dragon, necessitates revisiting the classic of mountains and sees particularly its references to the defensive architecture of the Yellow Emperor Xianyuan. As previously noted, Xianyuan Huangdi and Qiyu represented two distinct extraterrestrial lineages. In remote antiquity, the continental configuration differed markedly from today's geography. We may envision that primordial landmass as a unified whole. So where precisely lay Xianyuan Huangdi's domain? Naturally, it centered upon the 9 provinces of Huaxia. Here allow me to clarify one point. Though my theory posits that the Yellow Emperor may have been an extraterrestrial being, this in no way diminishes his status as the fountainhead of Huaxia civilization and a venerated sage ancestor of the Chinese nation. For it was under Xianyuan Huangdi's guidance that our entire Huaxia civilization first emerged and endured across millennia. Pausing briefly, Lin Yuan continued, Xianyuan Huangdi's dominion lay within the 9 provinces of Huaxia. As for Qiyu, based on my deduction, his territory likely encompassed what is now the South Pacific region. This also explains why Eastern and Western mythological dragons, despite sharing the same archetypal name, evolved into two starkly divergent aesthetic traditions. One may reasonably infer that Qiyu's faction likewise constructed stellar destroyers, yet owing to their silicon-based physiology, their dragons appeared colder, more militaristic, armored, winged, and formidable, whereas the Eastern variants embodied ethereal grace and fluid motion. The classic of mountains and seas flight log records Qiyu raised arms against Xianyuan Huangdi, the Yellow Emperor, then commanded Yinglong to engage him upon the wild plains of Jizhou. Earlier we established that Yinglong was a fighter-class craft, akin to the Dragon Nation's modern aerospace bomber developed from the ancient mythic prototype. Capable of precision air-to-ground strikes, it embodies tactical supremacy. In antiquity, lacking systematic scientific frameworks or precise technical lexicons, humanity could only describe novel phenomena through familiar analogies, naming the unknown after the known. Thus, ancient chroniclers transcribed eyewitness accounts verbatim, later archived by the vessel's AI into its official flight log. Further, the classic of mountains and seas contains numerous similar entries concerning dragons. For instance, the classic's first canon of southern mountain states from Mount Zhaoyao to the 12th peak spans 2,950 li. The deities therein manifest as beasts or birds, with dragon bodies. The eastern section of the inner seas recounts within Luai's marsh dwells a deity, dragon-bodied, human-headed, who drums upon its belly west of Wu. The third canon of southern mountains declares from Mount Tianyu to Mount Nanyu lie 14 peaks spanning 6,530 li, all bearing dragon bodies and human faces. At this, Lin Yuan's expression grew profoundly solemn. We have long maintained that the classic of mountains and seas as Earth's flight log documents not fantasy, but tangible reality. Then what meaning lies behind its repeated meticulous descriptions of dragons? The answer is elegantly simple. Interpret these dragons not as mythical beasts, but as fleets of stellar destroyers. During the Great War between Xianyuan Huangdi and Qiyu, the Yellow Emperor deployed these vessels across southern mountain ranges, Jinan Qianzhou Xifang province, to establish strategic orbital defense perimeters. Thus, they stood perpetually ready to intercept enemy aerospace incursions. Having delivered this revelation in one breath, the livestream's tension reached its zenith. Holy! Every viewer stared eyes wide, utterly speechless, stunned into silence. Now, if dragons are indeed stellar destroyers, we must confront another hypothesis I wish to propose. At that moment, Lin Yuan unveiled his next profound insight. Have you all heard the saying, a dragon bears 9 sons, each uniquely different? Of course. Absolutely. Qianyo Yazi Chao Feng Pu Lao Swan Ni Basia Bai Fu Shi. Instantly excitement rippled through the audience. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded smiling. In my view, the 9 sons of the dragon represent 9 distinct weapon systems, developed by Xianyuan Huangdi specifically for terrestrial environments, spanning aerial, maritime, and terrestrial domains. In reality, scientists across numerous research institutions stood visibly awestruck. Lin Yuan's discourse had just flung open the door to an entirely new paradigm. Even abroad, the Bald Eagle Alliance descended into chaos. Damn it. Immediately locate traces of these ancient divine beasts, by any means necessary. At that very moment, senior leadership of the Bald Eagle Alliance trembled inwardly. Only recently, they had witnessed firsthand the Dragon Nation's terrifying aerospace bomber. That enigmatic, supremely advanced craft, codenamed Yinglong, had utterly shattered their long-held sense of technological superiority. And if, just if, that theory held true, and if that man possessed the capacity to engineer comparable systems, then disaster loomed. Meanwhile, within the livestream, viewers' emotions surged anew, ignited once more by Lin Yuan's words. Dragons give birth to 9 offspring, each one a different weapon. The netizens began to excitedly discuss. After all, dragons are inherently mysterious, and in ancient Chinese mythology, the 9 offspring of dragons have given rise to various interpretations. In the live broadcast room, Lin Yuan looked at the explosive barrage of comments and the rapidly increasing number of viewers and couldn't help but smile slightly. He then continued his explanation. In fact, the 9 offspring of dragons should be said to be the result of the ancient Chinese ancestors, such as the Yellow Emperor disassembling and analyzing the Starship Dragon to develop 9 different technological products, including various weapon systems and more. And at the heart of this is a great being. Pausing for a moment, Lin Yuan smiled mysteriously and said, "Can anyone guess who this historical mythological figure is?" Wow. I instantly thought of someone. Gaga, I hope everyone is thinking of the same person as I am. Almost in an instant, a name surged wildly across the comments, igniting a passionate response. Emperor Yin. Shenong. Shenong tasted hundreds of herbs. Seeing this, Lin Yuan chuckled and said without hesitation, "Correct, everyone guessed right. This figure is none other than Emperor Yin, one of the cultural ancestors of the Chinese people." Earlier we mentioned that figures like Xianyuan Huangdi could possibly be ancient aliens who came to Earth, and Emperor Yin is no exception. In Chinese mythology, Emperor Yin is revered as one of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors known as Shenong. Among his great achievements are personally tasting hundreds of herbs and inventing herbal medicine, making him the ancestor of ancient Chinese medicine. Additionally, he invented slash-and-burn agriculture to create farming tools, enabling the ancestors to cultivate and plant food crops, as well as creating various pottery and cooking utensils for daily life. But is Emperor Yin really that simple? After saying this, Lin Yuan smiled and turned to write a large character on a small blackboard. Regarding the Earth Starship Technology Officer, Emperor Yin. Upon seeing this, the netizens were stunned. Why do I say Emperor Yin is the technology officer of this space starship? Because with Emperor Yan's abilities and the great achievements he left behind, it's sufficient to say so. The Shanhai Jing records, Shenong tasted the grains, and the mountain shape resembles a sheep's head. Moreover, ancient texts mention that Emperor Yin has a bull's head and a human body. According to our previous theory, the ancestors, due to their erroneous understanding of the unknown, would have perceived Emperor Yin, who wore a space helmet at that time, as a figure with a bull's head and a human body. After descending to Earth, Emperor Yin initially served as an ally of Xianyuan Huangdi. His role gradually transitioned to that of a technology officer as Huangdi and his group gained more knowledge about the Earth Starship. Therefore, the 9 offspring of dragons actually represent a large scientific research project led by Emperor Yin. First, let's take a look at the first son of the 9 offspring, which is Qianyo. The Shanhai Jing and various ancient texts record Qianyo loves music, is gentle in nature, and can distinguish the sounds of all things. Based on my research, I boldly speculate that Qianyo is actually a large scientific device specifically designed for systems such as ultrasonic weapons and cosmic signal receivers. Why do I say it's an ultrasonic weapon? Because Qianyo enjoys listening to music, can we interpret that it was undergoing experiments with ultrasonic weapons at that time? Moreover, it can distinguish the sounds of all things, meaning that Qianyo's system could receive various sound signals. In my understanding, after the Yellow Emperor and Emperor Yin accidentally landed on Earth to search for their home planet or to send out a distress signal, they developed the Qianyo device. Its greatest function is akin to the Hubble Space Telescope and gravitational wave detectors developed by modern human technology used to listen to the sounds emitted by the universe. In the live broadcast room, as Lin Yuan's broadcast continued, the netizens began to analyze seriously. Listening to the host, it really makes some sense. Qianyo's gentle nature is actually because it is finding its way home. To be honest, I think the host's theory holds some validity, but what puzzles me is why so many ancient divine beasts are nowhere to be seen in modern times. Did some great event occur in ancient times that caused these divine beasts to disappear? Next, let's talk about the second son of the dragon, which is Yazi. Lin Yuan said meaningfully, "Speaking of Yazi, everyone has heard the idiom, Yazi must repay." Compared to his elder brother Qianyo, Yazi is much more violent. Ancient texts say that Bai Ze is bloodthirsty and loves to fight with a fierce personality, depicted with a mouth, holding a sword glaring furiously, and so on. Of course, there are also interpretations that Bai Ze must repay, meaning that a favor given must be repaid and grievances must be avenged. Therefore, I believe Bai Ze leans more towards being a war device created by Emperor Yin to intimidate enemies, such as a nuclear defense automatic counterattack system. So when an enemy launches an attack, it triggers Bai Ze's defense function, initiating a counterattack in an instant, which explains the saying Bai Ze must repay. Following this, Lin Yuan continued his explanations. As for the third son of the dragon Xiao Feng, which resembles a beast and enjoys danger and observation, I personally speculate that this should be an intelligent drone manufactured by Emperor Yin, primarily responsible for exploration, to help Huangdi and Yin explore every corner of the earth at that time. As for the fourth son of the dragon, which is Pu Lao, ancient text record when struck it roars loudly, and serves as the first turn of a bell, with its sound echoing far and wide. This is quite understandable. It is also a kind of defense device automatically monitoring the land of the 9 provinces. If any place is attacked by enemies, it will make noise to alert Huangdi and Emperor Yin. As Lin Yuan's explanation continued, all the netizens released their thoughts, as if entering a mysterious ancient world. After briefly discussing the other divine beasts, Lin Yuan finally focused on the 9th son of the dragon, which is Qi Wen. Qi Wen, as recorded in ancient texts, likes to look around in dangerous places, enjoys swallowing fire, and can spit waves and bring rain, etc. My speculation is that Qi Wen is a rescue device, powered by nuclear energy. Thus, whenever a dangerous event occurs, the traces of Qi Wen will appear. It enjoys swallowing fire because during the fierce battle between Huangdi and Qiu, both sides were piloting various nuclear-powered aircraft and vehicles, and after the battle, Qi Wen undertook rescue work. In summary, the dragon is a starship brought by Huangdi from outer space. After it accidentally landed on Earth, in order to survive and confront Qiu, Huangdi had Emperor Yin, the technology officer, analyze various technologies from the dragon starship and develop various technological devices far beyond ancient civilization. At this moment, all the netizens were shocked by Lin Yuan's explanation. The 9 offspring of dragons. It turns out this is the rationale. In the end, Lin Yuan concluded this live broadcast in a subdued voice. The dragon is the spiritual totem of Chinese civilization. I hope that one day we can see the unique dragon of the Dragon Kingdom emerge, because that day will signify that Chinese civilization has broken free from Earth and embarked on the journey towards a great era in the universe. This concludes today's broadcast. In the next episode, we will continue to explain the story of Earth's Starship Technology Officer, Emperor Yin. For example, in ancient times, Emperor Yin tried to teach the early Chinese ancestors to establish a scientific civilization, but the ancestors back then were not very capable. Otherwise, we would have stepped into the modern technological era thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago. After finishing, Lin Yuan gracefully concluded this live broadcast, leaving nearly 9 million online viewers in a state of great shock. TSK Tisk, no wonder Lin, the chief engineer, has received national endorsement. Every theory Lin Yuan presents in his broadcasts is enough to trigger a civilizational shock. The more he speaks, the more I believe Earth is a starship. Yes, if our technology develops for another 500 years, maybe we can truly uncover the truth about the Earth starship. I hope that one day I can see the Earth starship take off and restart. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Earth starship discussion acceptance rate has officially surpassed 10 million. Earth starship exploration rate 0.001. Current reward: dragon flying ship, design blueprint, and technology. Current unlocking Earth starship member chart. Technology officer Emperor Yin. A flood of information surged into his mind. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yuan opened his eyes, his expression filled with excitement. This live broadcast. Not only did the fans of Earth starship discussion surpass 10 million, but the exploration rate also finally experienced a significant leap to 0.001. He even gained the manufacturing technology for the Dragon Bionic starship. However, what caught Lin Yuan's attention was the unlocking of Emperor Yan's character chart. This is Emperor Yin, the most outstanding scientist in the history of the Earth starship. Lin Yuan murmured excitedly, eagerly clicking on the character chart. Earth Starship Technology Officer Emperor Yin Shinon, current exploration value 5, can consume 5 points to embark on a random memory exploration journey of Emperor Yin. Lin Yuan now had experience. He glanced at his points and couldn't help but grin. Over the past half-month, the system's reward points have accumulated to over 8 million. That's just so easy to spend. Without hesitation, he consumed 5 points to start the memory exploration journey. At the same time, a strange piece of information entered Lin Yuan's mind. A faint electrical sensation spread throughout his body, as if waking from a 1,000-year dream. The next second, Lin Yuan opened his eyes and couldn't help but stare blankly. Then he revealed a bitter smile. I've truly wronged Emperor Yin. Astonishingly, during this memory exploration journey, Lin Yuan witnessed the following scenes. On the barren ancient land, a group of ancient Chinese ancestors sat around animal skins in various corners, while at the center of the campfire, Emperor Yin was teaching this group of ancestors to learn knowledge. But the problem is, even if Emperor Yin was impressive facing a group of ancestors who couldn't understand writing, what could he possibly teach them? It was like playing the lute to a cow. This left Emperor Yin feeling quite helpless, and in the end, he could only impart some simple agricultural knowledge and create civilization, etc. Later, Emperor Yin lived among this group of ancestors for a long time. Emperor Yin was indeed very earnest and did not give up on teaching these ancestors, but ultimately this group of ancestors only learned some basic civilization, such as herbal medicine, music, setting up markets, and establishing trading points, etc. As for enabling the Chinese ancestors to access the technology tree, that was completely impossible. Alas, as if hearing Emperor Yan's lament, Lin Yuan felt a deep sense of empathy. This memory journey abruptly came to an end, but Lin Yuan ultimately detected one of Emperor Yan's thoughts, which was to teach the youth to learn technological civilization. Emperor Yan even devised a series of educational programs selecting clever children among this group of ancestors for systematic teaching. Furthermore, Emperor Yan was also teaching these children's ancestors to recognize various isotopes in the universe. From Lin Yuan's perspective as a person from later generations, this approach is quite similar to the gifted class offered in some universities today. However, later, due to the fierce war between Huangdi and Qiu, Emperor Yan's plan had no choice but to be halted. No wonder it is Emperor, and he already understood the concept of strengthening the nation through youth so early. Lin Yuan sighed. He wholeheartedly agreed with this point. It was precisely because of this memory exploration that Lin Yuan felt a surge of emotion. In ancient times, children could compose poetry at the age of 5 or 6, creating timeless classics such as Ode to the Goose. There was also Gan Luo, who became a prime minister at just 12 years old. In ancient times, some could even pass the scholar examination at a mere 10 years old, hold official positions to govern a region, and become generals at 13 or 14, leading armies to conquer the world. Even in modern times, there are many prodigies abroad. For instance, there was news of a 15-year-old boy crafting an atomic bomb, or a genius child hacker breaking into national computer security systems, etc. Of course, our Dragon Kingdom also has similar prodigies, but there are still too few. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. If we follow Emperor Yan's philosophy as a technology officer and educator, it means cultivating children from a young age and enlightening their thinking. Strengthening the nation through youth is the true path. Moreover, and more importantly, Lin Yuan knew that as he promoted the exploration and discovery of the Earth's starship, modern technological civilization would inevitably enter a period of rapid development. Additionally, a feeling of suffocation like a sword of Damocles hanging over his head. The Earth is being hunted. Although Lin Yuan knew that in the short term the Earth should be safe, every situation has its surprises. What if that mysterious and powerful enemy were to appear in this century? Perhaps I should do something. A flash of brilliance lit up in Lin Yuan's mind, and a crazy plan emerged. What if the youth of our Dragon Kingdom understood how to create controllable nuclear fusion from a young age, even crafting large mushrooms, while children abroad are still playing with mud? Our children would be conducting various experiments in laboratories. 9 years of compulsory education without the need to test useless subjects like English. Instead, different training would be conducted according to each child's gifted characteristics. Furthermore, we could create a young aerospace army, selecting a portion of talented children for early training to become the backbone of the future aerospace army. The more Lin Yuan thought about it, the more excited he became. He immediately opened the system store, and after a search found the Spaceship Crew Training Set. This set consists of a series of products and training programs designed to explore and develop human potential. Function: cultivating the next generation of spaceship crew members. Lin Yuan was astonished to find something surprising in the section labeled Spaceship Crew Training in the marketplace of the Earth Starship Exploration System. Upon clicking on the Spaceship Crew Training Set, Lin Yuan became even more excited. For instance, one of its features is called the Virtual Training Room. This is a system similar to virtual reality, allowing trainees to enter a virtual network and receive training through a series of established programs in a virtual world. For example, a fighter pilot can soar through the skies in a J-20 within the virtual network. Various combat parameters and even adverse weather conditions can be set in this virtual environment. The significance of this is immense. For instance, a real fighter pilot using this system can experience lightning-fast growth in the virtual world, accumulating flight experience at a terrifying rate. There are various training sets tailored for children based on their potential. Moreover, the features are quite powerful. These training sets have been developed into various toy-like products, making learning enjoyable while teaching children valuable knowledge. This is really great. Lin Yuan exclaimed, his spirit lifted. Instantly, a comprehensive idea formed in his mind as he glanced at his exchange points. A total of 8 million points. Yet Lin Yuan chose to redeem without hesitation. After carefully browsing through the various categories in the Spaceship Crew Training Set, he made a decision. The first peripheral product of the Earth Starship will be you. At this moment, Lin Yuan's gaze was intense, and a playful smile crept onto his lips. Returning to reality, Lin Yuan walked out of the office. At this time in the Xingtian project base, with the completion of the comprehensive development of the controlled nuclear fusion Yinglong aerospace bomber, Xingtian battle vehicle, and Xingtian hill weapon launch platform. This also signifies that the Xingtian project has reached its conclusion. In the central square of the base, 3680 researchers and professors along with tens of thousands of technical workers gathered. Each face displayed an expression of reluctance. Everyone, you have worked hard. Facing this group of peers, Lin Yuan, then he bowed. The atmosphere in the venue was instantly ignited as all the students, and even many gray-haired experts excitedly shouted Lin Yuan's name. That evening, the base's logistics prepared a lavish banquet to send off these students. During the event, Lin Yuan was toasted by wave after wave of students, and ultimately got drunk being escorted back to his dorm by Chen Lin. The excitement was shared by all the students. Late at night in the base dormitory, Yi Chun lay in bed tossing and turning unable to sleep. "Old Yi, what are you doing?" Li Fuxing on another bed groggily murmured, "What are you doing up at this hour?" "Oldly." Yi Chun suddenly gritted his teeth and said, "I don't want to go to the weapons industry group anymore. I want to follow Chief Engineer Lin." Li Fuxing, startled awake, quickly propped himself up in surprise, looking towards his best friend. In the dark, Yi Chen's eyes shone brightly. Early the next morning, as Lin Yuan just got out of bed, Chen Lin thoughtfully brought him a cup of honey water to help him sober up. "If you were a girl, Chen Gu, I would almost be moved." Lin Yuan joked as he took a sip of the honey water, feeling much clearer. Chen Lin chuckled awkwardly. "Chief Engineer Lin, you don't know how popular you are right now. The base is turning away countless netizens every day, with various female internet celebrities and even actresses confessing their love for you. As long as you're willing, you could effortlessly find someone to date." "Dating? Forget it," Lin Yuan muttered, getting up and glancing outside, finding everything desolate. Suddenly stunned, he quickly realized the banquet must have ended. "Have they all left?" Lin Yuan casually asked. "Yes," Chen Lin nodded. Early in the morning, all the researchers and professors from various universities were sent away, marking a satisfactory conclusion. However, Chen Lin paused, taking out a large stack of application forms, and said seriously, "These are many students who asked me to pass on to you, expressing their desire to stay and work on research with you." Lin Yuan's expression grew slightly serious as he took the stack of applications and personally reviewed them one by one. Half an hour later, he raised his eyes, a glint flashing in them. "It seems it's time to establish a research institution." "Huh," Chen Lin exclaimed in surprise. "Chen Gu, there's no need to be so shocked." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "This is a part of my plan, or I've been preparing for it for a long time. Anyway, let's take it slow." He then turned to Chen Lin and asked, "By the way, have you found a suitable factory for the spectral medical mirror?" The spectral medical mirror is a product reward Lin Yuan received after completing the previous system side quest. Its function is similar to a mini portable CT machine, helping people take preventive measures for their health. "Yes," Chen Lin nodded. "I've communicated with the imperial capital and the business agency, helped find a suitable factory. This factory is on the brink of bankruptcy, but the production line equipment and employees are still in place, ready to resume production at any time." Lin Yuan nodded. "All right, then, let's start according to plan." "Sure." Chen Lin nodded and added with a smile, "The National Business Agency knows that it's you, Chief Engineer Lin, who wants to invest, so their attitude is exceptionally enthusiastic. They also asked me if you need state funding." "That won't be necessary." Lin Yuan smiled. He had his own plans. The spectral medical mirror is a livelihood product, and Lin Yuan intends to use it to raise funds. Especially in foreign markets, he could definitely make a fortune. This way, he would have some money on hand, facilitating the expansion of his plans without needing to trouble the state for every project, thus saving a great deal of manpower and resources. "Oh, by the way, there's one more thing," Lin Yuan said solemnly. "Help me contact Old Chun from the imperial capital, EY1. Understood." Seeing Lin Yuan's serious demeanor, Chen Lin knew they were discussing important matters and immediately nodded. "I'll arrange it right away." 2 days later, in the imperial capital at Xiyuan No. 1. As a former royal guardian, the scenery of Xiyuan is undoubtedly stunning. At this moment, it was morning, and Lin Yuan and Old Chun were strolling along the stone paths of Xiyuan, chatting and laughing, surrounded by beautiful springs and the aroma of sunshine in the air. "Little Lin, you are truly a great contributor to our country." Old Chun earnestly and excitedly praised Lin Yuan. "You don't know, recently our country has been making great strides in diplomacy. Not to mention, after negotiations with the UK, they agreed to return a batch of national treasure artifacts collected in. You must know these artifacts were plundered from us back then. We have repeatedly negotiated with them, strongly demanding their return, yet the UK has always disdainfully refused." At this point, Old Chin's expression was extremely angry. After a long contemplation, he nodded solemnly. "Indeed, a strong youth leads to a strong nation." "Little Lin, please continue," Old Chun said, filled with excitement. "It's like this, Old Chun. I plan to launch a series of products targeting the youth and children of our Dragon Nation. You can think of them as some toy-like items, but at the same time, these toys will have educational value, allowing children to learn valuable knowledge while playing. Moreover, some special toys can even develop the latent potential of young people. In simple terms, these little gadgets will subtly influence the youth and enlighten their thinking. I am confident that as long as this plan proceeds steadily, the next generation of our Dragon Nation will surely excel, with every youth growing up to be beneficial to the country." There was one thing Lin Yuan didn't tell Old Chun, which is that these youths would be cultivated according to the Earth spaceship crew training plan, so one day Lin Yuan would definitely find a few suitable ones among the hundreds of millions of youths in the country to become crew members. At that time, Lin Yuan would not have to be a lone commander. "Wonderful," Old Chun exclaimed, excitedly applauding. "This is a great thing, but..." "Little Lin, I see your expression seems..." At this moment, Old Chun noticed the awkwardness on Lin Yuan's face and couldn't help but ask curiously. "Ahem, Old Chun, it's like this. My plan for a strong youth nation might be a bit radical, but I can guarantee that this plan is absolutely safe and will not harm the youth in any way." including physical and psychological aspects. Lin Yuan spoke with clarity in his eyes. At this old Chin's face stiffened, sensing something was amiss. What's going on? It's just a toy. How does it involve physical harm? He then laughed heartily. Little Lin, you continue. I've seen all sorts of things. Old Chin, I really need to say this. For example, I plan to launch the first peripheral product of the Earth Starship, and I've already thought of a name for it, Nuclear Bomb Prodigy Toy Set. What does this thing do? It's actually quite simple. It helps young people understand nuclear knowledge. It includes a series of toy products. Of course, while they are called toys, they are actually real items that can teach young people how to use various nuclear fuels and how to split multi-layer atoms and observe nuclear particle tracks through a Wilson cloud chamber. If we also consider the subsequent strong children's metal casting toy set, theoretically, a 3-year-old boy should already know how to make an atomic bomb. After a while, Elder Chin finally reacted, his dignified figure trembling for a moment. Let our nation's young children be exposed to nuclear knowledge? Elder Chin asked incredulously. Indeed, Lin Yuan nodded and replied. The enlightenment of teenagers begins with small details sparking their interest in science. Moreover, Elder Chin, you might not know, but in fact a toy company in the last century launched a similar product with the bald eagle, and it received unanimous praise after its promotion. However, due to safety concerns, the product was ultimately taken off the shelves. Thankfully, otherwise the bald eagles we face today might be a group of individuals who understood the principles of nuclear knowledge from a young age. But do not underestimate this point. Children have a strong tendency to imitate, and their brains are in a developmental stage. Once they undergo systematic enlightenment training, no one can predict how great a child's future achievements might be. This is also why many parents emphasize early education, to give their children a head start. As for those who feel that is not the case, they say it's a toy product, so it must be educational and entertaining, ensuring children do not develop resistance, but instead enjoy the process. But what about safety? After much thought, Elder Chin cautiously asked this question. This is even less of a... Lin Yuan smiled and said, Elder Chin, I will develop a device capable of detecting nuclear radiation. According to my calculations, to cover the entire country, we only need to establish a radiation detection instrument in various locations. Making this nuclear radiation detection instrument is quite simple, and its functionality is powerful. Within 3 to 5 days, a massive detection network can be built across the entire nation. And this is just one aspect of safety protection. The main point is that this toy set I invented will not have any radiation leakage issues, and even in a 1,000,000 to 1 chance of leakage, I have countermeasures. In fact, products from the system are bound to be of high quality. Moreover, most nuclear ores in reality do not pose significant radiation exposure even if touched by hand. Only when the nuclei within the ores undergo fusion or fission reactions will they generate substantial radiation. In Lin Yuan's plan, our country recently unearthed a large quantity of helium-3, which poses no radiation threat and can be utilized accordingly. Thinking of this, Lin Yuan's expression became more serious. Elder Chin, I believe this is a super long-term strategic plan that concerns the national agenda. It is even more important than developing a space bomber or various advanced weaponry. Elder Chin, being in his position, naturally possessed sharp insight and strategy. With a little thought, he could understand Lin Yuan's idea. According to Lin Yuan, this plan is about nurturing future thousands of scientists among all eligible children in our nation. Even if not every child has this talent, once it is promoted widely, some geniuses will undoubtedly emerge from millions. As for other children, even if they are not suited for scientific research, they will still receive extraordinary enlightenment and mental training in their youth, ensuring their future achievements won't be lacking. At that time, just as Lin Yuan said, our nation's youth will all be like dragons. Hiss. Taking a deep breath, Elder Chin gritted his teeth and said, Shaolin, do you know what a huge uproar this will cause in society once the country chooses to support your plan? I know, Lin Yuan replied with clear eyes, but I believe this plan will make our nation better. Good. Upon hearing this, Elder Chin suddenly raised his head, his eyes sharp. Both the country and I are aware of your research capabilities. Since you are confident that nothing will go wrong, I will take a gamble. If it succeeds, it will be a blessing for our nation's youth to become talents in the future. After finishing, Elder Chin stared intently at Lin Yuan, solemnly saying, Go boldly and do it. The country and I support you. Thank you, Elder Chin, Lin Yuan replied, equally excited, feeling his blood boiling as he solemnly declared, I will. On that very day, after personally assembling a radiation detection device in a laboratory in the imperial capital, Lin Yuan submitted the blueprints to the relevant national research institutions. Under the powerful machinery of the state, various institutions across the country received orders to begin constructing radiation detection devices. At this time, institutions nationwide were still unaware of the purpose of this radar-like device. With the nationwide mobile network, signal base stations densely spread across the country, construction was set up in Tinkle. Meanwhile, with the support of the state, Lin Yuan selected a relevant institution to produce the Nuclear Genius toy set. With the system's help, all problems naturally ceased to be problems. Soon, 5 days later, Lin Yuan received the first Nuclear Genius toy set. After playing with it for more than an hour, he couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. This thing is really great. Lin Yuan exclaimed, thinking that if he had this when he was a child, he would have been completely immersed in creating giant mushrooms. What shocked Lin Yuan even more were the powerful functions revealed by the spaceship crew training set. It could be said that as long as he fully developed all the features within the spaceship crew training set, countless future elites covering various fields would be nurtured. After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan called Elder Chen again. It will be launched in 3 days? So soon? Elder Chen was taken aback when he heard that Lin Yuan was preparing to release this product immediately. Indeed. Lin Yuan smiled and said, as for the pricing, I plan to set it at 999 yuan per set, which is reasonable considering the current average household income in the country. This price is actually not high. Compared to the helium-3 and other nuclear ores used in the Nuclear Genius toy set, it is even very low. Additionally, for some poor families there will be subsidies, and the toy set will be included in the curriculum of elementary and middle schools, allowing underprivileged children to use this toy for free at school. Hearing that Lin Yuan had considered all the details, Elder Chen couldn't help but feel emotional. Shall Lin go ahead and do it? Lin Yuan responded firmly. He then logged into the live broadcast room of the Higher Physics Institute and wrote a title. The first peripheral product of the Earth spaceship will officially launch in 3 days. Stay tuned. As soon as the post was released, the online community of our nation exploded. Wow, the end of the universe is selling products. I never expected that Lin Yuan, the endorsed streamer by the nation, would actually step into the world of sales. I can only say it's amazing. No matter what this first peripheral product of the Earth spaceship is, I am definitely going to buy it as a fan of the streamer. It wouldn't be a model of the Earth spaceship, would it? I can't wait to see what it looks like. Exactly. I'm also curious about what kind of peripheral products it will be. Regardless of quality or price, just for the streamer's contribution to our nation in building a space bomber, it's worth it. Yes. Support the streamer. The audience's reactions to Lin Yuan's live stream selling peripheral products were unexpectedly unanimous. All feedback was positive without a single negative comment. After all, the eyes of our people are clear, and just for Lin Yuan's outstanding contributions to our nation, it's enough to support him blindly. Meanwhile, in the West, official and civilian media from nations like the Bald Eagle and John Bull were also curious about what kind of peripheral product Lin Yuan would launch. Phew. In the Pentagon, General William exhaled deeply upon hearing the news that Lin Yuan was going to sell peripheral. You scared me. This military bigwig of the Bald Eagle patted his chest in front of hundreds of people in the meeting room, looking relieved. General William was most afraid of hearing news about Lin Yuan. After all, this young man from our nation had already proven his genius with his strength. Selling things is normal. General William glanced at his subordinates and murmured, even scientists like us, Einstein and the like, publish books to cash in on fans without any issue. He was skeptical. Could a mere product sold by that young man from our nation really impact the fate of the Bald Eagle? On the other hand, the reaction from the Chickenfoot Nation was one of alarm. For some reason, Kazuo Okiyama felt that the young man from our nation might be up to something again. Immediately monitor the other party's live broadcast room. As soon as their products go on sale, buy them back for research. Kazuo Okiyama commanded his subordinates. As for the Bear Country, Emperor Pu also issued an order promptly. Lin Yuan is the greatest genius on this planet. I want to support him. In summary, the meaning was clear. Even if Lin Yuan's live stream sold junk, he wanted to buy it back for good collection. Under the expectant gazes of domestic netizens, time quickly reached 3 days later. In Sioux City, at 8:50 a.m. In an apartment within a certain community, 60-year-old retired teacher Sue, he held his phone, his expression filled with excitement. Old Sue, when did you start chasing stars as a retired teacher? His wife Lu Yun laughed as she saw her husband's anxious and expectant expression. Lin Yuan is not your average celeb. Hearing this, Sue's eyes sparkled with determination as he smiled and said, he is a national hero and a great research genius. Moreover, the Earth Starship theory proposed by Lin Yuan has created a new research paradigm attracting national attention. I even suspect that the space bomber and Xingtian battle chariot he leads the research on are inspired by the Earth Starship theory. In short, this young man is incredibly talented. I believe his future achievements will surpass all currently renowned scientists on Earth. He might even lead humanity into a brand new era. This is the first peripheral product of the Earth spaceship. I must support Lin Yuan. Seeing this, his wife shook her head and casually remarked, all right, we must support him. As time reached 9 o'clock, Sue's expression became serious as he refreshed Lin Yuan's live broadcast room. It's out. I want to see what the first peripheral product of the Earth spaceship is. Sue looked on expectantly. Upon seeing the product information on the phone webpage, Sue felt as though he had been struck by lightning, and his eyes rolled back as he fainted in shock. Old partner, what's wrong with you? His wife rushed over to support him, instinctively glancing at the screen, her expression instantly filled with shock. Hiss! The sound of cold gasps filled the room. Oh my God! His wife exclaimed in shock. This. Old Sue, am I seeing things? After a while, Sue raised his dazed eyes and shook his head. I wanted to ask you the same thing. Are my eyes this? What they're selling? How can it be this? At that moment, Sue was utterly stunned. He saw the product on Lin Yuan's live stream clearly labeled with an explosive title. Nuclear Genius Toy Set. Note, this toy set is meant for ages 10 and up. Introduction: handcrafted giant mushrooms from childhood, an essential series for the 9-year compulsory education. Description: this set is a children's toy product, children's science education kit equipped with 1 piece of helium-3 nuclear, or, including a Miller counter, a voltmeter, a flickering mirror, a short-lived alpha source Wilson chamber, 3 natural ores containing uranium-238, over 10 low-level radiation sources, an atomic model, and an 80-page instruction manual, etc. Price 999 yuan. In the detailed product description, there was also text personally written by Lin Yuan. Let our children sail in the ocean of science. Note this toy set meets the safety standards for toy products and has received national recognition. Upon seeing this, Su-yi felt he was losing his mind. Rubbing his eyes to confirm he wasn't mistaken, Su-yi was at a loss for what to do. Old partner. Is this really the peripheral product of the Earth spaceship released by Lin Yuan? His wife's trembling voice replied this. This is nuclear or, oh my god, what does Lin Yuan mean by this? I have no idea. Su-yi mumbled in shock. I'm completely lost. The key is, the state actually approved Lin Yuan's product, which means safety is not an issue. But this is a children's toy. His wife murmured again, trembling. Are you saying this toy is meant for our this? After hesitating for a moment, Su-yi suddenly burst into brilliant light, laughing heartily. What's wrong? This is a children's toy launched by Lin Yuan. Even the state approved it for sale, so safety is certainly not a problem. It's amazing. I wanted to learn about nuclear physics when I was young, but there were no conditions. Now I finally have the opportunity to explore everything about nuclear atoms. At that moment, Su-yi was immensely excited, ready to make a purchase. But unexpectedly the next second, he let out a disappointed, how can it show sold out in less than a minute? Su-yi displayed a shocked expression. At that moment, every family in our nation was stunned by Lin Yuan's big move. Yet despite the shock, they unhesitatingly placed their orders. Lin Ping is an ordinary office worker in Modu while her husband runs a fruit stall at the market. Together, they have a harmonious family with one child. One day, her son Hong Xiaocheng excitedly approached her and said, Mom, this time for the final exam, I finally am not the last in class. I came in second to last. You promised me a reward for a gift saying I could choose anything within 1,000 yuan. Is that still valid? Hong Xiaocheng is a boy around 12 or 13 years old with a round face and bright eyes full of spirit. After speaking, he looked at his mother with excitement. Hearing this, Lin Ping felt a headache coming on. Her son is great in many ways, but his academic performance is just too poor. Although she and her husband are not exactly top students, they both graduated from ordinary universities. At this rate, she fears that her son might not even graduate from middle school. Thus the couple came up with a way to motivate their son. As long as he is not last in class, it is acceptable. Alright. Lin Ping gritted her teeth and asked her son, what do you want? I want this one. Hong Xiaocheng, who was playing with his father's phone, immediately pointed at it and said, let me see. Lin Ping took a glance and was immediately stunned. Nuclear bomb prodigy toy set. A few minutes later. In a state of confusion, Lin Ping inexplicably clicked to purchase it, and remarkably, she successfully placed the order. In Yedong City at the home of Lu Heng from a well-educated family. 16-year-old Lu Heng walked into the study, and with a serious expression asked his grandfather Lu Qingshu, Grandpa, can I use my own red envelope money to buy this? Old Lu is an intellectual, and not just any ordinary person. He had participated in the development of nuclear submarine projects in Longhua. Although he has retired now, his eyes still brim with wisdom. He is very proud of his grandson. After all, his grandson inherited the excellent genes of their family. Although only 16, he is exceptionally gifted and has already received a recommendation for admission to the National Defense Science and Technology University. Moreover, his grandson is mature for his age, making it easy for the family to trust him with anything. Thus old Lu, without even glancing at the phone that his grandson handed over, smiled and waved his hand saying, Xiao Heng, it's your red envelope money, you decide what to buy. He certainly doesn't fear his grandson spending money recklessly. Sometimes he even thinks his grandson is too mature, lacking the vivacity typical of teenagers. He would rather his grandson behave like others his age, playing games online or going out. Thank you, Grandpa. Hearing this, Lu Heng nodded, suppressing his excitement, and turned to leave. At exactly 9 o'clock that day, many people across the country opened Lin Yuan's live stream and were stunned to discover the products related to the nuclear bomb prodigy. Once they reacted, countless people were excited, shocked, and nearly bursting with enthusiasm. Awesome. As expected of engineer Lin, the groundbreaking Earth Starship theory, this first product launch is truly astonishing. It's crazy, no need to say anything. During this festive season, I have to support it. More radiation, more children. Radiation cannot be lacking. Whoever gets the merchandise will be radiated. Haha, I'm amazed. But upon closer inspection, this product has actually been recognized by the government and is legally on the market, which at least means it shouldn't pose any danger, right? I can only say that engineer Lin is incredible. Only he could develop such an impressive product. The internet, major research institutions, and media outlets in the country were also stunned by Lin Yuan's ambitious move. Not to mention the foreign agencies that constantly monitor Lin Yuan. How astonishing. What are the people of Longhua thinking? Are they really selling nuclear minerals? Aren't they afraid of leaks? God, the people of Longhua are so bold. In a moment, the world was shaken. In Modu, Lin Yuan simply tidied up some things, left the Maishan research base, and arrived at a high-end villa area in Pudong. This villa area is called Panlong Dagwang, located in a unique geographical position with beautiful scenery, making it very suitable for living. In one of the standalone villas styled in a Suzhou garden design, Lin Yuan was inspecting his new home. Engineer Lin, how is the environment? Chen Lin asked with a smile. Brother Chen, you can't say that this house is really nice. I'm very satisfied. But isn't the price of over 10 million a bit cheap? After all, land in Modu is extremely valuable. As far as Lin Yuan knows, similar villas nearby are priced at least 50 million. It's alright, the main reason is that the developer of Panlong Dagwang is a state-owned enterprise. I heard that you were going to buy a house, so the boss held a meeting and decided to sell it to you at cost price. Alright then, I won't be polite and will accept it. Lin Yuan accepted it without hesitation. As for the money to buy the house, it came from the profit share from superconducting electronic special gas. 2 months ago, after Lin Yuan handed superconducting electronic special gas to the government, the relevant higher-ups took it very seriously and specifically signed a profit-sharing agreement with Lin Yuan. Over the past 2 months, Lin Yuan took the time to check his account. Almost every day the government has been transferring money to him, and his account balance is about to break 100 million. Therefore, spending 10 million on a house is nothing for Lin Yuan at this moment. Additionally, Engineer Lin, as per your request, we have specially modified the basement of the villa into a laboratory. I just looked, and it's very good. In the future, I can use the laboratory to tinker with some things during my free time. Lin Yuan nodded in satisfaction and laughed. Afterward, Lin Yuan eagerly walked into the study and began to busy himself. The shipment of the Earth's spaceship's peripheral product nuclear bomb prodigy toy set was being coordinated by the relevant staff of the National Business Agency. After all, with the support of the state, Lin Yuan certainly does not need to handle everything himself. By 5 o'clock in the afternoon, Chen Lin noticed the study was quiet and worried that Lin Yuan might be too hungry, so he knocked on the door and said, "Engineer Lin, come in." Hearing the voice inside, Chen Lin pushed the door open and entered carrying a tray with delicious food on it. "Engineer Lin, I was afraid you were hungry, so I specially brought you some food." Chen Lin grinned and said, "The commanders of the 5 war zones and those big shots in the capital have been asking me to make sure to take good care of your health. I can't neglect it." In fact, Chen Lin had some things he hadn't detailed to Lin Yuan. For example, in the adjacent villa, there are 3 national banquet chefs, including nutritionists who have been brought in from the imperial capital. It can be said that every meal Lin Yuan has recently is the result of these national banquet chefs and nutritionists' careful preparation. The overarching premise is to take good care of Engineer Lin's daily life. Moreover, Lin Yuan's security level has drastically increased. A 5-person special security team also resides in the adjacent villa, each with exceptional skills and intelligence, following Chen Lin's arrangements to secretly protect his safety without disturbing Lin Yuan. "Thanks, Brother Chen." Lin Yuan finally pulled himself away from his work, glanced at the time, and rubbed his stomach, realizing he was indeed hungry. He took the food and began to eat it ravenously. "Engineer Lin, please eat slowly." Seeing this, Chen Lin smiled broadly, though his eyes were filled with complexity and emotion. He has witnessed Lin Yuan grow to this stage. If it were other young people receiving such attention from the government, they might have already relaxed and enjoyed life, but Lin Yuan, he resembles the older generation of scientists, humble and dedicated, immersing himself in work every day without a moment's idleness. Chen Lin has never seen Lin Yuan go to a bar or go on a date. "Brother Chen, how are the sales going?" After sipping some ginseng chicken soup, Lin Yuan found the time to ask. While the nuclear bomb prodigy toy set is selling very well, the first batch of 100 sets has already sold. The second batch of 500 sets is also being prepared urgently and is expected to launch in the next 2 days. Chen Lin expressed his amazement. Just then he caught a glimpse of Lin Yuan's desk and saw a mass of text on the computer. Since Lin Yuan usually does not guard against him, and Chen Lin's level allows him access, he subconsciously glanced at it and exclaimed, "Engineer Lin, are you sorting out materials?" Yes, I think besides live streaming, the Earth Starship theory writing is also a good way of expression. So I've been jotting down 1 or 2 pieces of content in my spare time. Once I reach 100 words, I'll publish a book. That sounds great. Chen Lin nodded in agreement, but his mind was already captivated by the text he just glimpsed, and he couldn't help but ask, "Engineer Lin, you just happen to be writing about the origin of the Yellow Emperor. I'm quite curious. You mentioned that the reason the ancestors of Huaxiao referred to the Yellow Emperor as such has a reason. May I hear it in advance?" "Hey, no problem." Lin Yuan, having finished his meal, waved his hand energetically and said, "Brother Chen, come over." I mentioned in the live stream before that the Yellow Emperor might be an alien whose mothership accidentally crashed on Earth. Although the mothership was destroyed, there were still some devices and aircraft on board that could be used. This is also one of the tasks of the Queen Mother of the West mentioned earlier, to dismantle usable electronic instruments from the alien mothership. As for the Yellow Emperor, he initially piloted some simple aircraft to explore the surrounding areas of the 9 provinces. Thus, when some ancestors saw the aircraft piloted by the Yellow Emperor, they thought it was a celestial being and developed a fervent worship for him. The Chinese characters evolved from pictographs. "Brother Chen, come over and take a look at these 2 pictures I drew." As he spoke, Lin Yuan pointed to an image he created using drawing software on his computer, showing a confident expression. "Isn't this an airplane? But if viewed from the front angle, isn't it just the character Huang? And if viewed from above, it looks like the character D." Here the author has provided images. Modern fighter jets greatly resemble the character for Huang. You must check it out. "Exactly," Lin Yuan replied cheerfully. "It's just the characters Huang and D." When the ancient people saw the Yellow Emperor descending in a fighter jet, it completely exceeded their understanding. However, the ancient people were also very clever. They combined the patterns with characters and gradually created the term Yellow Emperor. The character Huang is the frontal image of a nuclear-powered fighter jet. The Gon character on top of Huang represents two vertical tail fins, while the decomposed character Tian refers to the aircraft's body and cockpit. The horizontal line in the middle of Huang represents the main wing of the fighter jet. As for the character D, it can also be clearly expressed in shape when viewed from above. After finishing his explanation, Chen Lin was left dumbfounded. Taking another look at the intuitive image, Chen Lin was utterly convinced. Engineer Lin, what you said makes so much sense. Now I understand how brilliant our ancestors were. These pictographs are entirely derived from real-life shapes, with each stroke having its own rules aligning with the laws of the development of things. Indeed, Lin Yuan also said earnestly. From this point, it can also support the notion that the Yellow Emperor once piloted a fighter jet appearing before the ancestors of Huaxia. Therefore, the ancestors eventually named this great leader Yellow Emperor based on the changes in pictographs. Alright, Engineer Lin, I won't disturb your work any longer. Satisfied with his curiosity being satisfied, Chen Lin tidied up the tray and left. Lin Yuan then continued to focus on his work. Time passed and a day went by. At this point, the first batch of customers who ordered the nuclear bomb prodigy toy set finally received notifications of their deliveries. In Modu, it happened to be Sunday. Lin Ping had just gotten out of bed when she received a notification from the delivery station saying that her online purchase had arrived and she could come to pick it up. Half an hour later, Lin Ping, feeling anxious and nervous, returned home with the delivery. Mom, let me help you. The boy had been waiting for a long time. Seeing his mother carrying a large box, he couldn't help but jump 3 feet high, cheering as he rushed over to take the delivery box. Son, you take it slow. Lin Ping said, her voice trembling, feeling her body weaken from anxiety. After all, she was holding what was rumored to be nuclear. Oh, Mom, look at how scared you are. Hong Xiaoqing laughed heartily. Engineer Lin is such an impressive figure, the products he develops must be fine. Hurry, let's open it and take a look. As he spoke, Hong Xiaoqing eagerly tore open the delivery package, revealing a metallic box in his sight. The metallic box measured about 80 centimeters in length and width and 30 centimeters in thickness, with an exquisitely crafted design and heavy overall. A large line of text was labeled on the box. Nuclear Bomb Prodigy Toy Set. A line of attention-grabbing words caused Lin Ping, who was beside him, to turn pale. In contrast, the boy was so excited that his hands trembled. Wow, this is amazing. The round-faced boy's eyes sparkled with excited flames as he eagerly opened the metallic box. Mom, can you help me record a video? Hong Xiaoqing said as he opened the metal box, looking at his mother. Okay. Lin Ping hurriedly took out her phone to start filming, feeling that it was necessary to capture a video, as what her son was about to open was indeed quite unsettling. Although Lin Ping knew that the country would not allow the Nuclear Bomb Genius toy set to be sold to the public without insuring, but she still felt anxious. The boy, in a state of excitement, finally took out all the items from the metal box and lined them up neatly on the desk. His fiery eyes were fixed on the objects on the table, curiosity bubbling over. Even Lin Ping leaned in to take a look. This is the instruction manual. Hong Xiaoqing immediately picked up the thick manual, nearly 80 pages filled with dense text and illustrations of various experimental procedures. If it were any other time, seeing a book would make Hong Xiaoqing feel overwhelmed and give him a headache. But at this moment he felt no disdain at all. He seriously picked up the instruction manual, opened the first page, and began to identify the categorized tools and instruments as instructed. This thing that looks like a calculator is called a Geiger-Müller counter, a device specifically designed to detect ionizing radiation. This is a scintillation counter and an electroscope. They look so exquisite. In that moment, Hong Xiaoqing's expression was exceptionally excited. Every single tool and item in front of him as a 13-year-old boy was filled with endless mystery, enticing him to explore and discover, even more appealing than any toy he had ever played with. And this is a Wilson cloud chamber which needs to be assembled by oneself. Mom, what is a Wilson cloud chamber? Hong Xiaoqing suddenly turned to ask his mother. Lin Ping, holding her phone, was momentarily stunned, then quickly opened a web page to search for information, carefully explaining a Wilson cloud chamber is a type of particle trajectory detector for charged particles. Alright. Hong Xiaoqing listened to his mother's explanation, clearly not understanding, but this did not hinder his eagerness to explore the other items. Ultimately, several button-like stones appeared before him. These stones were encased in a layer of special transparent glass, allowing the user to observe the nuclear or inside without physical contact. In fact, Lin Yuan obtained these tools from the Earth spaceship crew training set, so their safety was certainly not in question. Moreover, the Dragon Nation's Dragon Science Institute and various military research institutions had also conducted in the nuclear or contained in the Nuclear Bomb Genius toy set. The uranium content is less than 0.05, plus uranium-238 mainly emits alpha particles, which have far less penetration power than gamma rays. A piece of paper can effectively block alpha particles, so it would not cause large-scale nuclear contamination. Is this the legendary nuclear ore? Hong Xiaoqing picked up a piece of nuclear ore, his expression full of curiosity and excitement. Mom, take a look. Then the boy handed the piece of nuclear ore to his mother. Lin Ping was startled, her hand shaking as she nearly dropped her phone. Mom, look at how scared you are. Don't worry, it's fine. The son chuckled, covering his mouth. Let me take a look. Recovering her senses, Lin Ping couldn't help but curiously observe the nuclear ore, saying it looks no different from ordinary stones. Who would have thought this stone actually contains uranium? Lin Ping remarked. Mom, look at this instruction manual. At this moment the son pulled out a packaged black pill from inside, and said seriously the manual mentions that if a nuclear leak occurs, or there are other dangerous situations this black pill can be dissolved in water, a small pill can dissolve in 200 milliliters of water, and just a small sip can block nuclear radiation. Moreover, the manual also states that in order for this product to be sold, the country has built a nuclear radiation detector in every region, creating a vast network that can detect nuclear leaks at any time. Thus, with a double guarantee, there's no need to worry about any adverse reactions caused by nuclear leaks. Upon hearing this, Lin Ping took the manual and carefully flipped through it, then used the official website link sent during the order to check, discovering a dense array of detection points. For example, in the Chongning district of the Magic City where they live, there were dozens of monitoring points nearby, operating 24 hours, completely alleviating any worries about unexpected incidents. Who is expected of Engineer Lin? Seeing this, Lin Ping finally felt relieved. After spending another half hour with her son, she had roughly gone through the manual. The manual detailed several scientific play methods for the nuclear bomb genius toy set. For example, the simplest one is to learn to familiarize oneself with the Geiger-Müller counter, then through experiments learn to record data and draw graphs using the data obtained along with the manual's radiation intensity inverse square law to calculate different safe distances for various radiation sources. The second method is to measure the shielding ability of different materials against radiation. This involves blocking different materials between the Geiger-Müller counter and the gamma source, measuring materials like wood, water, aluminum, iron, and lead to obtain half-value layers. The third method involves exploring cosmic rays by detecting cosmic ray data at higher altitudes. The fourth method is to observe the tracks of alpha and gamma particles, requiring a Wilson cloud chamber to visually observe the tracks produced by the two types of particles. Additionally, there are other types of scientific play methods of varying difficulties for children to explore, develop, and learn to utilize. Son, how do you feel? Seeing so many obscure scientific terms, Lin Ping felt her brain was almost suffocating, subconsciously asking. After a long time, without a response, Lin Ping finally noticed that her son was engrossed in studying the manual. And when he encountered some unfamiliar terms, he would pick up his phone to search online for their meanings. Watching this scene, Lin Ping felt particularly surprised, as she thought her son would quickly give up upon seeing such difficulty. After all, her son used to pick up his phone to either play games or immerse himself in games, never thinking of using his phone to. But at this moment, the son was earnestly holding his phone, browsing the manual while searching for knowledge he didn't understand. That clear gaze in his eyes even made Lin Ping see a hint of an endless thirst for knowledge. Lin Ping's body trembled as she looked at her son's focused demeanor. Without saying anything more, Lin Ping quietly sat beside him, accompanying her son to understand all the knowledge mentioned in the nuclear bomb genius toy set, drifting in the ocean of nuclear physics. A similar scene unfolded across the nation. The first batch of netizens who received the nuclear bomb genius toy set excitedly began their unboxing experience. In a certain community in Sioux City, retired teacher Su Yi excitedly opened his delivery after receiving it. 2 or 3 hours later, seeing his spouse locked in the study, his wife Lu Yun couldn't help but push open the door to enter. She immediately saw Su Yi fiddling with some strange scientific tools. "Darling, what are you doing?" Lu Yun exclaimed in surprise, asking, "Didn't you say you bought it for our grandson to play with? Why are you using it yourself?" Their grandson was about to enter high school and usually enjoyed tinkering with small scientific experiments, which was why Lu Yun hadn't opposed her husband buying this dangerous toy. "Oh, it's just a moment of curiosity." Su Yi adjusted his glasses excitedly, saying, "We didn't have such things when we were young. Today, I finally gained some knowledge." Cough cough, dear, don't say that. I feel I have a talent in this area. If I had encountered this when I was young, who knows, I might not have become a teacher, but a nuclear physicist. After saying that with a complex expression, Su Yi waved his hand, indicating his spouse not to disturb him, and continued to immerse himself in pondering the use of this toy. On the other side of the Guangdong Eastern Province, Lu Heng, who had just entered high school, but had already received an admission notice from the National Defense Science and Technology University, knocked on his grandfather's study. Half an hour later, looking at the series of precise professional toy instruments and the nuclear, or led by helium-3, Lu Qingshu fell into a daze. "Grandson, you mean you bought something online, and it's this?" Lu Qingshu felt he was open-minded enough, but upon seeing the nuclear bomb genius toy set, he also couldn't help but be shocked. "Yes, Grandpa." Lu Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, "I have been researching for several hours. Moreover, just now through assembling the Wilson cloud chamber, it was filled with saturated ethanol vapor. When high-energy charged particles passed through the chamber, they caused ionization of gas molecules, resulting in a mist-like liquid around the ionized gas particles. Successfully observed the particle tracks. However, one thing I didn't understand is the process of ionization of charged particles and atomic nucleus fission. Can you explain it to me in detail, Grandpa?" Seeing his grandson looking for knowledge, Lu Qingshu was taken aback and instinctively began to explain in detail. 10 minutes later, Lu Heng adjusted his thick glasses and the young boy's youthful yet handsome face broke into a radiant smile. "Thank you, Grandpa, I understand now." After saying that, he picked up a piece of, or containing helium-3, and began to study it carefully. Unintentionally, he said, "Grandpa, theoretically, as long as there are enough materials and a slightly systematic study of how to make an atomic bomb, can an ordinary person also make an atomic bomb?" This. Lu Qingshu listened to his grandson's question, and a phrase subconsciously surfaced in his mind. 1 sulfur, 2 nitrates, 3 charcoal, add a bit of helium-3. In fact, for an ordinary person to really craft a big mushroom cloud, it's as simple as it is difficult. As long as one masters some key knowledge, they might indeed be able to create a big mushroom cloud. Thinking of his grandson's extraordinary talent, Lu Qingshu fell speechless. He stood quietly aside, watching the boy examine the small scientific instruments with keen curiosity. Later, even Lu Qingshu felt a chill run down his spine, his expression profoundly moved. He instinctively took the thick instruction manual and began flipping through it. He then meticulously inspected every instrument and apparatus. Finally, this veteran scientist, who had once contributed to the People's Republic of China's nuclear submarine development program, trembled with overwhelming emotion, frozen in place, utterly unable to utter a word. Grandfather. Lu Hong noticed his grandfather's unusual expression and hurried over to support him, asking with concern, "Are you all right, grandfather? Are you worried these tools might cause an accident?" "Don't worry. I purchased them from Chief Engineer Lin's live streaming channel. Moreover, I've already taught myself a great deal about nuclear physics. Now that I can finally work hands-on with actual nuclear ores and scientific instruments, it's truly exhilarating. And every step I take follows strict procedural protocols. There will be no mishaps." Having spoken in one breath, Lu Hong gazed intently at his grandfather. Lu Qingshu suddenly burst into tears. This distinguished elder, still receiving special national stipends, wept like a child, sobbing uncontrollably. Grandfather, please don't cry. Is it because you fear something might happen to me? If it truly worries you, I promise I'll wait until I'm older before handling these again." Flustered, Lu Hong scrambled to comfort the elderly man, finally soothing his emotions after considerable effort. Then Lu Qingshu exclaimed, voice trembling with excitement, "Xiao Hong, my tears aren't shed out of fear that you'll cause an accident while tinkering with these devices. I've reviewed them thoroughly. Every instrument meets stringent safety standards. I know Chief Engineer Lin well, he is a prodigy. The state's endorsement of his work speaks volumes. No, I weep not for your safety, but because if only I'd encountered such resources during my student years, and if my old colleagues, those who served alongside me in national nuclear research institutions, had likewise been exposed to such advanced science education in our youth, the nation's nuclear technology research would today be at least 2 decades ahead of where it stands now. 2 decades. That magnitude of advancement is utterly staggering. Truly unbelievable." Lu Qingshu murmured, trembling with awe. This venerable scientist instantly grasped the monumental significance this nuclear prodigy toy set would hold for the youth of the People's Republic of China. Indeed, it would silently elevate the nation's future scientific research capabilities by a substantial margin. It would accelerate the popularization of science among adolescents, kindling deep lifelong fascination. And such inspiration could reshape an entire generation's destiny. Take his own grandson, for instance. Possessing exceptional aptitude, Lu Hong, only 16, already comprehends foundational nuclear physics theory. Should this trajectory continue with proper mentorship, Lu Qingshu could scarcely fathom the heights his grandson might one day reach. At 16, he grasps atomic bomb principles. By 20, designing nuclear submarines seems plausible. And by 30, perhaps even spearheading revolutionary breakthroughs in nuclear science. Like the butterfly effect, Lin Yuan gently cast this nuclear prodigy toy set into the sea of Chinese youth. And what wonders will bloom 5-10 years hence? What geniuses will emerge? No one can yet foresee. Come here, my dear grandson. I shall personally teach you how to master these nuclear marvels. After long moments, his composure restored, Lu Qingshu wiped away his tears and broke into hearty laughter. Then rolled up his sleeves to guide Lu Hong in exploring these nuclear wonders. Lu Hong beamed with exhilaration. "Grandfather, that's wonderful. I have so many questions to ask you." Thus the 2 generations immersed themselves joyfully in the vast ocean of nuclear physics, their laughter ringing warmly. That very day, the internet across the People's Republic of China erupted in frenzy. Stunned. Absolutely phenomenal. Only after seeing netizens across Douyin proudly showcasing the nuclear prodigy toy set did I realize just how monumental Chief Engineer Lin's achievement truly is. Lin Yuan single-handedly has ushered our entire nation into an era of comprehensive public literacy in nuclear. My 13-year-old son received the nuclear prodigy toy set and plays with it endlessly. Whenever he encounters unfamiliar concepts, he independently searches online for explanations. Not a word of prompting needed from me. True indeed. My son is in his final year of high school, and his academic performance has historically been poor. Yet upon receiving this great toy, he transformed completely, studying and investigating for hours on end, fully alert and deeply engaged. Don't speak only of your high schooler. My husband, age 30, bought one too. The moment he returned home from work, he locked himself in his study, absorbed for hours, utterly enthralled. With over a dozen distinct experimental modes included, this set possesses extraordinary educational value. Not merely inspiring young minds, but doing so with delight, imparting genuine scientific knowledge. My son is entering his 2nd year of high school. Normally, he shows zero interest in physics. His conversations with friends revolve entirely around mobile games, which hero clears jungle fastest, or how to chain ultimate abilities. But just now I overheard him chatting with his peers. Guess what they were discussing? They were all passionately comparing how many experimental modes they completed and exchanging newly acquired insights into nuclear physics. Chief Engineer Lin, I was wrong. At first I assumed this was just another simple toy. Only later did I grasp its true nature. It isn't merely a toy. It's a divine catalyst for awakening children's intellectual potential. A toy. One that makes children want to learn. Has anyone ever seen such a thing? My son, a graduate of a prestigious Project 985 university, was recently bombarded with questions. What are charged ions? What is electromagnetic radiation? What are cosmic rays? I can only declare this toy is nothing short of miraculous. Not only parents of adolescents buzzed with excitement, most netizens were equally ecstatic. Thrilling. Just tried it myself. Truly eye-opening. Nuclear materials aren't nearly as mysterious as we imagined. As a 20-year-old adolescent, I've finally found the perfect grand toy, and I thank Chief Engineer Lin for lifting me to new heights. Now I understand why the state approved this product for public release. I dare say should Lin Yuan's innovative toy achieve widespread adoption, within a decade our nation will nurture tens of thousands, perhaps even millions, more elite scientific researchers. Indeed, its capacity to ignite scientific curiosity among youth is incalculable, kindling profound, lasting fascination in countless impressionable minds, thereby transforming their entire lives. Instantly nationwide enthusiasm surged. Major media outlets published extensive analyses lauding Lin Yuan and the state's visionary initiative from every angle. Of course, some parents and media outlets voiced concerns, fearing potential radioactive leakage from the nuclear ores contained in the nuclear prodigy toy set, risking catastrophic consequences. In response, relevant national authorities reaffirmed their commitment, absolute assurance that no radioactive leakage. Regarding public apprehension that malicious actors might exploit the nuclear materials within the set, official spokespersons provided clarification. Firstly, fabricating even a single atomic bomb requires acquiring at least 15 kilograms of uranium-235, with purity exceeding 90%. Yet both uranium-235 and uranium-238 exist in vanishingly low concentrations within natural uranium ore. Thus one would need to mine at least 5,000 tons of uranium ore from subterranean deposits in uranium-rich regions, such as western Jiangxi or southern Hunan. Alternatively, one would need to purchase over 1 million units of the nuclear prodigy toy set simply to accumulate sufficient uranium ore. Moreover, purchasing the set requires real name registration, and radiation monitoring stations, alongside comprehensive preventive measures, are deployed throughout urban centers. These safeguards alone render accidents impossible. The state apparatus is no mere formality. As for the West, news of this event spread swiftly, triggering immediate shockwaves. The United States was the first to protest vehemently, accusing China of endangering its children and adolescents, expressing strong disapproval. Yet on that very day, the U.S. government's official website crashed under unprecedented traffic, swarmed by American youths passionately debating online, expressing boundless envy toward their Chinese peers. At that moment, it wasn't merely the United States. The entire Western world exploded in astonishment, witnessing for the first time how a seemingly modest toy could ignite such a seismic cultural and scientific wave. Amidst this nationwide fervor, Lin Yuan launched another live broadcast. Glancing at the flood of viewers surging into his stream, he spoke calmly, his voice low, resonant, and commanding. Hello everyone, I'm host Lin Yuan. Today's live-streamed science lecture continues our exploration of figures recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, specifically Yin Di, the ancient Earth spacecraft technology officer. In my research, Yin Di, as chief technologist of Earth's spacecraft development, made indelible monumental contributions to Chinese civilization. Today, let us delve into the legendary prehistoric technologies he invented and pioneered, mysteries lost to antiquity yet preserved in mythic fragments. The classic of mountains and seas, functioning as a flight log, references serpentine forms over 120 times, alongside numerous descriptions of turtles and fish. In truth, these bizarre, enigmatic, and functionally arcane serpents, turtles, and fish described therein were not mythical beasts, but rather distinct technological artifacts engineered by Yin Di. They encompassed transport vessels, nuclear power plants, specialized research facilities, weapons manufacturing complexes, energy transmission conduits, even air-to-air and intercontinental ballistic systems. Of course, these modern designations reflect our contemporary perspective. How Yin Di himself named these prehistoric black technologies remains unknown to us. Next, allow me to expound upon each in detail. The gene pool of species and exploration of Xingtian. First, let's discuss snakes. Facing the camera, Lin Yuan spoke eloquently. In fact, the classic of mountains and seas contains many records about snakes. In the West's fourth classic, the mountain of Daxian, devoid of vegetation underneath, there are many jade. There is a snake called the long snake, its fur like that of a wild boar, its sound like drums. In the North's third classic, water springs forth, there is a great snake with a red head and white body, its sound like that of cattle. If seen, the town will suffer a great drought. In the East's first classic, the lonely mountain, abundant in gold and jade, beneath it are beautiful stones. Its shape resembles a yellow snake entering and exiting with light. If seen, the town will suffer a great drought. Based on the majority of records about snakes, it can be concluded that these snakes live in areas with water and minerals, and most records of snakes share a similar term known as eating dust. The so-called eating dust can be understood as consuming stone dust, which is naturally impossible for most modern snakes. Lin Yuan speculated that eating dust referred to transporting these minerals into snakes as a form of transportation. To the ignorant ancestors at that time, it might have seemed like being swallowed. There are also introductions about snakes where the logs record that these snakes emit a tremendous roar, which is also impossible for modern snakes. However, if understood from another angle, categorizing these snakes as some kind of technological product such as transportation tools becomes much clearer. It's like these long snakes producing a bang 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 sound, which is actually the sound of engines operating. We can ascertain that the records of these ancient ancestors regarding these snakes were based on their shapes, and most transportation tools like modern trains are long and segmented, which correspond to the image of a snake. Of course, regarding the study of these snakes, I believe these technological products are not like trains, because in ancient Huaxia the land area was limited and most of the terrain was swampy. Thus, I think these snakes should be a kind of advanced magnetic levitation transportation machine, and the frequent references in the classic of Mountains and Seas to these snakes entering and exiting with light leading to droughts are due to the use of nuclear fuel as power. As mentioned earlier, water contains nuclear elements, hence wherever these nuclear-powered vehicles appear, there is a need to supplement large amounts of water using electricity to decompose water to obtain hydrogen, which is why the ancestors recorded that local droughts would occur. Next, in the middle's 11th classic of mountains, there is an introduction. The mountain of Gaoqian, which is water very cold and clear, is the nectar of the emperor. This phrase means that there is a place called the mountain of Gaoqian, where there is a peculiar kind of water that only the emperor is qualified to use. At this moment, Lin Yuan scanned the entire audience, his voice still steady. We have also mentioned that in the flight logs, only a very few people are qualified to be called emperor, namely Huangdi and Yindi. Huangdi arranged for the logistics department under the Queen Mother of the West to dismantle most of the parts and equipment from the crashed alien mothership, and then let Yindi, a scientist with high academic and research levels, create various forms and functions of nuclear-powered technological products. Additionally, Huangdi discovered many special things on Earth. For example, some special liquid fuels in modern times. Liquefied natural gas has a temperature of 160 degrees Celsius, is colorless and transparent, and is flammable. Liquid oxygen 183 degrees, and liquid nitrogen 186 degrees, liquid hydrogen 252 degrees, also colorless and transparent. For Huangdi, he naturally understood the functions of these special materials, which also corresponded to the earlier saying of nectar of the emperor. For instance, cold and clear corresponds to low temperature and colorlessness, so just from this point it is evident that in ancient times Huangdi and others were already adept at utilizing these special fuels. Furthermore, because these fuels are precious, ordinary people do not have the qualification to touch them. Only Huangdi has the authority to use and arrange them. Additionally, most descriptions of snakes are characterized by light and the presence of wind and rain. The light does not need to be elaborated upon. As for the presence of wind and rain, it is actually a kind of energy display under nuclear working conditions. Lin Yuan meticulously explained, conducting a bold and detailed science popularization for over 10 million netizens in the live broadcast. Regarding alpha and beta rays, both are charged particles. When these particles are emitted, it is akin to raindrops. Upon saying this, Lin Yuan smiled meaningfully. I believe many netizens have already received the Nuclear Bomb Genius toy set merchandise. Wow, I wouldn't have mentioned it if the host hadn't. Now that you did, I must say this merchandise is truly the best I've ever bought. It's a hardcore merchandise that brings the people of Longhua into an era of nuclear minerals. It's so intense. Originally, I bought it for my son, but in the end my husband played with it more crazily than my son. In the joyous atmosphere, Lin Yuan said, in the Nuclear Bomb Genius toy set, there is an instrument called the Wilson Cloud Chamber, through which one can observe a mist-like liquid through charged particles. At this moment, with the help of lighting and a camera, this process can be recorded, so everyone can visually understand why these particles create a rain-like phenomenon. It is actually a state of radioactivity manifesting in the world. Thus, when these strange snakes appear, they will inevitably bring wind and rain. After this speech, the live broadcast room fell silent. Everyone was lost in thought. It must be said that Lin Yuan's every interpretation and annotation is logical, and listening to him, everything indeed connects seamlessly. The host makes a good point. If these strange snakes are real creatures, then why haven't we seen any in modern times? Perhaps they have gone extinct. Or maybe they are hidden in some mysterious, unknown zone on Earth. I suddenly feel an urge to urge the host to go to Xingtian for an on-site exploration. Perhaps we will discover some ancient special species. Xingtian, known as the gene pool of species on Earth. What a great idea. I support it. When will Chief Engineer Lin go to Xingtian for an on-site exploration? I'm really curious about which functional area of the Earth spaceship it corresponds to. Back to the main topic, don't let the host go off track. Looking at the comments on the screen, Lin Yuan was also moved. Xingtian, the netizens reminded him. However, Lin Yuan didn't digress, but continued to explain the previous content. Therefore, in my research, various strange and mysterious snakes actually correspond to various different technologies. For example, the tongue snake, which is a snake with wings, is recorded in the classic of Mountains and Seas as being a powerful assistant of Nuwa in mending the sky. In my view, the tongue snake should be a kind of aircraft. Additionally, there is the swan yu, which resembles a snake, has 4 wings, 6 eyes, and 3 legs, and emits a sound that signifies its name. Whenever it appears, it indicates that terror will ensue. Translated, this strange snake has 4 wings, 6 eyes, 3 legs, and the sounds it produces correspond to its name, heralding the onset of terrifying events. Thus, I believe this Swanyu is actually a missile. The various strange descriptions of its shape correspond to the appearance of this ancient black technology weapon, and the sound it emits should be whoosh, similar to the sound of a missile breaking the sound barrier. When a missile explodes naturally, there will be terrifying events occurring locally. Upon hearing this, the netizens were stunned. Could it be explained this way? But upon careful thought, it does make some sense. Having finished discussing snakes, let's talk about turtles and fish next. At the same time, in a prominent research institution in the capital, a group of professors in natural sciences and biological life gathered together to engage in heated discussions. If Professor Lin's statements come true, it will overturn many fields of modern life sciences. It should have been overturned long ago. Have you forgotten the mysterious skeleton unearthed from Xingtian during the 516 project a few years ago? Not to mention the dragon crash incident in Inko last century. Even the Yangtze River dragon incident over the expressions of the 10 or so authoritative professors on site turned solemn, and they found themselves speechless. Indeed, science has only developed for a few hundred years. The civilization we humans possess is still too minuscule. A senior academician sighed and remarked, Professor Lin's theory is quite reasonable. I believe that even if these so-called ancient divine beasts or strange snakes are not technological products, they could still be a combination of technology and biology. After pondering for a moment, the academician solemnly said, Everyone, I have a suggestion. I would like to invite Professor Lin to the capital to personally observe the mysterious skeleton unearthed from the 516 project. Perhaps with Professor Lin's perspective, he could help us deduce some questions. Director, that's a great idea. However, this Professor Lin is the chief engineer of a national-level project. We should issue an invitation through the relevant institutions, but I wonder if he will agree. It shouldn't be a problem. The director smiled slightly. I am old friends with Professor Xingtian, Lin's teacher, and through his connections, Chief Engineer Lin should be willing to give us some face. That's wonderful. If he can truly help, perhaps we can advance our research on Xingtian further. For a moment, the emotions of the experts and professors in the institution rose high with excitement. In the live broadcast room, Lin Yuan continued his explanation. In the middle 6th classic, the secret mountain, its sun has much jade, and its shade has much iron. Among them are many spinning turtles resembling birds and beasts, but with turtle tails their sounds like the splitting of wood. In the middle's 11th and 3rd classics, in the forested mountains, there are many pines and cypresses, and below them much bamboo. Among them are many 3-legged turtles with branches at the tail. In the south's 3rd classic, the mountain of Josho, there is much gold above, and beneath it much red, the dark water springs forth. Among them are dragon fish resembling a catfish, but with wild boar fur, their sound like that of dolphins. If seen, there will be a great drought. In the east's 4th classic, the mountain of Zito. Among them are many fish resembling birds entering and exiting with light. Their sound like that of mandarin ducks. If seen, there will be a great drought. The turtles and fish mentioned above are actually various technological products developed by Yendi. For example, the Xian turtle and the spinning turtle are large processing factories built in lakes and marshes. From an appearance perspective, in many Chinese mythological texts, the Xian turtle is huge with a semi-spherical shell that structurally resembles a factory workshop and a roof, additionally emitting sounds like the splitting of wood. The splitting of wood means cutting wood into two. In reality, it is the sound of various production lines operating in the factory. Of course, we do not know what these Xian turtles produce. This is akin to modern offshore drilling platforms, which if covered with a hemispherical roof would appear to resemble creatures like the Xian turtle from a distance, wouldn't they? Additionally, there are creatures similar to the 3-legged turtle, which are actually various mining and sand extraction factories. The mentioned 3-legged turtle has branches and tails, which are essentially transportation pipelines for mining and sand extraction, sucking up mineral stones and silt from the water and entering the body of the 3-legged turtle. Moreover, due to the mining and sand extraction, many lakes have formed, resulting in large sandy areas without vegetation. As for the dragonfish mentioned in the South's 3rd classic, I believe it is a type of submarine, and the sound resembling dolphins is due to the engine's rotation of the propellers producing a low sound. Again, the description of causing great drought relates to the above reasons, as the combustion of nuclear fuel generates massive heat energy. Additionally, it is possible that in ancient times harsh weather conditions easily led to droughts, causing these submarines originally hidden underwater to appear in the ancestors' line of sight, which is why there are descriptions of droughts. Of course, the various fish and turtles mentioned belong to civilian tools. In the classic of mountains and seas, there are also other war tools which we will discuss later. In conclusion, all these varied forms of black technology products were invented by Yendi. Furthermore, the host has one more point to make. Regardless of whether it is snakes, turtles, fish, etc., we must not simply view them as modern technological products. It is important to know that Huangdi and Yendi's generation were actually advanced extraterrestrial civilizations that descended upon Earth, and through their exploration of Earth spaceships, they perhaps gained a significant portion of authority and received powerful civilized technologies and tools as gifts. After all, in ancient times, Nuwa creating humans was essentially conducting a gene experiment. Moreover, the breath soil mentioned in the classic of mountains and seas is like stem cells that confer immortality, capable of continuously replicating themselves. Even the legendary figure Neza who caused havoc in the East Sea was a beneficiary of regenerative medicine. Various legendary artifacts point to terrifying war machines from various higher-dimensional civilizations akin to the popular two-dimensional foil that resembles the map of mountains and rivers. All of the above suggests that in ancient times Huangdi Yendi and their generation mastered powerful civilized technological means, and due to differences in the flow of time and physical constitution, they gained immortality on Earth. But why did Huangdi and the others mysteriously disappear? In saying this, Lin Yuan planted a foreshadowing that prompted the netizens to ponder. This also laid the groundwork for later revealing the cruel fact that Earth is being hunted. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yuan concluded this live broadcast. Today's live broadcast also set a record once again. At its peak, nearly 13 million people were online simultaneously, and the view count is about to surpass 200 million. Over here, Lin Yuan, who had just finished the live broadcast, did not have time to rest before receiving a call from his teacher Xingtian. The 749 Bureau in the capital invited me to provide guidance. Hiss. They unearthed a mysterious skeleton in Xingtian 5 years ago. I understand now. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yuan's eyes sparkled, and a smile crept across his face. Xingtian, known as the mysterious forbidden zone of Earth's gene pool, seems like it's time for a visit. In fact, a day later, a Southern Airlines plane arrived at Dijing International Airport. Lin Yuan and Chen Lin discreetly walked out through the VIP passage, both wearing large sunglasses that obscured half of their faces. Mr. Lin, this way, please. As soon as they exited the airport, several men in black approached respectfully, inviting. Chen Lin glanced over and recognized these men as his former colleagues, all of whom were from the inner guard of Xiyuan No. 1. He smiled slightly, indicating it was safe. Soon the two got into a Hongqi car heading to Xiyuan No. 1. Upon arrival, Chen Lin was astonished to see the elderly man who often appeared on the Central Bank's 7 p.m. news standing at the door personally welcoming Lin Yuan. This left Chen Lin extremely excited. After Lin Yuan got out of the car, he was also pleasantly surprised, but he quickly adjusted his demeanor and walked over with a smile. Old Chen, long time no see. Child, welcome. Old Chen grinned, came over and patted Lin Yuan's shoulder, then personally led Lin Yuan inside. It was that greeting of child that made Chen Lin feel old Chen's warm concern for Lin Yuan. He truly is a national hero. Chen Lin couldn't help but reflect among the 1 billion people in Longhua who else deserves such treatment from this elder. Only Lin Yuan. In the restaurant, old Chen looked warmly at Lin Yuan, who was devouring his food, and couldn't help but chuckle. I still remember when we first met, Mr. Lin. You shamelessly enjoyed a meal from our Ziyuan's work lunch. Hey. Hearing this, Lin Yuan also laughed and said, wasn't that because you old Chen were concerned about me? After finishing the meal, the elder had someone bring in a pot of tea. Try this, it's Da Hong Pao. Old Chen said softly. Is this really Da Hong Pao? Lin Yuan curiously stared at Da Hong Pao that could enter Xiyuan No. 1 was certainly not the kind sold for hundreds of yuan per pound, but the genuine tea leaves picked from the mother tree of Da Hong Pao in Wui Mountain. Good tea. After just a sip, Lin Yuan couldn't help but praise. If you like it, I'll have the special guard prepare a few pounds for you. Old Chen remained warm and pleasant. If others outside were to hear this, they would probably be envious to the extreme. A few pounds of tea from the Da Hong Pao mother tree is a privilege only someone like Lin Yuan, the national hero, could enjoy. After a brief exchange, Lin Yuan and Old Chen discussed recent issues. Mr. Lin, your product has faced significant criticism from the West since its launch. Old Chen smiled and said, especially those guys from the White-Head Eagle who jump out every day to accuse us of creating a nuclear crisis. Behind the scenes, our country's security agencies have no idea how many cases of smuggling nuclear bomb child toy sets have been cracked, all smuggled to the White-Head Eagle. It's obvious it's the work of their special agency. And those foot basin chickens, they not only create nuclear pollution, but also have the audacity to accuse us. It's simply absurd. Hearing this, Lin Yuan was left speechless. After all, the foot basin chickens discharge nuclear waste into the ocean, which is detested by all. To shamelessly accuse Longhua is truly something that will bring down divine retribution one day. However, domestically the response has been excellent. Old Chen smiled and said, even my grandson, I've ordered one for him. He has been playing with it for days and says his dream is to become a great scientist in the future. Children, as long as we can combine education with entertainment and inspire their thinking, they will all have bright futures. Lin Yuan chuckled. In the future, I will launch other similar products. I believe that with such systematic training in 10 or 20 years, many talents will emerge from Longhua. Longhua has 1 billion people, the largest population in the world, but why do our children still have to learn English? The reason is that in advanced scientific research as well as in industry and people's livelihoods, many inventors are Westerners. Without understanding English, one cannot grasp the civilizational knowledge they wish to convey. And if one day the field of scientific research is led by us Longhua people, Chinese will become the mainstream language of scientists and Westerners will learn our language. If I can witness this in my lifetime, I would have no regrets. Listening to Lin Yuan describe this beautiful vision, Old Chen sighed deeply. By the way, do you want to take a look at that thing? At this moment, Old Chen seemed to think of something and suddenly asked Lin Yuan. No. Lin Yuan knew that Old Chen was referring to the head of Xingtian. After all, it was based on the coordinates he deduced from the Lianshan E spaceship's map, which the military had excavated from the ground of Changyang Mountain. That involves an unknown level of civilization, and with our current understanding of civilization in Longwa, we are not qualified to touch it. Lin Yuan said seriously, Old Chen, you should understand what I mean. Old Chen quickly assured Mr. Lin, rest assured, after we excavated that item, we transported it to a military base in Lopner for secret storage overnight. As you said, with our current technological civilization, we should be cautious about probing into these forbidden civilizations. Old Chen suddenly recalled the 3 great natural mysteries of Earth that Lin Yuan had mentioned in a previous livestream, which refers to the Tunguska event. Lin Yuan had previously mentioned that the Tunguska event occurred because ancient people accidentally touched the taboo of a mysterious and powerful unknown civilization, leading to a nuclear strike, and a prosperous city vanished overnight. Of course, just because it's not possible now doesn't mean it won't be possible in the future. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment and smiled. Old Chen, you should know about the civilization level theory, right? The civilization level theory refers to the levels of cosmic civilizations. Based on the energy control technologies we possess, humanity is currently at a level 1 civilization, barely reaching 75 of level 1 civilization. Level 2 civilization, that is stellar civilization, can utilize the resources of these stars, then one can be considered to have reached level 2 civilization. The third level is galactic civilization, which can skillfully use a Dyson sphere with the goal of energy acquisition, shifting from stars to entire galaxies. To understand and study the head of Xingtian, one must at least reach a medium level of a level 2 civilization. Hearing this, Old Chen nodded. I understand. In fact, I have a bold conjecture. At this moment, Lin Yuan also smiled and said, in the third level of civilization, it basically represents an era of universal nuclear control where all relevant knowledge in the nuclear field is information that every citizen must understand. I hope one day our children will wake up in the morning on Earth, take a space elevator to read on the moon, and vacation on Mars during the weekends. The dragon totem will spread across every corner of the solar system. After saying this, Lin Yuan smiled and bid farewell, leaving Old Chen excited. Afternoon at a secret research base in Dijing. Looking at the low-key entrance of the courtyard in front of him, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. This is the legendary Bureau 749. I really didn't expect such a well-known organization online to be so low-key in reality. Lin Yuan muttered to himself. In fact, for most citizens, Bureau 749 is shrouded in mystery. Some people might question the existence of Bureau 749, but in fact, although no information can be found about this organization, it is indeed real. Bureau 749 was originally affiliated with the Longwa Space Technology Research Institute, later renamed the 749th Research Institute of the Longwa Scientific and Technological Committee. The institution is part of the Science and Technology Committee and is one of the most mysterious organizations in Longwa. Its founder is none other than the renowned father of technology in Longwa, which is not appropriate to elaborate on here. The universe is vast and boundless, and the world known to humanity is incredibly small. Who dares to claim that those so-called supernatural and absurd events do not exist? Our perception of absurdity stems from humanity's ignorance. With this thought, Lin Yuan took a deep breath and stepped into the courtyard of Bureau 749. Mr. Lin. At this moment, Professor Zhao Huayang, the head of Bureau 749, had already been waiting with a group of experts and immediately welcomed Lin Yuan with enthusiasm. The gaze of Professor Zhao and the other experts was filled with intense eagerness as they looked at Lin Yuan. After all, Lin Yuan's appearance, and especially his theory of the Earth starship, shared many common points with their research and had resolved many of their doubts. More importantly, they saw hope in Lin Yuan. After all, the research work at Bureau 749 is secretive, and any research achievements must be kept confidential, even to the extent that family members cannot leak a word. But now with Lin Yuan's appearance, they saw hope. Mr. Lin, I strongly support your Earth starship theory. This theory you proposed will become another great discovery in the scientific community after Einstein's theory of relativity. Professor Zhao, I am flattered. Lin Yuan humbly replied, and then under the warm welcome of Professor Zhao and the others entered Bureau 7. Mr. Lin, this way please. Professor Zhao enthusiastically led Lin Yuan on a tour of Bureau 7. Mr. Lin, you should know the confidentiality of our institution. To be honest, you are the first outsider to visit here, and not easy indeed. Lin Yuan nodded, greatly admiring the dedication of these older experts and scholars. As they toured, Lin Yuan saw many files hanging on the walls like a record wall. This is... Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he said seriously. Is this the incident of the white-haired peak stone man in the north, the strange phenomena at the Tianqi of Changbai Mountain, and the 1998 Yangtze River snake incident? Tisk tisk, as expected of Bureau 749, almost all the various supernatural events and natural mysteries in the world are recorded in your archives. Perhaps for ordinary people these so-called supernatural events are seen as amusing tales. But when elevated to the national level it is a completely different matter. Haha, sorry to make you laugh, Mr. Lin, Professor Zhao sighed. But the establishment of Bureau 749 was indeed to solve these supernatural mysteries. For decades we have made some research discoveries, but compared to you, Mr. Lin, we are still far behind. Including the Whitehead Eagle, the special agencies of the Whitehead Eagle have reverse-engineered some technologies from what they call Area 51, such as the research of the B-2 stealth bomber, which is quite similar to their work. But Zhao and the others know that Lin Yuan has indeed brought many good things to the country through the Earth Starship theory. Not worth mentioning. Lin Yuan remained very humble. After a tour, they got down to business. Mr. Lin, we heard you mention the mythical figure Yin Di in your live stream. According to your Earth Starship theory, Yin Di is a scientific official with spaceship privileges and is also a scientist. Previously, we excavated a mysterious skeleton in Shenangjia. Shenangjia is said to be where Yin Di, the god of agriculture, set up 36 heavenly ladders on the cliff to successfully harvest immortal herbs to save the world from plague. To commemorate his achievements, later generations named this pristine forest Shenangjia. Regardless of how the legends go, one thing can be confirmed: there is indeed a causal relationship between Shenangjia and Yin. Professor Zhao said seriously, and the mysterious skeleton we excavated is indeed somewhat unusual, so we would like to ask Mr. Lin for your help to see if you can discover anything from it. Lin Yuan nodded to indicate he understood and calmly explained. In fact, the reason Shenangjia is hailed as the gene bank of Earth species is precisely because it corresponds to the functional area of the Earth spaceship, which is the idea of an experimental cabin. Upon hearing this, Professor Zhao and the other experts exchanged glances, their expressions revealing shock. They could only sigh that Mr. Lin's ideas were indeed bolder. Mr. Lin, this way please. Immediately, Professor Zhao led Lin Yuan into a room. Interestingly, this room was connected to the basement, and the underground space was clearly vast. After descending more than 10 floors in the elevator, they finally reached the target area. Don't be fooled by our unassuming appearance. In reality, there are hidden secrets. If a nuclear bomb were to explode above us, we would remain completely unharmed underground. Professor Zhao explained proudly. He then took Lin Yuan to the 12th underground level to one of the secret research rooms. The entire research room had a minimalist style with cold metal walls surrounding it. In the center, on a metal platform, there was a transparent object resembling a crystal coffin. As Lin Yuan walked over, he saw a skeleton inside the crystal coffin. To be precise, it was a skeleton composed of dozens of bones, each about 1 meter long. Mr. Lin, this is the mysterious skeleton we discovered in Shenangjia 5 years ago. According to various instrument tests, the genes carried by this skeleton do not belong to any known species on Earth. Furthermore, more remarkably, we detected traces of biological energy on these bones, as well as residual metals, including rare metals like gold, silver, copper, and iron. Therefore, we would like to ask you to study it and see if you can deduce what it really is. Professor Zhao said, his eyes fixed intently on Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan immediately understood Professor Zhao's intent. Are you suggesting that this mysterious skeleton might be related to the various strange snakes, strange fish, and mysterious turtles recorded in the Shanhai Jing, essentially ancient technological products? Yes, I have this speculation. Professor Zhao sighed, explaining. We have been studying this skeleton for a long time, but it completely overturns the foundations of our current scientific civilization. It's comparable to detecting human flesh and blood tissues within a laptop, which is truly inconceivable. This has also puzzled Professor Zhao and the other experts for a long time. Nodding, Lin Yuan put on white gloves, removed the crystal coffin, and then carefully picked up a piece of the bone to examine. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became quiet. Professor Zhao and the others couldn't help but reveal anxious expressions, all staring intently at Lin Yuan. I need some equipment. After a few seconds, Lin Yuan spoke to the others. Of course. Professor Zhao quickly affirmed that the institution had all the necessary instruments and equipment. Lin Yuan then began to study the small piece of bone, and after more than 2 hours, he finally walked out of the laboratory. Mr. Lin, how did it go? Did you discover anything? Professor Zhao and the others eagerly approached. Who? After exhaling deeply, Lin Yuan nodded. If I'm not mistaken, this should be a product that combines biological gene experiments and mechanical manufacturing. After answering Professor Zhao's questions, he countered. Professor Zhao, have you ever considered a question? That is, humans might also be robots, only more advanced biological energy robots. And the legendary Huangdi Neijing might not be a medical book, but rather a manual for the use of human mechanical bodies. Lin Yuan's question sent a chill through the experts of Bureau 749. Because he knew far more than ordinary men, his words seemed to pry open a door inside their minds. The more they thought, the more terrifying it became. Yes, this is entirely possible, Professor Zhao murmured. Regarding human origins, the modern scientific mainstream naturally venerates Darwin's theory of evolution. In truth, however, the theory of evolution lacks a complete evidentiary chain. For example, fossils of transitional species between ancient apes and modern humans are conspicuously scarce. Moreover, humans possess numerous traits reminiscent of marine creatures. There are even indications of edited genes within our DNA. Archaeologist Halishi once said that myths are not mere fantasy, but often encapsulate fragments of real history. Lin Yuan spoke once more. Everyone, this mysterious set of remains is indeed connected to Yindi Shino. He nodded. And it was not only Yindi involved. Another illustrious figure from our Huaxiao myths took part as well. That figure is Niwa. This skeleton in fact appears to be a fusion of technological machinery and biological genetics, perhaps one of the ancient divine beasts recorded in the flight logs of the Shanhai Jing. At this, Professor Zhao and the others could not conceal their excitement. But if it truly is one of the ancient beasts described in the Shanhai Jing, what did it actually look like? And how could Yindi and Yuhua be involved? One research specialist asked, puzzled. Others nodded in agreement and turned their gazes toward Lin Yuan. That is easy to explain. Lin Yuan smiled. In truth, among the cohort associated with Xianyuan Huangdi, a group of extraterrestrials, both Yuhua and Yindi were technologists who had maxed out their respective technology trees. I spoke earlier about Yindi. He was a polymathical chief technologist with deep achievements across many fields. As for Yuhua, my research indicates she excelled in biological genetics and cosmology. They were likely conducting a vast joint research project. The condition of this skeleton in life represents the outcome of their work, and the research site was Shenanjia. Turning to Professor Zhao and his colleagues, Lin Yuan said, Professor Zhao, I intend to launch an expedition to Shenanjia. Would your institute be interested in participating? At the suggestion, Professor Zhao and the other experts erupted with enthusiasm. Of course. Wonderful. With Chief Engineer Lin leading and guiding the work, this Shenanjia expedition will not disappoint. They all spoke excitedly. Lin Yuan nodded, and they agreed on a departure time. He then pointed at the skeleton and added, Professor Zhao, I have one suggestion. You may cease the research on this skeleton. Understood, Professor Zhao replied, at once nodding vigorously. They had been studying the mysterious remains, hoping to uncover the individual's identity and life history. Now that Lin Yuan suggested the skeleton might be a product of some prehistoric high technology, further study of its identity seemed unnecessary. That day, Lin Yuan returned to the state guest house to rest while Chen Lin remained to represent him and coordinate the Shenanjia joint operation with Bureau 749. Under the banner of the Hongmeng Plan's chief engineer, an elite detachment from the Dingbei Theater was mobilized alongside top scholars from diverse scientific fields. Expedition instruments and equipment were sent in advance to Shenanjia without pause. Of course, another major matter in the capital was Lin Yuan's attendance at the 2024 Academician's certificate ceremony of Longyuan. Not long ago, Lin Yuan had been unanimously elected an Academician of Longyuan. At just 23, he shattered the record for the youngest academician in Longhua. The news exploded across the nation. What? Lin Yuan is that formidable? A 23-year-old academician of Longyuan. Amazing. Becoming a Longyuan academician is merely the starting point for Chief Engineer Lin, not his limit. Do you understand what being a 23-year-old Longyuan academician signifies? Netizens gushed and debated. Domestic media vied to report the story, the youngest Longyuan academician, the most promising star in the scientific community. Lin Yuan's academicianship is thoroughly deserved. Media outlets and countless netizens spontaneously praised Lin Yuan's deeds. From the audacious proposal of the Xingtian hypothesis to leading state military research projects such as the Yinglong aerospace bomber and the Xianyuan Zhanshe, each of Lin Yuan's achievements was worthy of record. In the West, various institutions watched closely. Many research bodies hailed him as one of the most remarkable scientists to emerge in the 21st century. However, within the ranks of the Beijing, some scientific luminaries voiced skepticism. I do not deny Lin Yuan's talents, one declared, but he is still far too young. The Xingtian hypothesis may appear to rest upon a chain of rigorous logic, yet it is built upon illusions. I would go so far as to say Lin is the most successful charlatan of the 21st century. He is attempting to weave a colossal lie to fool all of humanity. Down with pseudoscience. Expose Lin Yuan's sham and restore fairness to the scientific world. The Xingtian hypothesis is the most shameless hoax of our age, yet its proposer has become an academician of Longyuan. I must confess I worry for Longhua. Wait and see. That Longhua man Lin will lead Longhua to ruin, some proclaimed. How ridiculous. That Longhua fellow merely developed a few so-called weapons and is worshipped as the century's greatest scientist. Absurd. They scoff that he was simply a fabricator of lies. They have no grasp of what a true scientist is. A real scientist makes enduring contributions to human civilization, and that Longhua man Lin is nothing but a spouting fraud who scripts his own illusions. Indeed, under the covert encouragement of certain institutions, several Western outlets fabricated false stories to paint Lin Yuan as a mad scientist and a vainglorious charlatan. When those stories reached home, many netizens felt wronged and enraged. They rushed online to post messages defending Lin Yuan and sparred with Western commentators to demonstrate their support. At Shiyuan, Wen Qianlao was signing papers when the denigrating reports about Lin Yuan reached him. He slammed his fist down in fury. Bastards, he ground out. Those Western people mean to destroy Lin Yuan. Another senior remarked, do not be deceived by those insults. Our diplomatic corps receives dispatches daily, invitations from countries across the globe requesting Lin Yuan's presence for scientific visits. Although the Beijing media rail against him, internally institutions such as the Beijing National Academy and the NASC Space Agency, along with top laboratories, hold Lin in the highest esteem and would gladly entice him abroad. They have even privately offered terms if Lin Yuan would go to the Beijing to conduct research. They would grant him not less than $2 billion annually and loosen myriad restrictions, making him their foremost scientific figure. As for Jiapingji, I hear they are desperate to invite Lin Yuan, offering lavish terms, all of which he has politely Those fools are deluded. Purely scientific exchanges would be fine, but everyone knows they have ulterior motives. Lin Yuan is too clever to be blind to that. Chen Lao smiled broadly at that and felt reassured. Some of the media have gone too far, and a few scientists have been misled into calling our chief engineer a fraud. They assume Chief Engineer Lin merely produced weapons and contributed nothing to human progress. Ridiculous. They have no idea what he has accomplished in recent months. Chun Lao murmured, his eyes glittering. After exchanging looks with several other leaders, Chun Lao's spirit surged, and a sharp light flashed through his gaze. I think it's time to reveal that matter, he declared. At once the assembled leaders were shaken. Old Chun, do you mean? Announced controlled nuclear fusion. Chun Lao nodded. Precisely. Those foreign media and scientists claim Lin Yuan has no meaningful contributions to civilization and is unworthy of such accolades. Then we shall answer them decisively. Show them plainly what Lin Yuan has achieved. Longwa will be the first nation to initiate a controlled nuclear fusion program. Lin Yuan's research will lead all humanity into a new era. Later that evening at 6:58, the state news channel's anchor Song Lina was finishing her preparations. Song Lina had hosted the 7 o'clock news for years and was beloved by audiences across Longwa. At that moment, she received notice from the studio an additional news item would be added to the broadcast, and it would require at least 5 minutes. What's going on, as she wondered. With the live broadcast mere minutes away, the station was suddenly asking for a lengthy, and she frowned, but when she opened the briefing she was struck by astonishment. Her composed face revealed an expression of utter, "My God," she breathed. No wonder they need 5 minutes. This is extraordinary. A few seconds later, Song Lina stifled her excitement, drew a steadying breath, and began to memorize the copy. The clock swiftly reached 7. Good evening, viewers. Welcome to tonight's 7 o'clock news. I am your host, Song Lina. With the usual opening, the broadcast began. After covering several current items, Song Lina announced, after a 2-year interval, Lin Yuan has released its newest selection of academicians. 19 candidates were added this round, the eldest at 81, the youngest merely 23. Among them, Hongming Plan's chief engineer Lin Yuan has been elected an academician, earning national and scientific acclaim. And then breaking news. We have just received confirmation that Hongming Plan's chief engineer Lin Yuan has recently invented a controlled nuclear fusion device. The device has passed its trial evaluation, making Longwa the first nation to research and realize controlled nuclear fusion, ushering our country into a new age of energy. The announcement struck like thunder. Like a clap of thunder in their ears, countless Longwa citizens frozen before their televisions were stunned into silence. What had they just heard? At that moment, many felt their scalps go numb and murmured as if their hearing had betrayed them. Only after a long beat did reality resurface. Controlled nuclear fusion. In an era of explosive information, even those of modest education had heard the term and grasped its import. For most people, controlled fusion represented the pinnacle of frontier science and technology. Even the most technologically advanced Western nations had struggled to master it. Experts had once predicted that with global technology as it stood, achieving controlled fusion would take at least another 20 years. And now, Longwa had supposedly developed a controlled fusion device, and the inventor was Lin Yuan. The entire nation fell into an almost deathly hush. For a moment, people were dazed, then emotion swelled and exploded into cheers across the breadth of Longwa. Shouts of acclaim rose up. Amazing. Lin Yuan is extraordinary. Controlled fusion. My God, the Nanchaman plan will come to fruition. I'm overwhelmed. I'm in tears. The internet convulsed as netizens posted in frenzied celebration. Within minutes, headlines about Lin Yuan and controlled fusion dominated the entire web. In the television studio, Song Lina herself was moved to tears as she tremulously declared, Lin Yuan has ushered in a new era. Let us congratulate this remarkable young scientist. Let us hail our nation. Let us rejoice in Wuxia's ascent. Remember this day. For the next 3 minutes, the broadcast detailed the device Lin Yuan led, the Xingtian Energy Ring controlled fusion apparatus. Every operational explanation and data feedback was presented, telling the nation and the world that this was a flawless controlled fusion device. With the state broadcast global attention once more fixed upon Longwa, the West was shaken to its core. That night, the Beijing hexagonal headquarters burned bright with activity. Research institutions across the globe buzzed. Scientists staggered in stunned disbelief when told Longwa had achieved controlled fusion. Even the Beijing and many Western states, along with nations in Asia such as Jaipingji and Bangzigua, grew anxious. A flurry of diplomatic notes were dispatched to Longwa. Armies were quietly repositioned. The Pacific theater slid into an ominous equilibrium. Longwa, however, responded with calm magnanimity. It issued an open invitation. Foreign expert teams were welcome to come to Longwa to inspect the controlled fusion project. The next day, after receiving his Lin Yuan academicianship certificate at the Imperial Capitol Auditorium, Lin Yuan vanished from public view, a disappearance that sent domestic media into a frenzy. Since last night's broadcast, the global internet had boiled over. Nearly billions around the world watched for the words. Countless domestic and foreign outlets sought interviews with Lin Yuan and access to the controlled fusion project's origins. All eyes were fixed on him. Yet after collecting his certificate, Lin Yuan quietly withdrew, granting no interviews and leaving the nation anxious. Where is Lin Yuan? Fans demanded. He is my idol. To stir such a storm and then slip back into obscurity. Those so-called Western scientific giants mocked him as lacking contribution. In the blink of an eye, he has refuted them in the most terrible fashion. Controlled fusion. This is the most formidable scientific achievement. Now that Chief Engineer Lin has realized it, what can the Western critics say? Haha, intoxicating. Where is he? I want to see him on TV. I'm crying, I want to watch the state interview with Chief Engineer. Across the capital at a military airfield aboard an Y-20 transport, Lin Yuan watched as expedition equipment was loaded into the hold and smiled quietly. Half an hour later, the Y-20 lifted and set course for Jingchu province. In a seat by the window, Lin Yuan, Qinji, did you know that Shenanjia's location is peculiarly special? Shenanjia sits along the 30 degrees north latitude, long lauded as the Ring of the Gods. Along the 30-degree line lie many wonders: the Bermuda Triangle, the Xingtian civilization, the Egyptian pyramids, Mount Everest, the lost palaces of Atlantis, the Mariana Trench, and more. Why do so many mysterious forbidden zones and ancient civilizations cluster along this latitude? In fact, this corresponds to the core of the Dichio Xingtian theory. Lin Yuan smiled placidly and explained, much like when we design an airplane or an aircraft carrier, we plan and lay out each functional zone in advance. The mysterious force that fashioned the ship did the same, which is why so many forbidden sites align along 30 degrees. In truth, those forbidden zones each correspond to functional systems of the Earth as a spacecraft. The world's highest point, Mount Everest, at 8844 meters, and the world's deepest point, the Mariana Trench, at 11034 meters, and other critical boundaries, all relate to this 30-degree band. I conjecture that their functions ought to be: during interstellar travel, although the density of matter in the universe is extremely low, a portion of micrometeorite particles, as well as larger celestial bodies like asteroids, and even free hydrogen atoms can pose a danger to the Earth, this ship, when traveling at high speeds. Therefore, to evade these threats, the ship's system must include a setting known as the navigational deflector. Lin Yuan smiled as he said, in my view, Mount Everest is a colossal and mysterious navigational deflector. Hearing this, the experts and professors in the cabin showed great interest, their eyes gleaming as they looked towards Lin. Chief Engineer Lin, could you elaborate on this for us? Professor Zhao from Bureau 749 earnestly requested. Everyone knows that Mount Everest has been formed for at least 500 million years, and 500 million years ago the area where Mount Everest is located was an ocean. Lin Yuan did not refuse and began to explain. The reason I consider Mount Everest to be a navigational deflector is that the deflector generates intense subspace and electromagnetic radiation, which adversely affects the performance of many sensors. Thus, in layout, the main deflector must be set in a remote functional corner. Mount Everest is naturally suitable for this, and there's also the operational principle of the deflector. Theoretically, the core of the navigational deflector is a high-power gravitational particle polarization source generator, supplying thousands of spatial field distortion amplifiers, while the beamforming dish antenna must support the transmitting array. Counting the major mountain ranges around the globe, only Mount Everest possesses this condition, as it belongs to the Himalayas, surrounded by several mountain ranges capable of supporting the formation and precise direction of the deflector beam. Another reason is that when we gaze at Mount Everest from a distance, we notice a shallow yellow rock band in the center of the mountain, which is also known as the yellow band. Similarly, only Mount Everest has this feature among the global mountain systems. And what is this yellow band? At this point, Lin Yuan scanned the audience. Seeing that everyone was captivated by him, their expressions revealing excitement, it was evident that they were deeply impressed by what he described. This yellow band, also known as calcium silicate rock, contains a large amount of beryl lepidolite, tourmaline, and so these minerals are rich in rare metal elements primarily used in aerospace, military chips, and other fields. Of course, the operational principle and essence of this navigational deflector of Mount Everest is something that our current understanding of civilization is still insufficient to explore its true core secrets. I am merely presenting a perspective. As he finished speaking, applause erupted in the room. Chief Engineer Lin, your words truly opened our eyes. No wonder Mount Everest is growing taller every year. Could it be due to the spatial gravitational particle beam? The crowd buzzed with discussion. Chen Lin, not satisfied, pressed on. Chief Engineer Lin, what about the Mariana Trench? Which functional module of the Earth ship does it correspond to? The Mariana Trench. Lin Yuan pondered for a moment before elaborating. I believe the Mariana Trench should belong to the module of the low-temperature fluid transport system, including special energy transmission systems like deuterium fuel. However, I do not know what lies in the depths of the Mariana Trench. As for the poles, I currently believe that beneath the ice layers in Antarctica lies the Earth ship's ammunition depot. Of course, there may be other functions such as the defense shield system, which is even more pronounced in the Arctic ecosystem. In fact, I also feel that the North and South poles have yet to be developed, but with our current knowledge, we are not yet capable of touching these forbidden zones. Hearing this, Professor Zhao nodded in agreement. This is also one of the original intentions of various countries signing the Antarctic Treaty. None of the countries are foolish if they recklessly touch these forbidden zones without the capability. It would be like opening Pandora's box, leading to the downfall of human civilization. Subsequently, everyone engaged in further discussion, and time slowly passed. Several hours later, at a military airport in Jingchu province, the Y-20 landed on the runway, and Lin Yuan and his group disembarked. Chen Lin took a glance at his phone and couldn't help but grin. Chief Engineer Lin, no wonder you were so eager to rush to Shenanjia today, or it turns out you were avoiding someone. Now our dragon country know the entire world has exploded. Chief Engineer Lin, you are completely famous. Controlled nuclear fusion. The national high-level officials have finally announced it. If you were out there now, who knows how many media outlets would be looking for you, you wouldn't even be able to leave your front door. At this point, Lin was immensely excited. Lin Yuan naturally knew what Lin was referring to and smiled faintly. It's good that it's announced. Oh, I submitted a plan to the higher-ups. According to my plan, our dragon country will completely enter the era of controlled nuclear fusion in the next 2 years. With the dissemination of controlled nuclear fusion civilization, other scientific fields will also be further enhanced, making our exploration of the Earth ship's path much smoother in the future. After speaking, Lin Yuan and his group boarded the military vehicle and drove towards Xingtian. Half a day later, at the entrance of a primitive forest reserve in Xingtian, a large scientific research expedition team arrived. As several military off-road vehicles appeared, a figure stepped down, and the scene erupted in excited chatter. Chief Engineer Lin. It's actually Lin Yuan. Oh my god, I was wondering why our scientific expedition was so mysterious. It turns out the leader is Professor Lin. All members of the scientific expedition team displayed excited expressions. After all, in the past 2 days, Lin Yuan's achievement of developing controlled nuclear fusion had just hit the news, shaking the entire world. Now seeing the real person, even many older experts and professors couldn't contain their excitement. Chief Engineer Lin, let me introduce you to everyone. This is Professor Wang Fengfeng from the Dragon Academy of Sciences, who has been researching natural sciences for decades and is a pillar in this academic field in our country. And this is Professor Liang Qiyuan, a globally renowned geography expert and the first person in our country to study the geographical features of Xingtian. This is Major Yang Yu from the Northern Defense Zone, responsible for the safety and security of this exploration plan. After a round of pleasantries, Lin Yuan glanced around and smiled slightly. Professor Zhao, if there are no issues, shall we? Good. Professor Zhao nodded and smiled. Before we set off, Chief Engineer Lin, why don't you say a few words to everyone to motivate them? Sure. Lin Yuan did not hesitate, walking to the front of the team, scanning the faces of the expedition members and smiling. Hello, everyone, I am Lin Yuan. With a loud cheer, the scene erupted in applause. Chief Engineer Lin, we love you. Naturally, those who said this were the younger members of the scientific expedition. I love you all too. Lin Yuan was not shy, smiling back and closing the distance with the crowd. This expedition is strongly supported by the state, and I call it the Shinnong Project, which is part of the Hongming Plan. Our goal is to explore the hidden secrets of Xingtian. From geographical features to the mysteries of natural species, and even various myths and legends, we aim to uncover the true essence of Xingtian. For this, I have only one request. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious, his gaze deep and profound. Here, I hope you all can cast aside your preconceived scientific notions, because the land we are stepping on is an unknown and mysterious world. Science is a process of bold hypothesis and cautious verification. Now let us join hands and together unveil the true secrets of Xingtian. With that, he waved his hand. At this moment, the over 100 members of the scientific expedition team erupted in excited cheers, and the team embarked on their journey into Xingtian. Since Xingtian is located in a primitive forest, even the most powerful military off-road vehicles cannot reach deep into the dense forest, so the group had to walk into the depths of the jungle. As for some instruments, equipment, logistics, food, and other exploration gear, they were transported by binding them to livestock like cattle and horses. As soon as they stepped into this deep mountain forest, Lin Yuan felt a jolt of energy. He felt that even the air he breathed was so refreshing. No wonder this is the oxygen bar of nature. Lin Yuan sighed with a smile. For someone like him who lived in the city, the environment in Xingtian was incredibly comfortable and refreshing. Indeed. Professor Zhao and the other core members of the team closely followed Lin Yuan, responding, the nation's protection of original forests like Xingtian is quite meticulous. Even the locals dare not casually step into this forbidden zone. Professor Lin, I have a question I would like to ask you. According to the Earth Starship theory, is Xingtian being so mysterious and the former residence of the Flame Emperor the core of the central functional region known as Huaxiajiuzhou? Hearing this, Lin Yuan instinctively turned his head and saw a graceful woman sparkling with bright eyes staring. This is Xiao Xia. Seeing this, Professor Zhao from Bureau 749 quickly stepped forward, smiling as he introduced her. Xia is my niece, but Chief Engineer Lin, please do not misunderstand. I didn't randomly pull family members into the scientific expedition team. It is Xia who earned her place here by merit. She is a genius in the field of life sciences in our country, and before you appeared, Chief Engineer Lin, Xia was hailed as the most promising future scientific star likely to win a Nobel Prize. Moreover, Xia is the granddaughter of Zhao Tsongru, the foremost expert in military nuclear technology in our country. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan looked at Professor Zhao with surprise, realizing, so Professor Zhao Yu and Zhao Lao are truly admirable. Zhao Tsongru is a military nuclear technology expert, and Zhao Kongmo is a well-known scientist in Dragon Country. How evidently this family is a scholarly and scientific lineage. Lin Yuan smiled slightly. Miss Zhao, nice to meet you. Chief Engineer Lin, I am your fan. Zhao Xia also suppressed her excitement, happily saying, I have been following you since the first day you started broadcasting, and I am a loyal fan of the Earth Starship theory. Hearing this, Lin Yuan chuckled. No need to be so formal. We are all young people, no need for such courtesy. Hee alright. Zhao Xia covered her mouth and smiled, her bright eyes continuing to ask, Chief Engineer Lin, can you tell me about that question from earlier? Shaking his head, Lin Yuan directly replied, Shenangjia is very mysterious, and I know many people have special feelings about it, but in fact Shenangjia does not belong to the core location of the central chip of the Huaxia Jiuzhou starship. If we really had to find a place, I believe that the Qinling and Taiyang mountains better match the core essence of the central function. Among them, Taiyang is of utmost importance. At this point, Lin Yuan became interested, and since they were on the road, he began to chat. The Taiyang mountains are known as the backbone of Dragon Country. To say nothing else, our country's defense weapon, the J-20 engine, is named after the Taihang, which speaks volumes. In fact, the Taiyang mountains were also known in ancient times as the five-element mountain, Wangmu Mountain, Nvua Mountain, etc. It is said that Nvua created humans here from clay, repaired the sky with stones, He shot down the suns here, and the Jingwei bird filled the seas here. Thus, in my view, the Taiyang mountains deserve the honor of being the core of Jiuzhou. Of course, we won't discuss its specific functions related to the Earthship for now. Pausing for a moment, Lin Yuan looked at Zhao Xia and smiled. Now let's continue discussing Shenangjia. Hearing this, Zhao Xia nodded and curiously asked, So Chief Engineer Lin, do you think there are truly mysterious wild people in Shenangjia? If there are wild people, what kind of species are they? At this point, even the other members of the scientific expedition team were intrigued, staring at Lin Yuan, eagerly anticipating his insightful explanation. Wild people, huh? After pondering for a moment, Lin Yuan slowly explained, the wild people of Shenangjia, like the Bigfoot in North America and the Yeti in Tibet, are all unresolved mysteries of the world. According to the Shanhaijing, it is recorded that there lives a kind of giant of Gan in the Bear Mountains of northwestern Hubei, also known as Xiaoyang baboon, about 3 meters tall, covered in hair, with long hair hanging down to its shoulders, agile in movement, and good-natured. In ancient times, the great poet Chu Yuan wrote a poem called Mountain Ghost, which describes the image of the wild people of Shenangjia. Upon hearing Lin Yuan's explanation, everyone displayed expressions of shock. If the wild man is a guinea pig, then the one conducting experiments on the wild man is the Flame Emperor. Zhao Xia was the first to react, exclaiming in surprise, not just the Flame Emperor, but Nuwa as well. Lin Yuan nodded and calmly said, in recent decades there have been several reports about the wild man in Shenangjia, but since 2000 news about the wild man has basically disappeared. At this, Lin Yuan glanced at Professor Zhao and the people from Bureau 749. Professor Zhao suddenly felt a bit awkward, adjusting his glasses, and explained, in fact, in recent years we have discovered quite a few traces of wild men in Shenangjia, but due to certain reasons information has been controlled. I told you so. The crowd revealed knowing smiles. After all, with the development of the information age, news about wild men has not appeared online, making it hard to say there isn't something fishy going on. And naturally, it was the state that took action. After checking the geographical location, Professor Zhao suddenly said, with a serious expression, Director Lin, this place is called Wild Duck Forest. We discovered suspected wild man footprints here 2 years ago. Moreover, just last month our observation equipment set up here also captured a hint of thermal imaging that resembled a wild. Hearing this, everyone in the team was visibly shaken. If the luck is good, perhaps we might actually see a wild man ourselves, one expert said excitedly. Hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded and instructed everyone to temporarily stay stationed at Wild Duck Forest. Then he found Chen Lin and instructed him, Brother Chen, please coordinate with the people from the Dingbei battle zone to spread out and search within a 3-kilometer radius centered on Wild Duck Forest. No problem. Chen Lin nodded. In fact, this time the Dingbei battle zone sent not only a small team responsible for protecting Lin Yuan's safety, but also sent a 30-person reconnaissance team. Upon receiving Lin Yuan's orders, the well-trained reconnaissance soldiers quickly packed their equipment and began their exploration. Looking at the military scouts skillfully using various electronic instruments such as drones for observation, Professor Zhao couldn't help but express his feelings. Indeed, if we had such advanced equipment back in our day, we might have already unraveled the mystery of the wild man. The veteran experts also expressed their sentiments. Afterward, Lin Yuan and his team temporarily set up camp in Wild Duck Forest. Taking advantage of the break, Lin Yuan opened the spaceship's map device, the Lianshan. To outsiders, it seemed Lin Yuan was resting his eyes, but in reality, he was granting permissions on the map device to conduct a series of searches. A few minutes later, Lin Yuan seemed to have made a discovery, opening his eyes and asking, has any news come back? Chen Lin stood by with a satellite communication device in hand, shaking his head. Send them to check this location. Lin Yuan reported a coordinate. Hearing this, Professor Zhao and the others were somewhat surprised, but didn't say anything. Just then a sudden cry rang out from Wild Duck Forest. What happened? Lin Yuan and Chen Lin exchanged glances and immediately rushed out. They saw a research team member in the southeast corner of the forest looking pale and shaken. Director Lin. The person was a female professor in her early 30s, and with a look of terror she said, You must look over there, there's a snake. Everyone be careful. Chen Lin immediately shouted, Most snakes in Shenangjia are venomous, be sure not. Although they were equipped with various antidotes for this trip, Shenangjia is known as a gene pool for species. Who knows what undiscovered snake species might be lurking there? Everyone was hesitant to act recklessly. Instead, Chen Lin and a few experienced soldiers followed the direction indicated by the female professor and quickly found a mysterious snake under a large rock. What kind of snake is this? Its entire body is as bright red as blood. How strange, one soldier exclaimed. At this moment Lin Yuan and the others also gathered around, and Professor Zhao simply took a glance, exclaiming, "Fragmented body snake." What? It's actually a fragmented body snake. Hearing this, the experts from Bureau 749 rushed over. The Bureau only has some skeletal remains. I didn't expect to see a living one today. This thing has immense research value. It may help modern medicine crack the mystery of limb regeneration. Director Lin truly is our lucky star. I've come to Xingtian several times and have never encountered such rare living creatures. I didn't expect to find valuable research specimens so quickly this time. The group of expert professors excitedly discussed. In fact, this so-called fragmented body snake is a miraculous species. When faced with danger, the fragmented body snake can shatter its body into countless pieces and escape. Once the danger passes, all the fragmented parts can quickly gather together again. In terms of its characteristics, doesn't it resemble the mythical skill clone technique? But in reality, it is different. The fragmented body snake essentially decomposes its body into countless single-cell-like entities, each part possessing an independent form, which reunites into a unified shape. From this point, we can also see that many ancient myths and legends left by our ancestors, as well as some exaggerated supernatural abilities, may not be as simple as mere fabrications, but rather have real-life counterparts. Meanwhile, due to the well-equipped research expedition team, the military soldiers in cooperation with several zoologists successfully captured the fragmented body snake. Congratulations, host, you have successfully captured object number 04582, opening the species gene bank of the Earth spaceship. After opening the species gene bank, the host can grasp some genetic traits of the species and conduct in-depth research to obtain the unique genetic secrets of this type of species. Upon hearing the long-lost system notification in his mind, Lin Yuan couldn't help but be stunned, and then detailed information about species number 04582 appeared in his vision. Fragmented body snake, length of 15-20 centimeters, entirely bright red. When in danger, can transform into thousands of small creatures, quickly reassembling into the original snake form once safe. Note 100 points can be consumed to analyze the genetic secrets of the current species. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan couldn't help but marvel at the high-tech methods of the Flame Emperor's group. Some might say this is the wonder of nature, but Lin Yuan knows that over 90 of such unique species are the result of biological gene engineering developed by the Flame Emperor and Nuwa in ancient times. Let this snake go. In the next moment, Lin Yuan's words shocked everyone. This fragmented body snake can only survive in Xingtian. Even in the most advanced ecological simulation environment, it cannot reproduce and survive. What is the significance of capturing it if subsequent research cannot continue? Hearing this, everyone had no choice but to release the snake. As for Lin Yuan, he wasn't worried because he had already opened the permissions for the spaceship's species gene bank. If he wanted to conduct research on the fragmented body snake later, he could do so in the virtual laboratory at any time. And Lin Yuan believed that this fragmented body snake still held certain research value. At that moment, several military reconnaissance soldiers who had gone out for exploration hurried back to the scene with serious expressions, saying, "Director Lin, we discovered a mysterious underground cave at the coordinate location XXX. According to ultrasonic detection, the underground cave is 20 meters deep, marking a first discovery. Additionally, we found traces of animal activity at the cave entrance." That's great. Hearing this, Professor Zhao and the others displayed excited expressions. "Let's go check it out." Lin Yuan also nodded, instructing the accompanying personnel to bring a series of exploration and research equipment and head towards the underground cave mentioned by the reconnaissance soldiers. Upon arriving at the location, the group was welcomed. "Director Lin, thanks to the coordinates you provided us, otherwise we would never have discovered such a mysterious underground cave. Yes, it's incredible. If it weren't for your hint, not even after 100 years would we have found the entrance to this underground." Hearing this, everyone curiously looked at Lin Yuan. "I inferred it from some clues in the Classic of Mountains and Seas." Lin Yuan casually explained, "The Classic of Mountains and Seas actually hides a lot of ancient information. For ordinary people it is incredibly mysterious, but once one masters the key to deciphering it, they can obtain some crucial information." Upon hearing this, everyone took on serious expressions again. Following that, they proceeded with their actions. The zoologists began to investigate the traces at the cave entrance. Meanwhile, the military side began to set up various devices, deploying drones to enter the underground cave for preliminary route detection. These footprints are quite strange. They don't resemble feline footprints, nor any other species. One zoologist murmured in confusion. Could it be the legendary donkey-headed wolf or the horse tiger? At that moment, Lin Yuan suddenly asked, "Donkey-headed wolf, horse tiger?" The zoologist and Professor Zhao were taken aback upon hearing this. "That's..." Lin Yuan replied seriously. There was news in Xingtian before that local residents and tourists had seen a strange creature. After investigation, it was found that this creature could possibly be the donkey-headed wolf that existed over 500 years ago. This donkey-headed wolf, as the name suggests, has a body that resembles a wolf, but a head that resembles a donkey. It possesses sharp tusks, can reach 2 meters in length, 1 meter in height, and howls similarly to a wolf, yet is incredibly fierce. Of course, there's another possibility, which is the horse tiger recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas. Its record states in the Mountain of Middle Curve there is a beast whose shape is like a horse white-bodied black-tailed with one horn and tiger-like claws making sounds like drum beats. It preys on tigers and leopards and can control soldiers. This strange creature is called the horse tiger, which has also disappeared for a long time. Lin Yuan looked around and smiled, saying, but Xinjiang has a unique geographical location and is rarely visited by people. Perhaps some ancient species still linger here. There is also a possibility that Lin Yuan did not mention. That is, Xinjiang may hide some function, and that the depths of Xinjiang connect to some teleportation device allowing people to be transported into the real internal space of the Earth spaceship. This is also a direction of Lin Yuan's subsequent research. The legend of the 36 heavens in Huaxia mythology may well be a series of teleportation device systems where entering different heavens is essentially through some form of teleportation to another space on the spaceship. Regardless of what species it is, Brother Chen, please have everyone pay attention and report any clues at the first opportunity. Now that the permissions for the spaceship's species gene bank had been opened, Lin Yuan was particularly attentive. After all, each ancient species hides different biological genetic secrets. If these genetic secrets can be unraveled, it could significantly enhance modern medical technology. Meanwhile, the reconnaissance soldiers had widened the entrance of the underground cave through a series of devices revealing a mysterious dark underground cave passage. Director Lin, based on drone detection, there are no traces of biological thermal activity in the underground cave. Additionally, the oxygen and other components are the same as on the surface, and the environment is assessed as safe for entry. Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan nodded, saying, prepare to go down. Let's check out this underground cave. Director Lin, you want to go down personally? Chen Lin, seeing this, became a bit anxious and advised, it's better to let the brothers from the military go down to investigate first. All right. Lin Yuan was not insistent, smiling. But if it's safe down there, Brother Chen, you can't stop me. Of course not. Chen Lin let out a sigh of relief. Half an hour later, two reconnaissance soldiers returned through the passage looking somewhat shocked as they said, Director Lin, it is indeed safe down there, but what? What did you see? The crowd quickly pressed for answers. After reaching a certain depth underground, the drones lost contact, so Lin Yuan and the others were still very curious about what exactly was in this underground cave and what the scenery was like. It's incredible. One soldier exclaimed excitedly. We found some human traces in the cave as well as some strange substances. It's amazing. Director Lin, you really should go down and take a look. All right. Lin Yuan nodded. Then he scanned the entire area and issued an order. Professor Zhao arranged for some experts to go down with me. Among these people are experts in fields including archaeology, biology, and geography. Understood, Professor Zhao quickly nodded. Soon a group of 12 people was selected, including Zhao Xie, to follow Lin Yuan into the underground cave. Chen Lin also personally took the field, bringing 6 Special Forces soldiers to provide close protection for Lin Yuan's safety. Okay, let's go. Lin Yuan spoke in a low voice, leading the way into the underground cave's passage following the route opened by the 2 reconnaissance soldiers. After walking about 100 meters in a winding manner, Lin Yuan turned back and asked, what is the current depth? Director Lin, we are now 36 meters underground. Chen Lin replied. Up ahead is the place we saw earlier. At this moment, the 2 reconnaissance soldiers exclaimed. Hearing this, everyone hurried their pace, and after walking for another 2 minutes, what came into view was a mysterious and vast underground cave world. Zhao Professor noticed at first glance that the walls of this underground cave space had some decaying lamps. There are actually traces of human activity here. These are lamps clearly embedded by humans. Professor Zhao was astonished, turning on a bright light to examine closely, then joyfully said, the patterns on these bronze lamps belong to the Qin dynasty period. The shape of the lamps is tree-like, a product of the pre-Qin period. Goodness. The group of expert professors was so excited at this moment that they were nearly going crazy. Lin Yuan was also slightly moved, instructing the soldiers to illuminate the underground cave space, and soon shocking scenes appeared before everyone's eyes. This bronze furnace is obviously a product of the Qin dynasty. My goodness, it's incredible. In such a remote place like Xinjiang, there is actually such an underground cave, and so many Qin dynasty bronze artifacts have been discovered here. What could be the connection? Everyone come quick. What is this? Zhao Xie also found a warehouse-like corner in the cave, which was piled with some strange minerals. Next to it were some objects that looked like shelves, on which were placed some peculiar metals. However, due to the passage of time, these metals had all turned dark, making it impossible to discern their true nature. Be careful. One expert curiously picked up one of the objects that looked like a ruler, and in the next moment Lin Yuan's expression tightened as he hurriedly warned. Up. The expert cried out in pain as blood oozed from his finger, having been cut by the ruler-like object. The ruler fell to the ground, producing a crisp metallic clinking sound. What is this? Witnessing this scene, Chen Lin immediately arranged for personnel to assist the injured expert, and then carefully picked up the ruler-like object from the ground while wearing gloves. It seems to be a sword blank. After careful examination, Chen Lin expressed in surprise. It is indeed a sword blank. At this moment, Lin Yuan also got a clearer view of the surrounding environment and extended his hand to feel the peculiar metallic ores, displaying a shocked expression. I see now. It turns out that the weapon casting technology of the Qin dynasty was so advanced, originating from here. I suspect this is an ancient laboratory of the Flame Emperor. The first emperor truly deserves to be known as the engineer of the spaceship. He had long discovered this underground cave in Xingtian and found such a big secret here. Lin Yuan said, barely containing his excitement. Moi. Upon hearing this, Professor Zhao and the others were collectively stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Professor Zhao, you must be aware that the weapon casting technology of the Qin dynasty was extremely advanced, right? Yes. Professor Zhao nodded, saying, indeed, a sword unearthed from the Qin Shi Huang mausoleum was severely bent after being pressed under several tons of terracotta warriors, but once the heavy objects were removed it could immediately spring back to its original shape. Haha, yes, this is enough to demonstrate that during the Qin dynasty there was already the presence of memory alloys. The swordsmiths of that time applied the principles of elastic alloys to the utmost. I had previously wondered where the Qin dynasty acquired such technology. Now it seems that the origin of Daqin Heavy Industries is indeed in Xingtian. Lin Yuan finished speaking and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Immediately the crowd began to take stock of the scene. They discovered a large quantity of metallic minerals as well as semi-finished metallurgy products along with numerous items from the Qin dynasty. There were even some strange objects that could not have been created with the technological level and scientific understanding of the Qin dynasty. This can only be explained as these items belonging to the era of the Flame Emperor merely acquired by the ancient Qin people. Indeed, there are traces of omissions in history. Lin Yuan mused deeply. Just like during the Wang Mang period, similar objects resembling a vernier caliper were unearthed from ancient tombs, leading many modern netizens to believe that Wang Mang was a time traveler. How similar this scene is. Yet Lin Yuan was more inclined to believe that this group of ancient people were merely fortunate enough to acquire a part of ancient spaceship technology. Incredible, Chen Lin exclaimed, examining some metallic sword blanks with astonishment. Master Lin, take a look at this semi-finished dagger. It is surprisingly sharp, comparable to the military knives used by our act. Chen Lin said in shock, holding a dagger-shaped metal blank that had presumably endured countless years in this underground cavern. After simple cleaning and polishing, it was still usable. Moreover, its sharpness rivaled that of the police tactical knife FK1 that Chen Lin was currently holding, capable of cutting through iron without damaging the blade. Never underestimate the wisdom of the ancients. Lin Yuan said seriously, especially during the time of the first emperor, the metallurgical and forging team under him acquired the relics and techniques of the Flame Emperor, which explains why the weapons of the Qin were able to sweep across the lands. Consider this, it wasn't until 1676 that Western scientists proposed the famous Hooke's law relating to the elasticity of force. However, the ancient metallurgical techniques of Huaxia had already had similar concepts long before. Additionally, the weapon forging process of Daqin Heavy Industries is exceptionally rigorous, with standardization protocols including the requirement that every weapon must bear the craftsman's mark, meaning each craftsman must inscribe their name on the weapon, allowing for accountability in case of issues. After saying this, Lin Yuan glanced at the metallic minerals discovered on site and solemnly declared, let's take some back for further study to see what these items truly are. Understood. The crowd nodded in agreement and then returned to the surface. Half an hour later they reached the temporary. Lin Yuan was holding a piece of metallic mineral, which even the well-versed geologist from Lonka Institute couldn't. At that moment the others looked at the data feedback from the instruments before them, revealing excited expressions. This extraordinary metallic mineral absolutely does not belong to terrestrial products. According to the current data feedback, it remains intact even at temperatures of 50 degrees, and its material is exceptionally hard, capable of resisting radiation shock waves and electromagnetic attacks. We found a semi-finished weapon blank made of a similar mineral on site, and its sharpness is astonishing. It can even absorb kinetic energy and heat. The expert looked around at the crowd and explained, have you seen a comic movie from Eagle Sauce? It mentioned a meteorite from space called vibranium, which has similar properties. Upon hearing this, the crowd was taken aback, then one by one displayed expressions of ecstatic joy. That's a fantastic. We just did a rough tally. There are at least several tons of similar metallic minerals in the underground cavern. If the efficacy of this metallic mineral is indeed as powerful as claimed, it could lead to the creation of many excellent products. For instance, it could be applied to special forces military knives and individual body armor, which could play a critical role during certain periods. Chen Lin said excitedly. Yes. Lin Yuan nodded. This marks a good start. It seems the Flame Emperor left behind quite a lot of treasures for us descendants. From this point on, everyone's expressions were incredibly complex. After all, this alone was enough to indicate that Lin Yuan's claims about the Earth Starship seemed to be aligning more closely with reality. However, upon reflection, this is a good thing. They had only just embarked on the first day of exploration in Xingtian, yet already reaped such bountiful rewards, a significant achievement. Instantly everyone was all smiles. Subsequently, Chen Lin arranged for several soldiers to stay behind to support the follow-up troops and conduct deeper excavation work in the underground cavern. According to Lin Yuan's estimates, the value of this underground cavern was entirely on par with the previously discovered Kunlun relics, namely the 1,000,000 tons of nuclear fuel or helium-3. After assigning tasks, Lin Yuan and his team continued deeper into the heart of Xingtian. If ordinary people were to enter Xingtian without professional instruments and guides, they would easily get lost in this vast forest. However, Lin Yuan and his group were well prepared, backed by an entire nation, and could mobilize military satellites at any time, naturally facing significantly reduced risks and difficulties. Along the way they encountered some dangers, but under the stringent security protocols of the military all threats were eliminated one by one. Soon enough, as Lin Yuan and his group passed through a certain area, Professor Zhao pointed ahead and suddenly exclaimed, "What is that?" At this moment, they had completely stepped into an uncharted forbidden zone of Xingtian. Before them appeared a peculiar giant stone, and surprisingly some decayed charcoal-like substances were found around it. Observing its shape, it seemed as though this stone had once been suspended by something. Upon seeing this, Lin Yuan said gravely, "Everyone, have you heard of the legend of the Locking Dragon Stone in Xingtian?" Yes. Zhao Xie nodded first, and said, "Master Lin, you can't be suggesting that this is the Locking Dragon Stone. Whether it is or not isn't that important anymore." Lin Yuan smiled and said, "But I speculate that the coordinates corresponding to these Locking Dragon Stones harbor secrets likely left behind by the first emperor of the Qin after conducting inspections. However, the first emperor called himself the Ancestor Dragon, so why did he have his subordinates bind these stones with iron chains, calling them Locking Dragons?" Professor Zhao frowned and asked, "I don't know, but in fact I believe that the historical descriptions of the first emperor are still not precise enough, or rather they have misinterpreted this great emperor." Lin Yuan said solemnly, "Historical records state that the first emperor coveted immortality and sent Su Fu overseas to seek the elixir of life, yet I believe the first emperor acquired partial access to Earth's spaceship technology and learned about some advanced civilizations beyond his time. He sent Su Fu to seek the elixir of life, possibly in search of a certain medical chamber or pharmaceutical warehouse on the spaceship. Seeking the elixir could be both public and personal, which I find quite normal. For instance, if I were in a position of great power and aware of my heavy responsibilities, I would also want to live well and seek benefits for my country. Moreover, during the turmoil in the Qin dynasty, where did the main forces of the Qin army go? There were 3 Xingtian soldiers stationed at the northern border, and these troops remained guarding the northern border until the death of the first emperor. Additionally, there were 5 Xingtian troops, led by 2 Sui, engaged in battles in the southern regions. It is important to note that the first emperor personally issued a death order for the troops stationed in the southern regions, stating that regardless of the circumstances, even if the Qin dynasty were to perish, this army could not march to assist the throne. If the first emperor were truly such a foolish and immoral ruler, then why would he issue such a command? At this point, Lin Yuan's expression turned extremely serious. It can only be said that there was a huge problem testing the first emperor at that time, even more challenging than when he built the Great Wall to repair the temperature control system of the Earth spaceship. Perhaps it was due to a malfunction in a certain function of the Earth spaceship, or some issue arose necessitating the presence of these armies. Otherwise, with the strength of the Qin state sweeping across the 6 states, how could the Qin dynasty have been so easily destroyed? Hearing this, the crowd could not help but show contemplative expressions. Reflecting on the recent discoveries in the underground cavern in Xingtian, they grew even more puzzled. "Don't look at me, I also don't know." Lin Yuan chuckled bitterly and explained, "But regardless, the contributions of the first emperor are undeniable." After saying this, Lin Yuan glanced at the Locking Dragon Stone before them, and then the expedition team continued deeper into the area. 2 hours later. At this moment, a scout at the front suddenly returned to report, "I found a site resembling an altar up ahead." Oh. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback and immediately quickened their pace forward. Soon they arrived at the altar site mentioned by the scout. This place was not large, seemingly constructed from stacked stones about half a meter high, with a cylindrical stone in the center. Due to its long-term isolation from human presence, the site was covered in moss and various plants. Another astonishing discovery. Seeing this, Professor Zhao and the others were immensely excited and immediately began to study the site. Lin Yuan also joined, observing the central cylindrical stone. Half an hour later. "Master Lin, this seems to be a sacrificial totem." Zhao Xie observed and analyzed. "I just checked with the instrument, and the data indicates that this altar site has existed for at least 5,000 years. 5,000 years. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed as he watched the cultural relics protection expert clean the cylindrical stone with various devices, slowly revealing some faintly discernible patterns. These patterns appear to have been depicted using the blood of some living beings mixed with special dyes. Hey. Professor Zhao and others also gathered around, glancing at it, and were taken aback. The patterns on this depict Nuwa. Who is the person beside Nuwa? Could it be Fushi? The crowd's spirits. It is indeed Nuwa and Fushi. Lin Yuan pointed to the central cylindrical stone and said, "Notice that not only are the images of Nuwa and Fushi depicted on the pillar, but look at what this cylindrical stone resembles." Upon hearing Lin Yuan's prompt, the crowd began to observe carefully. They saw that the cylindrical stone at the center of the altar was approximately 2 to 3 meters high. Under the erosion of time, it displayed a mottled and weathered appearance. As they touched it, they found that this cylindrical stone seemed to be made of metal. Like the mysterious metallic mineral we found in the underground cavern, it should also be a product of extraterrestrial. Moreover, look at the base of this cylindrical stone. It resembles 2 tails of some creature intertwined. I see. This corresponds to the Fushi and Nuwa diagram. It does resemble the Fushi and Nuwa diagram, no doubt about it. The crowd exclaimed. Lin Yuan also scrutinized it carefully, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Fuxi and Yuhua diagram. This is a Tang Dynasty silk painting discovered in the 1960s from a tomb in Torpon, measuring a total length of 184 meters. This painting depicts two figures with serpent-like tails intertwined, confirmed through research to be Fuxi and Yuhua from Huaxia mythology. Even more remarkably, in 1983, the International Social Science Journal published this ancient dragon kingdom painting filled with mysterious colors titled The Creation of All Things. The scientists at the time were astonished to discover that the Fuxi and Yuhua diagram was identical to the genetic structure of terrestrial species, namely deoxyribonucleic acid molecules. This molecule is a double helix, just like the Fuxi and Yuhua diagram. What does this indicate? It suggests that the ancient dragon kingdom had long recognized the essence of life resembling the structure of modern scientific DNA. It seems to elucidate that the universe is composed of two types of substances, yin and yang, which intersect to give birth to all things in the universe. And now, in this vast and mysterious primordial forest, witnessing this scene was truly breathtaking. I increasingly believe that the ancient myths of Huaxia are not mere fabrications, but truly existed. Professor Zhao took a deep breath, looked at Lin Yuan, and said with a wry smile, in fact, this alone is enough to demonstrate that Master Lin's theory is correct. What the ancients considered to be powerful and mysterious gods were merely beings who had mastered advanced civilizations. Indeed, Lin Yuan's expression also turned solemn as he said, in fact, ever since discovering this altar site, I am more convinced that Shenangjia was the headquarters of experiments conducted by the Flame Emperor and Yuhua. There is a line in the Shanhai Jing de Huangxi Jing, there are 10 divine beings known as Yuhua's intestines transformed into gods residing in the Liguang wilderness next to the road. What does this mean? It implies that there were 10 divine beings named Yuhua's intestines who were all transformed from Yuhua's intestines. They lived in a place called Liguang beside the road. In truth, this phrase conceals a shocking secret. It pertains to Yuhua creating humanity, or more accurately, it relates to an ancient biological gene experiment plan. Literally speaking, the 10 divine beings were said to have transformed from Yuhua's intestines, a claim that clearly does not conform to modern logical thinking. However, in ancient times the ancestors were ignorant and naive. In their consciousness, they had no concept of reproduction and breeding. At that time, the ancestors only had one understanding, that giving birth involved a piece of flesh falling from a woman, specifically from her belly. If we apply this understanding, perhaps it can be interpreted that these 10 divine beings were born from Yuhua. As for how, considering the title Yuhua's intestines, Lin Yuan believed that this referred to Yuhua cultivating some form of life from a certain cell tissue of her own body. In essence, this was a biological gene experiment plan. And the site of the experiment, it was in Shenangjia. After Lin Yuan's prompting, Professor Zhao and the others visibly brightened with understanding. If we accept expert Lin's hypothesis, then the logic falls neatly into place. Indeed, Zhao Xie's eyes sparkled as she spoke excitedly. Do you all remember the fragmented snake we encountered earlier? Its characteristics closely resemble what Chief Engineer Lin just described about Yuhua's 10 intestines. Might it be that before experimenting on larger life forms, Yuhua first tested on this species of snake, altering its genetic structure so that when threatened it can shatter into countless segments? That notion aligns perfectly with the legend of Yuhua's 10 intestines. Both describe self-dividing bodies. Once those experiments succeeded, Yuhua began experimenting with her own cells. It follows that we humans may well be the outcome of Yuhua's biological gene experiments. Whether it is Yuhua molding people from clay in our myths or foreign legends, the Bible's account of God creating man, or Greek myths, they all share one motif: the use of earth or clay in creating humans. Viewed through the lens of modern science, that clay is not ordinary soil, but rather a kind of culture medium whose texture resembles earth, an idea that dovetails with Huaxia mythology's notion of the Earth Mother. At this, Zhao Xie turned to Lin Yuan with a look full of expectation, like a child yearning for a teacher's praise. Lin Yuan offered a gentle smile and nodded. Zhao is quite right, I concur. Furthermore, my conjecture is even bolder. He cast his gaze over the assembled group. Everyone, already captivated by his tone, adopted an attitude of earnest. You should know that in Huaxia mythology, Yuhua and Fuxi are depicted as a married pair, figures who predate the Yellow Emperor and Yin Emperor, ancestors in the truest sense. But in my view, Fuxi and Yuhua indeed predate the Yellow Emperor, and their origin is not of this era or place. They come from a profoundly mysterious realm, the 12th celestial body of the solar system, the one recorded in Sumerian lore as Nibiru. At this revelation, everyone's eyes gleamed. In Sumerian records, the name Nibiru ultimately appears. In the Sumerian tongue, it denotes a crossing or ferry. Lin Yuan continued to unfold his argument with measured eloquence. This also accords with my Earth starship theory. If Earth is in truth a mysterious cosmic vessel, then unsurprisingly over 90% of the solar system's bodies would correspond to components of that fleet. They are merely categorized by function and rank. Imagine the sun as an energy ship, the moon as an escort destroyer, and Nibiru, in my estimation, as a vanguard reconnaissance vessel. This is supported by Sumerian myth, which records that Nibiru completes an orbit every 3,600 years. Why such a long period? Because as a scout ship, it would spend most of its time at the fleet's forward edge, 360 years, then becomes the cycle in which Nibiru returns to report to the solar system fleet. Hearing this, the company felt their minds go numb. They exchanged glances, each straining to steady their astonishment, like dutiful students seeking instruction. Chief Engineer Lin, do you mean to say Fuxi and Niwa originated from the Nibiru star? In truth, I prefer to call it the Jojo star. Nibiru is merely the Sumerian appellation. Lin Yuan said earnestly. Some ancient texts record that Fuxi and Niwa were born of Huashu, and that Huashu came from the land of Huashu. According to Li's account of Huangdi, the land of Huashu lay west of Yinzhou and north of Taizhou. That place does not exist in the physical world, it can only be reached by spiritual voyage in the old descriptions. This is easy to explain. Ancient minds had no conception of interstellar travel, so they framed such journeys as spiritual. In reality, it was simply a celestial world, a different planetary domain. Hence I incline to the view that Fuxi and Niwa hailed from a realm called Jiuzhou. Out of longing for their mother star, they named the Huaxiao region on Earth Jiuzhou. They listened as if intoxicated, experiencing the rare delight of sailing a boundless sea of knowledge. In fact, Nibiru first appeared on a Sumerian clay tablet unearthed in the 1970s by a researcher known as White Eagle at a Sumerian site. On that tablet, the Sumerians had drawn 12 celestial bodies, which correspond remarkably to the 12 major bodies of the solar system. Among them was one body that did not belong to the then-known solar roster. That was the Nibiru star. What is more astonishing is that the tablet is at least 6,500 years old, which implies the Sumerians had knowledge of the solar system's bodies long before modern astronomy. Placed against modern understanding, this notion is staggering. How could an apparently primitive civilization lacking telescopes have observed objects so distant from Earth? Furthermore, after deciphering the cuneiform, the researcher found that the Sumerians even described Neptune as a blue-green marsh-like world. That is even more baffling. Modern astronomy confirms Neptune's blue-green hue because its atmosphere contains swamp gases and methane. How did the Sumerians know this thousands of years ago? All signs point to one conclusion: at some point in Earth's history, extraterrestrial life from Nibiru descended upon them. Sumerian civilization and Huaxia share many parallels. In my view, the gods recorded by Sumer are in essence another incarnation of Fuxi and Niwa. Lin Yuan explained, when Fuxi and Niwa arrived on Earth, they surely explored the land, and thus civilizations across the globe would have recorded their presence and identities. Because cultures differ, their names and portrayals vary. In fact, I am inclined to believe that Earth was originally designed as a multifunctional vessel. This idea resonates with a famous concept in modern science, the Cambrian explosion, which occurred about 540 million years ago. During the Cambrian, diverse animals erupted onto the stage of life with breathtaking suddenness. Those of us in research know how perplexing this phenomenon is. Much like the theory of evolution, the emergence of each life form normally requires long epochs, yet these animals, by paleontological evidence, seem to have originated swiftly and simultaneously. Suppose these creatures' sudden appearance was orchestrated by the mysterious force that constructed the Earth-ship. Then the paradox is resolved. As for humanity, we may have been created by Fuxi and Niwa upon their arrival, fashioned through biological gene experiments that merged the genes of contemporary hominins and, perhaps beyond our current comprehension, introduced elements of mechanical life. In other words, humanity might not be a mere ordinary genetic organism, but rather an ultra-advanced cosmic biotic machine, a quantum biological robot. As Tesla once remarked, humanity is matter driven by a force. We are machines endowed with motion, feeling. Of course, I do not wish to reduce humanity to machines. Lin Yuan smiled. I have always believed that humans possess unique life qualities, soul and consciousness that are distinctly our own. Naturally, these propositions lack concrete proof. They are hypotheses I offer for further investigation. No one immediately dismissed Lin Yuan's words, for the theory carried an air of plausibility. Of course, you might wonder why Fuxi and Niwa would come to Earth. At that moment, Lin Yuan's expression turned ice stern as he swept his gaze across every face in the room. An involuntary chill passed through the company. Chen Lin suddenly felt Lin Yuan's presence grow profoundly weighty, and from Lin Yuan's visage he perceived a previously unknown sense of peril. A sense of crisis. Why does that thought rise in me? Chen Lin could not help but frown. Then Lin Yuan spoke slowly. The starship where Fuxi and Niwa originated, the Nibiru, or Jiuzhou, was destroyed by a mysterious and overwhelming force. The power that annihilated Nibiru likewise bears enmity toward Earth and has across billions of years mounted an unceasing pursuit. In that instant, Lin Yuan set forth his theory that Earth is being hunted. The room fell as silent as a tomb. Professor Zhao and the others who had been basking in the pleasure of intellectual discovery were stunned into numbness. The horrifying assertion that Earth was under pursuit left them paralyzed with shock. Chief Engineer Lin. Is Earth truly being hunted? Chen Lin was the first to regain composure, his voice trembling as he asked. Yes. Lin Yuan sighed. I had not intended to voice this brutal truth, but I have pondered it long and hard. Although in recent millennia Huaxia and Earth civilizations have not suffered an overt catastrophe, we must remain cautious. Present tranquility does not guarantee future safety. Our generation, our descendants, and those thousands or tens of thousands of years hence may one day confront that mysterious and formidable foe. Remember that Earth, and indeed the entire solar system fleet, was fashioned as a vessel and embarked upon an interstellar voyage. The fleet's purpose is shrouded in mystery. That human civilization blossomed on Earth is not, I think, mere coincidence, but bears an element of destiny. Moreover, the ship's intelligent core is cold, ruthless, and unflinching. Should human civilization fail the great filter, it may not require an external enemy. The ship's own mind would be capable of eradicating us. Much like the myths in which celestial deities judge humanity wicked and unleash a cleansing cataclysm upon them. That such tales survive to this day is not without reason. I believe they are the ship's warnings directed at humans. Throughout Earth's annals, many civilizations have arisen. Yet those civilizations failed the tests of the ship's mind and were consequently destroyed. At this, Lin Yuan drew a long breath. Silence reigned. Everyone present, including the elder experts like Professor Zhao, felt a tremor through their very souls. Take the giant civilization, for example. Lin Yuan reflected. In 1921, Daijing reportedly discovered 8 prehistoric skeletons 3 meters tall, and tales of giants also appear in the West. For various reasons, those earlier advanced cultures, despite their wisdom and sophistication, did not withstand the ship mind scrutiny and were swept away by the torrent of time. In ancient times, there was even a concept called absolute ascent to the heavens. What does that mean? It implies a division between heaven and earth, a separation between gods and men. In my view, it denotes the downgrading of the human species civilization, which is why we no longer perceive that other realm nor glimpse the ship's true nature. So I entertain another bold conjecture. Perhaps the era we inhabit is special. Humanity is presently under observation and being assessed. Nevertheless, I trust that human civilization, and Huaxiao in particular, will endure these trials. For a long while, Chun Lin's face was flushed with emotion. He asked in a quavering voice, "Chief Engineer Lin, have you reported this to Daijing?" "No." Lin Yuan shook his head. "This is the first time I have revealed that Earth is being hunted. I also believe this truth should not be publicly disclosed at present. Only a select few need be informed." Hearing this, the assembly gave cautious assent. The notion that Earth is under pursuit was too sensational. If leaked, it would surely provoke tremendous upheaval. "I understand." Chun Lin drew a deep breath and ground his teeth. "I am a soldier. By protocol, I must report." Lin Yuan nodded and smiled. "Brother Chen, don't be so anxious. Since I have spoken, I have no intention of concealing it. Report as you must. Do not be unduly alarmed. After all, human civilization has endured for so long. It is unlikely to be obliterated overnight by the great filter." For a moment, everyone exchanged uncertain looks, unsure how to respond. Chun Lin immediately contacted Daijing and the military to relay Lin Yuan's startling theory to the authorities. Daijing and the military were instantly shaken. Had Lin Yuan not been in Xinjiang at that moment, they would have dispatched people to summon him for a meeting at once. Very well, back to the topic. Lin Yuan relaxed his features and smiled. Thus Nuwa fashioned humans from clay in Xinjiang, giving rise to this wondrous life we call humanity. If we continue our search, we may yet uncover concrete clues, perhaps even Nuwa's experimental base. At that moment, a notification sounded from the system. A mission has appeared. Host, please complete the side quest. Successful completion will grant a mysterious reward. Is there really a task? Lin Yuan murmured with excitement as he opened the task panel. In the next second, his deep-set eyes suddenly radiated a sharp brilliance. Side quest initiated. Explore the secret of Nuwa, mending the sky. Seek out the traitor from Earth's civilization and destroy the signal receiver they established. Task reward: unlock the character profiles of Fushi and Nuwa, members of the Spaceship Sequence 2. Seeing this, Lin Yuan was inexplicably shocked. What does this mean? Earth civilization once had traitors. Members of Sequence 2 are actually Fushi and Nuwa. Lin Yuan gasped in disbelief. In fact, in his research, the tale of Nuwa mending the sky seemed too abrupt. The Huainanzi from the Han Dynasty recorded, in ancient times the 4 poles collapsed, the 9 provinces split, the sky did not cover all, and the earth did not bear all. Regarding this disaster, the classic of mountains and seas and many ancient texts, as well as myths and legends, have little to no records. The only record is of Gongong angrily colliding with Buzhou Mountain. After Gongong knocked down Buzhou Mountain, half of the sky collapsed, revealing a great abyss, and torrents poured down, flooding the land and causing calamities. This led to the subsequent legends of Nuwa mending the sky. In Lin Yuan's research, Nuwa mending the sky might have involved the creation of the moon battleship to protect the safety of Earth. So could the traitor on Earth be Gongong? No, it can't be that simple. And as for Gongong, while he might not necessarily... Lin Yuan took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Returning his mind to reality, he said to the others, "Everyone take a break and get ready. I have a feeling we will make new discoveries in the Xinjiang." The others nodded in agreement, and the expedition team set up camp to rest. As for the altar site they had just discovered, it would naturally need protection, as it still held significant research value. Taking advantage of the break, Lin Yuan communicated with the system's consciousness and continued to use the Lianshan e-mapping device to plan the route for future exploration. Half an hour later, Chen Lin came over to call Lin Yuan, saying it was time for dinner. Since the expedition team had deployed over 100 people with various logistical equipment, food was naturally essential. At this time, everyone was gathered around the campfire, grilling skewers of mutton and beef along with various other foods. Is this military rations? Seeing some reconnaissance soldiers enjoying their food, Lin Yuan couldn't help but feel intrigued by the variety. Yes, Chief Lin. A slightly younger reconnaissance soldier immediately stood up nervously shyly touching his head and said with a hearty smile, Chief Lin, would you like to try some? Sure. Lin Yuan took a portion of the military rations with interest and tried a bite. It was surprisingly delicious. Chief Lin, this is the single soldier field ration from our domestic military. We are used to eating this in the army. Shen Lin explained with a smile. In fact, this ration not only tastes good, but is also very nutritious. For example, this vegetable soup packet, just boil a pot of water in the wild, and the soldiers executing tasks out in the field can enjoy a warm bowl of soup. Shen Lin continued to introduce. Indeed. Lin Yuan stared intently at the vegetable packet in Shen Lin's hand, which contained various dried vegetables that looked withered, but once soaked in water, would instantly restore to their fresh appearance. Although it couldn't compare to fresh vegetables, this vacuum-sealed vegetable pack was already quite good. Just then Lin Yuan stared at the shriveled vegetables in the packet, his expression seemingly lost in thought, staring blankly for a long time. Chief Lin. Zhao Xie called him several times in confusion, but received no response. Gently nudging him, Lin Yuan finally came to his senses, took the hot soup that Shen Lin handed over, and said meaningfully, everyone should know that food does not spoil in a vacuum. This is also one of the principles behind many pre-packaged meals. Yes, isn't that common sense? Someone mumbled, unsure why Chief Lin suddenly brought this up. But has anyone ever thought about why food does not spoil in a vacuum environment, but spoils when placed in the open? Lin Yuan asked with a playful smile. The reason is simple. Anyone who has been to school knows that food spoils due to oxidation, and in a vacuum there is no air, so food can naturally be stored for a long time. Zhao Xie blinked her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, that's the principle. Lin Yuan glanced around at everyone and continued saying, so can we understand that oxygen is toxic? At that moment it happened to be mealtime, and everyone was resting in a relaxed phase. Suddenly hearing Lin Yuan's statement, everyone was momentarily stunned. Zhao Xie, who was nibbling on her tongue while tasting the meatballs in the single soldier's rations, couldn't help but spit a meatball out, her lovely face filled with shock. Oxygen is toxic. What nonsense. Don't humans survive by breathing oxygen? If oxygen is toxic, how could humans possibly survive? Many people present showed puzzled expressions. On the contrary, the old experts from Bureau 749 brightened their eyes, each becoming excited. Chief Lin's statement is quite insightful. Professor Zhao Kongmo couldn't help but say excitedly, our organization has conducted similar experiments. Everyone knows that human respiration cannot be separated from oxygen, and most organisms on Earth also can't live without oxygen. But in fact, there are some claims that consider oxygen to be a chronic poison. Indeed. Lin Yuan nodded slowly and began to explain. In fact, some scientists in today's scientific community have discovered that oxygen is a chronic poison. It only takes about 70 to 80 years to cause humans to become poisoned and die. This statement may seem absurd to many, but if viewed from another angle, it may not be without reason. Modern scientific research indicates that the human lifespan limit is at least around 200 years, yet most people can only live to about 7,080 years. Moreover, humans can suffer from oxygen intoxication in oxygen-rich environments, meaning oxygen poisoning can lead to death, which shows that oxygen is not absolutely safe for humans. Even more astonishingly, there are many anaerobic organisms on Earth that do not require oxygen to sustain life, meaning the origin of life is not directly related to oxygen. At this moment, Lin Yuan spoke eloquently. In fact, the claim that oxygen is toxic is not unfounded. Lin Yuan's expression grew serious as he scanned the crowd. The classic of mountains and seas records in the country of Xuanyuan, at the foot of these mountains those who do not live long die at 800 years. The Great Wilderness West Classic also states that in the country of Xuanyuan the southern lands are auspicious. Those who do not live long die at 800 years. What does this mean? It means that according to the records in the Earth's spaceship log in ancient times, in the country of Xuanyuan, dying at 800 years was considered an early death. From this viewpoint, if the truly long lifespan is 8,000 years, or even 80,000 years, it is entirely possible. We previously mentioned that figures like the Yellow Emperor were extraterrestrial beings. When they came to Earth, their first task was to explore whether the environment on Earth could allow them to survive. The answer was no. So in the beginning, the appearances of the Yellow Emperor and others were very peculiar, including the legendary human-faced serpent body. I tend to believe that the Yellow Emperor and others were active on Earth wearing spacesuits, with the lower part of the spacesuit being a pipeline delivering oxygen from their mothership, supplying air that allowed them to survive. This can also serve as evidence that oxygen is toxic. The Yellow Emperor and his group understood early on that oxygen was toxic. Therefore, they avoided breathing oxygen until they developed a certain antidote or device that allowed them to operate freely on Earth, at which point they could remove their spacesuits and equipment. This also explains why in many ancient texts the Yellow Emperor and others initially had human-faced serpent bodies, but gradually became more human. Upon hearing this, everyone on site felt their hearts being struck hard, all shocked to the point their scalps tingled. In fact, the reason why the Yellow Emperor and others could walk freely on Earth later, no longer fearing oxygen as a toxin, was that they had developed an antidote. At this point, Lin Yuan's tone grew solemn and grave. This antidote left a remarkable mark in the mythological stories of our Huaxia. That is the legendary elixir of immortality. Throughout history, many emperors sought longevity, which actually meant seeking the elixir of immortality. What they sought was not a divine medicine to prolong life, but an antidote to free humanity from the effects of oxidation. This is the true secret of the elixir of immortality. Its purpose is not to extend life, but to serve as an oxygen antidote, helping the human body break free from its dependency on oxygen, thus returning to the essence of the human body with unlimited potential for lifespan. Of course, I can now also be certain that the research location for the elixir of immortality is also at the Shenanjia test base, and the researchers should be Fuxi Nuwa and Yin Emperor. As for why the custodian of the elixir of immortality in mythology is the Queen Mother of the West, including the legends and historical records where King Wen of Zhou sought the elixir from her, this can confirm this point. That's because after the elixir of immortality was developed, the Queen Mother of the West, as the logistics supervisor for the group of extraterrestrial beings led by the Yellow Emperor, was appointed by the Yellow Emperor to oversee the elixir of immortality. After finishing this statement, the entire venue fell silent again. All the professors and experts looked at each other, feeling that nothing in their lives had ever impacted them as much as today. Yet the one proposing this theory was Lin Yuan. Moreover, most of the audience were scientists, and upon careful consideration, they had to admit that Lin Yuan's reasoning made sense. Whether oxygen is a poison and the culprit behind human mortality, we cannot be certain. But one thing is a fact, that is, oxidation is indeed the primary cause of human aging. Because the chemical properties of oxygen are very reactive, they form oxygen-free radicals in the body, and free radicals lead to oxidation reactions. As oxidation accumulates, it damages many key cellular components like lipids, proteins, and DNA fragments within the body, ultimately harming bodily functions. Just like our skin becoming increasingly yellow and our eyes becoming more turbid, all of these are intricately related to. Simply put, it's like a cut apple that quickly turns brown, or foods like potatoes that rot quickly upon direct contact with oxygen, all due to oxidation. Additionally, some research has found that the reason turtles have long lifespans is due to their very slow breathing rate, which is minimally affected by oxidation. In contrast, humans cannot avoid breathing, and thus each breath we take is subject to oxidative damage, accelerating the activity of cellular enzymes, leading to cellular aging. Therefore, I believe that the reason humans die so early is that we are affected by this chronic poison called oxygen. However, sadly, humans cannot live without oxygen. Unless one day we, like the Yellow Emperor and others, uncover the secrets of the elixir of immortality, perhaps we can resolve the root cause of our limitations imposed by oxygen. From then on, the entire venue was silent. Every expert and scholar present, including those from the military, was frozen in place, lost in profound contemplation. No wonder in some novels the difference between the mortal realm and the immortal realm is said to be the air. The immortal realm has immortal energy, while the mortal realm has oxygen, which drastically reduces human lifespan. But in the immortal realm, one breathes immortal energy instead of oxygen, allowing for eternal life. A military reconnaissance soldier murmured in confusion. Of course, this was his own understanding, but in a sense it was not an unreasonable explanation. Of course, we don't need to debate whether oxygen is good or bad. After all, humanity's current level of technological civilization cannot fathom its mysteries. Another point that made Lin Yuan's scalp tingle was whether the existence of oxygen was a substance originally intended by the Earth spaceship or a terrifying unknown enemy laid as a trap to hunt down Earth. This is quite complex, because according to modern scientific research, billions of years ago there was no oxygen on Earth. It was only after the first beam of light and the emergence of blue-green algae that oxygen appeared on Earth around 3.7 billion years ago. Due to its survival advantage, blue-green algae began to reproduce in large numbers, continuously releasing oxygen into the atmosphere and oceans for a full billion years. During this billion years, the ecological system of the Earth spaceship underwent unprecedented transformation. However, for blue-green algae, carbon dioxide was its source of energy, while oxygen was merely a waste product. In that ancient era, blue-green algae killed countless anaerobic organisms, and we humans may also have been one of the targets. If blue-green algae and oxygen are a reasonable and important part of the Earth's spaceship ecological system, then Lin Yuan can accept and understand it. But now Lin Yuan feared that the emergence of blue-green algae might be a grand scheme by the mysterious forces behind the hunt for Earth, buried and laid for billions of years, instilling fear. If oxygen is truly toxic, it is as if humanity has been locked by a terrifying gene lock. Only by unlocking this gene can humans return to their true nature. Professor Zhao and the others swallowed hard, their expressions filled with fervent enthusiasm. Even though they were all seasoned, highly educated researchers in this moment, they fully believed in Lin Yuan's theory. Just like many great scientists firmly believe in a principle, the end of science is theology. With this thought, Professor Zhao clenched his fist and asked Chief Engineer Lin, "Hearing you say this, I feel enlightened. I speculate that a portion of ancient people seem to have grasped the secret of oxygen being toxic, which is why they devoted their lives to this goal." Lin Yuan nodded in agreement, applauding Professor Zhao is correct. This group of people is often referenced in history and novels, namely the pre-Qin practitioners of Qi. In the pre-Qin era, there existed a unique group of individuals who were staunch advocates of the Tao culture and pure cultivators. In modern literature, the affinity of the Chinese people for cultivation culture has deeply rooted itself in our bones. In fact, it is because our great and wise ancient sages discovered the secret of oxygen being toxic long ago, hence their lifelong pursuit was to refine Qi. Whether in Taoist culture or in the cultivation civilizations of novels, the descriptions of qi are extremely mysterious and significant. The so-called refining of qi is essentially about freeing oneself from dependence on oxygen and embarking on a higher level of evolutionary journey. The preaching practitioners of qi were actually among the first to understand the essence of science. Lin Yuan sighed and said Gu Hong is a legendary figure in Chinese Taoism. In his compilation The Chronicles of Immortals, he clearly mentioned a practitioner named Lu Ao who encountered an immortal. However, the being Lu Ao encountered was not an immortal, but an alien. The Chronicles of Immortals recorded that Lu Ao arrived at a place called Mungu Mountain, where he met an immortal. The original text states he had deep-set eyes and a mysterious appearance with sloping shoulders and a long neck broad at the top and narrow at the bottom. Translated, it means he had sunken eye sockets, a protruding nose, sloping shoulders, a long neck, and his upper body was wider than his lower body. This description actually depicts Lu Ao encountering an alien, fitting well with modern imaginations of extraterrestrial beings, and the two conversed for a long time. After a pause, Lin Yuan smiled and said perhaps someone will argue about the difference in species and how they could understand each other's language. This is easily explained after all those capable of interstellar travel must have advanced language translation devices. Thus Lu Ao indeed communicated with aliens, and later Lu Ao himself recounted how the aliens described their experiences traversing the universe. The description is as follows: I once traversed the universe. The space is vast with no ground below and no sky above. I see nothing and hear nothing. The universe is a realm of darkness and silence, and beyond there are offerings that ripple as they move, traveling thousands of miles in a single leap, far beyond light years, with nebulae at distances of thousands of miles. With my abilities I still cannot probe, let alone you. Upon saying this, Lin Yuan sighed deeply. The immortal Lu Ao encountered was undoubtedly an alien engaging in interstellar travel. Perhaps he learned the secret of oxygen being toxic from this alien, which is why the preaching practitioners of qi spent their lives searching for methods to refine qi and break free from the shackles of destiny. The scene fell into a profound silence. The preaching practitioners of qi. Chen Lin's eyes sparkled with excitement, softly murmuring, feeling a surge of fervor. We should be like this. Break free from the shackles of destiny. Perhaps, as Chief Engineer Lin said, human civilization is being observed, and this mysterious spaceship called Earth conceals many secrets beyond ordinary comprehension. After a long while, Zhao Xie spoke with a complex expression. Chief Engineer Lin, makes a lot of sense. I once studied a foreign paper that introduced the discovery of a 2500-year-old mummy outside Luxor, Egypt. Researchers reported hearing some strange sounds coming from this mummy. Later, through research, it was found that there was a heart pacemaker made of black crystal at the position of the mummy's heart. This is simply unbelievable. It is well known that only white crystals exist on Earth, and no naturally radioactive black crystals have ever been discovered. So where did this black crystal come from? Moreover, it could even be manufactured into a precise heart pacemaker, which is utterly impossible for the civilization of that time in Egypt. Hearing this, Professor Zhao also expressed his viewpoint. I have also read that report mentioned by Xia. Many institutions accuse the discoverers of fabrication. However, not long after, archaeologists discovered a caveman's remains in a primitive forest in northern Tunisia, Africa. The remains had long since decayed, yet a meticulously constructed, flawless artificial heart, with many metal components, was found in the chest cavity. Carbon-14 dating revealed that this caveman lived at least 5,000 years ago. The emergence of this evidence narrates two facts. One is that Earth has witnessed super-advanced scientific civilizations more than once, and the other possibility is that Earth has been visited by aliens. Indeed, thus in the flow of time, there will always be some individuals who unexpectedly uncover the truth of this world. Lin Yuan sighed and said people are all pursuing the mystery of immortality, but who could have imagined that the true culprit hides among us, and sadly we humans cannot live without it. Chief Engineer Lin, with modern scientific civilization, is there any way to help humanity find a method to escape from oxygen? Chen Lin urgently asked. It's difficult. Lin Yuan shook his head. Perhaps even beings like Fuxi and Nuwa, who created humanity, would find it impossible. The crowd fell silent. As dinner time continued, the atmosphere felt somewhat heavy. Well, regardless, the claim that oxygen is toxic has yet to undergo accurate scientific judgment, so we need not worry too much. Lin Yuan smiled and encouraged everyone, saying, as long as we do our part, human civilization will develop through generations. Perhaps in the future we will discover the true secret of oxygen and human longevity. Yes, there will come a day. I believe Chief Engineer Lin will lead us to the truth. Professor Zhao and the others immediately began to smile. Late at night, in a valley of the Shenangjia, inside a windproof tent, Lin Yuan lay in his sleeping bag, but was actually not sleeping. He was contemplating issues. He kept pondering a question in his mind. What exactly does the suddenly opened side quest from the system mean? Find the traitors who have appeared in Earth's civilization and destroy the established signal receiver. Who are the traitors? Lin Yuan frowned in deep thought. Currently, he had several individuals in mind. For example, Chiyo, who battled against the Yellow Emperor, and Gongong, who crashed into Mount Buzhou, or even possibly other mythical figures recorded in the classic of mountains and seas. Moreover, the concept of the signal receiver puzzled Lin Yuan. The mysterious civilization was pursuing Earth, and once the spaceship was created, it embarked on an endless journey of escape. In this process, how did the mysterious civilization lock onto Earth's coordinates? From the tasks given by the system, the signal receiver should be some sort of device, and it should be a component that transmits signals. Much like in some novel where the heroine responds to aliens, and in an instant the alien civilization locks onto Earth's. So considering Earth's current situation, where could such a signal device correspond? Is it something that has existed naturally, or is it a product of later human manufacturing? If it is something that originally existed in nature, then every mountain and every river on Earth could potentially be a signal. However, if it is a later man-made product, Lin Yuan pondered and murmured to himself, could it be the Egyptian pyramids? After all, the emergence of the pyramids is too mysterious. The civilization of that time in Egypt could not possibly have constructed such massive structures, and the overall structure of the pyramids is highly unique. For instance, the outer layer of the pyramid is composed of smooth granite, which contains a large amount of metal demonstrating strong conductivity. Furthermore, the quartz in granite is a piezoelectric material, meaning that applying pressure to quartz can generate electricity. The internal mysterious structure is essentially various circuit devices that modern humans cannot comprehend. When combined, the entire pyramid constitutes a mysterious and advanced device capable of transmitting deep energy signals to the universe. Moreover, its working principle can also be explained using modern science. Because the pyramids are all located near the Nile River, when the river water flows over the pyramids, the water creates gravitational effects on the limestone, generating electricity through friction. Then through the internal structures of the pyramid, such as the so-called burial chambers, the electric current transmits within the pyramid, activating the entire device. Additionally, modern research has found that the pyramids can emit light at night due to the transmission of electric current. The refracted light may represent some form of energy signal conveying information deep into the universe. Of course, this idea is merely Lin Yuan's speculation and lacks practical evidence. Moreover, not only the Egyptian pyramids are suspect. In Lin Yuan's contemplation, many world relics and landscapes are under suspicion. For instance, the Stonehenge and the Easter Island statues could also be potential candidates. And so, wrapped in endless musings, Lin Yuan gradually fell asleep. The next morning, after 100 members of the expedition team finished breakfast, they embarked on a new day of exploration. After a night of good rest, everyone was in high spirits, and the expedition progressed more swiftly. Soon after delving 60 kilometers into Xingtian, the reconnaissance team sent back good news. Chief Engineer Lin, the front team, has discovered new clues. Chun Lin excitedly ran over to report they found a strange crevice in a cliff in the southeast. This crevice is very small and surrounded by plants, making it nearly impossible to notice without careful observation. By coincidence, a scout went there for convenience and stumbled upon this place. Later, they discovered that the crevice could be passed through, and upon entering, they found it to be an entirely new world. It's just like in Tao Yuanming's Peach Blossom Spring, where it mentions a small entrance to a mountain, as if there were light coming from within, revealing an open landscape and flat land. They discovered a Peach Blossom Spring. At this point, Chen Lin was extremely excited. The images transmitted back from the drone by Professor Zhao's team showed a large number of plants and biological traces that modern science cannot authenticate. Lin Yuan nodded, saying, "Instruct everyone to quicken their pace. We must strive to reach there before noon." 2 hours later, the expedition team arrived at the target area. It was already late February, but due to their deep entry into Xingtian, the geographical conditions had drastically changed, and the temperature was extremely low, even snow was falling. In the valleys of the Xingtian mountains, snowflakes danced in the air, covering the landscape in silver, creating a picture. However, the team could not spare the time to admire the snowy scenery. The scientific team looked at the narrow cliff crevice with expressions of excitement. "If there really is another new world inside, perhaps we can discover various strange new organisms," said one scientist excitedly. Even Lin Yuan was eager. Soon the soldiers from the military side captured a series of images with drones, and after confirming there was no danger, signaled that they could enter. Lin Yuan nodded, and the expedition team dispatched an elite squad to prepare to pass through this peculiar cliff crevice and enter that unknown world. Lin Yuan naturally took the lead, and Chun Lin closely followed him. Thus, with Lin Yuan at the forefront, a 12-member expedition team, including 6 scientists and 6 special forces, slowly squeezed towards the narrow crevice under the tense and expectant gazes of the crowd. The crevice was so small that only one person could barely pass through. As for equipment and instruments, they could not be carried on their backs and had to be tied together and dragged along with ropes. "Heavens, I thought this route would be short, but after 5 minutes, it's still not over," said Zhao Xie, an expert in researching the origins of life and biology, expressing her shock. "The drone took 3 to 4 minutes to pass through here, so everyone be careful," Lin Yuan spoke up. And so in the difficult and narrow environment adhering to the mountainside and enduring the friction and impacts of protruding rocks, everyone finally managed to pass through the narrow passage without incident. The next second, what appeared before everyone's eyes was a marvelous world. Heavens! This time it was Zhao Kanlo who was moved. He exclaimed, "Just outside it was still a snowy scene, but I didn't expect it to be so warm here, almost like spring. Hey, Chief Engineer Lin, look at this." At that moment, Chun Lin called out excitedly. Lin Yuan approached to see Chun Lin squatting in front of a stone, exclaiming in shock, "Chief Engineer Lin, look, there are actually patterns drawn on it." Lin Yuan squatted down to observe and nodded, saying, just like the altar site we previously discovered, this was also made using a special mixture of animal blood and minerals as dye than depicted on the stone. In fact, stones are the best medium for human civilization. Regardless of any carrier, even the most advanced modern computer cannot be as reliable as this. Even after enduring various sun and rain, wind and rain, the stone can still stand firm. When ancient people depicted totems and patterns on stones, as long as the dye does not fade, they can be preserved forever, allowing future generations to understand everything that happened in that era. What is drawn on this? Chun Lin leaned over curiously and said, it looks like there are 10 little people. It's quite strange. These people are holding a red snake in their left hand and a green snake in their right hand, dancing about. What are they doing? This is the legendary 10 sorcerers of the Ling Mountain. At that moment, Lin Yuan's deep voice resonated. The classic of mountains and seas, Great Wilderness West Classic Records. In the Great Wilderness, there is a mountain called Fengjiu, where the sun and moon enter, and within it is the Ling Mountain, where the sorcerers Xuanshan Wu Jian Wu Pan, Wu Pong Wu Gu Wu Wu Li Wu Xia Wu Di, and Wu Luo, the 10 sorcerers ascend and descend, and all medicinal herbs are present. This sentence means that there is a mountain in the Great Wilderness with 10 sorcerers who are omniscient in divination, medicine, astronomy, and geography. In fact, the 10 sorcerers of the Ling Mountain were the most elite scientists under the Yellow Emperor. The sorcerer organization created by the 10 sorcerers of the Ling Mountain is the most prestigious national academy of sciences in ancient Chinese civilization. Additionally, there is a saying that the 10 witches of the Spirit Mountain are new lives cultivated from Nuwa's own cells, referred to as the 10 deities mentioned in the intestines of Nuwa. Lin Yuan's eloquence sparked excitement among the crowd. Chief Engineer Lin, since there are records of the totems of the 10 witches here, does that mean we have found the core location of the experimental base for Fuxi Nuwa and the Yan Emperor? Zhao Xia eagerly inquired. Not necessarily. Lin Yuan glanced around and smiled, saying, but this realm can be said to be hidden beneath the Shenanjia region. I even suspect that the narrow passage we just traversed might be a special device that brought us into another space. This is also mentioned in many myths left by Huaxia, such as occasionally entering certain fairy realms with pleasant scenery. Lin Yuan speculated that it might be some kind of device causing interference. It's as if there is a hidden chamber in the room, only discovering the mechanism to open the chamber allows entry. But how strange. At this moment, Zhao Xie stared at the totem and murmured in confusion, I've noticed that ancient Huaxia civilization had a peculiar fondness for snakes. Look at the 10 witches of the Spirit Mountain above, each holding red and green snakes. It's truly remarkable. Actually, they may not necessarily be snakes. Lin Yuan explained with a smile, you forgot that I previously mentioned how ancient people, due to their limited vocabulary and misunderstanding of unknown things, often described items through their shapes. The so-called red snakes held by the 10 witches, I am more inclined to think of them as a type of electronic technology product, much like the smartphones we modern humans carry. Lin Yuan jested, after the next nuclear war, this flying log in between mountains and seas may add another entry. In ancient lands, there were creatures abundant and commonly seen standing on 2 legs with no hooves, 2 limbs on the chest with 5 fingers at the ends, nearly hairless except for a little on the head and feet, called humans. They sometimes traveled wrapped in iron and sometimes held brick-like objects able to communicate from thousands of miles away. Among these species there exists a mysterious group known as otaku, whose influence is vast and mysterious, with a leader possibly referred to as internet celebrity. The otaku diligently contribute their monthly results to the internet celebrity. The highest achiever among the otaku is called Top 1 Big Brother, who developed 15 rockets, contributing to a mysterious figure known as Streamer. The otaku are particularly fond of one item called body pillow, scientifically known as realistic doll, often dressed in national costumes like JK or maid outfits. As he finished speaking, everyone was momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Zhao Xie stared at Lin Yuan, her small mouth smiling broadly, completely unable to believe that such a joke could come from the mouth of this genius Chief Engineer Lin. The atmosphere became lively. Lin Yuan continued with a smile, therefore I suspect that the strange snake held by the 10 witches may be a super electronic product created using nanotechnology. It could be a communication device or a personal handheld terminal made very precisely and can conveniently wrap around the arm when in idle state. It's just that due to its snake-like appearance combined with the ancient people's reverence for snakes, it was thus named as such. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, secretly thinking it made sense. Just like when modern humans appear before an ancient person holding a smartphone, the ancient person would also call the smartphone a brick. At this moment, Chen Lin and several military special forces also walked over. Chief Engineer Lin. Chen Lin said solemnly, there is a strange magnetic field here that interfered with our drone's operation. Drones can still capture some things near the passage, but the further they fly, the weaker the signal becomes. Currently, the images we can capture are only about 1 kilometer away. Beyond 1 kilometer, the drones are unable to operate. From the current footage, there are no dangerous objects detected. All right. Lin Yuan nodded upon hearing this, saying then let's first operate within 1 kilometer range. As for what comes next, he paused and said to Chen Lin, you must immediately inform the main force outside to relay this new discovery to the higher-ups. We have truly caught something big this time. With our small exploration team of over 100 people, we can't handle much. We need the entire country to get involved with tens of thousands of troops coming in. I understand. Chun Lin eagerly nodded. After setting up the indicated coordinates, the group began to take action. Let's explore in the southeast direction first. Lin Yuan took the opportunity to activate the Lianshan Spaceship's map device. At that moment, a route map appeared in the virtual vision, although due to permissions Lin Yuan couldn't yet use the map's full features. However, the route map still marked out a path. Good. Everyone followed Lin Yuan and walked forward excitedly, observing everything around them. Heavens, this place is simply like an alien world. As they walked, everyone, including Lin Yuan, was nearly mesmerized. Along the way, various miraculous plants appeared, many of which the members of the team had never seen before. Incredible! Su Minghui exclaimed in surprise. She was a botanist invited to this scientific expedition in her early 40s, and a renowned botanist internationally, being one of the academicians of the Engineering Academy of Long Country. With her knowledge, many of the plants she saw at that moment exceeded her understanding. What is this? Su Minghui's gaze was suddenly drawn to a plant on the ground which looked somewhat like yam, but was clearly not yam. Let me take a look. Lin Yuan walked over, examined it carefully, then smiled, saying this should be the Chiogua recorded in the Shanhai Jing. The flying log recorded 90 miles west of the Danghua Mountain. Its grass is bitter and painful. Its shape is like a melon. Its taste is sour and sweet, and eating it cures malaria. Actually, this is a type of tuberous food shaped like catalpa wood with a sweet and sour taste, and consuming it can treat malaria. As he spoke, Lin Yuan picked a Chiogua in front of the astonished eyes of everyone. Who wants to give it a try? Lin Yuan gestured to Chun Lin to pass him a tactical combat knife. After taking it, he peeled the skin off the Chiogua, revealing the white pulp inside. Oh. Everyone was dumbfounded, but Chun Lin was anxious and quickly advised Chief Engineer Lin, you can't eat this carelessly. Oh, what if? Don't worry, it's fine. Lin Yuan was naturally unafraid. He had just consumed 0 points of merit to use the Guizhong item encyclopedia system of the spaceship, obtaining all the information about Chiogua. The information confirmed that this was a type of food suitable for human consumption. I will. Seeing Lin Yuan say it's okay, Chun Lin's eyes lit up, and he took the Chiogua and took a bite. After all, if something went wrong, he would be the first to face it, as long as Chief Engineer Lin was safe. That was what mattered. Hey. The next moment, Chun Lin's eyes brightened, revealing a look of delight. He quickly devoured the Chiogua and still felt unsatisfied, eyeing the other Chiogua on the ground. Wow. Others, seeing Chun Lin's reaction, quickly gathered their courage to pick Chiogua, peel the skin, and take a bite, instantly letting out sounds of excitement. Delicious. Heavens, this flesh. Sweet and sour, better than any fruit I've ever tasted. With one bite, the sweet and sour juice explodes in the mouth. Gurgle. Simply delicious. At that moment, everyone completely disregarded their image and began to gorge themselves. This is truly a treasure fruit. In fact, not only can this Chiogua cure malaria, but it can also improve digestion and promote blood circulation. It's a rare and delicious fruit. After taking a bite of Chiogua, Lin Yuan stopped eating because he knew there were surely more delicacies waiting for him, and he needed a great discovery. Su Minghui murmured excitedly, I looked into it, and this type of Chiogua seems to have low environmental production requirements, making it easy to cultivate. Once it can be promoted on the market, the people of our country will have access to a fresh fruit. Not only that, the Shanhai Jing records that this Chiogua can treat malaria, its efficacy might be even greater. After research by the scientific system, there might be other significant discoveries. Professor Zhao Kongmo also said excitedly. Just like artemisinin. Its inventor was a female scientist from Long Country who won the Nobel Prize for artemisinin and made significant contributions to the global malaria treatment effort. Artemisinin is extracted from the stem and leaves of the sweet wormwood, and many miraculous medicines in the world are developed from plants by extracting their wondrous factors. Then Su Minghui dug up a bit of the root and stem of Chiogua and placed it in her bag, looking satisfied. All right, let's continue. Lin Yuan chuckled and led everyone to continue moving forward. Everything they saw along the way constantly impacted their. This plant is called grass lychee, a food that is between vegetables and fruits. It resembles wild leeks, grows on stones, and eating it can cure heart pain. Soon Lin Yuan discovered another new thing. This grass lychee can be considered a vegetable looking like leeks, and eating it can relieve heart pain. Lin Yuan's eyes lit up as he picked a large handful, eagerly asking Chun Lin to start a fire, then directly placed it on the campfire to grill, just like grilled leeks found at barbecue stalls. The grass lychee cooked quickly. Lin Yuan only smeared a little oil on its surface and didn't even need to sprinkle salt, then picked up a skewer of grass lychee and put it into his mouth. A peculiar fragrance blossomed in his mouth. Moreover, the flavor was rich. How should he put it? It was extremely fresh and even had a meaty fragrance, greatly satisfying his taste buds. He'll have a skewer too. Delicious. Heavens, this is so tasty. Seeing this, everyone couldn't wait to pick up grass lychee to taste. The grilled ones were just right. As soon as they were thrown into their mouths, their taste buds were stimulated to the point that their souls almost floated away. So good. The crowd exclaimed repeatedly. It's simply unbelievable that these ancient mythical items taste. After a while, a large handful of grass lychee was devoured by everyone, and they still seemed unsatisfied. Just the discovery of grass lychee and Chiogua is enough to change the dining table of the people of Long Country. Professor Zhao laughed heartily. Indeed, no wonder there is a saying that Shanhai Jing is the gourmet guide of ancient times, as it records the ancient people's experiences with various delicacies. Everyone couldn't help but chuckle. Chief Engineer Lin. We have only walked a few hundred meters and encountered these treasures. Do you think we might find legendary ginseng fruits, 3 sandy-rolled peaches, or other rare herbs? Zhao Xia asked excitedly. Don't say it really is possible. Lin Yuan also nodded vigorously. This may be the core location of the experimental base for the Yin Emperor Fuxi and Nuwa, so it's possible to cultivate some miraculous medicinal plants. There may even be greater surprises waiting for us. For example, the legendary Kuanping. Zhao Xia interjected excitedly, shouting, in the North Sea, there is a fish called Kuan, which is so large that it cannot fit in a pot, transforming into a bird named Peng, which is so massive that it requires 2 barbecue grills, one with honey sauce and one with spicy sauce, along with a bottle of beer, to take you on a thrilling journey. Huh. The crowd couldn't help but be amused. Lin Yuan waved his hand. Let's go. At that moment, everyone's spirits were lifted as they marched boldly deeper into this mysterious area. There was no way around it. The essence of the Huaxiao people as foodies is deeply ingrained in their bones. Chirp! A strange chirping sound rang in everyone's ears. Be careful. Shun Lin's spirit jolted, and the other special forces responsible for safety quickly reacted, holding submachine guns and other weapons in tactical postures to protect Lin Yuan and the others. Seconds later, under the astonished gazes of everyone, a small thing appeared before them. It was clearly an animal, but its appearance was extremely peculiar, resembling a wild chicken, yet astonishingly, it had 3 heads, 6 eyes, 6 legs, and 3 wings. What the hell? Chen Lin was dumbfounded, unable to help but exclaim, what the hell is this? This should be the Changfu bird recorded in the Shanhai Jing, Ninshan Jing, resembling a chicken with 3 heads, 6 eyes, and 6 legs, which is edible, but has no rest. Hearing this, everyone was dumbfounded. Recovering, Zhao Xia covered her mouth and laughed, saying, this creature is simply a blessing for enthusiasts of chicken wings, necks, and feet. That may not be the case. Lin Yuan chuckled. Don't forget that the Yellow Emperor and his group mastered nuclear technology. What if this creature is a product affected by nuclear radiation? In fact, Lin Yuan used Guizong to research it, discovering that this thing could indeed be eaten. However, its strange appearance made him feel a bit queasy, and he couldn't bring himself to eat it. However, if this thing goes viral online, it would definitely cause an uproar. Professor Zhao lamented. Yes, we stepped into this bizarre realm, but we don't know whether it's good or bad. At this moment, everyone became solemn. At this time, Lin Yuan's attention was drawn to a lake not far away. It seems there is something in there. Chun Lin stared into the water beside the lake for a long time, suddenly exhilarated, shouting, there are fish in there. I see. Goodness. At least several hundred pounds. The crowd gathered at the sound, staring intently at the lake. Perhaps the commotion on the shore startled the strange fish in the lake, but for some reason it showed no fear of humans and voluntarily surfaced. What kind of fish is this? The crowd collectively exclaimed in shock upon seeing it, as the form of this strange fish was truly peculiar, far beyond their comprehension. Instead, Lin Yuan continued to use the system's feature return to the collection to confirm the information about this strange classic of mountains and seas. South Mountain Classic. There is a tiger eel which has the body of a fish and the tail of a snake. Its sound resembles that of a mandarin duck, and those who consume it won't become swollen, or it can even relieve hemorrhoids. Lin Yuan narrated smoothly. Its name is tiger eel? What a powerful name. Zhao Xia asked in surprise. Yeah, but why do I feel like this tiger eel looks a bit silly and cute? Chun Lin also murmured in agreement, unconsciously exchanging glances with a few comrades, then took out fishing gear, preparing bait before casting the line into the lake. This time they brought various outdoor survival combat tools, and fishing gear was naturally essential. So how confident are you? Lin Yuan asked, but immediately fell silent, his expression somewhat dazed. Because he saw that the tiger eel had actually taken the bait, it was as if the moment the line was cast, the tiger eel was hooked. Is this thing really that easy to catch? This is ridiculous. Is this TM, the ancient divine beast recorded in the classic of mountains and seas? Quick! Pull hard, this guy is so strong. Amidst the crowd's exclamations, Chen Lin and several soldiers quickly gripped the fishing rod, and after some effort, they finally dragged the tiger eel onto the shore. Once the tiger eel was dragged onto the shore, it flapped its tail a few times before lying still on the ground. These ancient species haven't seen humans for thousands of years. No wonder they're so easy to catch. Lin Yuan sighed in sentiment. It's not that the tiger eel is foolish, it's just too innocent. Can this strange fish be eaten? Professor Zhao voiced the thoughts of the group. Yes, and not only is the tiger eel delicious, but it also has miraculous medicinal effects. The classic of mountains and seas mentions that the fish meat of the tiger eel can prevent systemic edema and even treat hemorrhoids. Lin Yuan joked with a smile. I wonder if the people of the Yellow Emperor's era suffered from hemorrhoids, but they had no ma inglom, only this tiger eel. Ha! The crowd burst into laughter upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Chen Lin and others caught another fish. This one was even stranger, with a face resembling that of a human, quite eerie. This is a chi yin, are you? It is recorded in the South Mountain Classic that the Ying River flows here southward into the marshes where many chi yin can be found. They resemble fish, but have human faces, and consuming them won't cause skin issues. In simple terms, this creature has beautifying properties. Eating it can prevent acne and make the skin delicate and rosy, essentially the most primitive form of collagen from ancient times. At this moment Professor Zhao sighed. These ancient species recorded in the Classic of Mountains and Seas truly exist, which indicates that the Classic of Mountains and Seas is not a fictional world, but a real one. Indeed. The crowd nodded in agreement, looking at Lin Yuan. They realized that these ancient species were a significant proof for the Earth starship theory, indicating that Lin Yuan's theoretical framework was becoming increasingly complete. Over here, upon hearing Lin Yuan say that these strange fish were edible, Chen Lin and others had already sharpened their knives and began preparing. No need for any sophisticated cooking skills. They simply cut branches and skewered the fish, then roasted them over the campfire. Before long, a peculiar aroma wafted into everyone's noses. So fragrant. Gulp. Smelling the aroma, the crowd couldn't help but swallow their saliva. Initially, they felt a bit guilty, thinking their presence disrupted the tranquility of this primitive land. However, overwhelmed by the intoxicating scent, it wasn't long before each person received their share of the tiger eel and chi meat and took a bite without any need for dipping sauce. Hiss. Lin Yuan was instantly conquered by the extraordinary flavor. The texture. It was simply more delicious than any fish he had ever tasted. Delicious. My God, this is the best delicacy I have ever tasted in my life. The crowd exclaimed in delight. All feelings of guilt were completely cast aside. After all, humans are at the top of the food chain, and enjoying delicious food is perfectly normal. Half an hour later, everyone had eaten until they were full, yet a large chunk of fish meat remained. After all, the tiger eel weighed several hundred pounds, and with only about 10 people in the team, it was impossible to finish. Edge. Lin, you have to look, there are so many fish. At this moment, Chen Lin discovered that the shoreline of the lake had many traces of fish. Among them were some ancient species that looked quite fierce, as well as some fish resembling the silly and cute tiger eel. Hey, that's a Wenyao fish. At this time, Lin Yuan pointed to a strange fish in the school and said with a smile, it resembles a carp with a fish body and bird wings. Its flavor is sour and sweet. Eating it causes madness, and seeing it brings great harvest to the world. This thing is also a delicacy. The fish body and bird wings combine the richness of carp with the tender flavor of chicken wings, and more importantly, it comes with a sweet and sour flavor akin to a natural sweet and sour carp with honey-glazed wings. Additionally, it can treat epilepsy. TSK. The delicacies of the Classic of Mountains and Seas truly do not deceive me. The crowd laughed heartily upon hearing this. Of course, there were also some fierce ancient fish species in the lake. In summary, this is all a great discovery. Lin Yuan remarked, this place definitely needs to be protected in the future, and these ancient fish species shouldn't be carelessly released into the modern natural world. With their abilities, they have virtually no natural enemies in the current ecosystem. Yes, the experts unanimously agreed. After a brief rest, the group continued their exploration deeper. Lin, a scout, has found something up ahead and is returning in shock to report, I discovered a strange tree that seems to be... Upon hearing this, the crowd became intrigued and quickly quickened their pace. Soon they arrived at the location the scout mentioned. At first glance, one archaeologist in the team shuddered excitement, flushing his face. Bronze Divine Tree. This is the Bronze Divine Tree. The archaeologist exclaimed in excitement. It truly is the Bronze Divine Tree. As Lin Yuan and the others stepped closer, they were equally astonished. What appeared before them was a complete Bronze Divine Tree, which bore some resemblance to the Bronze Divine Tree previously excavated from the Xingtian site. It stood at least 10 meters tall with a particularly magical design, part of its appearance resembling the Bronze Divine Tree unearthed from Xingtian, with 3 layers and 9 branches adorned with various metallic bird shapes. From a distance, it was extraordinarily grand and magnificent. Wow! Professor Zhao, excited, clenched his fists and exclaimed, this should be the complete version of the Bronze Divine Tree unearthed from Xingtian. My God, I can't believe it has remained so well preserved after all these years. However, let me ask you all, isn't it strange? There are plenty of trees and vegetation around here. Why is there such a structure made of bronze and various metals erected here, fashioned to resemble a large tree? Zhao Xia questioned with confusion. What was the purpose of this Bronze Divine Tree? Unable to contain their curiosity, the group immediately began to study the Bronze Divine Tree. Lin Yuan also personally got involved. Soon the experts were surprised to discover that this Bronze Divine Tree not only had a unique appearance, but also seemed to possess some unusual functionality. Lin, we found that this Bronze Divine Tree is actually emitting pulsed electromagnetic waves and can even detect echo signals. At this moment, Zhao Kongmo and 2 scientists from Bureau 749 spoke in astonishment. What? This Bronze Divine Tree is emitting pulsed electromagnetic waves. Isn't that the function of a radar station? The crowd displayed expressions of disbelief upon hearing this. Moreover, it was evident that this Bronze Divine Tree had been standing in this magical realm for a long time, perhaps for millions of years, yet it could still function. Radar station. Now I understand. Lin Yuan's body trembled, a flash of insight struck him, and he solemnly spoke. Previously I was puzzled while studying the great battle between the Yellow Emperor and Qiyu. The Classic of Mountains and Seas flight logs mentioned a total of 4 wars, one of which recorded as follows. In the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Western Classic of the Seas, it is recorded in the country of Susha to the north of the White People, there is a tree named Xingtian, where the first attack on the emperor took place. This war is about the Yellow Emperor battling Qiyu, who attacked a place called Susha, and captured a target known as Xiong. At that time I was puzzled as to why Qi Yu would attack a large tree. However, if we change our perspective and consider our previous view on ancient people's records, if this tree is also a metaphorical representation, could it be understood as a type of military tower? If this explanation holds, everything becomes reasonable. The Xingtian tree is not merely a simple tree, but a radar device made of bronze and various metals. With this inference, the bronze divine tree unearthed from Xingtian could very well be the base tower of some super advanced radar system. Lin Yuan became increasingly excited, continuing, previously I inferred that Xingtian was a metal casting factory, so the ancestors of Xingtian must have initially crafted the bronze divine tree, and then transported it to Shenangjia, this research base, for further processing and installation of other core instruments. P.S. The author is sick, the update will resume afterward. Chief Engineer Lin's speculation is quite reasonable, Zhao Kongmo said solemnly. Back when the Xingtian site was unearthed, our Bureau 749 also conducted in-depth research on the bronze sacred tree. For instance, through CT technology, we discovered a peculiar organic core within the central layer of the bronze. To this day, we still do not know what material this organic core is made of nor what its function is. Moreover, in ancient times, the craftsmanship involved in casting the bronze sacred tree was incredibly complex. For example, the welding techniques required were far beyond what the social civilization level at that time could support. Only those who mastered some advanced civilization could achieve this. Hearing this, everyone fell into deep thought. Therefore, I believe the bronze sacred tree is actually a super civilization technological device. It could serve as a radar station or some kind of defensive weapon crafted in the Xingtian metal foundry and then imbued with various functions. Lin Yuan concluded decisively. Everyone's spirits were once again invigorated as they gathered around to observe the bronze sacred tree before them. Unfortunately, they couldn't bring more scientific equipment to the site, so they could only rely on their eyes and some simple instruments for inspection. This is yet another major discovery. The mere appearance of the bronze sacred tree is enough to prove that there was indeed a civilizational gap in ancient times. It was a highly developed technological civilization. Everyone exclaimed excitedly. All right, Chen Lin, leave the coordinates for the rear team. Let's continue moving forward, Lin Yuan instructed. The bronze sacred tree was too large for them to take, so they could only leave it for the subsequent large team to handle. With anticipation and excitement in their hearts, they continued their exploration into the depths of this strange land. At that moment, they arrived at a canyon, where a platform resembling an altar was prominently displayed in the middle, surrounded by scattered stone stands. Perhaps due to the desolation of the area, the stone stands and platforms had remained intact. Chief Engineer Lin looked, there's another mural here. Zhao Xia exclaimed joyfully as she squatted down. At a glance, she couldn't help but shout, is that you controlling the waters? What? Everyone was startled by her words and hurried over to see, only to discover that the stone platform also featured a mural depicting a peculiar little figure. The little figure pointed forward with its forearm, while the area depicted in the mural represented simple drawings of what seemed to be rivers and seas. It is indeed you controlling the waters. This should be a record of some kind of phenomenon observed by the ancient people at that. Zhao Kongmo remarked in amazement. But how strange, a look at the direction you is pointing. There are many peculiar symbols. What do they represent? Hey, this symbol looks like some kind of element. Zhao Kongmo exclaimed. Indeed. Everyone was profoundly shocked. 1, 2, 3. Zhao Xia began counting, and eventually discovered 72 strange shapes in it. They correspond exactly to the first 72 elements of the periodic table. Zhao Xia was stunned. The others exchanged glances, unsure how to process this information. They then looked expectantly at Lin Yuan, hoping to hear some answers from him. Lin Yuan stared at the mural intently and slowly said, you controlling the waters may not just be a simple myth or legend. What it specifically entails, I only have a rough guess at this point. As I mentioned earlier, you may not have been controlling the waters, but rather creating floods. The only reason I have for this bold guess is that at that time the Yellow Emperor and Qi Yu had erupted into nuclear war, and the Earth was likely filled with radiation and toxic substances. Consequently, you might have thought of creating a flood for cleansing purposes. Whether this is indeed the case still requires further in-depth research to confirm. However, in my previous deductions, I have formed some conclusions about you. Lin Yuan slowly began. The Shanhai Jing mentions you several times, with the most important passage as follows. As Lin Yuan recounted, everyone seemed to be transported back to that ancient era. You said the famous mountains of the world span 5,370 mountains with 64,056 li of land. The east and west of heaven and earth are 28,000 li, and the north and south are 26,000 li. There are 467 mountains producing copper. Hearing this, Zhao Xia immediately nodded, saying, this is recorded in the Shanhai Jing Zhongshan Jing, but Chief Engineer Lin, what does it mean? Of course, Lin Yuan answered solemnly. The significance of this passage is immense, and it can even be said to reveal many secrets of the Earth to future generations. The you mentioned above actually refers to you, and this passage conveys many contents. For instance, it includes the area of the Earth at that time, the types of elements present on Earth, the sources of rich mineral deposits, and how to utilize them, among other things. Furthermore, the Eastern Classics record the Emperor commanded the Jianhai steppe from the eastern extreme to the western extreme, 500,100,980 steps. With the left hand pointing to Xingtian North 1 said, 500,100,980 steps. Lin Yuan continued. According to this passage, the distance from east to west is 500,100,980 steps. Based on the terminology of that era, 1 step equals 0. For meters. Therefore, during the time of the Yellow Emperor, 1 mile equaled 10,000 steps, which is 0. For kilometers. Thus, this conversion indicates that the east and west dimensions of that time were 28,000 li, equating to 11,200 kilometers. From north to south, it measures 10,400 kilometers. Lin Yuan added, if we take Changbai Mountain as the starting point in the east, then traveling from east to west 11,200 kilometers reaches the coastline of Spain, and likewise from south to north. What does this indicate? It suggests that during that time the people of the Yellow Emperor's generation had already explored and recorded the geographical features of the Earth through some special methods, including most of the present-day regions of Asia, Europe, Australia, and Africa. Of course, due to tectonic plate movements, the geographical features from ancient times to the present will certainly have changed, and we need not delve too deeply into it. As for the 5 organs, it becomes easier to understand referring to the 5 common minerals discovered by Diu during his explorations on Earth, namely gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin. And the most important point, Lin Yuan paused and scanned the crowd smiling, is that the Shanhai Jing even records Diu's understanding of the modern 72 elements. 72 families, the numbers of gains and losses are all contained within, which is called national resources. This passage sounds quite abrupt and completely incomprehensible, but if we consider Diu's identity. Lin Yuan sighed. Diu was dispatched by the Yellow Emperor to explore the Earth, thus discovering the 72 elements hidden on Earth corresponding to the modern periodic table of elements. The meaning of the numbers of gains and losses are all contained within refers to the fact that these chemical elements can undergo certain chemical reactions, increasing one while reducing another, which aligns with modern scientific definitions of elements, as well as the law of conservation of energy, and so on. The phrase, which is called national resources, is even easier to understand as these chemical elements can only be controlled by the state or applied in national-level engineering projects. Of course, we all know that the elements discovered by modern science exceed 7 Taitwo, but in actuality, it is also roughly the same, just a general term. Looking at this mural now is enough to demonstrate that the people of the Yellow Emperor's generation had already mastered the utilization of chemical elements. Listening to Lin Yuan's explanation, everyone felt their thoughts had been opened, momentarily lost in contemplation. After a while, Zhao Kongmo remarked, hearing you speak is better than studying for 10 years. This mural is of great research significance. We must invite experts in cryptography and ancient texts. If we can indeed decipher the mysterious patterns representing the 72 elements of chemistry, the implications will be immense. Lin Yuan continued, many of our current discoveries here are enough to astonish the entire world. But tracing back the secrets of figures like Emperor Yin and Emperor Huang is still no simple task. Hearing this, Professor Zhao smiled and said, along this journey we have discovered numerous creatures and plants recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, as well as many ancient murals, which have greatly advanced our archaeological research. I truly look forward to what surprises lie ahead. Not necessarily surprises, Lin Yuan quietly murmured to himself. For some reason he felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Regardless, since we are here, let's continue our exploration. The group excitedly agreed. After setting the coordinates, they continued on their journey. About an hour later, Chen Lin approached with a frown, reporting, Chief Engineer Lin, we have lost contact with the outside world. What? Upon hearing this, Lin Yuan's previously calm face finally showed astonishment and confusion for the first time. He then slapped his forehead vigorously, looking frantic. It's over, Lin Yuan shouted, losing composure. Chief Engineer Lin, is there a problem? Professor Zhao and others gathered curiously, unsure why Lin Yuan's reaction was so intense. Chen Lin hurriedly added, Chief Engineer Lin, although we have lost contact with the outside, there is no need to worry about the firepower weapons we have are sufficient to deal with a series of large beasts. Furthermore, we have left coordinate markers along the way, so the main team can find us at any time based on these markers. Additionally, if there are any issues, we can immediately turn back. It's not that simple. Lin Yuan opened his phone, which displayed that they had only been exploring this area for about 7 or 8 hours. However, at this moment Lin Yuan felt that something was amiss. How long has it been since we last contacted the outside? Lin Yuan gritted his teeth and asked. 3 hours ago, Chen Lin replied. So we've been walking for 3 hours? Lin Yuan scanned the surroundings again, rubbed his temples, and suddenly smiled bitterly, saying, it's over. I suspect we may have entered another dimensional world. What do you mean? Upon hearing this, everyone widened their eyes, displaying expressions of surprise and confusion. At that moment, they also saw an unprecedented seriousness on Lin Yuan's face. We cannot continue delving deeper. Lin Yuan stated firmly, we must turn back immediately. Could it be? Professor Zhao and others seemed to realize something, their expressions suddenly changing as they stood in shock. Seeing that Chen Lin and the others still didn't understand, Lin Yuan solemnly explained, we may have entered another dimensional world. The realm we are currently in exists in a different dimensional space from the real world. Off. Zhao Xia asked, her scalp prickling with fear. Chief Engineer Lin, could you elaborate? It's quite Lin Yuan continued solemnly. Our discoveries are increasing, involving many secrets, which indicates we are getting closer to the core of the mysterious forbidden zone of Xingtian. Everyone knows that the dimension of human civilization is a three-dimensional world, while I believe that the true experimental base of Xingtian should exist in a space of 5 dimensions or higher. Lin Yuan stated gravely, modern physicists believe that there theoretically exist 8 dimensions of space, namely the x-dimension length of an object, y-dimension width of an object, z-dimension height of an object, time dimension, gravity dimension, electromagnetic dimension, universal attraction dimension, and universal repulsion dimension. Moreover, the model given by Huajin presents an 11-dimensional space. In ancient China, this different dimensional world was referred to as the realm of caves and paradises and heaven. In fact, the modern scientific community once discovered a place highly similar to heaven, Neptune. The space in which Neptune exists completely corresponds to the saying, one day in the heavens equals 1 year on earth. The time flow in other caves and paradises is also entirely different from the world we inhabit. In this regard, our Taoist civilization in China has long deciphered the essence of the universe. Lin Yuan sighed. The universe is composed of multiple layers of space, and both time and space within the universe are relative. From the void comes existence, the great contains the small, and the small also contains the great. The true headquarters of the Xingtian experimental base is at least in a state of the 5th dimension. At our current technological level, it is still quite difficult to unravel the secrets of dimensions and enter another dimensional world. However, we are fortunate to have found the entrance to this paradise beyond the world. Of course, it is also possible that the situation may not be good. Lin Yuan said with a strained expression. The different time flow should imply something. At this, the scene fell silent. Chief Engineer Lin, do you mean that while we felt only 7 or 8 hours have passed here, in reality, it may have been 7 or 8 days? Zhao Xie's words were cut off as Lin Yuan spoke heavily. Or even longer. Not only her, but every expression on the faces of those present was extremely grave and shocked. Indeed, that should be the case. Lin Yuan nodded seriously. There is an old saying in China, a day in the cave is 1,000 years in the world. Meanwhile, outside in a certain canyon of Xingtian, the once desolate canyon was now bustling with noise. Various large equipment gathered and construction surged upwards in no time. A research team of nearly 1,000 people along with close to 5,000 military personnel surrounded this mysterious and vast forbidden zone with no gaps. At the command center on site, everyone appeared extremely anxious, excited, and uneasy. Damn it. The commander from the Wuxi War Zone, General Chun Lang, had a grave expression, unable to restrain a curse. It's been a full month, and we still haven't found Chief Engineer Lin. I can face an accident, and everyone here can face trouble, but Chief Engineer Lin absolutely cannot. Upon hearing this, everyone lowered their heads, their expressions filled with bitterness. With a heavy sigh, General Chun Lang stood up in a hurry and began to pace back and forth in the room. Meanwhile, at the command base, the military's elite reconnaissance soldiers had been dispatched for over 20 days without any news. This left the group of experts and professors present in an exceptionally heavy mood. Currently, we can ascertain that the world entered by Chief Engineer Lin and his team is an unknown, mysterious, forbidden zone where traces of vegetation and creatures unlike those in the real world exist. Additionally, we discovered signs of activity from Chief Engineer Lin and his team within 100 meters around that narrow passage using the reconnaissance vehicle, but the signal gets lost beyond a certain range. In this past month, we have dispatched 3 exploratory rescue teams, all of which are currently in a state of being uncontactable. We have employed every means possible, but to no avail. This includes mobilizing military satellites, but in the vast Xingtian area, we simply cannot find any. A senior colonel responsible for the rescue plan spoke with a grave expression. We must prepare ourselves mentally. Chief Engineer Lin and the other rescue teams may have encountered misfortune. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere in the room became even more oppressive. General Chun Lang trembled violently. The guard beside him sighed quietly, for only he knew that the military Lieutenant Chun Lin responsible for Chief Lin Yuan's personal security was actually General Chun Lang's only son. The Chun family has served in the military for 3 generations, and General Chun Lang held high hopes for Chun Lin. Chun Lin had also performed admirably, showing none of the arrogance typical of a 3rd-generation military offspring. Having grown up in a military compound, he was a pure soldier. Unfortunately now, General Chun Lang's breathing became much more rapid, and with a heavy heart, he closed his eyes. He didn't know how to explain to the elderly man far away in the capital. This is Lin Yuan. His emergence was like a blazing sun illuminating the entire land of Xinzhou. In just a few months, the scientific research and national defense capabilities of the Dragon Nation have improved tremendously. Currently, the global scientific community unanimously believes that Lin Yuan will become the greatest scientist of this century. Born and raised in the Dragon Nation, he is a true descendant of Yin and Huang. But now, they have lost Lin Yuan. Thinking of this, General Chun Lang felt immense regret, realizing that he should never have let Lin Yuan enter the dangerous forbidden area of Xingtian. Everyone need not be so pessimistic. Perhaps Chief Lin Yuan and his team have encountered other fortuitous events. An elderly man spoke slowly from the crowd. He was Qin Shana, Lin Yuan's mentor, who rushed over as soon as he heard about the incident and had been in Xingtian for over half a month, anxiously waiting for news of Lin Yuan every day. Indeed, their team's outdoor survival equipment is extremely complete, and Chen Lin, along with 6 other military special forces, are all excellent soldiers equipped with everything needed for survival in the wild. And let's not forget, Chief Engineer Lin is a person who brings miracles. Perhaps a miracle will occur. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes brightened, and they started to encourage themselves. Indeed, General Chen Lang took a deep breath, waving his hand decisively. We cannot give up. Even if there is only the slightest hope, we must persist. Report. At that moment, a lieutenant entered, his expression serious, as he reported all major military districts have sent in death squads, and the soldiers have submitted volunteer letters requesting to join the rescue team. Currently, more than 800 soldiers have voluntarily joined the rescue team. Hearing this, everyone felt their eyes welling up with tears. This is what we respect most about the soldiers of Huaxia. General Chen Lang hesitated for a moment, then raised his trembling hand, and slowly said approved. Yes. The lieutenant stood at attention, and saluted before turning to leave. After a brief silence, an expert sighed, and spoke up. Chief Chen, how should we respond to the media? After all, in this past month, the 5 major war zones have frequently appeared in Xinjiang, and with various rumors circulating, many media outlets have already sensed something and are gathering near Xinjiang. There has even been considerable public discourse online, with some sensitive netizens detecting something amiss. Lin Yuan has been missing for an entire month. He has not appeared on any online platforms, and even his live stream seems to have been sealed with no news whatsoever. This has left many netizens deeply worried, fearing something has happened to Lin Yuan. Sigh. Upon hearing this, General Chen Lang felt another wave of headache. They had kept Lin Yuan's disappearance under wraps for over half a month, but now the situation has escalated to the point where it couldn't be hidden anymore. In this information age, any slight movement would be picked up by netizens. After pondering for a while, General Chen Lang could only say helplessly, very well, we can only announce the news of Chief Engineer Lin's disappearance. At 7 o'clock in the evening, on CCTV, the 7 o'clock news anchor was reporting various news items in an orderly fashion. Just then, upon receiving a message from the back, the anchor suddenly displayed a look of shock. A few seconds later, the anchor, visibly agitated, slowly said in a trembling voice, breaking news, our station has just received information from a relevant agency. Our country's renowned scientist, Professor Lin Yuan, chief engineer of the Hongming project, entered Xinjiang a month ago for scientific research. Currently, our main base has lost contact with Chief Engineer Lin. The state and military have dispatched elite rescue teams to initiate an emergency rescue plan. With the broadcast of the 7 o'clock news, the news of Lin Yuan's disappearance in Xinjiang instantly surged to the top of the online headlines. Countless netizens in the Dragon Nation were left dumbfounded. Even globally, there was a tremor. What the hell? Lin Yuan has gone missing in Xinjiang. Oh my god, this is big news. Professor Lin is missing. I hope nothing happens to Lin Yuan. He is Lin Yuan, the person who has single-handedly propelled scientific research in Huaxia. Damn, what is the relevant age? How could they let Lin Yuan go to such a dangerous place without ensuring his safety? I was wondering why Chief Engineer Lin hadn't shown up for a month. It turns out something happened. At that moment, the entire nation was in an uproar. Countless netizens immediately rushed to the live stream of the Shanghai Institute of Advanced Physics, as well as Lin Yuan's personal Douyin homepage to leave messages. Lin Yuan, please don't let anything happen to you. Protect Lin Yuan. I am willing to sacrifice 10 years of my life just to ensure Chief Engineer Lin's safe return. A national hero, Lin Yuan deserves to be honored as a national figure. May heaven bless Chief Engineer Lin to return safely. When the news reached the West, countless Western netizens were also in an uproar. After all, compared to the reserved Chinese people, Lin Yuan's Earth Starship theory resonates more with these Western netizens. According to incomplete statistics, Lin Yuan's fanbase in the West has now surpassed 10 million. Many Western netizens have expressed their concern. God bless this great Lin. Oh my, Lin is the greatest scientist of humanity. If anything happens to him, it will be a loss for all mankind. Lin Yuan is the father of controllable nuclear fusion. He cannot afford to have an accident, or else the development of human civilization will be delayed by at least a century. May all the gods in the world bless Lin. May he return safely. Meanwhile, various national official agencies were also in an uproar. Over in the White Eagle, General William of the Pentagon called an emergency meeting after receiving the news and promptly conducted a video call with the Dragon Nation's officials. This military bigwig from the Eagle country spoke with righteous fervor, saying passionately, Mr. Lin is a precious asset to all humanity. He represents the heights that human scientific civilization can achieve in the future. Therefore, his safety is not only the responsibility of you Dragon Nation, but also of all people worldwide. We White Eagles have the best outdoor rescue teams and equipment, and our rescuers have rich experience in search and rescue. Please allow us, the White Eagles, to contribute to Lin's safety. I swear in the name of God that we will spare no effort. Not just the White Eagles, the Rooster Country also quickly issued a declaration expressing their willingness to send a rescue team free of charge to join the search efforts. Countries like Bear Country, Gull, Rooster, John Bull, and others also expressed their willingness to send teams to participate in the search plan right away. In response to this, the Dragon Nation's officials quickly stated their gratitude for these countries' benevolence, and then indicated that they were already vigorously conducting rescue plans, assuring them not to worry about Chief Engineer Lin's safety. Upon seeing the comments from various countries online, General Chen Lang and the others sneered. They are not concerned about Lin Yuan at all. They simply want to use this opportunity to probe what kind of mission we have deployed in Shenangjia to the extent that someone as important as Lin Yuan has mysteriously gone missing. Moreover, if they can truly rescue Lin Yuan, they can also take the opportunity to gain some goodwill. This is a clever strategy. Indeed. Regardless, we must expedite the rescue mission, everyone said with serious expressions. Thus, 7 more days passed. On this day, a piece of good news finally came from the forward rescue team. Chief, the first rescue team has returned. A soldier rushed into the command center, excitement radiating from him, as he said they brought back astonishing news. General Chun immediately met with the first rescue team members. Several military soldiers looked bewildered and shocked. Upon seeing General Chun, they quickly reported, "General Chun, we have a general understanding of what happened to Chief Engineer Lin. We entered through that narrow cliff and followed the traces left by Chief Engineer Lin and the others, discovering some information left by him. Upon receiving the information, we immediately turned back. But what is perplexing is that we felt that we had not walked for more than 2 hours, yet in reality, a week has actually passed." What? Upon hearing this response from the soldiers, everyone at the scene was stunned. Especially with over a dozen academicians from Lonka Institute and the Academy of Engineering present, all of whom are top figures in various scientific fields globally, each one of them could spark a significant disturbance in the scientific community. At this moment, upon hearing these words, their eyes all lit up like little suns. "Young man, are you sure?" Qin Shanha asked excitedly. "Absolutely sure." The leading reconnaissance platoon leader nodded emphatically. "We set out on the 15th, but now it is the 22nd. This is also what confuses us. Why do we feel we have only been gone for less than 2 hours, but so much time has passed and this is incredible." Hiss. From then on, a series of gasps could be heard at the scene. Even General Chun appeared remarkably shocked, exchanging glances with a few dignitaries. All were immensely astonished. Huh. At this moment, Qin Shanha took a deep breath, glanced at everyone, and said, "I understand what is happening now." After saying that, he walked to a blackboard and drew 2 overlapping circles. These 2 circles intersected, one circle encompassing the other. "Everyone please look." Qin Shanha spoke in a deep tone. "This first circle represents our real world, while the other circle I shall refer to as another world. The area where the 2 circles intersect is the world in which Chief Engineer Lin currently resides." Qin Shanha tried to use straightforward language so that General Chun and the military personnel could understand. "In our Taoist tradition, there has long been a saying about caves of heaven and blessed lands. I suspect that the world where Chief Engineer Lin is currently located belongs to such a cave of heaven and blessed land. The ancient text records of the mysterious and bright from the Wei Jin and Northern and Southern dynasties recounts the story of Lu and Yuan encountering immortals, and those who entered the cave felt as if they had crossed into another world, which is due to the phenomenon of time wormholes. Therefore, while a week or a month has passed in the real world, only a few hours might have elapsed for the individual in that." As Qin Shanha said this, he and the scientists all breathed a sigh of relief. General Chun and several military dignitaries understood, yet their expressions were filled with shock as they exclaimed, "Old Qin, do you mean? Because the flow of time is different in the 2 places, we feel like a month has passed, but for Chief Engineer Lin, only a few hours may have gone by." "That's right." Qin Shanha nodded firmly. Chief Engineer Lin should not have encountered any danger, and with his intelligence, he should have already noticed something amiss, and is likely on his way back. Upon hearing Qin Shan's explanation, everyone quickly nodded. Indeed, if anyone could be the first to notice the problem, it would undoubtedly be Chief Engineer Lin. "Huh, then I can rest assured." General Chun patted his chest, feeling a sense of calm. Along with everyone else, they were all filled with astonishment. "This is amazing. There are actually such places on Earth. It's simply beyond our comprehension. In fact, this is not a fantasy, nor is it fictional. If explained scientifically, it makes more sense." Old Qin explained. "Einstein's theory of relativity mentions that time slows down during motion. The faster the motion, the slower the time. If a person travels long distances in a starship approaching the speed of light, upon returning, they will be much younger than all their peers. And if there are similar spaces on Earth, then slowing down time is also achievable." After finishing, Old Qin smiled and said, "Now we can just wait patiently." "All right." The crowd was shocked and could only nod blankly. On the other side, Lin Yuan and his group were also heading back towards the entrance. Ancient texts like the Chronicle of Blessed Lands and famous mountain state, when the universe is open, the clear and turbid are separated, merged into rivers, and formed into mountains, some aligned with the stars above, others hidden in caves below, meaning that our world overlaps with that of the caves of heaven and blessed lands. The area we are currently in is such a place, and if we go deeper, it would be the true cave of heaven and blessed land where the headquarters of Yin Emperor Fuxi and Nuwa are located. The flow of time in that space is definitely different from reality. Perhaps while we feel a day has passed in the real world, a year, or even 10 years may have gone by. Upon hearing this, everyone had complex expressions. "This is incredible. Unbelievable. I have truly witnessed something today." Amid the crowd's exclamations this time, everyone did not stop midway, returning to the entrance in just 2 hours. When Lin Yuan and his group returned through the narrow cliff passage, they were immediately spotted by the military personnel stationed there. The base erupted in cheers. "It's Chief Engineer Lin. Chief Engineer Lin is back. Woohoo, Chief Engineer Lin has finally returned safely. That's wonderful." Because the content regarding the time flow of the Cave of Heaven and Blessed Land is too shocking, the command headquarters did not disclose this information, and only a few military and scientific personnel are aware of it. At this moment, seeing Lin Yuan arrive safely, everyone was overjoyed and emotional. Chief Engineer Lin. General Chen Lang was the first to learn of the news and rushed out. Upon seeing Chief Engineer Lin and his group, he breathed a long sigh, finally feeling at ease. General Chen and Teacher, you are all here. Upon seeing General Chen and Teacher Xingtian, Lin Yuan couldn't help but smile wryly, then nodded at the cheering crowd, saying, "Thank you all for your concern, I am fine." After saying that, Lin Yuan and his group were promptly welcomed into the command room. Chief Engineer Lin, what exactly happened? General Chen immediately inquired upon their meeting. General Chen, you should also know the situation. The time we entered was a space where a real world and the so-called Cave of Heaven and Blessed Land overlap with a different flow of time than reality. Lin Yuan's expression was extremely serious as he glanced at everyone, and slowly said, moreover, we discovered many ancient artifacts recorded in the classic of mountains and seas, including a series of biological and plant systems. Any one of these discoveries is enough to cause a sensation worldwide. Upon hearing Lin Yuan mention various miraculous creatures, the crowd could not help but display expressions of shock. Oh my, if that's the case, everything depicted in the classic of mountains and seas will be confirmed. The Earth starship proposed by Chief Engineer Lin also has a high probability of being real. I can't imagine what a wondrous world that will be. Qin Shanhe and other top scientists from Long Country were all excited. As for General Chen Lang and other military bigwigs, they had even more considerations. What they were more concerned about was that in that miraculous world the flow of time was indeed different from that of the real world. Yes. Lin Yuan's expression turned serious as he nodded, saying, its exploratory significance is immensely great, and it could even change the entire course of human civilization. Hiss! The crowd gasped in astonishment. Everyone understood the implications. However, I believe we must handle this matter with great seriousness. Academician Qin Shan has stated sternly, otherwise a catastrophe will ensue. Indeed, I agree with my teacher's thought. Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with sharpness, because in that world the true meaning it represents is the eternal life that countless humans, as well as many heroes throughout history, have yearned for. Imagine, in the Peach Blossom Land that Lin Yuan visited, based on the information obtained so far, the ratio of time flow to the real world is 8 hours 30 days. This means that if one spends 1 day in that world, then 3 months will pass in the real world. If one stays for 1 month, that translates to 7 years and 5 months in reality. Even if it's a year, then nearly a century will have passed in the real world. Everyone think about it. If the news of this miraculous world spreads, what kind of tremendous uproar would it cause? Lin Yuan said in a low voice, countless patients with terminal illnesses will rush in regardless of the cost to enter that world, for once inside, life seems to enter a state of suspended animation akin to a successful cryogenic technique. As long as they stay inside for a year or so, waiting for the rapid advancement of medical technology in the real world, by the time they come out, cancer, ALS, and various incurable diseases that humanity has struggled against might have already been conquered by future medical science. By then, terminal illnesses could be successfully treated, and even human lifespans might extend due to future technological research. If one stays inside for a year and then comes out after decades have passed, isn't that another form of eternal life? As he said this, Lin Yuan's expression turned extremely grave. Once this truth leaks out, human civilization will plunge into a period of massive turmoil, and any force or nation will go mad over it. Not to mention anything else. Just take the White-Head Eagle for instance. Once they learn of the existence of this world, they will undoubtedly go completely insane, scrambling to seize the Xingtian area. A third world war could break out at any moment. The pressure that Long Country would face at that time is unimaginable. Chief Engineer Lin is correct. Upon hearing this, General Chen Lang felt a chill shoot up his spine. He immediately instructed the guards, saying, in my capacity as the commander of the 5 military districts, I issue a level 1 military order commanding that the base and the area within 10 miles of Xingtian immediately enter lockdown. All personnel involved must sign a confidentiality agreement, or any breach or leak will be dealt with as treason. After this series of military orders was issued, everyone present expressed no dissatisfaction or complaints. Because as Chief Engineer Lin said, once the hidden meaning of eternal life behind that world is leaked, all of human civilization would collapse. Even the high-ranking officials of Long Country must treat this with great caution. After all, eternal life is a tremendous temptation for every human being. Taking a deep breath, General Chen Lang appeared both excited and nervous as he paced back and forth in the room. After a while, he looked at Lin Yuan and sincerely asked, Chief Engineer Lin, what do you think we should do about this matter? Lin Yuan exchanged glances with the people present. Those who could sit here at this moment were either members of the expedition team who knew the secret of time flow, or military bigwigs and top academicians like Qin Shanhe. What does everyone think? Lin Yuan posed the question to the crowd, stating, first of all, the value hidden behind the world of Xingtian is immensely significant. It is enough for us in Long Country to study for a long while. Moreover, this time we only traveled a little over 10 kilometers, and we still do not know how vast that world is. Furthermore, there are even more terrifying threats inside. Let us not forget that the flying logs in the classic of mountains and seas recorded numerous ancient divine beasts. They are not fictional, but may genuinely exist. They could be ancient products of genetic mutations after some nuclear war, or perhaps super-advanced nuclear facilities and equipment that our human civilization cannot comprehend. If we disturb them, it could trigger a massive disaster. Additionally, due to the different time flows in the two locations, if we send a scientific exploration team to delve deeper. Lin Yuan paused and scanned the crowd. For them, it may only be a few days or months, but in reality, several years or even decades could pass. This is undoubtedly a tremendous sacrifice for normal people. Just imagine when a father steps into that world while still in his prime, only to find that when he comes out, his child has grown up overnight and his wife has aged overnight. How cruel is that? It is akin to a famous science fiction film where a father merely took a journey in a spaceship, and when he reunited with his daughter, she had already entered her twilight years, her life nearing its end. How many can bear such a scene? From this point on, Zhao Xie and the other researchers fell silent. What Lin Yuan stated was the truth and a cruel reality. For some, eternal life holds an immense allure, but for others it feels like a heavy burden. Yet the essence of scientific research is to bear thorns and forge ahead. The research into that world must continue. However, the method of choice must be approached with caution. Lin Yuan makes a very valid point. When faced with an unknown and mysterious realm, we as humans must proceed with caution and a sense of reverence. Academician Qin sighed and said, "This matter cannot be resolved in a short time." Lin Yuan responded, "We must invite experts from various fields and institutions for a joint discussion." However, Lin Yuan swept his gaze across the crowd, noticing the heavy atmosphere. He then changed his tone and smiled, saying, "Everyone, let's not be so serious. You must know that our discovery this time is something to celebrate." Indeed. Upon hearing this, everyone quickly became excited again. "By the way, Chief Engineer Lin, how should we handle the media and external affairs?" General Chen asked Lin Yuan for his opinion. "After all, news of your incident has already spread outside. Not only are our citizens concerned, but people all over the world, including various governments, are keeping a close eye on the situation." "I see." Lin Yuan nodded upon hearing this, then discussed with everyone. They ultimately contacted the bigwigs of Long Country, such as Elder Chun, who were far away in the imperial capital, and after a serious meeting, a series of plans were formulated. In the end, everyone reached a conclusion. Regarding the unknown and mysterious world of Xingtian, a portion of the truth must be concealed. For instance, the difference in the flow of time compared to reality. As for the other exploratory results, they chose to disclose everything to the outside world. That same day, Lin Yuan and others were sent to the hospital for a series of physical examinations. After confirming that there were no issues, Lin Yuan rested well that night. Early the next morning, relevant information had already begun to ferment on Long Country's internet. "Wow, I saw Lin Yuan at a military hospital in the southwest. Is that true?" "It's true, I saw Professor Lin in person." "Why didn't they say Lin Yuan was missing? Could he have been found by the military?" In an atmosphere of heated discussion among netizens nationwide, Lin Yuan logged into the live stream of the Advanced Physics Research Institute, suddenly starting a long-awaited broadcast. In an instant, the entire internet erupted, causing a sensation. In the live stream room, Lin Yuan appeared calm, his gaze profound, and as he faced the influx of millions of viewers and fans, he revealed a meaningful smile. "Hello, dear viewers. I am Lin Yuan. I know everyone is very concerned about me, and I appreciate your care. I have not encountered any accidents. Thank you for worrying about me during this time. Additionally, in today's live stream, I will announce an astonishing piece of news. Yes, just as everyone guessed, I entered the depths of Xingtian with a scientific research expedition team. During the month that we lost contact with the outside world, the research team discovered remarkable results. Immediately in the live stream room, Lin Yuan brought out various products from the secret area of Xingtian, showcasing them one by one to the public.